In her previous life, when Ning died at the age of 6, on the road to exile after her family was punished. After death, she was reborn with her memories in the world of cultivation, becoming an alchemist on the Xianming continent. Her spiritual roots were weak, so she was forced to focus on refining medicine. She spent her entire life trying to create an elixir of immortality, but even at the end of her life, she never succeeded. As she lay dying, she swallowed a soul-returning pill, hoping to come back to life and continue her work. Unexpectedly, she woke up as her 5-year-old self, 1 year before her family's downfall. It was also the day her father, Marquis Yongchang, decided to bring the true cause of their ruin into the household. Xuan, whether you agree or not, Yi has already given birth to the family's heir. She should be brought into the mansion and made a secondary wife. Inside the room, when Ning, who had just sorted through her memories, heard the argument outside, her eyes darkened. Her father, Wen Jingxing, could never imagine that a year later, the entire Wen family would be exiled because of that woman, Yu Yi. Relying on her favor for giving birth to the family heir, Yu Yi became arrogant. She allowed her brother to bully others in the capital and even tried to suppress the main wife in the household. She often attended noble banquets as the Wen family's daughter-in-law, acting rudely and offending many powerful people. In the end, her brother accidentally caused the death of a relative of the prime minister and was imprisoned. The prime minister took the chance to strike back, accusing the Wen family of corruption. Soon after, the entire family was punished and sent into exile. Now that Wen Ning had returned to the past, how could she allow the same tragedy to happen again? She immediately sat up, ready to stop it. But as soon as she stood, a wave of dizziness hit her, and she collapsed. Instinctively, she took out a pill from her personal space and swallowed it. The bitter taste filled her mouth, and she suddenly realized her storage space had returned with her soul. Her space had been refined into her spiritual sea and was now part of her. With just a thought, she could store or retrieve anything and even enter the space herself. Thinking of this, Wen Ning quickly stepped inside. To her delight, all the pills she had refined were neatly arranged on the shelves. There were also boxes of gold coins and a pile of magical tools wrapped in spiritual energy. Even her spirit beast, the blue-feathered cat, was there, sleeping soundly in its little nest. When Ning stepped out of the hidden space, her heart racing with excitement. With this secret place, she just needed the right moment to move the Wen family's treasures. She couldn't let the royal family take advantage of them. Outside, the noise continued. The elderly Madam Wen had arrived and was scolding Su Wan so harshly that she burst into tears. Su, are you trying to stop the Wen family's descendants from being recognized by their ancestors? All these years, have you ever given birth to a son for the Wen family? If you had, that Yu Yi wouldn't have had the chance to surpass you. Now you can't have children yourself, yet you won't allow others to. Are you trying to end the Wen family line? Madam Wen struck her cane on the floor in anger. Su Wan, furious, turned to Wen Jingxing. Wen Jingxing, is this how you treat the person who once saved your life? Have you forgotten all the promises you made to me? Wen Jingxing, shameless as ever, replied coldly. Su Wan, I care about you too much. That's why I haven't taken any concubines all these years. I've always treated you and our child with kindness. Su Wan gave a bitter laugh. You may not have taken a concubine, but you've kept another woman outside, and even have a child with her. Don't you feel ashamed saying that? If she wants to enter the household, fine, but the child must be registered under my name, and Yu Yi can only be a concubine. Hearing this, Wen Ning grew anxious. After thinking it over, she decided that separation was the best choice. Leaving this family would save her from future trouble. But for a woman of a noble house, divorce was not an easy matter. Just as she reached the door, she stopped in her tracks. Outside, both Wen Jingxing and Madam Wen said firmly, no. Though Yu Yi came from a merchant family and had a lower status, her wealth was considerable. The Wen family's business had grown to its current size largely thanks to the Yu family's secret support. They couldn't afford to lose such a valuable connection. Yu Er has given birth to the Wen family's eldest son. She must not be treated poorly, Madam Wen said sternly. Su Wan's eyes turned red. Choking back tears, she said, "So you'll treat your benefactor unfairly instead?" Wen Jingxing, if I hadn't saved you back then, my brother wouldn't have been injured. Fine then, let's separate. I'll take Ninger back to the Su family and from now on, we'll go our separate ways. At the mention of separation, Wen Jingxing froze for a moment. His expression softened, and his tone suddenly became gentle. He patiently said, "Wan, there's no need to say such hurtful things. I never meant to separate from you, nor would I ever treat you or Ning unfairly. I only wish to bring you into the household, so she can help you take care of Mother. You handle everything yourself, and I worry you'll tire yourself out. Besides, even though she will be a wife in name, you married me first, so you are the true mistress of the Wen family. She will still need to respect your authority. You've always been kind and generous. If you make a fuss over this, people might say you're being jealous. He has already said that if she enters the household, she will call you sister. I hope you two can get along and manage the family well. If the three of us live peacefully, that's better than anything else." Old Madam Wen quickly added, "Jingxing is right. I also disagree with the separation. No respectable family woman has ever done such a thing. If word spreads, where would I put my face? So it's settled. As the mistress, you should choose a good day to bring her into the house. When Rue's full month celebration comes, we'll hold a double celebration. I'll leave the arrangements to you. Jingxing, come here. I have something to tell you." Without giving anyone a chance to object, Old Madam Wen made the decision and took Jingxing away. Lady Su stood at the doorway, heartbroken for a long time. Her maid gently comforted her. "Madam, please don't be sad. Even if she's called a wife, she's still below you. If you keep opposing this, you might anger the Marquis, and life in the household will become difficult. Right now, you must protect your position as the main wife. Don't let that woman play tricks and take your place. Madam, think of the young lady. As long as you remain the mistress, she will be the legitimate eldest daughter of this house and will have a good marriage in the future." Just then, a sound came from inside the room. Lady Su quickly pushed the door open and saw little Ning sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at her with worry. The child's face had lost its sickly look from yesterday and seemed much better. "Ning, how do you feel? Are you still uncomfortable?" Lady Su asked anxiously, holding her daughter and touching her forehead. Feeling that it was no longer burning hot, she let out a sigh of relief. "Mother, don't cry. I'll always stay with you," Ning said softly, hugging her around the waist. Lady Su's heart warmed. She held back her tears and hugged Ning tightly. She already guessed that Ning had overheard everything that had just been said. Divorce was easy, but when Ning would lose her title as the eldest legitimate daughter, which would make future marriage arrangements difficult. Still, she couldn't swallow this anger. "Mother, I don't need that title. I just feel sad for you," Wen Ning said softly, looking up at Su Wan. Her gentle words eased some of the sorrow in Su Wan's heart. "Ninger, you heard what your grandmother and father said, didn't you? That's an adult matter. You're still a child, so don't worry about it. I know what to do. You just need to grow up happily." Su Wan spoke with a trembling voice. "Ven ningsikhetkujetli." She knew her mother had many concerns about the divorce. She needed to find a way to help her mother go through with it. Worried that when Ning hadn't fully recovered, Su Wan carried her back to bed, tucked her in, and stayed by her side until she fell asleep. That night, when Jingxing did not return to Su Wan's courtyard, Ting Songjai, but went instead to Tingyu courtyard, where his companion lived. The next morning, the first thing he said upon returning was, "I've chosen the date. It will be the day after tomorrow. Have someone prepare Tingyu Zhai." Everything in Tingyu Zhai was arranged exactly like the main courtyard. 2 years ago, when Jingxing had ordered it to be decorated that way. Thinking back, he must have already had that woman in his life and planned to bring her into the household. So much for his supposed affection. Old Madam Wen was delighted. Before Su Wan could even give orders, she personally led the servants to tidy up the place. The servants, eager to please, offered congratulations and cheerful words, making the old lady beam with joy. In her good mood, she rewarded each servant with a silver coin. The two courtyards were close enough that the laughter and chatter from Tingyu Zhai could be heard clearly. In the pavilion, the maid Qiuhua noticed her mistress's pale face and gently said, "Madam, if the old lady wants to busy herself, let her. It gives us some peace. From now on, we can just focus on teaching our young lady well." Qiuhua had come with Su-won as part of her dowry and was completely loyal to her. Su-won treated her like a sister. Su-won continued guiding Wen-ning in painting, saying nothing. Wen-ning's eyes turned slightly as she looked up and said, "Mother, I miss grandfather and my two uncles. Can we go stay at grandfather's house for a while?" Her grandfather, Su Jingnian, still served in the court as a third-rank imperial censor. Elder uncle injured his leg while saving Wen Jingxing, damaging the tendons and leaving him in a wheelchair for years. Because of this injury, he had to give up his beloved spear and silver armor, becoming a man who could only live quietly at home. Now, at 29, he is still unmarried. Second uncle holds a scholarly position at court. He is married and has two children, a 7-year-old son named Su Bufan and a daughter, Su Xinian, who is 1 year younger than Wen-ning. Qiuhua's eyes lit up. "Madam, why don't we return to the Su residence? Out of sight, out of mind." "Yes, yes, mother. Ninger misses uncle," Wen-ning said eagerly. She carried healing medicine with her. Perhaps it could help her uncle's leg. Wen-ning could hardly wait to go back to the Su family. She wanted her relatives there, especially her wise and thoughtful elder uncle, to help persuade her mother. After much pleading from Wen-ning, Su-won finally agreed to return home. She rose, took Wen-ning's small hand, and walked toward Tingyu Hall. Before long, they arrived and saw the old lady smiling as she drank tea. "Mother," Su-won said, "Ninger wishes to visit her grandparents and uncles at the Su residence. I have come to ask your permission for her to stay there for a while." At these words, the old lady's smile faded. "Su-won, you know the household is busy preparing for the new daughter-in-law. Why do you choose this time to leave?" Wen-ning tilted her head, pretending to be innocent and cheerful, though in her heart she was secretly grumbling about the old woman. "Just wait, old lady. When I get the chance, I'll move your treasure room and see if you still act so proud." Outwardly, she smiled sweetly, holding the old lady's arm. "Grandmother, please let Ninger go. I miss my uncle so much. He's been sad because of his leg injury. If I go, I can keep him company and cheer him up." By mentioning this, Wen-ning made it difficult for the old lady to refuse, since Su Mingyun's injury had come from saving Wen Jingxing's life. Even though the Wen family had helped the Su family greatly over the years, they still owed them this debt. In the past, the old lady had disliked Wen-ning for being a girl, though she hid it behind polite words. Now that she had a grandson, her attitude toward Wen-ning had softened somewhat. "Very well," she said at last. "Ninger, remember to send my greetings to your grandmother. Also, take some fine medicine with you. Perhaps it can help your uncle's leg. Even a little hope is worth trying." Old Madam Wen cared deeply about her reputation and often sent expensive medicinal herbs to the Su family. In private, she also tried to arrange a marriage for Su Mingyun, but he was proud and never found a girl he liked. "Ninger understands. Thank you, grandmother." Wen-ning said goodbye to the old lady and left with her mother. Her hearing was sharp now, and even from afar, she could still hear the old lady's angry voice. "Good riddance. I don't want to see that gloomy face again." Wen-ning's eyes turned thoughtfully. She suddenly thought of a perfect time to collect treasures, when Yu are married into the family. She would bring a large dowry, and Wen-ning planned to take it all then. The Yu family was one of the 4 richest merchant families in the capital, with plenty of wealth. Thinking of this, Wen-ning felt cheerful, walking with a light step. After packing a few things, Su-won took Wen-ning and Qiuhua onto the carriage heading back to the Su residence. The Su family lived quite far from the Wen household. Even by carriage, it took half an hour. When they passed by Li's pastry shop, Su-won asked Qiuhua to buy some treats. Half an hour later, the carriage stopped at the gate of the censor's residence. The one who opened the door was Butler Su. Seeing Su Wan and Wen Ning, the butler's face lit up with joy. He called out loudly, "The eldest lady and young miss have returned." Hearing this, Su Bufan and Su Shinian ran toward the gate on their short legs.
Ninger.
Ninger, you're here. I'm so happy. Su Shinian cried as she threw herself into Wen Ning's arms, hugging her tightly. Ninger, come on. I have something tasty for you, Su Shinian said, pulling Wen Ning toward her courtyard. Wen Ning gently held her back. Wait a moment, I need to visit my uncle first. Oh right, big uncle likes you the most. Let's go together, Su Shinian said, gripping Wen Ning's hand tightly. Second Madam Yun Jiao came out, supporting Madame Wu, the wife of the censor. When Madame Wu saw Su Wan, her face brightened. Wana, Ninger, I've been waiting for you too.
Come inside and talk.
Everyone entered the main hall, and the servants hurried to prepare tea and snacks. Qiuhua went off to chat with her friends. Inside, Madame Wu held Su Wan's hand and spoke nonstop, asking mostly about how she had been living in the Wen household and whether old Madame Wen had treated her poorly. Waner, our Su family has done much for the Wen family. If Wen Jingxing ever wrongs you, just tell me. I will never let you suffer in silence. Hearing those words, Su Wan was deeply moved. After thinking for a while, she decided to tell the truth about Wen Jingxing planning to bring his mistress into the household. This matter would be known sooner or later. There was no way to hide it. Mother, Wen Jingxing. He plans to bring his mistress home and make her an equal wife.
What?
Everyone in the room was shocked, including Su Mingyun, who had just been wheeled in by the servants. He immediately said angrily, "Is Wen Jingxing truly going to take another wife?" Su Wan nodded with red eyes. That woman has already given birth to a son of the Wen family, and the old madam is very pleased. This is outrageous. Wen Jingxing clearly has no respect for our Su family. He has truly become ungrateful, Madame Wu said, slamming the table in anger. Su Mingyun's fury only grew stronger. Afterward, Su Mingyun asked about the mistress's background. Su Wan had only just learned of it herself. She is a merchant's daughter, from the Yu family. The Yunfang trading house belongs to them. Suppressing his anger, Su Mingyun said, judging by the child's age, Wen Jingxing must have been keeping her for at least a year, maybe longer. The Wen family's business has been thriving these years. Perhaps it's connected to that woman. The Su family all realized this and became even angrier. If she were just an ordinary woman, it would be easier to deal with. But since she came from a wealthy merchant family in the capital, it would be difficult to suppress her. That ungrateful man. Don't worry, sister, we'll find a way. Su Wan sent the children, Wen Ning, Su Shinian, and Su Bufan, outside to play. Then, choking back tears, she said, "There's no way out. To protect Ninger's position as the legitimate daughter, I have to give in. Divorce isn't an option." Yun Jiao thought for a moment and nodded. You're right. If you divorce or refuse, it will only make things worse. Since Madame Yu has given birth to a son, the old lady will favor her even more. Ninger's situation will become harder. For now, you must agree and keep your position as the main wife. There has never been a case of a noble woman divorcing her husband. The Wen family values their reputation, and the old lady would never allow it, especially in a titled household. Right now, the best thing is to have another child. Only then will your branch have a chance to inherit the title. Traditionally, the legitimate line takes precedence over the eldest. You still have a chance, Sister Wan, Yun Jiao said with a sigh. In noble families, it was common for men to have several wives and concubines. For Wen Jingxing to have only one concubine was already considered giving the Su family some respect. What angered them most was that Wen Jingxing had once promised to love only Su Wan for the rest of his life and to treat her with kindness forever. Now, thinking back, it all felt painfully ironic. What made it worse was that the Su family had once saved the Wen family's lives. That Wen Jingxing is truly heartless, Madame Wu said angrily. Old Madame Wen cares so much about her family's reputation, yet her own son has turned out to be an ungrateful man. It's hard to swallow this insult. Mother, to outsiders, He doesn't seem ungrateful. He has helped our family a lot over the years, Yunjiao said, her face suddenly changing as if she had realized something. She quickly added, the Wen family started helping us with our shop 3 years ago, and their business also began to grow around that time. That means he must have met that other woman 3 years ago. He used the Yu family's influence to expand his own business. To silence gossip, he helped our family through hard times and even supported Mingxuan's entry into the Imperial Academy. After Yun Jiao's analysis, everyone's expressions darkened. Su Mingyun's anger flared. So Wen Jingxing has been deceiving us all along. Now, if we refuse to let that woman enter his household, it will seem like we are the unreasonable ones. Wen Jingxing's plan was truly clever. He often sent rare medicines to the Su family, pretending to be a man who repaid kindness. Because Su-won had not given birth to a son for the Wen family, she had no choice but to endure the humiliation in order to protect her daughter Wen Ning's position as the legitimate eldest daughter. Now, her only option was to compete with that woman for favor, hoping to give birth to the Wen family's heir next year. That way, she could keep her place as the main wife and secure Wen Ning's rightful status. Though the situation was infuriating, they had no choice but to endure it and continue pretending to be a loving couple in front of others. No matter how they thought about it, it still felt deeply unfair. From now on, our restaurant will no longer buy goods from Jingxing's business, Su Mingyan decided after a long silence. Madame Wu said nothing, her face dark and cold. When Su Jingnian and Su Mingxian returned from work and heard the news, they were furious as well. But, at the moment, no one had a better solution. Wen Jingxing held both a noble title and military honors. The Su family could do nothing against him. At most, people would call him ungrateful behind his back, but that would be all. Father, mother, Su-won said softly, it was my mistake for saving that ungrateful man. For Ninger's future, I will accept this fate. Su-won spoke with a trembling voice. 6 years ago, on her way to Foley Temple, Su-won met Wen Jingxing, who was being chased by assassins. Feeling pity for him, she let him hide in her carriage. When the men in black caught up, they noticed blood on the carriage. To protect Wen Jingxing, Su-won's older brother, Su Mingyun, fought them bravely. But the attackers kept coming, wave after wave. Su Mingyun risked his life to save Wen Jingxing and was badly injured in the process. At that time, Wen Jingxing revealed that he was the eldest son of the Marquis of Yongchang, and those chasing him were sent by his half-brother, who wanted to take his title. To repay their kindness, Wen Jingxing offered to marry Su-won, making her the lady of the Marquis's household. 6 years passed, and everything had changed. Su-won thought that if she ever gave birth to a son, it might not be impossible for Wen Jingxing to quietly lose his power one day. The most resentful person was Su Mingyun. If his leg had not been injured, he would have already earned great military honors and would not be suppressed by Wen Jingxing now. Outside, Wen Ning didn't need to eavesdrop to know what they were discussing inside. She also thought about helping Su Mingyun regain his strength. Once his leg healed, he could easily earn new military achievements. In her secret space, Wen Ning still had many rare medicines that could strengthen the body and improve martial skills. She was confident that the Su family could all become strong and healthy. When the discussion inside seemed to end, the servants pushed Su Mingyun out in his wheelchair. He waved to Wen Ning. Ninger, come with your uncle to the study. Wen Ning was delighted. She skipped forward, holding a small pill she had prepared. Uncle, have a candy. It's really tasty. The pills from her space were filled with spiritual energy. To prevent them from being too strong, Wen Ning had divided them into many tiny black pellets before coming. Taking one small piece at a time made the effect milder, though the power was also reduced. Before, 1 or 2 pills were enough, but now it took 10 or even 20 to have the same effect. Su Mingyun never refused anything Wen Ning offered. He swallowed the small pill in one bite. It was so tiny that he couldn't even taste it. Only one? He asked. Ninger was greedy and ate the rest, Wen Ning said with a playful smile, not blinking as she told the little lie. Su Mingyun gently patted her head and said fondly, "You're still young. You shouldn't eat too much." Wen Ning nodded quickly.
I know.
Su Mingyun took Wen-ning to the study. First, he gave her a book to test how well she could read, then handed her a painting to copy. Wen-ning followed his instructions carefully. She knew Su Mingyun wanted to train her to become a talented young lady skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. When she finished the painting, Su Mingxian arrived with the doctor. "Brother, this is Dr. Wu, a friend of mine. I asked him to come and take a look at you." Su Mingxian looked at him hopefully, afraid he would refuse. After all, none of the doctors over the years had been able to heal his brother's legs, and he feared Su Mingyun had already lost faith. As expected, Su Mingyun shook his head. "Second brother, it's useless. Let him go back. Don't trouble yourself with this again. But brother, if you don't try, how will you know it's useless? Didn't you always say we should never give up hope?" "Yes, uncle," Wen-ning added softly.
Second uncle is right.
"If you don't try, how will you know? Please, uncle, try it. I want to see you stand up and teach me how to ride and shoot. Please?" Ever since Dr. Wu entered, Wen-ning's attention had not been on her painting. Su Mingyun had just taken a special medicine, and if the doctor used silver needles now, the effect of the medicine might show. That way, everyone would think the doctor's treatment worked and would not suspect her. Her gentle, childlike voice touched Su Mingyun's heart, and he finally nodded in agreement, though he did not expect much. Dr. Wu set down his medicine box, knelt before Su Mingyun's wheelchair, rolled up his trouser leg, and carefully examined him. Then he stood and said to Su Mingxian, "I'll use silver needles to stimulate the acupuncture points and see if there's any feeling." Both brothers agreed, so Dr. Wu began preparing right away. After a moment, he took out a silver needle and carefully inserted it into Su Mingyun's knee. As soon as the needle went in, Su Mingyun flinched in pain. Dr. Wu's eyes lit up. "He can feel it." Then he inserted a second needle into his calf. Su Mingyun moved again, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His body trembled slightly, and Su Mingxuan's eyes filled with excitement. "Brother, you can feel pain again." Compared to Su Mingxuan's excitement, Su Mingyun didn't show much joy. Just feeling pain didn't mean much. Last year, another doctor had also caused pain, but the treatment still failed. When Ning stopped painting and stood nearby, her bright eyes watching closely. When the 10th needle was inserted, Su Mingyun was clearly enduring great pain. At that moment, Dr. Wu stopped and said, "We can't rush this. Let's stop for today." He wiped the sweat from his forehead. When Ning held Su Mingyun's large hand with concern and said tearfully, "Uncle, you'll definitely get better this time." The medicine was repairing the damaged muscles and tendons inside his body. The pain was normal, he just needed to endure it. She had divided the pill into several small pieces, making the effect gentler than before. After a short while, the pain in Su Mingyun's leg faded away. Seeing his brother's suffering and thinking of Wen Jingxing's betrayal, Su Mingxian was furious. Clenching his fists, he said, "Brother, you must recover. We can't let the Wen family get away with this." Su Mingyun leaned back in his wheelchair, saying nothing. Of course, he wanted to recover too. But after so many disappointments, he could no longer see any hope. Even the imperial doctors had said there was no cure. How could this man possibly succeed? After removing the silver needles, Su Mingxian escorted Dr. Wu out. As he left, the doctor said, "If there's still feeling, it means it hasn't reached the worst stage yet. There's still hope." Su Mingyun gave a bitter smile. The last doctor said the same thing. Dr. Wu wasn't sure either, so he followed Su Mingxian out and was settled in the west guest courtyard. At noon, the whole family sat together for lunch. Everyone looked worried, and the atmosphere at the table was heavy. "Let's eat," said Su Jingnian. Only then did the others pick up their chopsticks, eating slowly and without much taste. The 3 children, helped by the servants, ate happily. After the meal, the servants took the children out to play. Madame Wu, Yun Jiao, and Su Wan sat in the pavilion talking. They were discussing how to deal with Wen Jingxing in the future. As long as Su Wan gave birth to the Wen family's heir and secured her position as the main wife, Yu Er would not be able to cause any trouble. The teacher who taught Su Buffon archery arrived, and Wen Ning went with Su Xinian to the training field. Brother Buffon, sister Xinian, have a candy. It's really tasty. Before entering, Wen Ning quickly took out the strengthening pills she had prepared. The siblings looked at the small black candies in surprise. Black candies? How unusual. Although they said it was strange, they didn't hesitate at all. Anything given by Wen Ning was always accepted gladly. But why did it taste a little bitter? Su Xinian frowned slightly, but the candy was already swallowed. After that, the three children practiced archery with their teacher. Wen Ning had a weak spiritual root and was poor at cultivation. Others could reach the foundation stage in 1 or 2 years, but she couldn't even after 10. Later, she discovered her talent for alchemy and gave up cultivation to study medicine instead. Heaven rewards effort. Within a year, she became a well-known second-rank alchemist. She had tried to use pills to improve her spiritual roots, but the results were small. Still, she didn't give up. That night, she planned to train again in her inner space. Maybe after her rebirth, her talent had improved.
Whoosh.
As she thought this, Wen Ning released her arrow, which hit the bullseye perfectly. The teacher beside her was amazed. Excellent shot, Miss Wen. You're amazing, Sister Ning. The two children cheered sincerely. Wen Ning was stunned for a moment, then thrilled. Could it be that her abilities had really improved after returning? Maybe she could cultivate again. Let me try from farther away. She stepped back a few paces, raised her bow, and released another arrow.
Whoosh. Clang.
The arrow struck the bullseye again, this time with even greater force, piercing halfway through the target. The teacher, Tu Yang, laughed heartily. Miss Wen, you're a natural at martial arts. Of course. How could someone who returned from the cultivation world be ordinary? Wen Ning couldn't help feeling a little proud of herself. In the past, they usually practiced for only 1 hour, but today the three little ones didn't seem tired at all. They trained for nearly 2 hours and even finished with 2 full sets of movements. Their energy surprised Tu Yang. He praised them again and again in front of Su Mingyun and Su Mingxian. Very good. If you have talent in this area, you should learn it well, Su Mingyun said with satisfaction. He truly hoped the three children could learn more ways to protect themselves, which might be useful one day. The sky soon darkened. After dinner, Wen Ning was coaxed to bed early by Qiuhua. But as soon as Qiuhua left, Wen Ning quietly got up and slipped into her secret space. That space was filled with spiritual energy, making it a perfect place for cultivation. She wanted to see how talented this body really was. Wen Ning sat cross-legged beside the sleeping blue spirit cat, closed her eyes, and began to guide the energy through her body's channels. As time passed, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. A faint glow seemed to flow around her body before finally entering her through the center of her brow. After 1 full cycle, Wen Ning was shocked to find that she had successfully drawn spiritual energy into her body. Without hesitation, she guided the energy through her meridians until it gathered in her core. She could even feel the surrounding energy being absorbed into her, warm and gentle, filling her with comfort. It felt as if she were floating among the clouds, light and free. The sensation was wonderful. When 1 full cycle ended, Wen Ning opened her eyes. In the cultivation world, it had taken her a whole year to reach this stage, but here, she had done it in just 1 cycle. This incredible talent filled her with excitement and hope for her future training. After staying and practicing at the Su residence for 3 days, Wen Ning decided to return to the Wen family with Su Wan. Everyone in the Su family reluctantly came to see them off at the gate. Madame Wu held Su Wan's hand and reminded her again and again that Yu Er seems untrustworthy. Be careful. In the inner courtyard, schemes and rivalries were unavoidable. During these 3 days, Madame Wu had shared much of her experience in dealing with such matters. Don't worry, mother. Father, mother, eldest brother, second brother, sister-in-law, please go back, Su Wan said, holding Wen Ning's small hand. She, too, looked back again and again, reluctant to leave. Just as Su Wan turned to get into the carriage, Su Mingyun, who was sitting in his wheelchair, suddenly trembled as a sharp pain shot through his leg. Unable to bear it, he cried out in pain. Mingyun, brother. Everyone rushed over, and Suwon quickly stepped down from the carriage and ran to him. At that moment, Su Mingyun's face was twisted in agony. His legs were stretched straight, and his body was stiff in the wheelchair. This was the final stage of his recovery. Uncle, you must hold on. When Ning repeated silently in her heart, her small hands clenched tightly. For the past 3 days, she had given him 3 pills each day, and his legs should be healing by now. A servant hurried off to fetch Dr. Wu. Mingyun, what's wrong? Don't scare your mother, Madame Wu cried, kneeling beside the wheelchair, tears streaming down her face. Everyone else looked worried as well. Fortunately, the pain didn't last long. Soon, Su Mingyun calmed down, drenched in sweat. He sat back in the wheelchair, staring at his legs, which now seemed to have feeling again. Just moments ago, he had clearly felt something moving inside his legs, as if his muscles and veins were repairing themselves. Now that the pain was gone, he could feel strength returning to his legs.
Could it be?
I'm healed? The thought made his heart race with excitement. Just then, Dr. Wu arrived. He knelt down and carefully examined him, surprised to find that Su Mingyun's pulse was strong and steady, much better than before. This is a sign of recovery, he murmured. Before the doctor could say more, Su Mingyun tried lifting his leg. When he saw it move, he was too shocked to speak. Everyone around him stared in disbelief. Brother, are you really better? Suwon asked, her eyes turning red with emotion. Quick, try standing up, said the second young master, Su Mingxian, both excited and nervous. Su Mingyun's face was filled with the same emotions. Under everyone's hopeful gaze, he slowly stood up, supported by Su Wan and Su Mingxian on either side. With their help, he rose to his feet, steadily for the first time in years. After standing up, he motioned for the 2 people to let go. Then he tried to take a step forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. By the 10th step, everyone screamed in surprise. Mingyun, you're standing! Madame Wu cried with joy. When Ning jumped up and shouted, he's standing. Uncle is standing. Su Shinian, copying her excitement, also jumped up. Uncle is standing. Equally thrilled, Su Bufan lightly tapped Su Shinian on the forehead and said with a teasing tone, Silly, that's not your uncle. That's your elder uncle. Hee, elder uncle is standing. Su Shinian quickly corrected herself, giggling.
Ha ha ha.
Everyone burst into laughter. It was the happiest moment they had had in days. After sitting in a wheelchair for 6 years, Su Mingyun finally stood up. Everyone praised Dr. Wu for his amazing skills, calling him a miracle doctor. Dr. Wu felt embarrassed by the compliments and said, It was just luck, just luck. He knew his own abilities well. If he were truly a miracle doctor, he wouldn't have failed to cure others before. It really must have been good fortune. Dr. Wu wanted to leave, but the Su family offered him generous payment to stay, in case they needed him again. When Ning's eyes turned slightly as she came up with an idea. The old man seemed honest and reliable. Perhaps she could make use of that. In her previous life, the old man had also been invited to the Su family, but he hadn't succeeded. This time, with her help, he had gained fame as a miracle doctor. Working with him more in the future could be very beneficial for her. She decided to find another chance to visit the Su family again. Thinking this, when Ning gave the old man a mischievous smile. He happened to look her way, and not understanding her meaning, smiled back awkwardly. Suwon happily took Wen Ning back to the Wen family home. On the way, they heard many people talking about how Wen Jingxing had brought his mistress into the house. Yesterday, the bright red bridal sedan had paraded through the streets. It was impossible not to notice. Many people were speaking up for the Su family, calling Wen Jingxing ungrateful. But within half an hour, new rumors spread, saying that the Wen family had always helped the Su family and that Wen Jingxing was simply repaying kindness, painting him as a man of gratitude. For a while, this story overshadowed the one the Su family had tried to spread. Indeed, the Su family had deliberately reminded people of how they once saved Wen Jingxing, and of his supposed devotion over the years. But soon, Wen Jingxing made his own move in response. How could he not have guessed that the Su family would make such a move? He had already prepared a plan in advance. Just as the Su family expected, nothing much came of it. In the end, public opinion turned into, well, noble families always have many children from different wives and concubines. Who can blame the Su family's lady for not bearing an heir? Back at the mansion, old Madam Wen kept talking about the Wen family's heir, clearly hinting that Yu Er's child would inherit the title in the future. Su Wan held Wen Ning's hand and lifted her skirt slightly as she stepped over the threshold. She immediately responded to old Madam Wen's words. Mother, noble ladies value proper conduct and pure lineage. I've never heard of a merchant's daughter giving birth to an heir of a noble house. Isn't Mother setting a new example here? Su Wan didn't look down on merchant women in general. She simply looked down on Yu Er. With such a wealthy family behind her, Yu Er still chose to get involved with Wen Jingxing. What kind of character could she possibly have? Su Wan glanced up and immediately recognized the woman sitting on the right. It was Yu Er. Her hair was styled like that of a married woman, with a white headband, but she looked rather ordinary. Hearing Su Wan's sharp words, Yu Er was naturally angry. But she was clever and knew exactly how to strike back. So, this must be Sister Su Wan. Though I come from a merchant family, the child I bore carries the true Wen family bloodline. Su Wan smiled slightly, took her seat on the left, and replied, True lineage comes from women who follow proper virtues. Sister, you must have learned the ways of trade since childhood. With such influence, who knows, your child might not even know how to hold a ceremonial sword properly. Old Madam Wen had wanted to scold Su Wan, but after thinking for a moment, she found some truth in her words. After all, Yu Er was born into a merchant family. If her child took after her, wouldn't he grow up to be a calculating businessman? Perhaps it would be better to have the child raised under Su Wan's name. Just as that thought crossed her mind, Yu Er began to cry. Sister, why must you look down on those who do business? What wrong have we done? She said tearfully, looking pitiful. At that moment, when Jingxing returned from work, seeing Yu Er crying so sadly, he immediately guessed that Su Wan had bullied her and stepped forward to scold Su Wan. Su Wan, is this how you act as the lady of the house? Er just returned home, and you're already using your position as the main wife to intimidate her, aren't you? Su Wan felt deeply hurt, but she forced herself to stay calm and said, I only spoke the truth. If I had known my sister liked to act so pitiful and delicate, I wouldn't have said anything. Wen Ning raised her brows, almost wanting to applaud her mother for that remark. By saying this now, she made it clear that if Yu Er later behaved arrogantly or pretended to be innocent to avoid blame when dealing with other noble women, no one else could be blamed. In Wen Jingxing's eyes, Yu Er's gentle charm was something Su Wan, who had been raised under strict moral teachings, could never match. Er is kind-hearted and doesn't understand the scheming ways of women in the household. From now on, you can handle those social matters in the front hall. Er will stay in the back hall to take care of the family. Er, let's go. Don't bother with her. As the main wife, she doesn't care about the family and even avoided welcoming the new bride. She truly lacks responsibility. Wen Jingxing took Yu Er's hand and was about to leave when the old Madam Wen stopped him. Jingxing, the new bride hasn't yet served tea to the main wife. We mustn't break tradition. A merchant's daughter could never truly fit into noble society. She didn't even understand basic etiquette. Wen Jingxing held Yu Er's hand tightly, silently protecting her. Don't worry. I'm here. She won't dare to go too far. Seeing their fingers intertwined, Su Wan felt a sharp pain in her heart. Once, he had said the same words to her and protected her in front of others just like this. Back then, she truly believed she had married the right man. But now, only 6 years later, he already despised her. Her heart sank, and a quiet flame of anger began to burn inside her. Thank you, my husband. Yu Er leaned gently against Wen Jingxing's shoulder, giving Su Wan a provocative smile before signaling her maid to bring tea. Soon, The maid returned with a steaming cup of tea. Yu took only the cup, leaving the tray behind. She walked forward gracefully, perfectly imitating the manners of a noble lady. "Sister, please have some tea." Yu held the cup delicately with 4 fingers, her hand poised elegantly, waiting for Su-won to take it. When Su-won left the Su family, Madame Wu and Yun Jiao had warned her, "Wana, you must be careful of that woman. If she could make Wen Jingxing promise her the position of equal wife, she must be very skilled." Thinking of this, Su-won didn't take the teacup right away. To Wen Jingxing, it looked like she was being difficult. He stepped forward angrily and said, "Su-won, can't you see the tea is hot? Are you doing this on purpose?" Su-won raised her eyebrows and said coldly, "So the Marquis knows the tea is hot. Then why did my sister offer such hot tea? People might think she wanted me to spill it and then blame me for it." Wen Jingxing froze for a moment and looked at Yu. Yu forced a smile despite the heat of the cup. "Sister, you're joking. The tea isn't hot at all. Please have some." Because of Su-won's words, Yu's plan failed, and she didn't dare to spill the tea on purpose. She had to keep holding it, even though it burned her hands. When Su-won thought it was enough, she finally took the cup, but didn't drink it. "It's too hot. I prefer cool tea," she said calmly. Her eyes moved to Yu's reddened hands, and her gaze darkened slightly. When Jingxing threw out a single word, "Jealous woman," then took Yu away. Old Madame Wen looked displeased but said nothing. She let the servants help her back to see her beloved grandson. "Mother!" When Ning ran happily into Su-won's arms. Smiling brightly, she said, "Mother is amazing. I also thought the tea looked too hot." She had wanted to warn her mother earlier, but when she saw Su-won didn't plan to take the tea, she felt relieved. This visit to the Su family had been worth it. In her previous life, Su-won hadn't returned home before the tea ceremony because she didn't want her family to worry. She had accepted the tea then and, as expected, was burned by Yu. When Jingxing had scolded her harshly, saying she was petty and unfit to be the main wife. Angry and hurt, Su-won stopped caring about household matters and left everything to Yu, focusing only on teaching Wen Ning. But that led to disaster. Su-won stood up, took Wen Ning's small hand, and walked toward Tingsong Hall. As they walked, she said, "Your grandmother was right. Some things can't be avoided, no matter how much you want to." Not long after Su-won returned to Tingsong's studio, the steward hurried over to ask for the warehouse key and the account book, saying that the new madam's dowry needed to be recorded. "Is this the Marquis's order?" Su-won asked. The steward nodded. "Yes, it is." Su-won said no more and handed him the key. He left quickly, and even after night fell, he still hadn't returned it. Su-won couldn't understand what Wen Jingxing meant by this. Was he trying to take away her authority as housekeeper? She was about to ask him when Wen Ning suddenly pulled her arm. "Mother, it's too late. Ask tomorrow. I want to hear you read a story." Su-won thought for a moment, then stayed. She took out a storybook and read softly to Wen Ning. Before long, she grew sleepy herself. She undressed, got into bed, and held Wen Ning close. "Sleep now, Ninger. Tomorrow, I'll find you a martial arts teacher." Since she had noticed Wen Ning's talent for martial arts, Su-won wanted her to learn some skills for self-protection. "Okay, mother, you sleep too." After Su-won fell into a deep sleep, Wen Ning raised her small finger and gently touched her mother's forehead. A trace of silver light entered Su-won's mind, making her sleep even more soundly. Then Wen Ning quietly got out of bed, ready to collect the Wen family's treasures. Just as she put on her shoes, a green light flashed from her forehead. In the next moment, a blue cat with green wings appeared in the room. Wen Ning's eyes lit up. "Xiao Qing, you're awake." She hurried forward and, with some effort, lifted the cat into her arms. The blue cat, with its green wings, was much larger than an ordinary cat because it was a spirit beast. It even spoke in a clear voice, "Master, why have you become so small?" "Did you forget? I already passed away once. Now I've returned to my past life. See how kind I am. I even brought you back with me." The cat blinked in surprise.
I see.
There doesn't seem to be any spiritual energy here, it said after sensing the surroundings. This is a lower realm, Wen Ning explained. There's no natural energy here, but there's a little inside my space. To avoid being seen as strange, you'd better stay hidden there. Now, I'm going to collect the treasures. You keep watch for me. As soon as Blue Cat heard about treasure hunting, it became full of energy. It had no other hobbies, but it loved treasure hunting more than anything. Let's go. What are we waiting for? Blue Cat said, already heading for the door. Wen Ning smiled and opened the door. Blue Cat shot out like an arrow, hovered in the air, looked around carefully, and then sent a message to Wen Ning. No one's here. Hurry up. Wen Ning crouched low, quietly slipped out, and ran along the corridor toward the storeroom. When she arrived, she saw 2 guards lying on the ground. It was obvious that Blue Cat had knocked them out with its strange tricks. Don't thank me, just hurry up, Blue Cat called from above when it saw Wen Ning looking up. Then it added, oh no, a masked man in a black robe is being chased. He's heading this way, move quickly. Without wasting time, Wen Ning took out a knife from her storage space and pried open the window. Using her spiritual power, she easily jumped inside. She had already learned to channel energy into her body, so this was nothing difficult. Once inside, she was stunned by the dazzling treasures all around. She sighed softly. The Yu family is really rich. They've spent a fortune to give you a grand dowry. Every box of the Yu family's wedding gifts was marked with a red happiness symbol. There were 20 boxes filled with precious items she couldn't even name, and 5 more full of gold leaves. There were also piles of fine shoe brocade, yun brocade, and other luxurious fabrics. Such wealth was truly impressive.
Take it all, she thought.
Let my selfish father and his mistress deal with the loss. Wen Ning quickly gathered every valuable item in the storeroom. Before leaving, she made sure to close the window again. Just as she was about to send a message to Blue Cat, it said, that masked man in black looks pitiful. He's about to be attacked by 4 men in black. Should we help him? Wen Ning was about to say no, but then she suddenly remembered something. The war god prince Xie Xingye had been killed on Yongla Street, which was just behind the Wen family's house. Xie Xingye had fought countless battles and made great contributions to the Xie family's kingdom, yet he had died in the street. Most importantly, this war god prince had once saved Su Mingyun's life. During the battle to save Wen Jingxing, if the mighty prince of war hadn't arrived in time, Su Mingyun would have lost not just his leg, but his life. Because of that, the man was saved. Save him. As soon as Wen Ning spoke, her figure vanished from sight. She ran quickly toward the backyard, gathered her strength, and leapt over the wall. In the air above, the Blue Cat was already hovering over the 4 men in black. With a series of loud bursts, the 4 men were knocked unconscious on the spot. Xie Xingye knelt on one knee, warm blood dripping from his lashes and blurring his vision. He heard a soft, bell-like laugh, then felt small hands pry open his mouth and place 2 bitter pills inside.
Xia.
He tried to lift his head to see who had saved him, but his body gave out, and he fell to the ground. Just before losing consciousness, he heard a gentle, childlike voice whisper, "Hee, no need to thank me." Someone's coming, the Blue Cat warned from above, sensing movement nearby. Wen Ning waved for the cat to come down and help her. The Blue Cat swooped down, grabbed her with its claws, and lifted her into the air. From above, Wen Ning saw 5 shadowy figures moving swiftly across the rooftops like night owls. Since they weren't wearing masks, she guessed they were Xie Xingye's men. Soon, 5 men in fine clothes arrived. Seeing Xie Xingye lying motionless, they were alarmed. Realizing he had only fainted, one of them quickly ordered, "He's unconscious. Take the prince back and call for a doctor." He stayed behind to check the 4 men in black. Finding them merely unconscious, he frowned and made sure they wouldn't wake up again. Wen Ning thought that Xie Xingye's men probably knew who had sent the assassins. After returning home, she told the Blue Cat to go back to its space, took off her shoes, and went to bed, falling asleep peacefully. At dawn, Chiu Hua rushed to knock on the door of Ting Song Hall. Madam, madam, something terrible has happened. Please wake up. Su-won and Wen-ning woke up at the same time. Wen-ning rubbed her sleepy eyes and complained, "What's going on, mother?" "Ninger still wants to sleep." Su-won didn't have time to comfort her. She quickly got out of bed and opened the door. Seeing Xiao-hua's terrified face, she asked anxiously, "What happened?" Xiao-hua was so flustered that she could hardly speak clearly. The two guards watching the storeroom fainted. The lock is still on the door, but everything inside has vanished. The Marquis and the old madam are so angry they nearly fainted.
What?
Su-won gasped, almost losing her balance. The entire storeroom is empty? Yes, madam. What should we do now? Su-won suddenly remembered that all the dowry items brought from the Yu family yesterday had been stored there. Did that mean Yu Er's dowry was gone too? Hurry and help me change. Su-won quickly called Xiao-hua to help her dress. After washing up, she told a young maid to stay and comfort Wen-ning, then rushed to old Madam Wen's study. From afar, she could already hear the old lady crying. Which heartless thief did this? How could someone empty the Wen family's treasure house overnight without a sound? Beside her, Yu Er was also crying over her lost dowry. My lord, my dowry is gone too. There were so many valuable things on the list, and now they've all disappeared. What kind of thief could have such skill to steal everything in one night? Could it be something supernatural? When Jingxing was so furious that he coughed up blood, his whole body trembling with rage. When Su-won entered, she saw the scene of chaos and despair. For a brief moment, she actually felt a flicker of excitement, silently thanking the thief who had emptied the storeroom. As soon as she appeared, old Madam Wen shouted angrily, "Su, you were in charge of the storeroom keys. You cannot escape responsibility." Su-won was shocked. "Mother, what do you mean?" "Yesterday, the Marquis sent the steward to take the keys from me, and they haven't been returned since. I've managed the storeroom keys for years, and nothing ever happened. The moment the keys were taken away, disaster struck that very night." "Marquis, could it be that someone stole the keys without your knowing?" As she spoke, Su-won cast a meaningful glance at Yu Er. Yu Er was slow to realize what was being implied. "Enough! Do you want to make things worse?" Wen Jingxing shouted, coughing up another mouthful of blood. The treasures in that storeroom were the result of generations of the Wen family's hard work. Now that they had vanished under his watch, how could he ever face his ancestors? Just yesterday, he had been proud of the generous dowry from the Yu family. Today, everything was gone, and it all disappeared overnight. An entire warehouse. Even if people were hired to move it, it would take several hours. Who could empty it in one night without breaking the locks? The key had been under his pillow, and he hadn't noticed anything strange during the night. How did the thief manage to take everything? The more Wen Jingxing thought about it, the less he understood. He coughed up blood and fainted. My lord! My lord! Yu Er cried out, falling beside him in tears. The whole family was heartbroken, and it seemed the master could no longer handle the matter. Su-won had no choice but to send someone to report it to the authorities. Such a big incident couldn't go unreported. But once the report was made, the entire capital soon knew that the Wen family's warehouse had been robbed overnight. People began to whisper that it might have been an inside job. Before Yu Er married into the family, nothing had ever gone wrong. But soon after she arrived, disaster struck. Her wedding procession had been so grand and showy. Wasn't that just inviting trouble? With Yu Er possibly helping from the inside, it would indeed be hard to notice anything unusual. These rumors quickly reached the old Madam Wen. She confronted Yu Er and demanded, "Yu Er, did you steal Jingxing's key while we were asleep last night and arrange for people to rob the warehouse? Tell me, yes or no." The key had always been with Su-won before, and nothing had ever happened. Now that it was in Yu Er's hands, the theft occurred. Her suspicion was great. The more the old lady thought about it, the angrier she became, pointing her finger right at Yu Er's face. Yu Er, of course, denied it. She said sadly, "Mother, the Yu family has no shortage of money. Why would I steal from the Wen family?" Her words made sense, but how else could this be explained? It simply didn't make sense. When the officers arrived and inspected the scene, they found marks showing that a window had been pried open.
They suspected the thief had entered that way.
But that didn't explain how dozens of heavy boxes, nearly 100, had been carried away in one night without alerting the guards. Such a task would require at least 10 people. How could the Wen family not have noticed such noise? When the two guards finally woke up, they shouted that they had seen a flying creature. Then they fainted again. The officers assumed the two had been knocked out and were talking nonsense because of head injuries. The treasury silver was missing, and Madame Wen no longer carried her grandson around to show off. Instead, she stayed inside, crying bitterly. People in town and the servants of the Wen family whispered that Yu Er had stolen the silver herself. She had easy access to the storeroom key. No one else could have done it. As for why the guards hadn't noticed anything, only Yu Er could answer that. When Wen Jingxing woke up and heard the rumors, his eyes turned dark and cold. But when he thought of the Yu family's wealth, some of his anger faded. The key was under the pillow last night. Did you notice anyone touching it? Wen Jingxing asked as he stepped into the room. Even if Yu wasn't clever, she could hear the hidden meaning in his words. She walked up to him, gently holding his arm, and said softly, "My lord, I didn't notice anything unusual. You are skilled in martial arts. Didn't you sense anything either?" To Wen Jingxing, her words sounded like a test. He pulled Yu into his arms, looked at her tenderly, and said with a hint of meaning, "Last night, I slept very deeply in your comforting embrace." Yu smiled, but her heart trembled. It was clear that Wen Jingxing suspected her. He added, "As long as you behave, the position of the lady of this house will be yours. Only Ru'er is worthy to inherit the title. Do you understand what I mean?" Wen Jingxing pressed his forehead against hers, his warm breath brushing her face, making her heart race. After thinking for a while, she said, "My lord, our Yu family can make up for the missing silver, but I truly had nothing to do with its loss." Her voice shook as she spoke. Seeing how sensible she was, Wen Jingxing felt pleased. "I know the missing silver has nothing to do with you. I'll find out the truth." "Thank you, You are the only one I love in this life. As for Su Wan, she means nothing to me. You know her brother once saved my life. As long as you obey, not just the storeroom key, but the entire Wen family will one day belong to Ru'er. But, my lord, I truly didn't take the key, nor would I ever do such a thing just to gain control of the household." "That's enough, I understand," Wen Jingxing said, holding her tighter and gently kissing her forehead. Yu's face was pressed against Wen Jingxing's chest, so she couldn't see the fleeting look in his eyes. After a long silence, Yu seemed to have figured something out. She gently traced circles on his chest with her slender fingers. "Husband, I trust you. I'm very happy." Then she softly added, "But from now on, you must not go to Tingsong's studio. And even if you do, you must not stay close to her. Can you promise me that?" Wen Jingxing wanted her wealth, but she also desired his noble title. He smiled. "As you wish." With just a few words from Yu the large storeroom was replenished, so naturally, he would agree to her request. However, he continued, "For now, we must return the key to Su Wan. The Wen and Su families are not yet at odds." Yu nodded reluctantly. That afternoon, she personally brought the key to Tingsong's studio. Wearing a headband and supported by her maid, Yu walked gracefully into the courtyard. She had only rested for 20 days after giving birth, yet she moved lightly, showing no sign of weakness. Her face was full of smiles, as if the lost dowry from the day before had nothing to do with her. Of course, she wasn't the only one who had lost her dowry. Su Wan was sitting at the table, teaching Wen Ning her lessons. When she saw Yu arrive uninvited, her expression turned cold. Yu approached with a smile. "I know you don't welcome me, sister, but I came to return the key." She wore a brightly colored, luxurious dress. A gold and jade belt hung loosely around her waist, jingling as she walked. Without the status of a noblewoman, she could only use her wealth to show her importance. After a quick glance, Su-won saw Yu-er casually place the storeroom key on the table and say with a smile, "The missing items in the storeroom have been replaced by my family. The key is now with you, sister. If anything goes missing again, it will be your responsibility. I hope you can be as straightforward as I am. If something is lost, you simply replace it." Su-won looked up in surprise. "You've already replenished the storeroom?" How extravagant she was. "Of course," Yu-er replied lightly. "There's no need to be surprised. If you wish to buy anything, go ahead. I can afford to support a few more people who don't contribute much." She emphasized the words, "people who don't contribute much," smiled behind her hand when she saw Su-won frown, and then turned to leave. Chunya, who was keeping watch outside, saw Wen Jingxing walking toward them and gave Yu-er a meaningful look. Yu-er immediately understood. When he reached the door, she deliberately tripped over her own foot and fell forward. She had planned to pretend to fall and blame Su-won for it, but just as she was about to fall, she felt someone push her from behind. She was shoved 3 meters out the door and landed the ground, breaking her nose.
Ah!
Her scream echoed through the entire Ting Song Hall. Chunya gasped.
Madam!
Su-won was stunned. How could Yu-er, who had been walking just fine, fall so far? She quickly got up to check and saw Yu-er, supported by Chunya, with blood all over her mouth. "That looks painful," Su-won said, her tone carrying a hint of amusement. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Wen Jingxing striding over. Before he could ask anything, Yu-er, with blood on her lips, began to cry and said, "My lord, please don't blame my sister. She didn't mean it."
Su-won filthy.
What did this have to do with her? Wen Jingxing's face darkened. "Su-won, why did you push her?" "I pushed her? Are you out of your mind?" Su-won exclaimed in disbelief. When Ning ran out, saw Yu-er's crooked nose, and hid behind Su-won whispering, "Oh no, her nose is all bent. Father, you should take her to get treated." When Ning deliberately emphasized the word concubine, reminding everyone of Yu-er's lower status. Rumors were already spreading outside, yet Yu-er still had time to come here and cause trouble. How idle she must be. My lord Yu-er was angered by Wen Ning's words, but forced herself to stay calm. She weakly leaned on Wen Jingxing for support. Wen Jingxing glared at Wen Ning. "Is this how your mother teaches you to respect your elders?" Wen Ning pretended to be frightened, her lips trembling before she burst into tears.
Wah!
"Father is scolding me. Ever since you had a son, you don't love me anymore. You're so mean. I'm going to tell Uncle." At the mention of Uncle, Wen Jingxing forced down his anger and said patiently, "This is your father's official wife, the main lady of the house. You should call her Madam Yu." Wen Ning pouted and refused. "No, father said before that an official wife is still a concubine, so I'll only call her Aunt Yu." "Father, are you going to break the law that forbids mixing the main and secondary family lines in Beixia?" Wen Jingxing was speechless at Wen Ning's words. He never expected his 5-year-old daughter to be so sharp-tongued. "Enough, go back to your room. I have something to discuss with your mother," Wen Jingxing ordered sternly. But Wen Ning stood in front of Su-won, spreading her small arms to protect her mother. She shouted stubbornly, "You can't bully mother. The concubine fell by herself. It wasn't mother's fault." Wen Jingxing felt a pounding headache from her defiance. Just as he was about to speak, Yu-er suddenly fainted dramatically. Wen Jingxing immediately carried her to find the family doctor, but before leaving, he warned coldly, "Su-won, you'd better give me an explanation." Su-won frowned and said loudly, "Wen Jingxing, I have done nothing wrong. She fell on her own." But Wen Jingxing didn't believe her. Even if Yu-er had fallen by herself, how could she have fallen several meters away? Of course, Su-won couldn't understand it either. Perhaps fate was simply on her side. Yu-er broke her nose, and Su-won couldn't help feeling secretly satisfied. Later, when she had time to think, she wondered if Yu-er had been the one who stole from the storeroom. Otherwise, why would she be so eager to replace the missing silver? The Yu family came forward to repay the missing silver, which made the old madam Wen very happy. She was in her room playing with little Rue. A servant came to report Yu-er's injury. The old lady only said, "Don't bother me with such trivial matters." In her eyes, only Rue, who could continue the Wen family line, truly mattered. That evening, Chiu Hua came running in cheerfully to tell Suwan, "Madam, that woman's nose is badly hurt. The broken bone even pierced through the skin." Suwan was pleased to hear it.
Serves her right.
How could she fall so badly just by walking? But then Chiu Hua's smile faded. "But madam, the Marquis insists that you pushed her. He says he'll make things right for her. And that woman's maid seems to have gone back to the Yu family to ask for help." When Ning paused while eating grapes, she knew the one Yu ear would call for help was her cowardly yet bullying brother, Yu Qingsong. At dinner, Yu ear didn't show up, and Wen Jingxing stayed in her room to take care of her, not coming to eat either. At the large dining table sat only old Madam Wen, Su Wan, and Wen Ning. As soon as old Madam Wen took her seat, she glared angrily at Su Wan. "Madam Su, you hurt Yu E so badly. When her family comes tomorrow to question us, how should the Wen family explain this?" Su Wan replied calmly. "She fell because she wasn't careful. It has nothing to do with me." Old Madam Wen's face darkened even more. "Do you really believe that? If she had just fallen, she might have scraped her skin at most. But now her nose is broken. How could that happen from a simple fall? Then, according to Mother's words, whenever Yu E gets hurt in this house, it must be my fault? Without proof, it's better not to believe such things," Su Wan said firmly. Her words made old Madam Wen so angry that she laughed in disbelief. "Yu E said it herself. Could that be false? She's framing me. Can't Mother tell?"
Suwan Atga.
What old Madam Wen disliked most about Su Wan was her tendency to argue logically and refuse to yield. She slammed her hand on the table. "The Yu family helped us fill the treasury this time. You can't even show a little kindness? That silver was stolen by the Yu family in the first place. Shouldn't they return it? I see it clearly now. Yu wants to take over the household on purpose. She doesn't respect me as the mistress at all." For the sake of Ninger's rightful position as the eldest daughter, Su Wan was determined to fight for it. Hearing this, when Ning's eyes flickered slightly, her efforts to spread those rumors had not been in vain. Old Madam Wen was so furious she nearly fainted. Because Su Wan's family had once saved her son's life, she dared not punish Su Wan harshly. Su Wan knew this and often showed little respect for her elder.
You.
Old Madam Wen trembled and almost collapsed. Madam. The maids rushed forward to support her. After a long moment, she steadied herself and made a decision. "Tomorrow, you will kneel before the Yu family and ask for their forgiveness." Without giving Su Wan a chance to refuse, she left with the maid's help. She hadn't eaten a single bite. "How could the old madam treat you like this, my lady? She didn't even check the truth before asking you to apologize," Chiu Hua said angrily. Su Wan kept a calm face and continued eating. After a few bites, when Ning suddenly looked up and said softly, "Mother, I miss my uncle again. Father probably doesn't know that uncle's leg has healed yet. How about inviting him over to surprise father?" Su Wan was clearly startled, then smiled. "All right, let's invite uncle to visit Ninger tomorrow." When Ning's casual words made Chiu Hua's eyes light up, why hadn't she thought of inviting the young master to support them? If Yu Er could call for help, why couldn't they? Tomorrow, the young master will surely give the Marquis quite a shock. With him here, let's see if the old madam dares to make the lady kneel, Chiu Hua said proudly. In this life, both of them seemed much wiser. At night, the imperial city was as dark as ink, heavy and silent. Inside the sleeping chamber of the Prince of War's residence, a group of guards in dark uniforms knelt on the floor. What surprised them was that the prince, who had been near death yesterday, could now sit up. Still no leads? Xie Xingye sat at the edge of the bed, his voice calm and firm. Even in a thin inner robe, he carried an air of natural nobility. The leader of the guards, Fu Yan, bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, we have checked all the skilled healers in the capital. None of them went to Yongla Street last night. and none of their voices matched the one your highness described, clear and youthful, like a child's. A woman with such a voice was rare, and the clues were few. Xie Xingye lowered his gaze in thought, trying to recall what had happened the previous night. But he had been too badly injured to see his rescuer's face clearly. He knew well how serious his wounds had been. Yet the medicine she gave him not only revived him, but also began to heal his injuries. It was clear that she possessed extraordinary medical skill. A woman who could both fight and heal. He was determined to meet her. Keep searching quietly. Do not draw attention or cause her any trouble, Xie Xingye ordered, then dismissed his men. Afterward, he lay back on the bed, unable to sleep for a long time. Meanwhile, after coaxing Wen Ning to sleep, Su Wan returned to her own room. But soon after, Wen Ning got up, slipped into her secret space, and began to train. She had already succeeded in drawing energy into her body, gathering it in her core. Now she needed to stabilize and compress that energy until she reached the first level of spiritual refinement. This stage takes a long time, especially for someone like her, whose talent is only average. The spirit beast, a blue cat with feather-like fur, curled up at her feet as soon as she entered. It was just a medicinal creature raised by Wen Ning. Other than releasing poison and flying, it had no real ability to attack. It also ate a lot. When it wasn't eating, it was sleeping. Wen Ning closed her eyes and practiced through the entire night. At dawn, when Jingxing arrived, furious. Su Wan, ear is badly hurt. The Yu family will be here soon. You must kneel and apologize to her. Seeing how aggressive he was, Su Wan felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if something had been suddenly torn away. She forced down the bitterness in her heart, brushed aside Qiu Hua's hand that was helping her dress, and finished dressing herself before facing Wen Jingxing directly. She looked at him, just looked, until Wen Jingxing began to feel uneasy.
Why?
Why are you looking at me like that? He asked, turning his eyes away.
Su Wan Su Den Li Sa Mai.
She swallowed the emotional words that almost escaped her lips and said mockingly, Wen Jingxing, I am your wife. Don't you think it's shameful for the wife of a marquis to kneel before someone else? I am the mistress of the Wen household. Even if I punish a servant, it's within my right. Yet you ask me to kneel to someone of low status? If word spreads, won't that disgrace you as well? Wen Jingxing also felt embarrassed, but said, It's true you were in the wrong first. When the Yu family arrives, you'll kneel and apologize. With me there, no one will dare spread it. Just endure it for now, and let this matter pass. The Yu family has just helped us by restoring the treasury funds. Offending them now would harm both you and the Wen family. For the sake of the family, can't you just spare it for a while? Yu ear fell on her own. What does that have to do with me? Su Wan said firmly. Facing Wen Jingxing's angry expression, she continued, Wen Jingxing, your so-called love lasted only 6 years. When I saved you, you swore to repay me with your life. Is this what you meant by that promise? Today, you cast me aside to bring your mistress into the house. Tomorrow, you'll do the same to her when someone new catches your eye. Admit it, Wen Jingxing, you're nothing but a heartless man. You, Wen Jingxing, angry, raised his hand to slap. Bad father, don't bully mother. Wen Ning hurriedly ran over. Seeing the situation, she quickly stepped forward, hands on her hips, blocking Su Wan. Her fierce little look was very cute. Of course, no one was appreciating her cuteness at this moment. Su Wan quickly protected Wen Ning behind her, glaring at Wen Jingxing. Do you want to hit me? Wen Jingxing, if I had known you were such a heartless and unfaithful man, I wouldn't have saved you. I should have let you die in a chaos. Wen Jingxing was shocked that Su Wan would say such harsh words. She wasn't always so timid. She used to be more composed, maintaining the dignity of the lady of the marquis house. Now, she just seemed jealous and lacked the grace of a lady in charge. This made him dislike her even more.
Humph.
Su Wan, regret won't help. You are now my wife, Wen Jingxing's wife. Whether in life or death, you belong to me. Think carefully. If you don't give the Yu family a proper explanation, they might do something to you. I can't protect you then, After speaking, Wen Jingxing stormed off angrily. Dad, take your time. Ninger will see you off, Wen Ning suddenly said, swinging her short legs and chasing after Wen Jingxing. Wen Jingxing, still angry, was even more annoyed when he heard Wen Ning's voice. He walked quickly. Just as he stepped over the threshold, Wen Ning snapped her fingers, releasing a spiritual power that hit his foot. Wen Jingxing dramatically fell flat on the doorstep, knocking out a tooth. Wen Ning exclaimed, "Wow. Dad also fell at this spot. Oh dear, yesterday, the stepmother also fell like this. Stepmother is light and fell out the door. Luckily, Dad is strong. Otherwise, he might have fallen out too." Suwan. Wen Jingxing. Qiu Hua, who wanted to laugh but dared not. Dad, are you okay? Oh no, you're bleeding. Boo-hoo. Dad must be in a lot of pain, Wen Ning said tearfully, showing her concern. Seeing this, Wen Jingxing felt warmth in his heart. His frustration eased a lot after seeing his daughter's tears. This little girl cared so much about him. How could he still be angry with her? Dad's not hurt. Ninger, don't cry anymore. Go wash up and eat. This small injury is nothing to Daddy. Wen Ning tilted her little head, changed her crying to a smile, and praised, Daddy is so brave. Brother Fan always says Daddy is a hero, a brave warrior. Brother Fan really admires Daddy. Hearing this, Wen Jingxing's bad mood disappeared completely. He was content to have a lovely daughter and a son who followed in his footsteps. Go back now. Let your mother help you wash up. After speaking, he picked up the bloodied tooth and left. Wen Ning watched his back, looking very pleased. When she turned around again, she put on an innocent smile and called softly, Mother, then collapsed into Suwan's arms. Suwan felt very tender and gently held her, saying, Good girl, my child. Qiu Hua smiled and stepped forward to comfort Suwan, saying, Madam, the fall just now shows that the lady hurt herself on her own. You don't need to worry. Suwan was more worried about Wen Jingxing's attitude than about this matter. When Wen Jingxing returned to Tingyu's study, he explained to Yu it was just because the threshold at Ting Song's study was too high, causing the fall. This has nothing to do with Suwan. Children don't usually lie. Yu was stunned. Seeing Wen Jingxing knock out a tooth, she felt like she saw a ghost. Marquis, yesterday I truly felt someone pushing from behind. I wasn't lying. Did the Marquis feel that just now? Wen Jingxing shook his head firmly.
No.
Maybe you just recently had a baby and are tired, causing hallucinations. Yu lay on the bed, looking at the bed curtains, suddenly recalling what the two guards who watched the storeroom said yesterday. She spoke with a hint of fear. Marquis, is it possible that there really are monsters in our house? The two guards had been killed by Wen Jingxing for neglecting their duties. Before dying, they kept shouting that they saw a winged monster. Wen Jingxing only thought that Yu was scheming to take over Suwan's household authority.
He thought she was planning something.
Sleep now, I have something to do. With that, he left. He hurried to find the house doctor to fix his knocked-out tooth. The house doctor was quite skilled and came up with the idea of embedding a silver tooth to replace the lost one. Yu was shocked by her own thoughts and was very scared. After breakfast, people from the Yu family arrived, specifically Yu's younger brother, Yu Qingsong. Seeing how badly her sister was hurt, she immediately became angry and rushed to Ting Song Pavilion, shouting loudly inside. The person who hit her, come out and face me. Inside, when Ning was happily reciting, a woman remains pure, a man strives to be talented. Recognize your mistakes and change. Never forget your virtues. Suddenly, Yu Qingsong's shouting was heard from outside. Suwan put down her book, quickly stood up from her chair, and headed outside. Wen Ning also threw her book onto the table and hurried after her. Her short legs stomped heavily on the ground, as if she wanted to stomp out sparks. Suwan took a big step out the door, her eyes sharp with anger. She looked like the head lady of the Marquis house, full of authority. She said sternly, You family kid. How bold of you. When did it become the turn of an outsider to cause trouble in the Wen family's inner courtyard? Did you forget that men are not allowed inside? In her past life, Suwan looked down on fighting with a merchant's daughter. Now, for Wen Ning's eldest daughter status, She acted like a proper head lady. When Ning couldn't help but clap her hands in admiration, Yu Qing-sung puffed out his chest, blushing as he said, I came to seek justice for my sister. Yes, you caused my sister to be bedridden. Yu Qing-sung, want you to kneel and apologize immediately. Who do you want to kneel and apologize to? At this moment, the voice of Su Mingyun, the eldest son of the Su family, came from behind the door, full of anger. Wen Jingxing hurried over after hearing the news, just in time to bump into Su Mingyun, who was dressed in white. Seeing Su Mingyun standing straight and tall, Wen Jingxing couldn't believe his eyes. Big brother, your leg. Su Mingyun looked very disappointed in Wen Jingxing, with angry eyes glaring at him fiercely. So? My leg can stand now. Does that disappoint Lord Wen? No, big brother, I didn't mean that. I'm just happy I didn't know about this, so I was surprised. When Jingxing quickly waved his hands to deny. Su Mingyun sneered. So, you think my sister has no family backing her, so you let outsiders bully her, with a life-saving grace. When Jingxing lowered his head. No, great uncle, don't blame father. Father only told a bad person to scold and hit my mother. He didn't call anyone else. This morning, father even bit his own teeth to remind mother to kneel to the bad person. When Ning wagged her short legs quickly towards Su Mingyun, pulling on his sleeve and swinging it while talking. Her innocent little face was full of a sincere smile. At first, Wen Jingxing thought Wen Ning was going to help him speak, but he never expected her to say such words. After hearing this, Su Wan's mouth twitched slightly. Qiu Hua found it hard to hold back her laughter. Why hadn't she noticed before that the young lady was so eloquent? Since she could speak, she might as well say more. Su Mingyun didn't talk much. He simply stepped forward and kicked Yu Qing-sung hard, making him kneel on the ground. He winced in pain, trying to stand up, but Su Mingyun kicked him down again. When he tried to get up, Su Mingyun kicked him again. This continued until he couldn't get up anymore. Wen Jingxing wanted to step in and stop him, but Su Mingyun shot him a sharp look. Su Mingyun's presence was even stronger than 6 years ago. He was originally a military general, no less capable than Wen Jingxing. But 6 years of idleness, without an official position, made no difference. Even if this matter was exposed, the Su family had a reason to stand firm. Today, he was here as Su Wan's brother from her maiden family. Wen Jingxing couldn't do anything about him. Plus, he had once saved Wen Jingxing in danger, so he couldn't stop him either. Unless he admitted he was ungrateful.
How?
Does the groom think it's normal for the main wife to kneel to such common folk? Even if she kneels, can he bear it? With that, Su Mingyun's face turned fierce. He stepped on Yu Qing-sung's back, forcing him to lie flat on the ground. Let me go. I am from the Yu family. I don't care if you're from the Yu or Wu family. If I want you dead, you'll have to die. He would reclaim everything he once had, sooner or later. Su Mingyun looked fierce, full of the heroic spirit from years ago. Dressed in fine clothes, wielding a red cherry spear, fighting enemies on the battlefield. When Jingxing was stunned. When had his legs healed? Why had he heard nothing about it? So tragic. Look at you still daring to bully my mother. When Ning also stepped forward on her short legs, venting her anger by kicking Yu Qing-sung twice. Her spiritual power-infused kicks were not light, making Yu Qing-sung spit blood and fall to the ground. Oh dear uncle, he's bleeding. My strength is so much. He's just pretending. He's definitely pretending. When Ning nervously ran behind Su Wan to hide. Then she peeked out her little head. The blue feather cat and the blue cat in the space were laughing so hard they almost couldn't breathe. Master, your small body is still quite useful. Of course, killing without a trace. When Ning responded mentally. Everyone, including Wen Jingxing, thought Yu Qing-sung was pretending, but if this continued, they might really blood. Guests are welcome. Big brother, how about we go to the main hall for tea? Wen Jingxing tried to help Yu Qing-sung out. Su Mingyun smirked and said, this matter isn't settled yet. Does my sister-in-law think this tea is tasty? I also wonder, in this large marquee estate, What would happen if it fell into Wen Jingzhou's hands? Su Mingyun's words carried a strong threat. Wen Jingzhou was a son of the Wen family, but was disowned by the late Wen old master after a family feud. His whereabouts are unknown. If the Su family and Wen Jingzhou teamed up, it would be hard to say what might happen. Unable to, Wen Jingxing suppressed his anger and explained to Yu Qingsong, "Your sister's injury was caused by her own carelessness. Just now, I also fell in the same place and lost a tooth. As a guest, you entered the back courtyard without my permission. It's your fault. Apologize to the lady." "No, brother-in-law, you're a marquis. Why should I apologize? Can't you help me?" Yu Qingsong said. Slap. Wen Jingxing slapped Yu Qingsong on the head and sternly said, "Apologize." Faced with Wen Jingxing's commanding gaze, Yu Qingsong reluctantly apologized to Su Wan.
Sorry.
Su Mingyun looked at Su Wan with a questioning gaze. Seeing her nod, he relaxed. Then he turned his cold gaze to Wen Jingxing. "I didn't know Marquis Wen was a man of his word." The promise made years ago lasted only 3 years before it vanished. Marquis Wen truly is a model among noble families. Su Mingyun's words were full of sarcasm. Wen Jingxing, with a sour face, explained, "Wanner hasn't given birth to an heir for the Wen family yet, and my mother is urging me. I have no choice." Listen to that, directly blaming Su Wan. Su Wan was angry but smiled and stepped forward. "Wen Jingxing, you are shameless. You and Yu Er have been involved for at least a year and a half. At that time, Ning'a was only about 3 years old. How can you be so sure I can't give birth to an heir?" Wen Jingxing hesitated and couldn't find words. But inside, he was thinking about how to use the Wen family's connections to pressure the Su family. Only Su Mingyun from the Su family was involved in martial arts. Because he had injured his leg, he couldn't cause much trouble, so he let things develop naturally. But now, the situation was different. Everyone was trying to get ahead of him. Until there was no better solution, the first step was to protect Wen Ning's legitimate eldest daughter's status. So, Su Mingyun lowered his voice and said, "Since we are married and have children, we should live peacefully. Don't let some unrelated people affect the feelings between husband and wife." Big brother is right. Wen Jingxing agreed and stopped pushing further. Later, Wen Jingxing invited Su Mingyun to the front hall for tea. Yu Qingsong was also invited by the butler to the guest courtyard. Yu Qingsong didn't expect Su Wan to bring reinforcements. He thought he could take advantage of Wen Jingxing's reputation to make a strong impression, but instead, he was beaten. He was so angry that he ran to Yu Er's bedside to complain. As soon as he opened his mouth, he coughed up blood again. "Wow. Su Mingyun, his leg is poisoned. Hurry, go get the doctor." Yu Er was frightened and quickly sent a maid to call the doctor. Wen Jingxing and Su Mingyun were drinking tea in the front hall. Wen Jingxing subtly inquired about who had treated Su Mingyun's leg. After all, over the years, the Su family had hired many doctors, but none succeeded. Unexpectedly, this time, he recovered and was as healthy as a normal person. Even the imperial doctors in the palace were at a loss. How did he stand up again? The Su family had called in a shaman doctor, but Su Mingyun wouldn't be foolish enough to say that outside. He sneered and said, "My leg can heal because of my brother-in-law's efforts. I guess those precious medicines were provided by the Yu family." Su Mingyun's words carried a subtle hint, making Wen Jingxing's expression stiffen slightly. Big brother is joking. The Wen family also has trading businesses, so we can't afford these medicines. My injury was caused when my brother-in-law risked his life to save me, so it's only right to send these medicines. Since my leg is almost healed, it shows that all my efforts over the years to gather various medicines for leg treatment were not in vain," Wen Jingxing said evasively. Su Mingyun personally witnessed Wen Jingxing's shamelessness and grew even more dislike for him. If one day, Su Wan became pregnant with the Wen family heir, and he could make her disappear quietly, that would also be fine. "Oh, by the way, I also heard that the Wen family's treasury was robbed. Is there any news about this?" Su Mingyun's caring words sounded to Wen Jingxing like he was mocking him. He looked calm and said, "That thief is quite skilled. We can't find any clues right now." Su Mingyun nodded and said, It's easy for him to get the key, open the storeroom door, and quietly put the key back. He must be a very clever thief. His words made it clear what he thought. He glanced at Wen Jingxing, who remained expressionless. After a cold laugh in his heart, he stood up to leave. I want to see my sister and Ninger. I won't stay to chat with my brother-in-law. Goodbye. Wen Jingxing stood up and gestured. If it's convenient, brother, you can stay for lunch. No need. I have other matters to attend to. With that, he turned and left. His proud attitude made Wen Jingxing very angry. When Su Mingyun's leg was healthy before, he traveled a lot with the War Prince, fighting in many battles. He was familiar with the War Prince, and for a while, he really couldn't handle this guy. Now that his leg was healed, he might even be trusted more by the War Prince. Thinking of this, Wen Jingxing felt very worried. Big uncle, Wen Ning happily ran into Su Mingyun's arms from Songjai. Su Mingyun was tall and handsome, wearing a plain white brocade robe that outlined his noble figure. His robe's hem fluttered as he moved, his black hair tied under a jade crown. Every gesture exuded strength and elegance, making him look outstanding and extraordinary. He gently picked up Wen Ning and asked, "Have you been studying and practicing archery these past few days?" "Yes, hee." Wen Ning grinned, showing a crescent moon smile. Then he said, "Big uncle came just in time. Otherwise, mother might be bullied by bad people." Su Mingyun affectionately pinched Wen Ning's nose and praised, "Ninger is doing well. You know how to protect your mother." In the yard under the osmanthus tree, at a stone table, Su Wan personally poured a cup of tea for Su Mingyun and said, "Big brother, sit down and chat." Su Mingyun carried Wen Ning forward, sat across from Su Wan, and Wen Ning sat on his lap, holding a pear that Qiu Hua had just cut, nibbling on it. Su Wan signaled Qiu Hua to keep watch at the gate, then whispered, "The items in the storeroom are very likely to have been stolen by Yu Er and the Yu family working together." She probably first knocked Wen Jingxing out, then emptied the storeroom. Now, the Yu family has already replaced everything in the storeroom. As for the purpose, besides wanting to take control of the family, I can't think of any other reason. Su Mingyun paused briefly and expressed a different opinion. "I believe the Yu family wouldn't do such a thing. The silver in the treasury isn't a small amount, and with such a big commotion, the patrol soldiers at the city gates would definitely notice." Hearing this, Su Wan was surprised. Then, it's unlikely that all that silver in the treasury just disappeared without reason. If it wasn't Yu Er's doing, why would the Yu family willingly make up the loss? In my opinion, Yu Er probably has some benefit to gain. Business people don't usually do unprofitable deals. Wen Ning's small eyes flicked around, but she didn't speak. Su Mingyun guessed it wasn't Yu Er's fault. She wasn't afraid. No matter what they guessed, they wouldn't suspect her, the little girl. Over time, it became a mystery. The Yu family replenished the treasury, but Yu Er suffered the loss, not the Wen family. Wen Jingxing said he would investigate, but secretly, he wouldn't. After discussing Yu Er, Su Mingyun started talking about General Xiexingye, the King of War. He said, "Recently, someone dug up the tomb of the King of War's wife to deliberately anger him. He hasn't made any moves these days." Su Wan understood what Su Mingyun implied. She whispered, "Big brother means to support the King of War?" "Yes, the King of War has helped the Su family and is a famous general of Beixia. He has great foresight. No matter which prince he supports, we've decided to stand with the King of War." Su Mingyun told Su Wan this to let her have a clear mind. Wen Jingxing wouldn't support the King of War because he has a cousin who is the third prince. The third prince's mother is Wen Jingxing's aunt, and she is highly favored. Years ago, Wen Jingxing agreed to marry Su Wan, which is connected to this aunt. "I understand, big brother," Su Wan said seriously. When they mentioned the King of War, Wen Ning remembered her past life, when the King of War, Xiexingye, was supposed to have died on Yongla Street. After Xiexingye died, the Su family should have supported the third prince, but because Wen Jingxing married Yu Er, the Su family remained neutral. Later, when the Wen family had problems, it was unclear which prince they supported. After a short while, Su Mingyun took his leave. After this matter, Su Mingyun's leg injury became known to everyone. He started to frequently meet with his old subordinates. "Older sister, we can't just let this go. You're the primary wife of the Yongchang Marquis estate. That is the Marquis' wife. How can she be suppressed by a mere third-rank censor's office? Big sister, actually, we can't deal with Lady Ho directly. We can start with the smaller ones. Inside the Listening Rain Pavilion, the doctor examined Yu Qing-song and said he had internal injuries. Growing angrier the more he thought about it, he came up with what he thought was a good idea. Yu Er saw her younger brother injured inside, and also felt upset because she had been defeated by Su Wan. Her heart was full of frustration. Dealing with the little ones is fine, but no lives should be lost. Keep her alive. She will be useful in the future. Do you understand? Yu Qing-song smiled knowingly. Of course I understand. Sister wants to keep that dead girl around to help Ruriru in the future. Don't worry, I just want to punish her a little and vent my anger. I won't kill her. After saying this, he took Yu Er's hand and acted spoiled. Sister, all the maids in this house are lively and pretty. Can you arrange a few for my courtyard? I am injured and need to stay in the Ho residence for a while longer. Yu Er loved her younger brother very much. Without hesitation, she agreed. All right, go back and rest. I'll have Chunya bring you over later. You can pick a few yourself. But some things need to be kept in moderation. Thanks, sister. You're so good to me. After acting cute, Yu Qing-song happily went back to his room. At lunchtime, the whole family gathered at the table. As soon as they sat down, Grandma Wen scolded Su Wan. Your brother's leg is healed. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Su Wan picked up her bowl, took a sip of soup, and said, I thought you wouldn't want to hear about such small matters. After all, I am now insignificant in your eyes. Bang. Grandma Wen loudly placed her chopsticks on the table, startling the maid nearby who was setting dishes. She angrily said, Su Sure, is this how you speak to me now? Have you no manners at all? Faced with Grandma Wen's scolding, Su Wan calmly replied, Mother, you even said that the head of the Ho residence should kneel before an outsider. You've long thrown manners out the window. Is there still such a thing? Next to her, Yu Er was eager for Su Wan and Grandma Wen to argue, hoping the fight would be fierce so she could play the good girl in the middle. Big sister, it's not right to talk to Mother like that. Mother is the head of the Ho residence and has the right to know some things. Hiding things from her is wrong. When Jingxing was lost in thought and did not respond. The elderly lady beside him, however, could no longer stay silent. Su Sure, Er is timid. Why are you glaring at her? You used to be kind and understanding, managing the one household well. Now, you're full of jealousy and your actions are unworthy of being the mistress of the Ho family. Upon hearing this, anger and hurt surged in Su Wan's heart. Her fingers gripping the soup spoon tightened suddenly. The words she heard when she first entered, from now on, all matters of the Wen household will be decided by Su Wan alone. I, the wife, should enjoy my happiness, now sounded like a big joke. Was she planning to help Yu Er take away her authority as the head of the family? How dare you call me unworthy? Mother, have I ever made a serious mistake as a daughter-in-law over the years? Are you now planning to dismiss me from my position? The phrase, dismiss me from my position, pulled Wen Jingxing's thoughts back. He paused for a moment, then surprisingly spoke up for Su Wan. Mother, if Wanner doesn't say anything, she must have her own reasons. Let's not ask further. Wen Jingxing rarely spoke up for Su Wan. Both Su Wan and Yu Er were momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, Su Wan quickly returned to her usual composure, her face showing no gratitude. In the past 6 years, she and Wen Jingxing had not been overly close, but they maintained a respectful distance. An outsider, a concubine, made her see Wen Jingxing's indifference clearly. Even if he spoke for her, it was probably for his own benefit. Wen Ning's small eyes darted around, taking in everyone's expressions at the table. To avoid revealing anything, she tried to act like a typical child in front of others. But behind the scenes, anyone who bullied her mother wouldn't have a good ending. After finishing the meal, Su Wan carried Wen Ning and left without saying goodbye to the elderly lady. The old lady, Wen, looked angry. Look at this, what manners are these? Not admitting mistakes and not changing. Something big will happen sooner or later. Don't be angry, mother. Getting upset isn't good for your health. Later, I'll have a good talk with my sister. I never intended to take over the household. She must have misunderstood. I'm just upset, the old lady when patted Yu Ear's hand with a smile. You're always so understanding. Let's go see Ruer. He's probably missing his mother right now. Yes, mother. Yu Ear helped the old lady walk to the neighboring courtyard. She had bandages on her face, which looked quite funny. Back at Listening Pine Courtyard, Chihua comforted Su Wan, saying, Madam, don't be upset. Getting too angry isn't good for your health. For the sake of the Wen family's reputation, old Madam Wen wouldn't agree to that woman taking charge of the household. If that happens, it would offend the entire Su family. The noble consort can't afford to upset the Wen family. Chihua's words reminded Su Wan that the noble consort was Wen Jingxing's aunt, and the third prince was secretly trying to win over the Su family. Wen Jingxing bringing in an outsider, as a wife probably, made the noble consort very angry. Anyway, it wasn't worth fighting with such a person. Su Wan smiled and said, I'm not upset anymore. I was actually thinking of asking Wu Fuzi to teach Ninger martial arts. After thinking it over, I believe Mr. Tu is a good choice. Ninger, do you think Mother plans to invite Mr. Tu to teach you martial arts? The family wouldn't delay for long. When Ning giggled, Sure, Mother. Are we going back to the Su family now? Yes, back to the Su family. We'll leave tomorrow. Yay? I'll get to see Sister Shernyen and Brother Buffon again, Wen Ning said happily. But she was really eager to see the divine doctor. First, she needed to win him over. In the afternoon, Wen Ning was forced to take a nap by Su Wan. When she woke up, Su Wan and Chihua were not in the room. She turned over, put on her shoes, and ran outside. As she stepped out of the archway, she bumped into Wen Jingxing coming toward her. Ninger, Wen Jingxing stepped forward and picked her up, showing a loving expression. Where are you going, Ning? Daddy will carry you. Wen Ning didn't resist. Her gaze fell on Wen Jingxing's teeth, and she wanted to laugh but held it back. Does Daddy's tooth still hurt? Wen Jingxing could pretend to be gentle in front of her, so she could also act obedient in front of him. Seeing the concern in Wen Ning's eyes, Wen Jingxing felt warm inside. The pain was there, but he could bear it. It doesn't hurt anymore. Ninger, you're so caring for Daddy, I'm very happy. As long as Ninga listens to Daddy, whatever you want, Daddy will agree. How about that? When Ning's eyes twinkled. She guessed Wen Jingxing had something to say, so she obediently nodded. Sure enough, Wen Jingxing revealed the purpose of this trip. Ninger, a few days ago when you visited Uncle's house, was Uncle's leg better? Yes, it was. I was so happy at the time when Ning secretly observed Wen Jingxing's expression. The latter looked as if they already knew everything. Then they lowered their eyes and asked, Did your uncle say who healed him? Even the royal doctors couldn't cure him, so who could have such great medical skills? Could it be this person who saved Xiaxingya? When Ning pouted and shook her head. I don't know. I can't understand what they're saying. When Jingxing continued to ask, Did Ninger see any strangers there? Were they men or women? This time, when Ning's lips pressed even tighter. Daddy, you ask too many questions. I can't answer them all. Just answer one. Was the stranger a man or a woman? There were no strangers. Did Ninger see clearly? I saw clearly. Daddy, why are you asking this? It's nothing. Just curious, just asking. The father and daughter talked as they walked, soon arriving at Tingyu courtyard. Inside, Yu Qing-song was whispering with Yu Ear. When he saw Wen Ning coming, his face showed a mischievous smile. Brother-in-law, this is Ning, right? He reached out his hand and said happily, Come with Uncle? To show our apology, Uncle has a gift for you. When Ning looked at Wen Jingxing, asking for his opinion. Wen Jingxing simply handed Wen Ning's small hand over. Go ahead. Don't refuse Uncle's kindness. Wen Ning smiled, but inside she gave Wen Jingxing a disapproving look. Handing her own daughter over to a lazy man. What a good father he is. Wen Ning looked innocent and let Yu Qing-song hold her as they went outside. When they reached his yard, they saw many maids waiting neatly inside. Go down, he said as he entered the house and waved at the maids. The maids nervously left. Yu Qing-song wanted to hold Wen Ning's hand to go inside, but she resisted, saying softly, If you have a gift, just take it out. I'll wait here. He thought for a moment and smiled. All right, wait for me. Then he went inside to get the so-called gift. After a while, Yu Qing-sung came out, holding a small black box with a mischievous smile. It's a spider, master. Be careful. It's poisonous, not deadly, but it can cause rashes. The blue-feathered cat's voice echoed in Wen Ning's mind. As a medicinal beast, its sense of smell is naturally different from ordinary people. Wen Ning still had a bright, innocent smile on her face. When Yu Qing-sung handed her the box, Wen Ning looked very happy. Looks fun. I'll go show it to Dad, she said, then turned and ran away, not planning to open it right then. Then open it. Hey, what are you doing? Yu Qing-sung was completely surprised when Wen Ning ran off with the box. Shouldn't a normal person check what's inside first? Oh no, if Wen Jingxing finds out, what will happen? Thinking this, Yu Qing-sung quickly chased after her. He was willing to do anything to stop Wen Jingxing from knowing he was up to something. But who could tell him that a 5-year-old girl could run faster than a rabbit? That little short-legged girl ran as fast as she could. Hey, wait. Is that even a person? Yu Qing-sung was furious because he couldn't catch her. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as Wen Ning ran into Tingyu Pavilion with the black box. Father, this is a gift from that bad uncle, she said, emphasizing the word, bad, to remind him of the unpleasant morning. He had just given her a gift, which was probably not with good intentions. Wen Ning ran quickly with the black box. Just as she was about to reach Wen Jingxing, she tripped over her own feet and fell. The black box slipped from her hands and hit the ground. The lid flew open, and a poisonous spider inside jumped swiftly onto Wen Jingxing's face. He hadn't even seen what it was and felt a sharp sting on his face. What is this thing? He asked, swatting at the spider that had jumped onto his face. Wen Ning looked up and screamed, "Wow," and started crying. Sniff, sniff, it's a bug. Such a big bug. Sniff, sniff, someone help Dad. Dad, you can't die. Dad. Someone quickly, go get the doctor. Yu Er saw what happened and understood immediately. She cursed Yu Qing-sung silently for being so stupid. No matter what method he used, he chose such an obvious one. The spider jumped onto Wen Jingxing's face and bit him. It clung tightly, trying to sink its poisonous fangs into his skin. The rushing figure of Yu Qing-sung frightened everyone. He quickly went to help, but as soon as he moved, the poisonous spider escaped. They only realized the spider had jumped onto Er after hearing her scream sharply. The servants rushed in a big group, panicking as they finally managed to kill the aggressive spider. Wen Ning cried painfully, "Woo, Father, what's wrong with your face? Father, you won't die, right?" The butler also arrived quickly. Seeing Wen Jingxing's face swollen and red, he was shocked and exclaimed, "Master, the spider is poisonous." Everyone turned to look and was terrified by what they saw. His face was red, swollen, and covered with many small rashes. It was hard to recognize Wen Jingxing's usual appearance. This showed how toxic the spider was. Wen Jingxing also felt itching and discomfort on his face, furious beyond control. "Bring someone to catch Yu Qing-sung," he ordered. He hadn't forgotten what Wen Ning had just said. The items in that box were meant for Wen Ning. If Wen Ning hadn't happily shown it to him, his daughter would have been harmed. What was Yu Qing-sung trying to do? Was he planning to hurt his daughter? Wen Jingxing was so angry he nearly lost his temper. The doctor arrived quickly and began treating Wen Jingxing for the poison. In just a moment, Er also started to scream from the itching and pain. "Help! Help! I was bitten too. Woo-woo, so it's poisonous. It's so scary. Father, Ninger is so scared," when Ning was being gently comforted by a maid. She clung tightly to the maid's neck, trembling all over. Don't be afraid, Mississippi. The spider is already dead, but Father, he's poisoned. Will he die? Woo-woo, I can't be without Father. When Ning acted like a typical frightened child, perfectly showing her distress. No one could see any signs of deception. Yu Qing-sung was terrified. He was pushed to the ground by a group of guards. He hurriedly explained, "It's not deadly, brother-in-law. Sister, don't be afraid. It's not deadly, it just causes swelling and rashes. Suddenly, he was kicked in the face when Jingxing had kicked him. He shouted angrily, "Are you trying to kill my daughter? She's only 5 years old. The poison isn't lethal, but do you think a child can handle this? Don't think I don't know you're trying to take revenge. You shouldn't have taken your anger out on a 5-year-old girl," Wen Ning sneered inwardly, thinking that the blame should not be placed on the child but on her mother. Hearing the news, Suwon quickly took Wen Ning from the maid's hands and held her tightly, comforting her. "Don't be afraid, Ninger, your mother is here." "What happened?" Suwon's face turned pale with fear. In a moment, she heard the servants scream. She thought Wen Ning had fallen into the lake. Wen Ning sobbed as she told what had happened. Angered, Suwon grabbed a teacup from the table and threw it at Yu Qingsong's head with force, smashing a bloody hole. Still not satisfied, Suwon ordered the servants to bring sticks, intending to make Yu Qingsong kneel and beg for mercy. But Wen Jingxing did not speak, and none of the servants moved. "Wen Jingxing, why did you bring Wen Ning to the Listening Rain Pavilion? Do you realize you almost caused your daughter's death? If Ning'a had been hurt, our Su family wouldn't forgive you." Wen Jingxing was also angry. Yu Qingsong could hurt Suwon, but he could not harm the bloodline of the Wen family. "Someone, take him to the authorities." Hearing this, Yu Qingsong's face changed dramatically. He struggled free and knelt before Wen Jingxing, begging, "Brother-in-law, you can't send me to the authorities. You're my real brother-in-law. The poison isn't deadly. I never meant to hurt little Ninger. I just wanted to give her a lesson. Brother-in-law, please forgive me. I know I was wrong. Just tell me a condition. Anything you want, just say it, okay?" Yu Qingsong was a cowardly man who feared kindness and evil. Seeing Wen Jingxing serious, he immediately cowered. He quickly signaled Yu Er with his eyes. There was no way Yu Er could watch her brother be taken away. She had to plead for him. "Husband, please, for my sake, spare Tsong. Wen Ning is fine and not poisoned. Please forgive him this time." Seeing that Wen Jingxing still hesitated, Yu Er gritted her teeth and said, "If you're still not satisfied, how about transferring the 3 jewelry shops under Tsong's name to the Wen family? That would be a punishment." Wen Jingxing looked at Suwon and, after a moment's thought, nodded. He said, "Next time, don't be so reckless." Suwon fixed her shocked gaze on Wen Jingxing. She stared straight at him, her eyes darkening bit by bit. This man is no longer just untrustworthy, he is also cruel and greedy. His greed is so great that he would easily let the murder go just for 3 shops. He talks about competing for favor and having a child with the Wen family, staying only for the sake of his eldest daughter's status. Today, he almost failed to protect his own daughter. "Wen Jingxing," she said, her voice hoarse as if she had swallowed broken porcelain. She shouted at Wen Jingxing, "Do you understand that you are raising a tiger? He almost harmed my daughter." Wen Jingxing suddenly looked over, meeting Suwon's look of disgust and disappointment. His expression remained calm. "Take the frightened lady and young lady away, and make sure they are well cared for," he ordered. But inside, he was thinking that this ignorant woman's jewelry shop from the Yu family was worth half of the Wen family. He clearly knew which was more important. The butler personally escorted Suwon and Wen Ning back to Ting Song's studio. Wen Ning looked up, seeing the disappointment, pain, and struggle in Suwon's eyes. She thought this was her chance to persuade her mother to leave. "Mother, shall we go to my maternal grandparents' house? Let's stay there forever, away from the Wen family. Ninger doesn't want to see you sad." After saying this, she reached out to wipe away the tears at Suwon's eyes. Her gentle gesture softened Suwon's heart. Suwon sniffled and said, "All right, back to the Su family. I've lost my life, so what's the point of still being the eldest daughter?" Wen Ning was very happy to hear this. Did her mother finally decide to leave the Wen family? Yu Qingsong was furious in his room. He never expected Wen Ning to take the gift, not to open it immediately, but to give it to Wen Jingxing. Was this intentional or unintentional? Today's events, where he failed to steal and instead lost out, made it hard for him to swallow his anger. "Master, should I go scare that dog?" At night, Suwon comforted Wen Ning to sleep before leaving. As soon as Suwon left, Wen Ning slipped into her space. Hearing Blue Cat's words, Wen Ning waved her hand. No need. I still want to keep him around to kill the Prime Minister's relatives. When the time comes, someone will deal with him and the Wen family. Today, that kid suffered a big loss.
He probably has a backup plan.
Once he pays off the shop, I'll go to the warehouse and take another shot. Blue Cat's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Hee, a new brain is really useful. Wen Ning glared at him, then dropped the words, cultivation, and sat cross-legged on a mat, calming her breath and beginning her training. Early in the morning, Su Wan took Wen Ning and Qiuhua back to the Su family. As they stepped out of the residence, news reached Su Jingxing. Let her go. The struggle for succession was urgent, and the naive woman had no idea how important the 3 jewelry shops of the Yu family were to him. Soon, Su Wan arrived at the Su house. She asked the butler to take the 3 children to the training ground, then went to the study to discuss with Su Jingnian and her 2 brothers. Divorce? Sister, have you thought it through? After explaining the situation, second brother Su Mingxian asked uncertainly, with a hint of surprise in his tone. Of course, he also hated Wen Jingxing. Su Wan confidently said, I have thought it through. Wen Jingxing is now entirely focused on Yu Er and his son, not caring about Ninger's life. If that's the case, why stay in the Wen family? Su Mingyun carefully analyzed Su Wan's words, then said, the concubine consort definitely won't agree to a divorce with Wen Jingxing. I suspect Wen Jingxing is secretly working with a 3rd prince. The biggest supporter is likely the Yu family. This might also be Wen Jingxing's main goal in approaching Yu Er. To succeed in divorcing, we must first remove the concubine consort. Right now, this isn't something we can do. Also, I heard that King Zhan is looking for a divine doctor woman. If we help him find her, perhaps he can help us. This could also show our family stance. Finally, Su Mingyun said, Sister, keep a close eye on Wen Jingxing and the Yu family's actions in the coming days. There might be unexpected gains. After a moment of thought, Su Wan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Wen Ning, Su Bubian, and Su Xinian were practicing archery at the training ground. Wen Ning was as precise as ever. Even at a young age, she was praised by Tu Yang as a divine archer. He noticed that no matter how far the target was, she could hit the bullseye accurately. It was the first time he had seen anyone do that. She was simply a born divine archer. All right, next practice swordsmanship. Tu Yang smiled as he took the bow and arrow from Wen Ning, telling her to find a stick to use as a sword. After placing the bow and arrow properly, Tu Yang turned back and saw Wen Ning holding a sharp long sword, practicing martial arts confidently. He was shocked, rushing over to the sword and shout, Miss, you cannot. It's dangerous. Wen Ning giggled, but the next moment, she accidentally stabbed her finger with her long sword. Wow! The little girl immediately started crying. Su Bufan and Su Xinian were still looking for a branch when they heard Wen Ning crying. Tu Yang was frightened and quickly picked up Wen Ning to take her to see Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu, quickly, Miss Biao is hurt, he said. She's from the noble family, and I don't have enough lives to pay for this. Dr. Wu was inside drinking tea. When he heard the noise, he hurried out. Seeing Wen Ning had hurt her finger, he turned to get his medicine box. Don't worry, I'll stop the bleeding right away. Woo. Mother, I want my mother. Wen Ning cried and called for her mother. I'll go call her. Su Bufan turned and ran away, followed by Su Xinian. Brother, wait for me. Seeing the two leave, Wen Ning cried and told Tu Yang to leave as well. I don't want anyone here. You can go too. Unable to do anything, Wen Ning cried sadly and had to let him go. After Tu Yang left, Wen Ning quickly took out a bottle of powder from her sleeve, reached out her hand, and sprinkled it on the wound. Hey, little master, what are you doing? Quickly, give me your hand. Dr. Wu started to speak, but stopped suddenly. He saw something very amazing. The bleeding wound, after Wen Ning sprinkled the powder, stopped bleeding and even began to scab over. This was incredible. Little master, what is this? Dr. Wu looked at Wen Ning in shock. Wen Ning put her index finger to her lips, making a shushing gesture. Then she said mysteriously, This medicine was given to me by my divine doctor master. My divine doctor master makes many kinds of pills. He doesn't like to deal with outsiders, and he doesn't want me to say his name. But I want to sell his pills to help more people. So, my divine doctor master told me to pretend I have a fake master outside to hide the truth. The two of us sell medicine and help people outside, while he makes the pills behind the scenes. I think Dr. Wu is very skilled and a good person. So, I chose you as my fake master. What do you think, Dr. Wu? Dr. Wu was stunned after hearing Wen Ning's words. He took a long time to react. At this moment, urgent footsteps sounded outside. Wen Ning's face changed quickly. She hurriedly put the medicine bottle into Dr. Wu's hand and said anxiously, "My master has a bad temper and doesn't like others to mention him. So, my mother and grandmother don't know about his existence." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Wan and others hurried in. Ninger, are you all right?" Wen Ning raised her already scabbed finger and smiled happily. "Almost healed, mother. Dr. Wu's medicine is amazing. It stopped the bleeding as soon as I applied it. Dr. Wu is truly a divine doctor." The phrase divine doctor brought Dr. Wu back to reality. Suddenly, he realized a problem. What about Su Mingyun's leg? His leg might not have been healed by him, but by the divine doctor behind Wen Ning. He didn't want to show himself, so he secretly used his skills to heal Su Mingyun's leg. Once this idea appeared, he couldn't stop thinking about it. His hand holding the medicine bottle trembled slightly. This is the medicine of a legendary divine doctor. Could it really be given to him so casually? Was he worried about someone learning his secret skills? Before he could say anything, Wen Ning's soft, sweet voice rang out again. "Mother, Ninger also wants to learn medicine. Ninger wants to study with Dr. Wu. Is it okay if Dr. Wu becomes her teacher?" Dr. Wu shivered all over. This little girl spoke clearly and logically, and she was very clever, more than an ordinary child. Maybe that's why the divine doctor secretly accepted her. Although she was so young and didn't know much about medicine, she must have some of the divine doctor's medicines. That divine doctor probably wanted to use her to sell the medicines he made to more people in need, without revealing his own identity. This was great. He never expected that someone who was almost about to die would be so valued by the divine doctor. He practiced medicine to heal and save people. Now, if he could help more people, he would be happier than anything. Of course, he wouldn't refuse. Su Wan looked at Dr. Wu with a slightly awkward expression and said to Ning, "Ninger, I'm afraid Dr. Wu might not accept." Before she could finish saying, "Accept," Dr. Wu interrupted. "Accept? Why not? I see this young master is quite clever and passionate about medicine." "Perfect, I also need an apprentice. If the young master doesn't mind, I will take him as my student." Haha. Everyone in the Su family, except Su Wan, came to the door, worried and gathered around. When they heard the divine doctor say he would accept Wen Ning as a disciple, they were all surprisingly happy. This is a great doctor. In the future, Wen Ning will also be considered a little divine doctor. That's wonderful. "Ninger, whatever you want to learn, we will support you fully," Su Jingyan said happily. Su Mingyun was the happiest. He wanted to train Wen Ning, Su Bufan, and Su Xinian into versatile talents, ideally skilled in everything. When outside, no matter what emergencies happen, they can handle them well. "Great. Ninger, the divine doctor has accepted you." Su Wan happily hugged Wen Ning. Not to mention, if they encounter another poisonous spider incident like yesterday, Wen Ning will have the ability to protect herself. The divine doctor agreed to take Wen Ning as a disciple, making everyone in the Su family very happy. They immediately prepared a ceremony for Wen Ning to formally become a disciple. The divine doctor looked at Wen Ning with a little nervousness. After all, she already had a master. He was just a fake master pretending to be one. Would the great doctor blame him for the ceremony? Wen Ning signaled to the divine doctor with her eyes, telling him not to be nervous. It was just a title after all. What Wen Ning truly wanted was someone to pretend to be her master. If Xie Xingye tracked her down, she would have an explanation. She wasn't worried about the divine doctor secretly learning her skills, because the ingredients of those pills were not something this small world could produce. With a master in martial arts and a divine doctor as her master, Wen Ning had no more worries. At this moment, Wen Ning happily bowed to the divine doctor and offered him the disciple tea. "Master, I am here. Please accept your disciple's bow," she said. After bowing to the divine doctor, she turned to bow to Tu Yong. Tu Yong thought he simply couldn't teach someone as talented as Wen Ning, but he couldn't resist the little fellow's affection for him. Fine, fine. Having such an extraordinary disciple brings him pride. The two masters agreed to alternate days, one day at the Su residence, one day at Wen Ning's home. That afternoon, Wen Ning went with the divine doctor to learn about herbs. When no one was around, the divine doctor came close to Wen Ning and lowered his voice, asking, "Disciple, did your divine doctor master heal your uncle's leg?" Wen Ning smiled and said, "Master, you're so clever. The other day, before you gave the acupuncture, I took a pill for Dejujo, but I was worried it might be noticed. Luckily, you came just in time, so it didn't reveal the great doctor and teacher. But don't worry, Master. I have pills here. If anyone asks you to look at a difficult illness, just tell them to buy pills. The price can vary depending on the person. For poor folks, you can charge less. For wealthy families, charge more." Dr. Wu thought for a moment and understood Wen Ning's meaning. He praised her for being very smart. "All right, if I need help in the future, I'll come to you."
You set the price.
Hee. I only have one request. I want to understand more about the ingredients of these medicines." The old man scratched his head and smiled shyly. Wen Ning generously reached into her sleeve and took out a small bottle, which contained the rejuvenation pills used to treat Su Mingyun's leg problem. She kindly handed the small bottle to Dr. Wu. "Master, here. This bottle of rejuvenation pills and the bottle of hemostasis and healing powder are for you to study. Remember, don't reveal the existence of the great doctor and teacher. If anyone asks, just say you made them yourself." Dr. Wu, holding the two bottles, was so excited that his eyes welled up with tears. He kept thanking her. "Thank you, young lady. Thank you, my little disciple. I will definitely help spread kindness on your behalf, great doctor and teacher." He seemed like a kind-hearted healer. During their chat, they learned that Dr. Wu's real name was Wu Qing, and people who knew him well called him Wu Lao. He liked traveling all over the country, going north and south, and had never taken on a disciple. Wen Ning was his only disciple in this life. After a while, Wen Ning left with Su Wan to return to the Wen family. As soon as they arrived home, Wen Jingxing called Su Wan to the study with the butler. Su Wan didn't want to look kind to Wen Jingxing, but since she was still a wife of the Wen family, she had to keep up a polite front and deal with him. "Why did the Marquis summon me?" Wen Jingxing walked to the door, looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then closed the door. When he turned around, he wore a deep, affectionate look. "Wan, marrying you was just a temporary plan. My heart has always belonged to you." He reached out to pull Su Wan, but she instinctively stepped back. Seeing this, Wen Jingxing's eyes flashed with pain, and he spoke softly. "Our 6 years of marriage are not comparable to her 2 years. You know Auntie needs money everywhere in the palace, and only when she is favored can the Wen family rise step by step. If my younger cousin Nodo becomes the heir, we will be great contributors, and it will be easy for us to be crowned king or appointed as officials in the future. Do you understand my intentions?" Su Wan felt only disgust for Wen Jingxing. If it was just a temporary plan, why would he have a child? Does he still think she is the naive woman who used to be at his mercy? For now, she must deal with him and find out his true plans with the Yu family. Su Wan forced herself to hide her dislike for Wen Jingxing and said, "I only have one request, to protect Ninger. She is also your biological daughter." Seeing her say this, Wen Jingxing's face lit up. "My husband knows. After this matter is settled, I will personally kill Yu Qing to avenge Ninger. As long as Wan trusts me, I will be at ease." Su Wan pretended to wipe her eyes with a handkerchief and choked out, "My parents and brothers all advise me that a husband and wife should share a bond of love. Since we are married, we should support each other. They also said," she looked directly at Wen Jingxing, "if we could have another child, our relationship would be even stronger." Her words were reasonable and heartfelt. Wen Jingxing couldn't find any fault, so he happily said, "All right, tonight I will return to Tingsong Pavilion. My wife must wait for me." Hearing this, Su Wan's expression flickered briefly but quickly returned to normal. Calmly, she replied, "I will wait patiently." Watching her leave, Wen Jingxing's lips curled into a mysterious smile. It seems that the Su family, having missed the chance with the War King, has turned to a better path. "Mother." Su Wan came out of the study. When Ning ran up and hugged her leg, acting cute. "Mother, give Ning a hug." Su Wan picked up Wen Ning and headed toward Tingsong Pavilion. As she walked, she said, "Didn't Xiao Hua say she would take you to play? Why are you still here?" Wen Ning was worried that Mother might be upset, so she waited here. She hesitated, recalling the conversation she overheard earlier. From such a distance, normal people wouldn't be able to hear what was said inside. If she suddenly asked, it would only make Su Wan suspicious. Forget it, she would see how things go tonight. She didn't believe her mother, after suffering so much, could remain calm and obedient to Wen Jingxing. That evening, at the dinner table, old lady Wen grew more annoyed with Su Wan. She started criticizing her as soon as she sat down. "As the head wife, you keep going back to your family. How proper is that? People might think you've suffered great grievances in the Wen family." Before Su Wan could speak, Wen Jingxing smiled and helped her out. "Mother, you misunderstood Wana this time. She only returned to the Su family because of an important matter. Let's eat first." Wen Jingxing's affectionate nickname, Waner, sounded like a needle stabbing Yu Er's heart. He had clearly promised her in front of everyone that he no longer had feelings for Su Wan, so why was he calling her Wana so affectionately today? Yu Er looked up at Su Wan, who was busy serving Wen Ning. Normally, her face was plain, but today she had a light touch of rouge on her cheeks. It was obvious she was showing off. At this moment, Su Wan also looked over at Yu Er. Her lips curled into a slight smile, clearly showing off. This made Yu Er very angry. She forced a smile and looked at the fish soup on the table. Then she took the initiative to serve Wen Jingxing some soup. "Lord, today's fish soup is especially delicious. Let me serve you a bowl," she said sweetly. Wen Jingxing nodded. Yu Er smiled, and after pouring the soup, she didn't hand the bowl directly to Wen Jingxing. Instead, she used a silver spoon to scoop some soup and then held it near his lips. "Lord, try it. You used to love this," she said, emphasizing used to, and secretly glanced at Su Wan. Wen Jingxing seemed unaware of their little contest and praised happily, "Very good. The flavor is indeed fresh, isn't it? Then, Lord, would you like another spoon?" Yu Er smiled happily, feeling like a winner. When Ning put down his chopsticks and watched Yu Er feeding Wen Jingxing, laughing so hard he nearly fell over. "Ha ha ha, Mother, the way the stepmother feeds Dad's soup is so funny, like Sister Xiao Hua teasing a little puppy to eat meat," she giggled. Su Wan couldn't hold back her laughter and burst out. The servants behind her, who were setting the dishes, also struggled to keep their smiles. When Ning boldly scooped a spoon of soup, pretending to feed an imaginary person next to him, making a sound, he ended up laughing happily. "Haha, this is so funny." Yu Er's face instantly turned a dark red, like pig liver. The irritable old lady suddenly became angry, and Su Wan said directly, "You family, how can you behave like this in front of elders? Where are the family rules of the Wen family? Also, Ninger is here. Aren't you teaching the child bad habits? TSK, the Yu family's family traditions really worry people." Grandma Wen placed the silver spoon heavily on the table. "Yu family behaving like this in front of children is inappropriate. Look, Ninger is learning bad things." When talking about family traditions, Grandma Wen would not openly favor anyone. Yu Er's face turned dark like a pot's bottom. She only wanted to compete with Su Wan and forgot there was an old lady with strict rules present. "Mother," the daughter-in-law admits her mistake. Yu Er quickly put down her chopsticks, bowing her head to apologize properly. She said this, but her vicious eyes kept flicking toward Wen Ning. In her heart, she cursed silently. "Little girl, so outspoken. You'll be dealt with sooner or later." Wen Jingxing also looked at Wen Ning with slight displeasure, but soon he masked his expression. He gave a symbolic reprimand to Yu. Next time, don't do that. Yes, Marquis. I was just momentarily carried away and didn't think it through. Yu's hands under the table clenched her skirt tightly, secretly hating Wen Ning. After the meal, Grandma Wen wanted to rest and was helped away by servants. Yu, however, clung to Wen Jingxing, pulling him toward Tingyu's study. Marquis is making a lot of noise. He probably wants to see his father. Wen Jingxing glanced at Su Wan, hesitating, but in the end, he was pulled away. Yu and Wen Jingxing both had red rashes on their faces and bodies, looking very ugly. Wen Ning looked disgusted and pulled Su Wan toward Ting Song's study. Let's go, mother. You still want to read Ninger's storybook. The stories in it are so interesting. Chiu Hua followed behind, thinking about Wen Ning's words and wanting to laugh. Haha, the young lady is really the smartest. One sentence made that woman's face turn green with anger. Hee, of course. It's like feeding a little puppy. The two talked as they walked, but Su Wan said nothing all along, lost in her thoughts. Chiu Hua exchanged a glance with Wen Ning, who gave a playful smile. Soon, the three returned to Ting Song's study. Su Wan ordered Chiu Hua to fetch water, preparing to bathe Wen Ning. Wen Ning sat at the table, her short legs bouncing up and down, looking very obedient. Mother, will father come to Ting Song's study tonight? She asked casually. Ninger, why are you asking these questions? After your bath, rest well, Su Wan said as she looked for clothes for Wen Ning. Oh, Wen Ning replied softly. Meanwhile, at Ting Yuzhai, upon hearing that Wen Jingxing would stay at Ting Song Zhai tonight, Yu's eyes reddened with a look of grievance. She said, Marquis, didn't you promise me not to share a bed with my sister? If she were to have another son, where would she fit in? Wen Jingxing patiently comforted her. Don't overthink. This is just a temporary measure. Don't worry, I will just put her to sleep and leave. There will be no intimacy between us. You must understand, the Su family's influence is also needed by Auntie. If my cousin becomes the heir, in the future, we will be great contributors to the Marquis's house, and our child will be the only heir. He then affectionately pinched Yu's nose and kissed her on the lips. Yu blushed and smiled shyly. But we agreed that you would come back soon. I am waiting for you. Yes, I will be back shortly, he said, then turned to leave. When he reached the door, Yu suddenly spoke again. Marquis, in a few days, it will be Ruer's full moon celebration. The invitation should be sent out soon. Of course. Don't worry about these small matters, he replied, stepping out. At Ting Song Zhai, Su Wan was just coming out of a side room. Is Ninger asleep? When Jingxing looked at Su Wan with rare, gentle eyes. Yes, she just fell asleep, Su Wan said, turning into the room. She walked to the table, took a teacup, and poured tea for Wen Jingxing. Her long nails accidentally touched the rim of the cup. Out of the corner of her eye, Wen Jingxing entered and sat at the table, took the teacup from Su Wan and held it to his lips, but did not drink. Su Wan's heart skipped a beat, thinking he had noticed something. Why aren't you drinking? Do you find my tea unpalatable? Wen Jingxing smiled. Not at all. Madam's tea is always delicious. After speaking, he drank the tea in one gulp. Next door, Qing Yulan Mao, who was eavesdropping, looked disappointed. I thought your mother was going to poison that unfaithful man, she said, but it was just a trick to confuse him. Wen Ning, sitting up in bed and hearing Lan Mao's words, grinned. This time, my mother has been brainwashed by my maternal grandmother and second aunt. She won't be easily fooled by my scoundrel father's sweet talk like last time. After speaking, she quickly entered the space to practice cultivation. She was eager to break through this stage and reach the first level of qi refining. Only by advancing to the qi refining stage could she feel at ease. These days, she had become skilled at using the spiritual energy in her dantian, just waiting for a breakthrough. Meanwhile, Su Wan saw Wen Jingxing drink the tea without suspicion. She poured him another cup and, taking advantage of his dazed look, subtly asked, Marquis, how should we handle the 3 jewelry shops of the Yu family? Do you want to replace the managers there? Wen Jingxing drank another cup of tea, feeling a bit sleepy, and said, replace the manager? No, no, that might scare away customers. Let's keep it as it is for now. After speaking, he yawned and got up to go to his bed. As he walked, he unconsciously said, "Madam, rest now. It's getting late." Suwon stepped forward to help him change clothes, moving very slowly. Seeing that when Jingxing was truly exhausted, a strange look flashed in her eyes. She quietly asked, "Marquis, has the third prince given any instructions?" When Jingxing staggered and looked unsteady, as if he was drunk. Seeing he didn't answer, Suwon pinched her voice and, imitating Yu Er's usual coquettish tone, asked again, "Marquis, I want to know if the third prince has any plans. After all, those silver coins are not a small amount." Suddenly, when Jingxing seemed to hear Yu Er's voice, he reached out and pulled her into his arms, saying, "Men's affairs. Women should stay out. Just tell your father to prepare the silver. There are 20,000 people to feed every day, which costs a lot. I am very tired. Let's rest." He finished speaking and collapsed onto the ground. Suwon was shocked when she heard 20,000 people. Her first thought was that the third prince was supporting a private army. Excited, Suwon realized this news was a huge blessing for the Su family. She had to find a way to send this message back home. Thinking this, she kicked the sleeping Wen Jingxing out of the way and walked to the door. She opened it loudly and called, "Qiu Hua, bring hot water." Yu Er waited and waited, but didn't see Wen Jingxing return. In the end, she learned that Suwon had repeatedly sent servants to bring water. "Did you say he called for water 3 times in one night?" Yu Er was so angry she nearly lost her balance. How could calling for water 3 times in one night not mean she was pregnant with the Marquis's child? She's such a fox spirit. "Come on, let's go and bring the Marquis back." Yu Er stormed toward the door, furious. The summer night breeze is slightly warm, but at this moment for Yu Er, it feels cool, so cool it touches her heart.
Impossible, madame.
That is the main wife of the Wen family. If you go there like this and the old madam finds out, she will say you're not proper. Chunya hurried to the door, trying to stop Yu Er from leaving. Yu Er stomps in anger, grabbing Chunya's ear, and asks angrily, "What do you suggest I do?" "What should I do?" Chunya, feeling the pain but holding back, replies, "In my opinion, it's better to wait until morning before going." Yu Er pushes her away sharply, saying, "If so, that lowly woman will have to call for water 4 times. In the end, Yu Er still storms back to her room, furious. As dawn approaches, Yu Er has Chunya hold the child and eagerly heads to Ting Song's studio. "Madam Yu, you can't go in. The Lord and Madam haven't gotten up yet." Qiu Hua, just rising, sees Yu Er coming fiercely. "Get out of my way." Yu Er's anger flares at the word, "Madam," and she slaps Qiu Hua across the face. "You fool. I am the second wife of the Marquis's household. How can I be called Madam? You don't know the rules, you're asking for a beating." Qiu Hua covers her face and steps back, letting Yu Er storm into the room. She pushes the door open forcefully and sees Wen Jingxing sleeping shirtless. Meanwhile, Suwon has already gotten up and is sitting calmly at the mirror, carefully arranging her hair. Seeing this scene, Yu Er understands everything clearly. Her anger boils over, and she almost grits her silver teeth. "Such a lack of manners. Qiu Hua, slap her," Suwon orders without even looking at Yu Er. "How dare you?" Yu Er glares at Suwon. She is the second wife of the Marquis's household, a proper wife, and no one except the Lord can touch her. But before she can speak, Qiu Hua raises her hand and slaps her. Slap. The sound echoes as Qiu Hua strikes Yu Er across the face with a slap. What's all this noise?" Yu Er wants to fight back, but then she sees Wen Jingxing wake up. She quickly lifts her skirt and gently collapses onto the bed, pretending to be very wronged. "Lord, last night, Ruer didn't see his father and kept crying all night. No matter how I comforted him, I couldn't soothe him. I just wanted to see if the Lord was listening at Ting Song's studio, but my sister ordered the maid to slap me. Boo-hoo, Lord, please stand up for me. A servant could easily bully me, which shows how indulgent my sister usually is." When others see this, They might say the Marquis's household has no rules. Hearing Yu Er's voice when Jingxing, who was sitting up while massaging his forehead, paused in surprise. Then he suddenly realized what was happening. Looking at her upper body, which was not covered at all, he suddenly remembered that he had stayed at Listening Pine Studio last night. He had planned to stay there, but since Yu Er saw him, he couldn't use his usual excuses to lie anymore. Go back first. I'll come over later, he said, feeling confused and unable to recall what happened last night. It seemed like he was dreaming about being close to Yu Er in a carriage. No, that wasn't Yu Er. It seemed more like Suwon? Or maybe not. He couldn't remember who it was. Yu Er didn't notice when Jingxing's strange expression and was still acting sad and crying in front of him. This made Wen Jingxing feel very annoyed. Go back. Can't you hear me? But, Marquis, the servant girl next to sister doesn't treat me with respect. Enough, Yu Er. You're being too rude, Wen Jingxing said impatiently. Yu Er had never seen this look on his face before, and her feelings of hurt grew stronger. But she knew this wasn't the time to anger Wen Jingxing, so she softly and meekly said, Yes, I will leave now. As she was about to leave, she saw Wen Ning jump over quickly. She immediately shot her a resentful glare. Wen Ning's small eyes sparkled, and she clenched her tiny fists, bowing politely to Yu Er. Stepmother, peace be with you. As she bent down, she flicked her fingers, sending a burst of spiritual energy to her little calf. Yu Er felt a sharp pain, her foot slipped, and she tumbled down the steps. She landed face first on the ground, scraping her face. Ah, she let out a loud, painful cry, tears welling up in her eyes. Having fallen in the same place again, Yu Er was a little frightened. There's a monster. She crawled up from the ground, ignoring her child, and ran away screaming. Yu Er had already suspected there was a monster at Listening Pine Studio, and now she was even more certain. She wouldn't dare come back again. When Ning, with a surprised look, threw herself at Suwon's feet and looked up innocently, asking, Mother, why did the stepmother say there was a monster when she fell on the steps herself? She was speaking to Wen Jingxing. Ninger, don't mind her. Early in the morning, she must be crazy, Suwon said with a smile. At this moment, Wen Jingxing had a terrible headache, feeling as if he were drunk, staggering as he walked. But he clearly remembered he hadn't drunk any alcohol last night. Marquis, did you sleep well? Suwon came over to support him. Wen Jingxing brushed her hand away, looked at her with confusion, and then left for the study. As he approached the study, he suddenly overheard two maids talking. Last night, Marquis called for water 3 times at Listening Pine Pavilion. I think he still cares about the lady. Isn't that right? No matter how clever Lady Yu is, she can't compare to the lady of the house. The lady is the real mistress of our Marquis's residence. If she bears a son, that child will be the main heir. Lady Yu's child, on the other hand, would only be considered a lesser son. Hearing this, Wen Jingxing's eyes darkened. No wonder he felt so tired. It was probably from last night's intense events. With this thought, Wen Jingxing changed direction and headed toward Listening Rain Pavilion. Ear, he called Yu Er from afar. Receiving no response, he frowned, feeling that recently Yu Er had become a bit spoiled and less gentle than before. In the side room, Ruer was crying loudly, while Chuanya and the nursemaid hurriedly comforted him. Yu Er was trembling under the quilt, curled up. She kept muttering, There's a monster in Listening Pine Pavilion. A female doctor nearby was applying medicine to her face. Seeing Wen Jingxing approach, everyone bowed to him. Everyone leave, he said in a deep voice. Then he stepped forward and picked up Ruer from the cradle. The moment he held him, the chubby baby stopped crying. Where did the monster come from? What exactly are you talking about? Wen Jingxing sat at the foot of the bed, patiently asking. His eyes showed clear displeasure. Yu Er saw it was Wen Jingxing and whispered mysteriously, Marquis, Listening Pine Pavilion really has a monster. Last time, didn't I tell you someone pushed me? Guess what happened this time? There was something that bit my leg. Don't believe me? Look, Yu Er fearfully showed her little leg. but it was smooth and flawless, nothing wrong.
Julier was stund.
When Jingxing gently held Ruier with one arm, while using his other hand to rub his aching forehead. He tried to hold back his anger and said, "You should rest for a while. Maybe you didn't sleep well last night after waiting all night, and that's why you're seeing things. Lord Marquis, you know I waited all night last night too." Wen Jingxing paused his movement and then listened as Yu continued. "Didn't you promise me last night that you would give me and Ruier the best? But now you want Suwon to get pregnant with the main heir of the Wen family. What will happen to me and Ruier then? Last night, I waited all night for you, but you were calling water 3 times at Listening Pine Pavilion. Lord Marquis, have you forgotten your promises so quickly? I've helped you a lot, you." When Ear's voice grew more emotional. "Last night, I was drunk and unconscious because of Suwon, and that's why, when Jingxing finally thought of a reason. Ear was stunned for a long time before she reacted. She said excitedly, "Lord Marquis, I understand now. Sister Su is probably not willing and is deliberately playing this game. She also wants to have the main heir of the Wen family. No, absolutely not. Lord Marquis, you promised my father that our child must be the main heir of the Wen family. My father only. Ear, don't worry. Suwon won't be able to get pregnant with the main heir of the Wen family. I'll have someone give her medicine right away. To make it up to you, how about I stay overnight at Listening Rain Pavilion for the next few days?" When Ear heard about giving her medicine, she blushed and smiled shyly. She leaned toward Wen Jingxing and softly said, "From now on, Lord Marquis, please stay at Listening Rain Pavilion. Otherwise, I will be afraid. It now seems silly that I previously decided to compete with Ear for favor, aiming to give the Wen family a legitimate heir to strengthen my and Wen Ning's position. To make Wen Jingxing lower his guard, I had to drink this medicine. I already asked Xiuhua to send a note back to the Su family. When the Wen family falls, it will be the time for me to divorce. Keeping private soldiers is a serious crime, Wen Jingxing. If you are unkind first, don't blame me for being unfair later." Suwon thought angrily. "Madam, this medicine must be drunk while hot," Dr. Zhao said. As soon as he finished, Suwon took the bowl. She looked at her reflection in the medicine and felt a cold chill. It was shocking how cruel people can be. To achieve their goals, they are willing to even scheme against their own wife and children. Just as Suwon was about to drink the medicine, when Ning ran in happily. "Mother, are you sick?" When Ning hurried over, reached out her small hand to touch Suwon's forehead, and didn't notice the fever. She tilted her head in confusion. "It's not hot, so why do you need medicine?" When Ning blinked her beautiful, grape-like eyes and smiled innocently. Suwon gently patted her head with one hand, feeling affection. "Mother isn't sick. This is the nourishing soup that your father brought for me. Drink it and you'll feel better." "Really? Father is so kind to mother. But this medicine is very bitter." When Ning pinched her nose and made a face. Seeing that it was truly nourishing medicine, she was surprised. "It really is a health-boosting soup." The blue cat in the space also looked surprised. "Master, when did your scoundrel father become so kind? I thought it was a contraceptive soup, but it's actually nourishing medicine. And there's even a pregnancy aid. He's eager for your mother to get pregnant quickly." When Ning thought for a moment and understood. Maybe he wants to control both families at once. After all, the power of the Su family is also important to him. In her peripheral vision, Suwon tilted her head and drank the medicine in the bowl in one gulp. Dr. Zhao saw her finish the medicine and looked relieved. He took the bowl and prepared to leave. After drinking the medicine, Suwon felt sleepy. "Ninger, go read a book. Mother wants to sleep a little more." "Okay, mother." When Ning returned to her room, locked the door, and hid inside to continue practicing. In this life, because of her rebirth, many things that should have happened changed unknowingly. She was afraid that things might get out of control. She must work harder to improve her skills so she can protect the Su family. In the study, when Jingxing was preparing the invitation cards. In a few days, Rui's full moon celebration would take place. He wanted to make it lively and well-known. At that time, the Yu family would be happy, and giving him 3 more shops would not be impossible. Remember, the Yu family and the Wen family are now closely linked. If one suffers, so does the other. If the Su family wants to outshine the Yu family, they must encourage Su Wan and Yu Ir to compete for favor and try to have children soon. This way, they can control both families. Thinking of this, Wen Jingxing felt very happy. When he heard that Dr. Zhao reported Su Wan had taken her medicine, he felt even more pleased. Yu Qing-song had been lying in bed recovering from her injury these days. She held a lot of resentment toward Wen Ning and had lost interest in everything. She was even annoyed just by looking at the maids. Go away. All of you leave. The maids hurriedly left, feeling relieved. One maid named Xiao Zhu couldn't stand Yu Qing-song's attitude. She secretly went to Qiu Hua and asked for help. Jia Qiu Hua, please ask the madam to transfer me to the Ting-song study. I really don't want to work in the listening rain study anymore. Why is that? Qiu Hua asked seriously, not knowing the full story. Xiao Zhu hesitated for a while before explaining. Madam Yu promised to give me to that Yu young master, saying she would fulfill all his requests. But he seems quite unruly and I have a fiancé waiting for me at home. I just can't. Besides you, how many other maids are there? Qiu Hua asked with a serious look. Xiao Zhu counted. 6 in total. Including me, there are 6. Xiao Tao has already been chosen to serve as a bed warmer for the young master. We're just waiting for him to recover from his injury. If the master liked her, it would be fine. But he was just a wealthy relative. This is outrageous. Does the Marquis know about this? Qiu Hua asked. Yes, he does. He was there that day and said Xiao Tao was lucky. Qiu Hua was even angrier. She asked again, does Xiao Tao agree? Xiao Zhu shook her head. No, she doesn't. Xiao Tao is from the same hometown as I am, and brother is waiting for her to return. She's been crying every day over this. Go back now. When the madam wakes up, I will tell her about this. After hearing Qiu Hua's words, Xiao Zhu felt very nervous. She wasn't sure if Madame Ho could control Madame Yu, since Madame Yu was favored because her son was important to the family. Su Wan was still asleep, but when Ning, in the next room, woke up, she overheard their conversation. That day, she saw many maids in Yu Qing-song's yard, but she didn't realize it was because Wen Jingxing had ordered it. Let's go see the injured young master Yu. Blue Cat was happy. Hee master, maybe I should go and ruin his manhood. So he won't harm good girls. When Ning's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Let's go. Using her body, when Ning quietly slipped out while Qiu Hua wasn't paying attention. She hid from the maids and servants and sneaked into the West Wing guest courtyard. Blue Cat sensed the situation and said to Wen Ning, perfect timing, master. There's only that young man in the yard. Without needing a reminder, Wen Ning also sensed only one person in the yard. She used her spiritual power and climbed over the wall. Inside, Yu Qing-song was crying out in pain. He had a cut on his head, and moving made him scream. His good mood was gone. Little brat. She doesn't play by the rules. When I heal, I'll deal with her. Deal with who? Who? Who's talking? Come out. Yu Qing-song was startled and sat up from the bed. He looked around but saw no one. Hee, you can't even tell my voice, huh? Serves you right for fooling me. Wen Ning, it's Wen Ning. Where are you? Come out quickly. Little brat, I want to teach you a lesson. Yu Qing-song was angry when he heard Wen Ning's voice. Just as Wen Ning clapped her hands, he suddenly looked up and saw that the little girl was sitting on the beam of the house. She was happily swinging her short legs. Why you? How did you get up there? Yu Qing-song was stunned. He couldn't understand how a 5-year-old girl could climb so high. What made him even more nervous was that he hadn't noticed any movement. Wen Ning giggled, swinging her short legs and acting innocent. Silly, with your little tricks, you think you can trick me? Yu Qing-song also realized that he had been reckless that day. Regardless of success or failure, he couldn't escape responsibility. Little bunny, next time, I will make sure you die quietly, Yu Qing-song said with a pretend fierce look, but he felt a bit nervous inside. He sensed that the little girl was acting strangely today. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Wen Ning snapped her fingers at him. He didn't see anything flying over, but he felt a sharp pain in his forehead. Suddenly, everything went dark. Wen Ning's arrogant little voice sounded in his ear. Haha, is there a next time?
What is that?
What is it? I can't see. I can't see. I want a comma. He couldn't finish his words. Under the attack of Blue Cat's loud and chaotic attack, he couldn't speak or move. But he could clearly feel something was pulling down his pants. There was no one else in the room besides Wen Ning. He was so scared that his hair stood on end. He wanted to ask Wen Ning why she was pulling down his pants, but he couldn't speak. His face twisted with fear. The little girl was only 5 years old, so why could she quietly enter his room and, with just a snap of her fingers, make him unable to see? Woo-woo. Then something even scarier happened. He felt himself being pushed onto the bed, with sharp claws feeling around his waist. Suddenly, he felt a coldness on his body. Then he heard a loud. Following that, a sharp pain pierced through him. Ugh, ugh. The intense pain made his muscles tense up, and the veins on his arms throbbed. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and hit the pillow. After about half a cup of tea's time, the pain gradually eased. But before he could catch his breath, another unknown substance sprayed onto his face. In an instant, he felt dizzy and lost consciousness. He didn't know how long passed before a piercing scream shattered the sky, waking Yu Qing-song from his faint. Oh my God, Songa, in broad daylight, you are doing such things in your room. After shouting, Yu quickly turned around, with her back facing the bed. When Yu Qing-song opened his eyes and sat up, he looked confused. Sister, what's wrong? Feeling a slight in that area, he reached out and touched it, and the pain made him scream out loud. Pain, pain, pain. Sister, quickly, please call the doctor. Yu Qing-song looked pained as he pulled the blanket over his lower body. Hearing his brother's heart-wrenching cry, which didn't sound like an act, Yu didn't dare delay. She hurriedly sent someone to call Dr. Zhao. Soon, Dr. Zhao arrived. After a quick examination, he hesitated before saying, Young Master Yu has overindulged and harmed his health. In the future, he may what? Tell me, Yu said, her face turning pale. She secretly feared a difficult possibility. When Dr. Zhao finished speaking, Yu felt dizzy and almost fainted.
No.
Songer, you're the only son of the Yu family. How could this happen? What exactly did you do? Yu felt like the sky was falling. Why did everything suddenly stop working? Why can't he father children anymore? Songer, you beast, what have you done? Yu Qing-song had no idea what was happening. He only felt he had slept and was suddenly awakened by Yu He didn't even know what he had done. When he heard Dr. Zhao say, I'm afraid he may never be able to perform again, he was completely stunned. Yu slapped him repeatedly, furious as she cursed. You beast. You're going to ruin the entire Yu family. You beast. Did he not know how many uncles and relatives were eyeing the Yunfang business? Now that this happened, wasn't he telling those wolves and tigers that he was giving up on the Yu family business? Beast. Yu kept hitting Yu Qing-song. Yu Qing-song looked like a fool, sitting there motionless. The maids in the yard heard that Yu Qing-song was no longer able to perform, and they couldn't be happier. This kind of beast deserves it. The happiest were Xiao Zhu and Xiao Tao. Xiao Zhu had just told Qiuhua about this, and before the lady could come to ask, he collapsed. Isn't this fate? Xiao Tao, Sister Xiao Tao, that person got what he deserved, ha. Xiao Zhu and Xiao Tao laughed happily. When Wen Jingxing received this news, a dark glint flashed in his deep eyes. Don't be too worried. Maybe Dr. Zhao made a mistake. Send someone to take Yu back to the Yu family, and then find a good doctor to examine him carefully. Yu also intended to send Yu Qing-song back home, so she personally saw him off. At the Wen residence gate, Yu Qing-song held Yuer's hand and said unwillingly, Sister, you must believe me. I didn't do it. Someone took advantage of me while I was sleeping to harm me. You have to help me get revenge. Yuer was very angry and scolded him. The day you flirted with the maid, I warned you many times. You need to control yourself, or there will be trouble. Did you listen? No, sister, you have to believe me. Someone really wants to hurt me. Hurry up and go find a doctor. Yue turned and left angrily. As she passed by Ting Songjai, she suddenly stopped. Her face changed, and she ran quickly, lifting her skirt. When she reached Ting Yuzhai, she realized she was sweating coldly from fear. Wan Jingxing said she fell by accident, but why did she fall twice in the same spot? That was very strange. Husband, do you think my second brother's hidden illness was caused by someone intentionally? Yue didn't go back to Ting Yuzhai, but went straight to the study to find Wan Jingxing. Wan Jingxing smiled. Isn't it obvious that he did it himself? Dr. Zhao said it was due to overindulgence. Maybe he had this hidden illness for a while, just not diagnosed before. But I suspect. Yue hesitated.
Enough.
The most urgent thing now is for your father to find a more famous doctor to examine him. Maybe it can be cured. When Jingxing interrupted her. Deep down, he was secretly hoping Yu Qingsong would become impotent. The large family business of the Yu family should fall to Ru'er. Compared to her ruthless uncles and aunts, the one family was the real support. Yue thought carefully and felt something was strange about this matter. But she couldn't figure out what was true or false. If Ting Songjai had ghosts, why was it always her who fell? The mother and daughter living there had no problems at all. Qiu Hua rushed excitedly into Ting Songjai, wanting to tell Su Wan about this matter. But when she saw Su Wan's somewhat cold expression, she hesitated and couldn't speak. Su Wan stood up, her expression calm. Why are you in such a hurry? Is there something urgent? Qiu Hua quickly explained about Yu Qingsong. After hearing this, Su Wan only said, evil people will be dealt with by heaven. Don't let Yu know about the shaman doctor's treatment. Qiu Hua understood that the lady didn't want the shaman doctor to cure Yu Qingsong's hidden illness. I understand, madam. At this moment, the butler came to report that 2 people claiming to be the young lady's teachers had arrived. Su Wan hurriedly ordered someone to invite the 2 into the West Wing guest room and went to see them herself. In a side room, when Ning had already quietly returned. Seeing Su Wan come over, she put down her book and happily ran up. Mother, you're awake. Yes, come with me. The 2 teachers have arrived. Let's go to meet them. Okay, mother. The mother and daughter headed toward the west courtyard. Passing by the study, they saw Wan Jingxing and Yu coming out. Big sister, where are you going? Yu asked with a bright smile. Su Wan didn't even glance at her, and pulled Wan Ning to continue walking. When Ning looked up at Su Wan and saw that her mother's expression was very cold when she looked at Yu and Wan Jingxing. Then when Ning guessed that her mother probably hated Wan Jingxing because of the issue with the anti-conception soup. This hatred was much deeper than her previous feelings of ingratitude. Wan Jingxing paused slightly, then stepped forward and grabbed Su Wan's other wrist. He asked, Where are you going? Su Wan stopped and, without turning her head, said, Stay and keep your little wife company. My affairs don't concern you. Su Wan, you're becoming more and more dismissive of me. When Jingxing forced himself to hide his anger, realizing that calling her disobedient might only make her more furious. He didn't know when Su Wan had become so stubborn and unreasonable. Su Wan shook off his hand, suddenly turned around, and glared at Wan Jingxing. Did you ever think about whether I was worth your attention when you decided to send someone for the anti-conception soup? Did you ever think about the Su family? Yu twisted her body and stepped forward to explain for Wan Jingxing. Sister, you misunderstood. That medicine was personally prepared by the Lord to nourish your body, not an anti-conception soup. Yu emphasized the word, personally, very strongly. The day after their intimate encounter, they sent her a medicinal soup. Who would believe it was a nourishing health drink? Yu found this quite amusing. When Jingxing realized that Su Wan had misunderstood and wanted to explain, but because Yu was present, he could only say vaguely, that soup won't harm you. Don't cause trouble without reason. This sentence was basically blaming Su Wan for being unreasonable. When Ning's small eyes twinkled innocently, and she said, Then why doesn't father prepare a bowl for the stepmother too? Look at her thin body. She doesn't look like someone who has had children. Although when Ning's words seemed casual, they were actually hinting at Wan Jingxing to suspect whether Yu's child was truly Wan Rui's. Wen Ning was just speaking casually, but she caught the fleeting look of panic in Yu Er's eyes. Her little eyes suddenly sparkled. Could it be that the child isn't Wen Jingxing's after all? Ninger, you shouldn't be so rude to Madame Yu, Wen Jingxing scolded Wen Ning. Wen Ning lowered her head and said nothing, but she was thinking, was Yu Er's child really not from the Wen family? If she was pretending to be pregnant, Wen Jingxing wouldn't be fooled. So, what did that panicked look in Yu Er's eyes mean? There must be something suspicious going on. Su-won didn't want to argue with Wen Jingxing anymore, so she pulled Wen Ning and left. Yu Er stared at Wen Ning's back, feeling like she wanted to punch a hole through her. Her gaze was so intense that Wen Ning could feel it. She tilted her head and looked at Yu Er, a slight mocking smile on her lips, as if mocking her foolishness. Yu Er was furious and tightly clenched her handkerchief. She disliked this girl very much. The invitations have been sent out. Prepare for the wedding feast, Wen Jingxing said before leaving. After greeting her two masters, Su-won also left, leaving Wen Ning alone to learn from her teachers. The two masters believed Wen Ning was exceptionally talented and learned quickly, so they taught her very diligently. Wen Ning did not disappoint their efforts. She quickly mastered everything they taught. When practicing swordsmanship, she was fierce and lively. When reading medical books, she was precise and attentive. But Wen Ning didn't want Wen Jingxing to know she was different, so she asked her teachers to keep her talent a secret. Tu Yang is a guest of the Su family, so he naturally supports Wen Ning. Wu Qing wants to meet the mysterious divine doctor through Wen Ning and follows her. Therefore, the butlers secretly asked about the two of them, and they said Wen Ning's talent was average. Soon, the butler told Wen Jingxing about this.
What?
Average talent? Still learning martial arts and medicine? Being good at playing the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting is enough. This is just nonsense. Letting people freely enter the mansion already made him angry, and now he wants Wen Ning to accept two people as teachers. As a general from Beiping, can't he teach his own daughter? In the end, Wen Jingxing didn't go to find Su-won because of this. The matter of the child's medicine caused a rift between them. To win over the Su family, he still had to consider Su-won's feelings. Thinking this, Wen Jingxing angrily said, "Let her do as she wishes." Yes, the butler responded and left. For 2 days in a row, Su-won kept her face stiff, giving Wen Jingxing and Grandma Wen cold looks. Grandma Wen grew more annoyed with her and said, "You still boast about being a noble lady. In my opinion, you're not even as good as Yu Er." Soon, it was the day of Wen Ruer's first month celebration. Early in the morning, Wen Jingxing and Yu Er both wore bright wedding robes, happily waiting at the door to greet guests. Because it was a combined celebration for Yu Er's wedding, the entire Wen residence was decorated with flying red silk and gold foil on the ground. The joyful sounds made the beams shake and dust fall from above. Especially Yu Er, who wore a phoenix crown and robes only a wife of high status would wear. Ignoring proper etiquette like this, who wouldn't say, Yu Er is scheming deeply, even tricking Wen Jingxing, who values tradition, to break the rules. Isn't she clearly aiming for the position of the main wife? And she doesn't even respect the Su family. In the imperial city, many people watched the amusing double happiness celebration of the Wen family. An hour later, when Wen Jingxing and Yu Er grew impatient waiting, someone finally arrived. It was the third aunt from the Ministry of Rites, holding her simple-minded son Yun Zian by the hand. Yun Zian is the youngest son of the Yun family and the illegitimate brother of Yun Jiao. Then, more and more guests arrived, all from various households, concubines, and illegitimate children. The Wen family could afford this embarrassment, but other noble families might not be able to bear it. A mere concubine, how could she expect the main wife to attend the celebration? Even if she is a wife, she is still a concubine. The gifts she sent were not impressive. This scene made Wen Jingxing very angry. He thought Yun's family was deliberately trying to shame the Wen family. Yun's third wife smiled and said, "Lord Wen, you're joking. My husband has been busy with official duties lately and cannot come. As for others, I cannot control them." Her meaning was clear. As a mere concubine in the Shongshu household, how could she influence others' opinions? Clearly, Others also felt that the Wen family's double celebration was not proper. Coming here would only lower their own status. Looking at the main wife's simple attire today, it seemed Wen Jingxing was showing favoritism toward the concubine and neglecting his wife. The guests kept pointing at Yu Er. Who is Yu Er? She is one of the 4 richest merchants in the imperial city, and her confidence is extraordinary. She ignored the pointing and talking people and instead took the initiative to greet them, trying to make friends. If she couldn't blend in easily, she used the strong financial power of the Yu family. Soon, those concubines who had been criticizing her changed their attitude and started chatting happily with her. Taking this opportunity, Yu Er also sent valuable gifts to the main wives of various households, so they would remember her. In the future, if any family held a banquet, she would be familiar with the hosts. The awkward double celebration seemed to be turned around on the surface by Yu Er. The Yu family brought 20 boxes of gifts, 10 of which contained rare Su embroidery satin, and the other 10 were said to be imported from overseas. Wen Jingxing and Wen's elderly lady felt a bit better. Su Wan, dressed plainly, held Wen Ning's hand, showed her face only briefly in front of the guests, then returned to Tingsong's studio. The rest was left for them to arrange. Su Wan ordered someone to bring Yun's aunt into Tingsong's studio. Third aunt pulled Su Wan's hand and said, "It's the young lady's special request that I come here. The goal is to shame Wen Jingxing. He insulted the Su family first, so we're not afraid of losing face, right?" The young lady she mentioned was Yun Jiao, Wen Ning's second aunt. Historian Su had only married Wu's family once in his life, and his son, Su Mingxian, only married Yun Jiao as his main wife. There were no concubines in the household, so they called her maternal aunt to come. Wen Ning chuckled softly, thinking that her second aunt really knew how to handle things. She also found the little son brought by her third aunt much more likable. "Uncle Xian, come here. I'll give you a piece of candy," said her aunt's younger brother. Calling him little uncle isn't too much, right? The little boy, who was about a year younger than Wen Ning, didn't understand these titles. Wen Ning called him little uncle, and he nodded foolishly in response. When he heard Wen Ning was going to give him candy, he smiled happily and kept giggling. Could he be naturally simple-minded? Wen Ning held his hand as they went outside. During this short walk, she used her spiritual power to check inside him. She was surprised to find that his bones hadn't fully developed and that his intelligence was also limited. But today, meeting her was his good luck. After seeing this, Wen Ning reached into her sleeve and took out a red pill. "Open your mouth," she said, indicating for him to do so. Then she fed the red pill into his mouth. She explained, "This medicine, you need to take 5 pills. After you finish, you'll get better." Since her second aunt could send her son here, it meant she was a kind person. Helping him was just a small favor. "Hee, it's sweet and tasty," the little boy said happily. Hearing this, Wen Ning gently patted him. "Fool, this is medicine." "It's bitter," she said. Clearly, he was simple-minded. He couldn't tell the difference between bitter and sweet. It's sweet," the little boy insisted, wanting to argue. "All right, if you say it's sweet, then it's sweet. I'll leave this medicine with my master. He's at the house today, and I'll ask him to check on you later." Sweet, like honey, the little boy continued to smile foolishly, savoring the taste of bittersweet medicine. The fact that it could save his life made it seem truly sweet. Wen Ning held his hand, and they headed back. From afar, she called out, "Mother, mother, Uncle Xian's illness. My master should be able to cure it, right?" Third aunt was talking with Su Wan when she heard Wen Ning. Her face showed a bitter smile. "It's not possible. He's born like this, and he won't get better." Third aunt was used to hearing this. Over the years, she had consulted many doctors, all saying he was born simple-minded and incurable. She had long accepted this fact. Su Wan said, "That doctor is quite skilled. My eldest brother's leg problem was cured by him. Maybe he can do it again." The third aunt still didn't believe. She said, "Master Su's leg was damaged after birth, but Ziyan was born healthy. His leg can't be cured. Really, trying won't hurt. Why are you so against it?" Wen Ning's words made the third aunt's smile stiffen a bit. Su Wan then advised her, "Give it a try. Ninger has a point." Luckily, Dr. Wu is here today. Then, before the third ant could finish, a panicked shout came from outside. "Madam, madam, the king of war has arrived." The words from Chiuhua startled everyone inside the room.
What did you say?
"The king of war is at the Wen family." Su Wan quickly stood up. Did Wen Jingxing fail to send an invitation to the king of war? The king of war is naturally brave and skilled in battle, with exceptional martial ability. He has led armies to fight and has many military achievements. Because of his high reputation in the army, the former emperor granted him the title, King of War. He is also the youngest son of the former emperor. At this moment, the front hall of the Wen family was very quiet because of Xie Xingye's arrival. Everyone was silent, unsure of what to do. Wen Jingxing was a little afraid of Xie Xingye, and he kept guessing why he had come to the Wen residence. He hadn't sent an invitation to Xie Wangfu at all. Why was he here? What was his purpose? Xie Xingye sat high in front of the hall, dressed in a dark-colored brocade robe. He lightly tapped the armrest with his left hand, with a lazy yet slightly stern look in his eyes. His cold appearance made all the guests in the hall too scared to make a sound. Today, all the guests were some of the family's minor children, who usually never saw Xie Xingye's face. Seeing him now, they were almost scared to death. If they had known a big figure like this would come today, they wouldn't have come. Xie Xingye's indifferent attitude was like a ruler looking down on ants on a battlefield. After a long while, he finally spoke. "Lord Wen, you need not be nervous. I am just wandering around casually. I heard that the Wen family is holding a double celebration today, so I came to have a drink." TCH, Wen Jingxing was so frightened by this that his legs went weak. Does the prince really need to drink wine? If he had no urgent matter, why would he come to the Wen residence so casually? I will certainly drink with the prince to his heart's content. As soon as Wen Jingxing finished speaking, Xie Xingye continued, "So, is the feast not ready yet?" Yes. We will start the feast immediately. Please inform Madame Yu right away to begin the celebration." Madame Yu? If I remember correctly, the head of the Wen family's wife is surnamed Su, right? Could I have remembered incorrectly? Xie Xingye's cool eyes swept over. Wen Jingxing wiped his forehead's cold sweat and tremblingly said, "It is my humble wife." "She is from the Yu family." Xie Xingye suddenly sneered. When did the noble marquis marry so casually? And ignoring the laws of North Xia about legitimate and illegitimate children, his fingertips brushed the armrest, and his cold jade ring clinked against the sandalwood, making a sharp sound. The main wife wears plain clothes and avoids the seat, while the humble wife parades around in a bright lotus-pattern dress. Is this to favor the concubine and dismiss the wife? I remember that the eldest son of the Yu family once saved Lord Wen's life, right? I didn't know that Lord Wen is ungrateful. If so, how can you set a good example as a court official? Xie Xingye's indifferent words made Wen Jingxing feel terrified and trembling. Xie Xingye usually wouldn't bother with these small matters, but today he seemed determined to hold on to this issue.
He must have found out something.
Unable to act openly, he wanted to use this small matter to make things difficult for him. Wen Jingxing clenched his teeth in anger, but had to think of ways to respond. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He hurriedly said, "Your Highness, the Yu family girl also saved my mother's life." I truly find this difficult. Xie Xingye suddenly smiled. Really? So, any woman who has saved someone from the Wen family must enter the residence as a main wife. No, Your Highness, you are overthinking. The Yu family, father, Ninger doesn't know that her stepmother and grandmother also saved lives, came when Ning's innocent voice from the door. At the moment when Ning's clear, childish voice sounded, Xie Xingye's pupils shrank suddenly. He raised his gaze sharply toward the door and saw a small girl with a delicate face. The girl walked in smiling, tilted her head after meeting Xie Xingye's gaze, and looked harmless. Who is this uncle? He's so handsome. When Ning, fearless and bold, approached Xie Xingye under everyone's shocked gazes. But she was stopped halfway when Wen Jingxing, reacting quickly, suddenly grabbed her and scolded, "Ninger, this is the prince. You must not be rude." Xie Xingye was stunned for a moment. the face he had imagined countless times. How could it belong to a babbling little child? Yes, through Wen Ning's voice, he recognized that she was the person who saved him that night. But he never expected that she would be a small child. The little child's cute, round face, with long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, was very adorable. However, such a small person was not what he had imagined. "How old are you?" Xiexingye tried to make his voice sound less scary. Wen Ning raised her chubby hand and counted, finally holding up 5 fingers. "I'm 5 years old." "Hee hee, uncle, you look surprised." Xiexingye felt both annoyed and amused. Who could tell him that the person who saved him after many days was just a tiny toddler learning to speak? This unexpected answer was hard for him to believe. Xiexingye looked steadily at Wen Ning. The little girl's dark eyes kept flickering, and her playful look was very cute. He even had the silly idea of wanting to talk to her alone. But unexpectedly, the little girl took the initiative to invite him. "Uncle, you look really handsome, just like the little puppy I raise. Do you want to see it?" When Wen Ning said this, it almost scared Wen Jingxing to death. He quickly covered Wen Ning's mouth and knelt down with a thud, trembling with fear. "Your Highness, please forgive my daughter. She is mischievous and doesn't know better. I beg your Highness for mercy." Everyone in the room was shocked. Who didn't know that this war prince was notorious? Yet, this little girl boldly compared him to a small puppy. This was terrible. The Wen family was doomed. Xiexingye was someone who didn't like to get involved in trouble unless necessary. Today, he suddenly came to the Wen family's house, so he must have a reason. Seeing the angry look just now, it was obvious he was targeting Wen Jingxing. Now, his daughter was so outspoken, giving Xiexingye a perfect reason to take action. The guests in the room quietly stepped back, afraid that Xiexingye might get angry and cause trouble. With just one sentence from the little girl, the Wen family was pushed into a corner. It was so reckless. Looking at Wen Ning, who seemed unaware of the danger, her eyes, like black grapes, sparkled with mischief, showing no fear at all. At this moment, the room was silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was ready for Xiexingye to get angry. Outside the door, Su Wan heard the news and hurried over. She knelt on the ground, pleading for Wen Ning. "Please, Your Highness, forgive my daughter this time. She is only 5 years old, doesn't understand proper conduct, and this was unintentional." In the eyes of others, what Su Wan said was like pouring oil on the fire. If Xiexingye truly punished Wen Ning because of this, wouldn't that show he was even more unruly than 5-year-old Wen Ning? After saying this, Su Wan also felt a bit regretful. She suddenly realized that Xiexingye was a person with unpredictable moods who acted on his own wishes. Such a person wouldn't care about your age at all. Thinking this through, Su Wan and Wen Jingxing both trembled like leaves in the wind. Xiexingye suddenly slapped the armrest and stood up. He then walked toward Wen Ning. Every step he took felt like it was stabbing Wen Jingxing's heart. He tightly covered Wen Ning's mouth, as if he wanted to suffocate her. He was furious with Su Wan, thinking she couldn't even take care of a child. Why should she be involved? A loud noise made everyone else in the hall feel their legs turn weak. Of course, except for the harmless Wen Ning. Xiexingye had already reached Wen Ning's side. Just when everyone thought he would strike her and throw her out, he said, "If Lord Wen doesn't let go, your daughter might be suffocated to death." Wen Jingxing was startled and quickly released his hold. Then Xiexingye reached out to Wen Ning. He wanted to hold her hand. Amidst the gasps of surprise from others, Xiexingye took Wen Ning's small hand and walked outside. As he walked, he said, "Let's go, little one. Take me to see if the little puppy you raised is more handsome than me." His eyes flickered with complex emotions that even he couldn't fully understand. He had just seen a clever glint in the girl's eyes and guessed she must be hiding a secret. Otherwise, how could she rescue him from 4 powerful killers and give him 2 life-saving pills? He was inexplicably curious about what secrets she might be hiding. It was clear that the Wen family had no idea about this. Wen Ning let Xiexingye hold her hand and walk out, smiling casually. When they were far outside the main courtyard, Xiexingye suddenly picked her up and whispered in her ear. That night, it was you who saved me, wasn't it? His voice was steady and strong. Yes, Your Highness. Now that you're safe, Ninger can rest assured. Xie Xingye's eyes flickered again, and he said, I am very grateful for your help. If you need anything, just ask. When Ning thought carefully and finally said, Ninger only wants the prince to help my mother and father separate. That's all. Xie Xingye looked at Wen Ning and met her dark, grape-like eyes, feeling slightly surprised. Your mother wants to separate from your father? Wen Ning nodded quickly. Father married another woman, and it makes both mother and me unhappy. Since no one is happy, staying together will only bring more sadness. I don't want to see mother upset. Grandmother doesn't agree with the separation, saying that women from noble families shouldn't do such things. So I wanted to ask for your help, Prince. Of course, if Xie Xingye refused, Wen Ning had her own plan. After a moment of thought, Xie Xingye agreed. That's not difficult. Still, he needed to make sure Madame Su truly wanted to leave Wen Jingxing. For a woman, living alone after separation would be very hard. Do you still have that medicine from last time? I'd like to buy it. Talking with Wen Ning made Xie Xingye feel unexpectedly at ease, so his tone softened. The little girl, naturally friendly, wrapped her arms around his neck affectionately. To an outsider, it might have looked as if he were her father. Yes, I still have a few pills. My master, the great doctor, gave them to me. When Ning understood what Xie Xingye really meant, his eyes glimmered as he smiled. I'll take them all. Name your price. Xie Xingye didn't treat Wen Ning like an ordinary 5-year-old. He knew that normal children didn't keep secrets so well. Since she wasn't ordinary, he couldn't speak to her as if she were. After laughing cheerfully, Wen Ning said, My master said that for kind and good-looking people, we don't talk about money. She was giving him a favor, so she could ask for his help later. Xie Xingye raised an eyebrow. You're the first to say I'm kind-hearted. But it's true. I'm very good at judging people, Wen Ning said, then reached into her sleeve and handed him a small bottle of heart-protecting pills. Finally, she put a finger to her lips mysteriously. This is our little secret. Xie Xingye chuckled, hid the bottle in his robe, and held out his pinky finger. A secret, he said, hooking his finger around hers. Meeting Wen Ning also meant meeting her mysterious master, the great doctor. It was a worthwhile encounter. Wen Ning laughed happily, and in the end, she took Xie Xingye to see the litter of puppies that the big yellow dog had just given birth to, and said, Handsome uncle, you should take him home to raise. In the future, Ninger wants to come visit you, and now there's a reason. Xie Xingye thought Wen Ning was too clever. He chuckled and said, All right, I will take one home. The little guy won his heart. He wondered what Wen Jingxing would think if he knew his daughter was the one who saved him. Handsome uncle, you must take good care of him. How about giving him a small black name? But he's white. It's okay, since he's white, let's call him Little Black. Look, he's wagging his tail happily, Xie Xingye. He carried the puppy and left the Wen residence immediately. This scene stunned the guests inside. Not long after he left, Wen Jingxing pulled Wen Ning into the study and started questioning him fiercely. Frightened, Wen Ning cried out, Wow! Father is so fierce. Father is so fierce to Ninger. Mother, I want my mother. Wen Ning said nothing, just kept crying, making Wen Jingxing's forehead veins bulge with anger. In the end, he couldn't ask anything. He really couldn't understand why Xie Xingye suddenly visited. What was his purpose? If the Su family had allied with the War King, he wouldn't believe it. If Su Wan married him, the Su family would have to join forces with him. Unless they abandoned Su Wan altogether. Seeing Su Mingyun's attitude towards Su Wan, that was impossible. Earlier, he suspected Su Mingyun might try to get close to the War King. But thinking back, that unpredictable War King wasn't someone just anyone could approach. Get out. Get out. Wen Jingxing opened the study door and pushed Wen Ning out. Where did the courage go just now when you saw Xie Xingye? Such a fool. Wen Jingxing grew more and more annoyed with Wen Ning. Su Wan was waiting at the door. Seeing this, she stepped forward and hugged Wen Ning, facing Wen Jingxing's sinister expression, her heart filled with hatred. Wen Jingxing, you will regret today's actions sooner or later. Ninger, let's go. Su-won held Wen-ning and left. Wen-ning hugged Su-won's neck softly and said, "Mother, don't be angry. I won't tell father what handsome uncle said. But I can tell you, handsome uncle said that he felt an instant connection with Ninger and that Ninger should come to the palace often to play." Su-won was visibly stunned. "Did he really say that?" Yes, yes. Wen-ning nodded like a chick pecking rice. "He also said that if you have trouble, you can come to the residence for help." After hearing Wen-ning's words, Su-won immediately thought that Xie Xingye intentionally wanted to team up with the Su family. This was a deliberate message conveyed through Wen-ning. Thinking that her older brother was deliberately supporting the war prince, Su-won felt very excited. "Ninger, you must never tell others about this, especially not your father," Su-won warned. Wen-ning quickly nodded. "I know.
That's why I didn't tell him when he asked.
I know ever since the stepmother came into the house. My father doesn't like me. His eyes are only on that annoying younger brother." Su-won tightened her grip on Wen-ning, and her voice choked a little. "Ninger, hold on a bit longer. Mother will find a way to leave your father. When that happens, we will go back to the Su family and never come back." "Really? Mother, I believe you. I don't want to come back either. Father is so fierce, and grandmother's expression is so scary." "Yes, it's true. We will never return to the Wen family. As long as her older brother passes the message to the War King and finds evidence that Wen Jingxing secretly keeps private soldiers, the Wen family won't be far from downfall." That day, Su-won received a message from Su Mingyun, just 4 words. "Everything is smooth." She felt relieved. Before this, she had taken her third aunt and Yun Zian to see Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu, in front of them, seriously said, "It can be cured. Just take 2 pills of this medicine every day." The medicine was given to her by Wen-ning in advance. Third aunt, half believing, took the medicine and left Wen's house. The Yu family sent someone, Yu Er's cousin Yu Duojiao, who stayed at Wen's house claiming to miss her sister. Yu Er didn't like her and warned her to behave properly. Yu Duojiao smiled charmingly, saying, "Sister, you should be more careful." But inside, she was plotting something else. A double celebration banquet caused the host's family to get angry, and the maidservants trembled with fear. The noble consort even sent someone to Wen's house to scold old lady Wen severely. She accused her of not knowing proper manners, saying she shouldn't have let Yu Er wear a bright red wedding dress, nor the twin lotus cloud cape. This caused her to be mocked by other consorts in the palace. Yu Duojiao looked at Wen Jingxing with a flicker of dark emotion, her eyes shimmering with youthful shyness. Qiu Hua almost felt sick watching her. "Madam, haven't you seen how alluring Yu Duojiao's gaze is on the marquis? She's shameless. She probably has some hidden purpose." Su-won sat at the table guiding Wen-ning in painting. Upon hearing this, she cast a warning look at Qiu Hua. "Don't say such things in Ning's presence. Go and cook a bowl of mung bean soup." "Yes, madam." Qiu Hua realized her mistake, lowered her head, and left. Su-won didn't let Qiu Hua speak further, but she also saw that Yu Duogui had mischievous intentions. She secretly ordered someone to find out that Yu Er often quarreled with her sisters at home, and Yu Duogui came with a purpose. Why not help Yu Duogui and let them fight each other? The more chaotic the Wen family, the more it benefits her. Wen-ning secretly glanced at Su-won, and at this moment, she also understood this layer of meaning. Soon evening arrived. The old lady Wen, feeling upset, did not come to dinner. Wen Jingxing, being bothered by Yu Er, also did not go to the main hall for the meal. Su-won and Wen-ning enjoyed themselves freely. One of them was happy and ate an extra bowl. While eating, Wen-ning also threw food into her space. Recently, with Wen-ning feeding her, the blue cat had become rounder. Later, after Su-won left, Wen-ning rolled over and slipped into her space to practice. In the past 2 days, she felt that the spiritual power suppressed in her dantian was almost enough. Without surprise, she believed she could break through tonight. As expected, after practicing for an hour, Wen-ning let out a muffled groan and finally succeeded in reaching the first level of qi refining. Wen-ning was overjoyed. This meant that her soul had been revived, and she was no longer a waste spiritual root. She was still unsure whether her spiritual root was metal, wood, water, fire, or earth before testing. On the Xianming continent, she had worked hard to cultivate for half her life and only reached the 9th level of qi refining. She couldn't even determine her spiritual root attribute. Now, her physical strength, reaction speed, and perception far exceeded ordinary people. Her affinity with spiritual power also improved greatly. The spiritual power she stored now came from the space itself, which was limited, so she had to use it sparingly. Of course, the magic tools inside the space also carried spiritual power. When she exhausted the spiritual power in the space, she would have to use the spiritual power on those magic tools. Once they were depleted, those magic tools would become ordinary weapons. Unless she could form a spirit gathering array. Unfortunately, she didn't know how to set up a spirit gathering array. She didn't know if there were any experts in this world who could arrange formations. But even if they were ordinary weapons, they were sharper than usual, with more refined craftsmanship and forging quality. When she reached the qi refining stage, her strength also increased. With her spiritual power combined with her previous techniques, she became a martial arts expert. After a moment of thought, when Ning slowly opened her eyes, she saw a normal-sized blue cat. Blue feather blue cat, medicinal beast. When Ning was first surprised, then shouted out loud, "Little Green, is that you? Why have you changed so much?" The blue cat spread its small paws. "I don't know. Just now, when you broke through, I suddenly became smaller and my wings disappeared." When Ning guessed that maybe her increased strength also made the blue cat stronger. "Do your wings change because of your transformation? Can you make them appear or hide at will?" "Try it," she said, feeling strangely excited. In her previous world, she wasn't completely unskilled, but the blue cat didn't change at all. Now, after coming here, the blue cat has changed. She wondered if this was related to her rebirth. Following Wen Ning's instructions, the blue cat tried sensing the spiritual energy around it, then moved its mind. Suddenly, the wings reappeared, and its body returned to its original shape. Both Wen Ning and the blue cat were filled with joy. "Great! Master, I can change my form now," the blue cat said happily. Wen Ning was also happy for it. "From now on, you can stay by my side." "Hee, I'm really glad for you." They looked at each other and smiled. Then, they turned into two streaks of light and jumped out of the space. The blue cat curled up comfortably in Wen Ning's neck and fell asleep. 2 days later, just before dawn, Wen Ning was woken up by the blue cat scratching her. Wake up, master. Do you want to eat 2 big melons?" Wen Ning opened her sleepy eyes and stared blankly for a moment before looking at the blue cat. "What big melons?" At that moment, Wen Ning remembered an old friend, a medicinal apprentice she knew on the Mystic Bright continent. He was also a cultivation failure, like her. But unlike her, he was good at formations. She was skilled in alchemy. He used to say, "When one door closes, another opens." In his free time, his favorite hobby was eating melons. Eating melons meant secretly listening to others behind walls, adding some humor to life. When she heard Blue Cat mention eating melons, she momentarily thought she had traveled through time and returned to the mysterious continent of Xianming. When Ning chuckled, "Tell me more," she sat on the edge of the bed, swinging her little legs. Blue Cat stood straight beside her, its blue tail wagging excitedly. With a mischievous smile, Blue Cat said, "The first piece of gossip is about you, Duojiao. As Qiu Hua predicted, she wants to climb into your stepfather's bed, even if it means becoming a concubine. The second piece of gossip might interest you more." When Ning became curious, "Go on, tell me." Blue Cat didn't keep her waiting and said plainly, "Just now an old woman came to see you, asking her for money. She started with over 500 taels, saying she needed money to raise a child. I overheard her say the child is you, a girl." When Ning was quite surprised and then had a bold guess. Could it be that you also gave birth to a girl, and the boy is a fake created by her and someone else? Could this be the reason she married into the Wen family? The more Wen Ning thought about it, the more likely it seemed. She was so shocked her mouth almost could fit a chicken egg. "Did you follow where that old woman lives?" She needed to find out more about this.
Not yet.
"Next time she comes, I will follow her." What do you think? Does this gossip sound interesting? When Ning smiled at Blue Cat. After spending so much time with Ziwu, you're starting to resemble him more. She liked gossip and enjoyed saying things she didn't fully understand. Hee, that's true. I wonder if that young man was reborn after he died. I miss him so much. Outside, Suwon's footsteps were heard. Ninger, are you awake? Yes, mother. Suwon pushed the door open and saw Wen Ning holding a cat, which surprised her. Where did this cat come from? Its fur is quite unusual. I saw it as soon as I woke up. It probably got lost. It's so cute. Mother, can I keep it? When Ning blinked and Blue Cat meowed at Suwon. Suwon was amused by the adorable little creature and agreed. Of course. From now on, it will be your good friend. Thank you, mother. I already named it Xiaoqing. Qiuhua, carrying a basin of water for washing, came in and couldn't help but laugh. Miss, but it's blue. Blue cats are rare, and no one knew which noble family's lost pet it might be. When Ning tilted her head slightly and pretended to be angry. We can't name it by its color. Little green sounds better. It's okay. Ninger can choose whatever name she likes, Suwon said affectionately, gently rubbing Wen Ning's head, her eyes full of kindness. Wen Ning didn't hold the blue cat for long before letting it go to play by itself. In fact, she was letting it continue to gather information. At the breakfast table, everyone was present except Yu Duijiao, who was not allowed to join without her family's permission. Old Lady Wen sat down and scolded Suwon for not knowing proper manners. She criticized her for wearing plain clothes at yesterday's banquet, which embarrassed the Wen family. Suwon was repeatedly disappointed with the Wen family's behavior. After considering divorce, she no longer cared about them and felt angry and frustrated. Mother means that yesterday, the daughter-in-law should have worn a bright red wedding dress, right? As a concubine, she has no sense of propriety, and even in front of outsiders, she wore a red dress to show she wanted to overshadow the main wife. That only makes others think the Wen family's customs are like that, which lowers our reputation. Since you all behave like that, why do you criticize me? As the saying goes, a crooked beam causes a crooked house. Suwon's words made Old Lady Wen furious. She slammed her chopsticks on the table and shouted, Su Sure, are you really going to be that unfilial? Now you act like a shrew. Old Lady Wen was very angry, but when Jingxing, standing nearby, said, Mother, calm down. Yesterday's matter was my fault for not thinking carefully. He only wanted to impress the Yu family and gain their support, but forgot about Wen's reputation. It was his mistake. Fortunately, Yu Ear later returned some face to the Wen family with a gift. Now, he just needed to endure and wait until his cousin became the heir. Then he could step back and relax. In the meantime, he must not offend the Yu family. Wanner, I know you're upset. Tonight I will stay at Ting Song's studio. No need. The detox soup is too bitter. I don't want to drink it anymore. Suwon refused directly. But that is, when Jingxing hesitated, but when he saw Yu Ear's gaze, he swallowed his words. Forget it. Once she is pregnant, she will understand his good intentions. In the end, he mostly used Yu Ear for his own benefit. If Suwon stayed obediently at the estate, she wouldn't suffer in the future. During a break from their meal, when Jingxing's trusted aide, Song Bai, hurried into the room. Master Ho, something has happened. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Wen Jingxing, who quickly put down his chopsticks and hurried away with Qiu Bai. Xin Ning's mind moved, and she summoned Blue Cat. Go to the study and listen in secretly. From 100 meters away, Blue Cat quickly responded. Got it. About half an incense stick's worth of time later, Blue Cat returned with bad news. The third prince has a secret agent in the War King's residence. He overheard the War King learning about his private soldiers and sent a message for Wen Jingxing to disband his men for now. Xin Ning clenched her small fist tightly and muttered, Did the War King not notice the spy in his house? Is this spy someone close to him or an outsider? This must be investigated and uncovered, or it could cause big problems later. Did that person mention Uncle? Xin Ning was most concerned about this. Blue Cat shook his head. No, he didn't mention him. So, Uncle hasn't been suspected yet. Xin Ning thought deeply. Even though the soldiers had been disbanded, she knew they still needed to investigate further to avoid alerting others. "I will write a letter. You deliver it to the palace later. Make sure no one sees you," she said. She couldn't let Xie Xingyan know she was the one sending the letter. Wen Jingxing hurried out of the residence with Song Bai and didn't return until it was dark. He dragged his tired body toward the Ting Song study. When he arrived at the courtyard, he found the door was already locked. "Wanner," Wen Jingxing knocked on the door, calling her by the affectionate nickname that only Suwon used. Inside, Suwon was not asleep. Hearing him knock, she blew out the lamp and said, "Master Ho, you should leave quickly. Don't keep the Lady of Listening Rain Pavilion waiting." Wen Jingxing didn't leave. Instead, he rubbed his forehead wearily and said, "Wanner, why do you have such a strong prejudice? Tell me, is there any husband who is refused at his own door by his wife? Every household's wife eagerly waits for her husband to return. But you just refuse your husband at the door. Isn't that unreasonable? Open the door, and I'll satisfy you, and even want another child." He said this straightforwardly, without hesitation. Suwon sneered repeatedly. "Wen Jingxing, have you forgotten that bowl of anti-conception soup? You've never drunk it, so you don't know how bitter it is." Outside the door, Wen Jingxing patiently explained, "Suwon, whether you believe it or not, that medicinal soup is definitely not an abortive potion. Didn't Dr. Zhao already explain this to you? Even if you don't believe it, once you're pregnant, you'll understand my good intentions as your husband. Please open the door. I am exhausted today in both body and mind." Suwon fell asleep, ignoring Wen Jingxing's knocking. He became angry and turned to leave. As he was about to reach Tingyu's studio, he saw someone dancing gracefully under the peach tree. The dance wasn't perfect, but the dancer wore light, cool clothes. The silver moonlight shone down through the peach branches, illuminating the beautiful person below. The person wore a semi-transparent, lotus-colored silk dress that slipped off the shoulders, revealing fair shoulders and elegant collarbones. With a graceful bend, she deliberately pushed up her proud bust. Each kick and spin revealed her alluring thighs. Wen Jingxing's throat tightened, and he couldn't help but swallow. He stepped forward instinctively, wanting to see more clearly. Yu Duojiao also heard the footsteps and smirked triumphantly. Just as she was about to step closer and loosen her pose, Yu Er's angry voice sounded nearby. "What are you saying? In the middle of the night, a lowly maid dancing in the garden to the marquis? Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and catch that maid to sell her." Startled, Yu Duojiao looked around and casually saw Wen Jingxing hiding behind a pillar. She ran toward him in panic and accidentally fell into his arms. "Marquis," she called sweetly, making Wen Jingxing freeze. "Leave now, so your sister won't misunderstand." Yes, Yu Duojiao thought Wen Jingxing would protect her, but he only said this. However, she didn't miss the strange desire flickering in his eyes. "Er, what are you doing?" Soon after Yu Duojiao left, Yu Er came running. Seeing Wen Jingxing, her anger grew. Sure enough, that lowly maid had run into Wen Jingxing here. "Nothing much. I was just thinking the Marquis would be back soon, so I came to see you. Let's go. I prepared some mung bean soup to cool you down," Yu Er said, understanding Wen Jingxing. She wouldn't act like a jealous fool in this situation. But the next day, she ordered someone to forcefully send Yu Duojiao back to the Yu family. Wen Jingxing didn't say much about it. Over the next few days, Wen Jingxing did not go to listen to Song Zhai find Suwon, and Suwon was anxiously waiting every day for news from Su Mingyun. In the end, she did not receive good news, but instead learned that Su Mingyun had been imprisoned. It was Wen Jingxing who came to tell her. "Suwon, something's wrong. Big brother has been put in jail." "What?" Suwon was shocked. Wen Jingxing hurriedly said, "It's said that the King of War found spies in his residence. The person insisted it was your older brother's doing. The King of War personally led people to arrest him." Wen Jingxing looked anxious on the outside, but inside, he was secretly relieved. He didn't know why the man insisted it was the Su family's people, but he and the third prince had cleared their suspicions, right? "Don't worry. I'll go with you to ask about the situation at the Su family. I think, given the past, the King of War won't harm your brother." Suwon was very shocked. She had been waiting for Su Mingyun to send her a message, hoping to make a good impression on the King of War through that matter. but instead, she ended up in trouble. What exactly was going on? No need. I'll go back alone, she said firmly. At this moment, Suwon still looked strong, which made Wen Jingxing smile bitterly. Suwon, do you really not see the situation clearly? That Xie Xingye clearly wants to use you to attack the Su family. Since you married into the Marquis's house, the Wen and Su families have shared honor and disgrace. Different paths, no cooperation. That's something you should know. Can't you just soften a bit? Because I married you here, you've been giving me the cold shoulder? Now that Su Mingyun is in jail, the only person you can turn to is me, Wen Jingxing. Hearing this, Suwon was furious but had to admit that Wen Jingxing's words made some sense. But she couldn't bring herself to soften toward him. Ninger, go back to your maternal home with mother, Suwon said, ignoring Wen Jingxing, pulling Wen Ning to leave. Wen Ning looked at Wen Jingxing, who was not only angry but also murderous. He really disliked Suwon's stubborn nature. Can't she just be like other wives, endure a little, be kind, gentle, and generous? Suwon, I'm waiting for the day you beg me, Wen Jingxing snorted angrily and left. When Yu Ear heard this news, she couldn't be more proud. She even whispered to Wen Jingxing, Marquis, your sister's temper is really hard to like. You should teach her a good lesson. Tell her that women should see their husbands as their everything. Don't say that marrying a wife or taking 3 or 4 concubines is wrong. She shouldn't complain. We married into the Wen family to help them grow and prosper. Yet, she is so jealous. Does she want to see the Wen family have no future? Wen Jingxing listened to these words, thinking he could use this opportunity to teach Suwon a lesson. He wanted to see how long Su Mingyun could stay strong now that he was in prison. Throughout the journey, Suwon was very anxious. She couldn't understand why the war prince was doing this. That day, he clearly expressed his position through Wen Ning. How could he imprison Su Mingyun just because of a spy's words? If Su Mingyun had planted the spy, she would never believe it. Madam, don't worry too much. The eldest son is lucky and will be fine. This must be a misunderstanding by the war prince. Once the truth is clear, they will release him, Chiu Hua advised. Yes, mother. Don't worry. That handsome uncle doesn't seem like a bad person. There must be some mistake. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the Su family residence. As soon as they entered, they received another piece of news. Su Mingxian had knelt at the palace gate, begging to see the war prince to save Su Mingyun. But the war prince had no intention of seeing him. This incident caused a big stir in the imperial city. Anxious, Suwon tightly clenched her handkerchief. After a long while, she said, if nothing else works, I will go beg Wen Jingxing, the 3rd prince. After saying this, her body trembled badly. It was clear she had made a firm decision. Su Jingnian's eyes moved, and he called Suwon into the study. As soon as she entered, she hurriedly asked, Father, didn't I send a message that day? Big brother said everything was going well. Why did he suddenly end up in prison? What exactly is going on? The plan was indeed successful, and the message reached the war prince. But there was a spy in the Wen residence. Wen Jingxing noticed it, and those people were moved away in advance, Su Jingnian explained.
What?
Wen Jingxing found out? Suwon was shocked. Su Jingnian continued. Yes, the spy was actually sent by the 3rd prince. Hearing this, Suwon was confused. The 3rd prince's people? Then why did they take my brother?
Su Zhen din answer mai.
Of course, it was to help you succeed in escaping from the Wen family. This was a plan secretly arranged by Lord John and your older brother. That day, Ninger asked Lord John to help you divorce Wen Jingxing. This was Lord John's idea. Also, Lord John already intended to deal with the Wen family. Wan, you have a good daughter. Su Jingnian is very proud of her. Suwon was stunned and stood still for a long time before she understood. My brother means that the Su family should deliberately fall into trouble, and the Wen family, fearing involvement, will have to agree to a divorce?
Exactly.
Now it's up to you, he replied. After leaving the Su family, Suwon looked very sad. Wen Ning and Chiu Hua also heard the news and played along with Suwon to act well. Mother, what should we do? Will uncle be executed? Suwon was moved and hugged Wen Ning. Ning'er, you're such a good child. Mother, don't be afraid. Ning'er will protect you, Wen Ning said, hugging Su-wan. Su-wan cried as she returned to the Wen family. Inside, Grandma Wen Jingxing, and Yu Er were waiting to see her embarrassed. Wen Jingxing was even more eager to hear her plead. Wen Ning, who was good at acting, immediately threw herself into Grandma Wen's arms, crying pitifully. Grandmother, Ning'er's uncle is going to be executed. Oh no, what should we do? Wen Jingxing was surprised and then looked at Su-wan with a look of schadenfreude. Su-wan, you heard it too. Now, except for the third prince, no one can save your brother. If you beg me, I will go to the palace immediately. Saving your brother is just a matter of my aunt's word. From now on, you just need to serve your mother-in-law well, get along with Er, and you will have no lack of dignity. Yes, sister, at this point, you only have this way, Yu Er said proudly. At this moment, Song Bai strode in and whispered something to Wen Jingxing. Wen Jingxing chuckled. Ha, you want to see Lord John alone? How is that possible? He's a ruthless man. Back then, he cut down his trusted general without blinking, and he watched his wife die from poisoning. Su-wan, such a person is not likely to be soft-hearted, and he definitely won't see your second brother. Su Xingye hates betrayal the most. That spy who followed him for years suddenly turns out to be from your Su family. What do you think you will do? Su Mingyun, you are truly so foolish, daring to challenge the dignity of the War King, when Jingxing's comment about following him for many years betrayed him. If he didn't know the truth, how could he tell that the spy was someone who had followed Xie Xingye for many years? She had never known that Wen Jingxing was such a good actor. Su-wan remained calm, sitting there quietly, crying and showing despair to the extreme. Wen Jingxing waited for her to beg him, but she showed no intention of doing so. It made him laugh with anger. Su-wan, now that your older brother is in prison, what's wrong with you softening a bit? Do you really want to watch him die in jail? Old Madam Wen was afraid that the Su family's problems would affect the Wen family, so she kept a stern face and said nothing. Yu Er laughed boldly and freely. Sister, what's wrong with you softening up for your husband? Your temper is really unwise. At this moment, another trusted aide hurried into the room. Marquis, things are bad. War King has ordered people to use private force against young Master Su. He also said he wants to take a share of the Su family, determined to make them pay the price. Wen Jingxing suddenly stood up from his chair, looking incredulous. After a long moment, he muttered, "It seems Xie Xingye wants to use this to deal a deadly to the Su family. In this situation, even if the third prince intervened, it's unlikely they could save Su Mingyun." His biggest fear was that it would also drag the Wen family into trouble. Yu Er also thought of this point. She quickly said, Marquis, War King is probably going to strike the Su family hard. He's ruthless, unpredictable, and this could involve the Wen family. Marquis, at this moment, it's best for us to cut ties with the Su family. When Su-wan heard this, she pretended to be angry and scolded Yu Er. Yu Er, are you still human? I am a daughter-in-law of the Wen family. Since I married into the Wen family, our two families have shared honor and disgrace. Do you really dare to say such things? Yu Er pouted. Sister, your words sound nice, but it's your older brother who's reckless, provoking War King. Are you trying to drag the Wen family into this mess? Then she turned to Wen Jingxing and said, Marquis, I think even if sister begs you and you see Auntie, she won't be able to do anything. It's better to take this opportunity to divorce her, so she won't drag the Wen family down. Su-wan wanted to speak again, but old Madam Wen suddenly interrupted. Er is right. Su Mingyun was reckless and provoked that killing god. She should handle it herself. Jingxing, you don't need to go beg your aunt anymore. This matter, not implicating the Wen family, is already fortunate. Yu Er's eyes flickered, and she quickly added, Mother, it's impossible not to be involved. Su Mingyun has already placed spies in the prince's residence. Such boldness, how can the War Prince tolerate it? I think we should immediately cut ties with the Su family. When Jingxing, who was nearby, remained silent at this moment. He sensed that there was more to this than what appeared on the surface. However, he couldn't see the full picture right now. At this time, when Ning started crying and said, No, Don't hurt my mother. My mother is innocent, and my uncle is innocent too. We should go ask the war prince to investigate this matter again." When Ning let go of Grandma Wen and threw herself at Su Wan also looked sad and said, "Wen Jingxing, haven't you always said you wanted to repay my brother's life-saving kindness? Now is the perfect time." Wen Jingxing was annoyed by Wen Ning's crying. Grandma Wen was worried that Wen Jingxing might agree and cause trouble for the Wen family, so she hurriedly said, "Jingxing, you must think carefully. If we oppose the war prince now, we will definitely be affected. That killer is just afraid of losing the Wen family's handle. We can't fall into his trap." "Yes, Lord, I think it's better to break off the engagement with the sister." Su Wan glared angrily at Yu Er. "If you break off the engagement now, aren't you afraid others will say you're ungrateful for not saving me?" Yu Er picked up her teacup and took a small sip. "In life and death situations, who cares about gratitude or ingratitude? Besides, my sister isn't even asking for help with a good attitude. Your relationship with the Lord has never been about love, and the Wen family shouldn't risk their future at this moment. Right, Mother?" Er's analysis makes a lot of sense. Jingxing, you, and Su Wan have never been in love, only helping out of gratitude. Over the years, we've done our best to help the Su family. We can't risk the Wen family's future for them anymore. Jingxing, go write the breakup letter, Grandma Wen said firmly, worried that the Su family's issues might drag down the Wen family. Wen Ning started crying again, deliberately disturbing Wen Jingxing's thoughts, making his head spin. "Enough. Crying like that is useless," Wen Jingxing snapped at Wen Ning. The latter turned pale and shrank into Su Wan's arms, muttering, "Bad daddy." Su Wan finally saw the true face of the Wen family. She looked very desperate and gazed at Wen Jingxing. "Wen Jingxing, do you really want to divorce me?" Wen Jingxing didn't want to divorce Su Wan deep down. He felt there might still be a way to fix things, but he couldn't think of a good solution at the moment. He guessed that the concubine Xian might not risk so much over just Su Mingyun. Right now, to protect the Wen family from trouble, divorcing Su Wan seemed like the best choice. However, because of the debt of gratitude for saving his life, divorcing Su Wan would hurt his reputation. After thinking it over, he decided that separation was better. "Su Wan, let's divorce. You're strong-willed and never give up. I can't treat you the same way as before. I know you're worried about Ninger. If you agree to the divorce, I will let you take Ninger with you." To prevent Su Wan from refusing, he added that she could take Ninger. When Ning was ordinary and outspoken, which he disliked. Divorce, each happy in their own way. It's good for your reputation and mine. After hearing this, Su Wan's expression flickered. She was stunned for a long time. Then, looking helpless, she nodded. "Fine, let's divorce. I will take Ninger and have nothing to do with the Wen family from now on." When Ning's eyes flickered with a cunning look. Wen Jingxing thought this matter would take a long time to settle, but Su Wan agreed immediately. At that moment, he felt a strange pain in his heart, as if he had lost something very precious. He stood up and strode out quickly. His back looked a little lonely. Grandmother Wen initially disagreed with Su Wan taking Wen Ning away, but then she thought that the divorce could help restore some dignity to the Wen family. Wen Ning was usually clumsy and annoying, so it was better to let Su Wan take her back to the Su family. The Wen family now had Ru'er as the heir, and more children would come in the future. Wen Ning was not essential. Thinking this way, Grandmother Wen felt relieved. "Since you're divorcing, do it by the rules. I will have Er count your dowry and send it back to the Su family. You don't need to think that the Wen family is ungrateful. Blame your eldest brother for choosing the wrong person, someone who attracts trouble." At this moment, Grandmother Wen no longer mentioned the lack of precedent for divorce among noble families. Su Wan lowered her eyes, hiding the coldness in them. She tightened her grip on Wen Ning. "If that's the case, then write the divorce papers, and also change Wen Ning's name. If my mother does not agree, I will kneel at the Wen family's door and refuse to leave. I want everyone in the city to see the shameful face of the Wen family, ungrateful and abandoning their wife and daughter. I believe Grandma Wen will not let this happen." Grandma Wen tightened her grip on the chair and said angrily, "Do as you wish. Yu looked happy and reached out to Suwon. Then, sister, please bring the key to the storeroom. Without hesitation, Suwon handed over the key to Yu. She then pulled Wen-ning and left. Hua hurriedly followed behind Suwon. Thinking about returning to the Su family soon and reuniting with her sisters, she couldn't help but smile happily. The eldest son has gained the favor of the war prince, which is good news for the entire Su family. I wonder how Jingxing will feel when he finds out this was all a trap. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Wen-ning, whose key was taken by Yu, also looked very excited. Back in the study, when Jingxing sat quietly for a long time without moving, recalling the moments he shared with Suwon over the years. He remembered the first time he saw her, her beautiful face and her once charming, captivating eyes. Suddenly, he remembered the hunting trip when she fell off her horse. She stayed by his bedside, unbuttoned her clothes to stay with him, carefully cleaned his wounds, and gently applied medicine. At that time, he scolded her for being silly, but she smiled and said, "You're hurt. As your wife, I should take care of you." Suwon used to love him, he could feel it. But now, she wouldn't even look at him. Thinking of the past, a bitter feeling rose in his throat. If it weren't for the trouble at the Su family, he would have given her a place to stay. As long as he was alive, he could protect her. For 2 days, when Jingxing didn't write a word, which made Yu very anxious. She believed that when Jingxing still had feelings for Suwon and was reluctant to let go. Suwon's dowry had already been counted, waiting for Jingxing to draft the divorce letter. But he hesitated, which made her worry even more. She was also waiting for Jingxing's divorce letter, but afraid that the Wen family would see her eagerness to leave. She didn't ask about it. That day, she learned that Jingxing was secretly planning to rescue Su Mingyun, which frightened her greatly. He even went to ask the third prince and the noble consort for help. In the pavilion, Suwon was restless. She simply couldn't understand what Jingxing was really trying to do. Was he not afraid that the Su family's troubles would drag the Wen family down? "No, I can't wait like this anymore." Blue Cat, who had gone out to listen to gossip, returned. It leapt lightly into Wen-ning's arms, where she was reading a book. Using telepathy, it communicated with her. "Master, your father is really strange. He's about to divorce, but he can't let go." It really proves the saying, "You only cherish what you lose." Seeing Wen-ning not respond, Blue Cat continued, "I heard another piece of gossip. Do you want to hear?" Wen-ning rolled her eyes at it. "You've already said so. Of course I want to listen." Blue Cat chuckled. "This gossip involves Yu and Song-bai. You know them, right? I think their looks and actions suggest something unusual between them. It turns out that last night, Song-bai was with Yu's maid, Chanya. I wonder if these three are hiding some secret. Do you think I should tell your father about Yu's child so he can be caught off guard?" Wen-ning replied, "Not yet. Let's wait on that. I will write a secret letter soon, and at midnight, you will secretly deliver it to my father's study. After reading this letter, my father will have to write a divorce paper. Tonight, we will go steal from the treasure vault again." Hearing about stealing from the vault made Blue Cat's eyes light up, and it happily meowed. "Meow. Great, great. We're going to steal from the vault again. It loves shiny, sparkling things." At dinner, the whole family sat neatly together. If nothing unexpected happened, this would be Suwon's last meal with the Wen family. Old Lady Wen never failed to scold Suwon at the dinner table, but this time, she didn't scold her. Instead, she scolded Jingxing. "Jingxing, you're clever in your lifetime, but foolish for a moment. There's no room for negotiation in the Su family. Why are you still begging your aunt?" As expected, the noble consort didn't plan to intervene for the Su family. But Jingxing's behavior made Old Lady Wen quite unhappy. Jingxing looked at Suwon with deep affection. He just wanted to wait a little longer until Suwon announced she was pregnant. That day, she didn't drink the anti-conception soup. She stayed up all night calling water 3 times. She should be pregnant by now. Jingxing didn't respond to Old Lady Wen's words, but that look was enough to make Yu feel a serious threat. She said, "Marquis, the Su family has offended the war prince. If it were others, it might be fine, but you know very well what kind of person the war prince is. If this drags on, there could be serious consequences. Your opinion makes sense. Before this matter affects the Wen family, it's better to cut ties now, or else you'll suffer later, Old Lady Wen said angrily. Suwon finished her meal quickly and put down her chopsticks, feeling very sad and hopeless. Seeing her gloomy face, Old Lady Wen got angry but was afraid Suwon would cling to the Wen family, so she held back her anger. Wen Jingxing stayed silent the whole time, lost in thought. After dinner, Wen Jingxing followed Suwon as they entered the listening pine study. He said, "Today, I wanted to visit your brother in prison, but without the king's order, they wouldn't let me in. The king asked to see Su Yushir, but we couldn't find a good reason. I think the king won't involve your family. Rest well." "I will think of other ways," he said, then turned to leave. At the door, Suwon suddenly asked, "Wen Jingxing, do you truly love me? Aside from benefits, did he really love her?" When Ning and Blue Cat were listening from the next room, eavesdropping. After a long pause, Wen Jingxing's voice was heard. "Once, I tried to love you." Hearing this, Suwon forced a bitter smile. How foolish she was to think Wen Jingxing loved her. In his heart, benefits always came before love. "Let's divorce. No more hesitation. I accept what the Su family is like," she said. Wen Jingxing replied calmly, "From now on, I want to try to love you." Suwon smiled, tears welling up in her eyes. "Do we still have a future?" "Wen Jingxing, since you married Yu Ir as your concubine, we have no future." Hearing this, Wen Jingxing also showed emotion. He frowned and said, "Suwon, as the mistress of the Marquis house, you should think about the future of the family. Whether I marry or take concubines, you, as the mistress, should greet everyone with a smile. Your job is to help the Marquis house flourish, to have many children, not to be a jealous wife spying on the women in the backyard. Don't you think that makes you look unworthy of being a mistress? That little bit of life-saving kindness, I, Wen Jingxing, have already repaid. If this matter makes me refuse to take concubines for my whole life, I can't do it." Suwon didn't get angry, but smiled. With Wen Jingxing's words, she could let go easily. Such betrayal and heartlessness, they will not end well. "Yes, I am a jealous wife. Rest assured. If you're at ease, then go write the divorce papers. Go carefully and don't send anyone to see me off." Suwon directly pushed the person out and decisively closed the door. This kind of scoundrel had long forgotten that he had personally said he loved only her. "Suwon, are you really so stubborn? What's wrong with softening a little? With your stubborn nature, who can stand being with you after leaving me, Wen Jingxing? Don't you think about how a woman abandoned by everyone can survive in the imperial city? You might also drag the Su family down." Suwon ignored him, feeling that Wen Jingxing was becoming more and more contradictory. Wen Jingxing did not return to Tingyu Pavilion, but went straight to his study. Later that night, after he fell asleep, the Blue Cat silently sneaked into the study and placed the secret letter written by Wen Ning openly on the desk. Then it went to meet Wen Ning. At this time, Wen Ning had already reached Tingyu Pavilion in the dark. This time, she planned to steal from the warehouse using the key on Yu Ir. "Here, go and make Yu Ir faint." "Got it." The Blue Cat was very excited as it jumped in through the window. A loud hit Yu Ir's face, causing her to tilt her head and fall into a deep sleep. The key to the warehouse was kept in her jewelry box, which the Blue Cat quickly found. After getting the key, it jumped out the window again. Learning from the previous lesson, this time the warehouse was guarded by 10 more guards. When Ning and the Blue Cat split up, one used a thunderous, and the other used a spiritual wind palm to knock down all the guards. After both the person and the cat entered the warehouse, they were stunned by the scene before their eyes. When Ning sighed, "The Yu family is really rich, isn't it?" The room was filled with gold, silver, and jewelry, comparable to a royal residence. Besides the Yunfeng Trading Company, the Yu family also had their own bank, making it hard not to get rich. When Ning didn't hesitate further, she waved her small hand and moved box after box of wealth into her space. The Wen family also owned many shops. Before the Wen family was raided, she planned to come again. In no time, when Ning emptied the contents inside, the person and the cat happily left the warehouse, locking the door behind them. The blue cat returned the key, while Wen Ning quickly slipped back to her room and went to sleep. Wen Jingxing, troubled and heavy-hearted, did not sleep for long before waking up. As he stepped out from behind the screen, he saw the letter on the table. He hurried over, tore open the envelope, and upon reading the letter, felt as if thunder had struck him. The short sentence above made him feel anxious and worried. The War King has discovered the Su family's secret dealings and plans to raid their home and exile them, affecting their entire clan. Wen Jingxing panicked, feeling completely lost. He didn't have time to think about whether the letter was true or false. He only knew he had to quickly write a divorce letter, a formal document to end his marriage and cut ties with the Su family. In just a moment, he finished writing the divorce letter and signed his name. After finishing, he hurriedly took the letter to Tingsong's studio and knocked on Su-won's door. At that time, Su-won was still resting. She was surprised to hear the urgent knocking. Su-won, open the door quickly. Su-won opened the door with a cold face. She couldn't help but scold him. What do you want to? She couldn't finish her sentence because Wen Jingxing had unfolded the divorce letter in front of her. Seeing it, Su-won was momentarily stunned. After reacting, she took the divorce letter from him. In just a few hours, he had come to a decision, hadn't he? Sign and seal it and we'll part ways peacefully from now on, Wen Jingxing said, his voice trembling slightly. He had prepared ink and brush, afraid Su-won might hesitate. Su-won took the paper and pen, signed her name at the end, and pressed her seal. The divorce letter had a line that read, "May the wife, after parting, recomb her hair, become a beautiful woman, and part peacefully." It also said, in consideration of the deep mother-daughter bond, she is allowed to take the eldest daughter, Wen Ning, and may also change her name to Su Ning. When Su-won received the divorce letter, she didn't know what Wen Jingxing had experienced or whether he had believed Yu Er's words. But it didn't matter anymore. From now on, she no longer needed to pretend to be harmonious in front of him, nor worry about anyone harming her Ninger. She no longer had to listen to old Madam Wen's nagging. The red candle inside the room flickered in the wind, and Su-won's face showed a look of relief. Wen Jingxing left with the divorce letter. Watching his hurried departure, Su-won finally relaxed her tense emotions, which had been hidden for days, and let out a barely audible sigh. At dawn, Wen Jingxing hurried out of the residence. When he returned, the divorce letter in his hand had been stamped with the official seal. Only then was the divorce legally valid. When Su-won received the divorce letter, she smiled. She was very happy. Wen Jingxing thought she still didn't know that the Su family was about to face a great disaster. Wen Jingxing couldn't bear to hide the truth from her and honestly said, "Su-won, you should go back quickly. The Su family will soon be accused of corruption and forming alliances with the War Prince. Su Mingyun was wrong, absolutely wrong, to offend the War Prince Xie Xingye. The only thing I can do to help you is to see you off after your family falls into trouble." At this moment, Wen Jingxing felt very relieved. He gave Su-won a letter of divorce, making it clear that no matter what happened to the Su family, they would have nothing to do with the Wen family. After hearing Wen Jingxing's words, Su-won understood that he was still afraid that her family would drag the Wen family down. As for the accusation of forming alliances and corruption, it was impossible. Su-won's expression did not show the shock Wen Jingxing expected, which made him think she was stunned by fear. "What about my dowry? Lord Marquis, have you forgotten?" Wen Jingxing shook his head, thinking Su-won was too naive. At this moment, shouldn't she go back first and inform her family? Instead, she kept thinking about her dowry. However, in the end, he chose to respect her and sent someone to inform Yu Er. When Ning was holding the blue cat, being led by Chiehua, she obediently played her role, standing beside Su-won. During the wait for the dowry, when Ning tilted her little head and asked Su-won uncertainly, "Mother, will I really change my surname to Su in the future?" Since learning that Su-won had received the divorce letter, she had asked this more than 10 times.
"Yes, Ning.
"From now on, you will be a member of the Su family called Su Ning," Su-won said. Su Ning giggled. I like the surname Su. It sounds so nice. The wheels of fate began to turn from this moment. She couldn't wait to see her scumbag father regret and suffer. Next to her, when Jingxing, waiting with her, didn't realize how serious the situation was. He stepped forward, hugged Su Ning, and showed a fatherly smile. He said, "Ninger, whether your surname is Su or Wen, you are still of Wen blood. If you encounter difficulties you can't solve in the future, you can come to the Wen residence for help. Also, your talent is average. Whether in martial arts or medicine, just your best. Anyway, with the Wen name, others won't bully you." Hearing this, Su-won was slightly surprised, then chuckled. She didn't want to explain much about it. Today, Su-won wore a particularly gorgeous silk dress with intricate patterns. The hem trailed on the ground, swaying gracefully as she walked. Su-ning was also dressed up specially, wearing a light pink chiffon dress. She had 2 loose braids tied with water-red ribbons. 2 bright little flowers were also tucked into her hair. Su-ning's innocent and sweet appearance matched Su-won's noble and elegant look. Everyone praised her as a noble princess. One Jingxing watched the mother and daughter with no emotion. He thought to himself, "Wear whatever you want now, because soon you might have to wear prison clothes." Offending the War King means no matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to turn things around. Just then, Steward Wen hurried over in a panic. "Master, something bad has happened. Lady's dowry is missing." "What? Missing? All 15 boxes of dowry are gone?" One Jingxing looked suspicious and worried.
No, it's not just that.
"Everything belonging to everyone is gone." "What do you mean?" "Speak clearly." When Jingxing sensed something was wrong, Steward Wen looked scared.
It's
the storeroom. Someone stole from it again." Su-won was stunned on the spot. Wen Jingxing took a few unsteady steps back, looking shocked. At this moment, Yu-er ran over crying, her hair messy, as if a ghost was chasing her. Master, something terrible. The storeroom was robbed again. There's a ghost in the house." Yu-er ran to Wen Jingxing, looking terrified. She hugged him tightly, overwhelmed with fear. Wen Jingxing's face turned dark with anger. After hearing Yu-er's words, he slapped her hard. He gritted his teeth and said, "The key to the storeroom is in your hands, and you hold the power over the supplies. Now you're talking about ghosts? Do you think I'm a fool?" The slap made Yu-er dizzy. She fell to the ground, holding her half-bruised face, stunned. She muttered to herself, "There are ghosts. It's true. The ghost is in Sister's Listening Pine Pavilion." Hearing this, Su-won stepped forward calmly and said, "If there really were ghosts in Listening Pine Pavilion, could Ninger and I still stand here safely?"
Admit it, Yu-er.
"The real thief who stole from the storeroom is you. 3 days ago, you had the key. Just like last time, as soon as the key was in your hands, the storeroom was robbed." "How do you explain this?" Grandmother Wen, who had just arrived after hearing the news, overheard this. She widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Yu-er. Trembling, she pointed at him. You, old madam. Before, when Lautai could say a complete sentence, she fainted from anger. Jingxing Wen was about to go crazy. He didn't understand what Yu-er was trying to do. "What do you really want? Yu-er, tell me, what are you doing stealing those jewels?" "I don't care what the Marquis does, but you must return them." Yu-er curled up on the ground, trembling with fear. "It wasn't me, really, it wasn't me." Su-won didn't want to hear the two of them crying and shouting. She took Su-ning's hand and headed outside, leaving a parting remark. "In 3 days, I will come back to the Wen family to take back my dowry." Jingxing Wen suddenly burst into loud laughter, mocking Su-won. "Su-won, it's impossible now. You won't have a chance to come back to the Wen family because I heard that soon your Su family will be exiled." Hearing this, Su-won just smiled and took Su-ning away. Su-ning turned back and made a funny face at Jingxing Wen. As they walked, he said to Su-won, "Mother, next time I come, can I stop calling Dad?" Su-won raised an eyebrow. "Then what do you want to call him?" Chihuahua giggled. Jingxing Wen was furious. Not only was he clumsy and rude, but he also lacked manners. This was the good upbringing Su-won had given her daughter. "Get out of this house," he shouted. He had hoped to protect her because of their blood ties, but now the ungrateful girl was repaying him like this? Su-won ignored Jingxing Wen's roar. She held Su Ning's hand and left. The Wen family didn't prepare a carriage for the mother and daughter. After they left, the air felt sweet. Chiu-hua carried the blue cat in her arms and a big bundle on her shoulder. As they walked, she chattered. "Madam, miss, do we need to hire a carriage now?" "No, let's go to Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Second brother has already prepared a carriage there." Drunken Fragrance Pavilion is an estate of the Su family.
Yay.
"We're going to eat honey date cakes at Drunken Fragrance Pavilion." "Xiao Qing, there's more delicious food." "Are you happy?" Meow. The blue cat purred happily. Su Ning took the blue cat from Chiu-hua and skipped ahead. Not far behind, the bright red gates of the Wen family slowly closed, sealing away all the unhappiness. Su-won's gaze fell on the two bright little flowers on Su Ning's head. At this moment, the flowers seemed to feel Su Ning's happiness and started to dance along with her. Her joyful dance moved her. Soft sunlight shone on the small flowers on Su Ning's head, making her the most eye-catching sight of the summer.
Suddenly, Su-won's smile.
She remembered her previous idea of staying in the warm residence, relying on giving birth to an heir to gain favor. Now, she found it very funny. Indeed, as the story says, once a person gives up certain things, they feel lighter and happier. Early in the morning, Wen Jingxing went to the government office to get a seal. Somehow, this news spread. Now, everyone on the street was talking about Wen Jingxing's divorce from Su-won. Seeing Su-won come out with a child and her servant carrying a bundle, it was clear that the divorce was real. The common people began to curse Wen Jingxing for being ungrateful. "Oh my, that Wen Jingxing is so ungrateful." The eldest son of the Su family once saved him from danger, and his legs and tendons were injured. He kept saying he married Su's daughter to repay her kindness and would cherish her forever. Just 6 years later, he forgot his original promise. Such a person is truly cruel. That's right. I heard he recently married a concubine. Her son is already a month old. It shows he betrayed the Su family last year. Such a traitor is worse than a pig or a dog. There's more. I heard the eldest son of the Su family got into trouble with the War King and ended up in jail. Wen Jingxing not only didn't help him, but also divorced Su-won. He's clearly afraid of being implicated by the Su family. On the surface, it's a divorce, but in reality, Wen Jingxing abandoned his wife and daughter. Your analysis makes sense. Abandoning wife and daughter sounds so harsh. He forced Su-won to divorce him. What a shameless person. For a while, many common people stood up for the mother and daughter. Just as they were about to reach Drunken Fragrance Tower, a luxurious carriage approached from a distance. It's the War King's carriage. Oh my, the War King is here. Everyone make way. Someone recognized the carriage from the War King's residence. The crowd quickly moved aside. Su-won's eyes flickered. She hurriedly pulled Su Ning forward and knelt in front of the carriage, stopping it. "Your Highness, please have mercy. Release my brother. There are many doubts about this matter. I beg you to investigate again." Su Ning also knelt down, softly crying out, "Prince, please have mercy and release elder uncle." Inside the carriage, Xie Xingye listened and showed a hint of approval. He thought to himself, this Su family lady is quite clever. He had come specifically today because he received some news. Xie Xingye deliberately stayed inside, not coming out to meet them, while Su-won and her daughter remained kneeling in front of the carriage. Secretly, many spies from different households were watching the situation here. They all wanted to see how Xie Xingye would respond. After a long while, amid whispers from the crowd, Xie Xingye finally reached out his strong hand and lifted the curtain. "Who are you kneeling for?" he asked, his tone calm and neither angry nor happy. Su-won bowed deeply to Xie Xingye, both to thank him for saving her and for pretending to be her ally. "I am Su, wife of Su Mingyun's younger brother," she said sincerely, bowing again. Xie Xingye tapped the carriage pole lightly with his fingertips, then looked away from Su Ning's clever face, a flicker of interest in his eyes. "If I remember correctly, Su Mingyun's younger sister married the heir of Yongchang Marquis 6 years ago, now the Marquis himself. Why do you call yourself a common woman? Su Wan replied confidently. Your Highness, my relationship with Marquis Yongchang has ended. We are no longer in love and have divorced. Xie Xingye's eyes darkened like ink. He said, End of the relationship? It's clear that Marquis Yongchang is afraid of dragging the Su family into trouble. I have already found out that the thief is not a spy from the Su family. Soon, young Master Su will be released. To show my apology, I will personally send young Master Su back to the Su family soon. The lady of the Su family waited home for good news. As for you and the Wen family, I will speak for you. When he said this, the people on the street sighed. Su Ning happily jumped up. Great. Mother, elder uncle is innocent. Thank you, Your Highness. I knew you were a good person, Su Ning said cheerfully, winking at Xie Xingye, very playful and adorable. Su Wan also respectfully thanked Xie Xingye. Thank you, Your Highness. People say Xie Xingye is ruthless and unpredictable, but she thought he was a good person. The spies secretly listening were all shocked by this. Especially when Jingxing's spy, Song Bai. Just after they separated, he said Su young master would be released without guilt. Isn't it true that the War King secretly found evidence of the Su family forming a faction for personal gain? What exactly is going on? Song Bai couldn't understand and hurried back to report to Wen Jingxing. Marquis, something's wrong. Young Master Su is about to be released without punishment. What? At this moment, Wen Jingxing was still investigating the theft in the warehouse. Hearing Song Bai's words, he was shocked. He suddenly turned around, his eyes full of anger, staring at Song Bai, which made Song Bai jump in fright. Say that again. Song Bai didn't dare hesitate and honestly told him about Su Wan meeting Xie Xingye earlier. Wen Jingxing was very surprised. He was stunned for a long time, then suddenly realized what was happening. He quickly ordered, Go and investigate again. He suspected that the letter was sent into the Marquis's residence by the third prince. Since the letter was delivered by the third prince, it must be genuine. As for why Xie Xingye wanted to release Su Mingyun back to the Su family first, he couldn't figure it out now. Meanwhile, after Su Wan and Xie Xingye parted ways, they took Su Ning and Qiu Hua to Zui Xianglu to pack some snacks, then rode a carriage home. The entire Su family was waiting at the door. It's good that you're safe. It's good that you're safe, Wu Shi cried tears of joy. After so many events, she had come to accept it. Instead of living a life of subservience, it was better to return home. After this incident, who wouldn't curse the Wen family for being untrustworthy? For abandoning their wife and daughter to protect themselves? The second wife of the Su family, Yun Jiao, held Su Wan's hand and led her toward the main hall, saying as they walked, You should stay in the Lantern Moon Pavilion as before. I already had someone prepare everything yesterday. From now on, you can rest assured and live peacefully. Don't listen to rumors. Also, I should thank you. Because of your insistence on having Auntie San find a shaman doctor, Xian's illness was cured. She hadn't thought about this before. If Su Wan hadn't insisted on seeking help from the shaman doctor, Xian might have been like that for his whole life. That's good. We are lucky to have met the shaman doctor. Xian is truly fortunate. They continued talking as they walked into the inner room. Such a peaceful scene was something they never saw in their previous life. Su Bufan and Su Xinian held Su Ning's hands from either side, and the three children laughed happily. Brother Bufan, Sister Xinian, from now on I will also be called Su Ning. Don't get it wrong. Really? You're changing your name? Su Bufan was surprised. Of course. From now on, the three of us will study together. Here is the snack I bought on the way back earlier. Quickly try it. Su Ning took out the snack to share with her brother and sister. When Su Xinian saw it was honey date cake, she was so happy she danced with joy. It's the honey date cake from Drunken Fragrance Tower. I love eating it. Su Xinian took a bite of the honey date cake, then looked at the blue cat that Qiu was holding. Ninger, is this your little cat? So cute. I want to hold it. Go ahead. It's very smart and gentle, it won't scratch you. But it's a bit greedy. Su Xinian chuckled and quickly offered the honey date cake to the blue cat. Little cat, eat it quickly. This is my favorite honey date cake. I'll share half with you. From now on, you'll be my little friend. Being greedy is good, but I just hope it's not too greedy. Meow. The blue cat responded with a call. I want one too. I want to be its little friend, Sue Buffon said, feeding the half-eaten snack into the blue cat's mouth. The blue cat looked happy, with all the feeding. Hee, master, this treatment is 100 times better than at the Win family. From now on, these two little ones will be under my protection, Ching you blue cat. The blue cat's voice echoed in Su Ning's mind. Just protecting them is enough for me. You should go listen for news. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy means you will never be defeated. Got it, got it. I'm just your beast of burden. Stop talking nonsense. At the dinner table, the whole family sat together, raising glasses to celebrate Su Wan's return to the Su family. Leaving the Wen family meant escaping exile. That was what made Su Ning the happiest. Compared to the lively Su family, the Wen family seemed much quieter. Song Bai hadn't found any useful news yet, and there was no clue about the warehouse theft either. He questioned all 10 people, and they all said they fainted mysteriously, without seeing anyone. Yu Er was sleeping deeply and didn't notice anything unusual. Marquis, maybe we should find a Taoist priest to drive away the evil spirits. I think listening to Song Jai, there might really be. Shut up, Wen Jingxing snapped sharply. Yu Er dared not speak further. Old lady Wen even thought Yu Er was a bad omen. Since she came to the Wen estate, nothing has gone smoothly. Yu Er, what do you think we should do about the missing silver in the warehouse? Yu Er was surprised and asked, what does my mother mean? Of course, you need to make up for it. Once this key is in your hands, the treasury silver is lost. How can I trust you? Old lady Wen meant for Yu Er to replace the missing silver again. Yu Er was so angry she clenched her teeth and said, Mother, whether you believe it or not, the loss of the treasury silver has nothing to do with me. To prevent it from being lost again, the treasury will stay empty. When Jingxing and old lady Wen looked at her in shock. Before they could speak, Yu Er, feeling both angry and helpless, said, I can make up for it, but first let me be clear. The silver must stay in the Yu family, and this is the last time. After thinking for a long time, Wen Jingxing agreed reluctantly under old lady Wen's displeased gaze. Fine. Wen Jingxing once again killed 2 guards, but their testimonies remained consistent. He suspected there might really be something suspicious about the missing silver case. Er, how is your brother's injury? Yu Er didn't catch the hidden meaning in Wen Jingxing's words and honestly replied, I asked several doctors, but no one could help. Wen Jingxing's expression changed, and he said, Your brother is the only son of the Yu family. If he can't be cured, your family's business might have to change its name. Ruer is still young, but he also carries the blood of the Yu family. Hearing this, Yu Er understood but said nothing, her heart pounding hard. Early the next day, Song Bai hurried into the study, looking serious as he whispered to Wen Jingxing, Lord Marquis, Third Master did not send a secret message to the Wen residents. Wen Jingxing suddenly felt like something exploded in his mind. In a flash, he realized he had been deceived. Soon, he received news that King Zhan, Xie Xingye, personally came to release Su Mingyun from prison. Xie Xingye personally released Su Mingyun and returned him to the Su family. This caused a sensation throughout the imperial city. Everyone had been worried that the Su family was finished and that offending King Zhan would lead to a bad outcome. But suddenly, Su Mingyun was released without charge. The Su family members knelt at the gate to welcome Xie Xingye. Xie Xingye dismounted, stepped forward, and personally helped Su Jingnian to his feet, politely saying, Su Yushi, please stand. Previously, I did not investigate clearly and wrongly accused the eldest son. That was my fault. To show my apology, I bring a small gift. I hope Yushi will accept it. Bring him over. Upon Xingye Xie giving the order, 10 chests of wealth behind him were carried into the Su residence by his servants. This surprised the watching townspeople, leaving them wide-eyed. What shocked them even more was that Xingye Xie humbly crouched down to pick up Su Ning. He took a black token from his waist and hung it on Su Ning's waist. This token represented his identity. When seen, it was like seeing the person himself. Little Ning is truly adorable and has won my heart. I will give this token to you for fun. Hee hee, handsome uncle is also cute. Su Ning giggled happily. News of this quickly spread to the Wen family. Wen Jingxing and Wen Laotai couldn't understand how the simple-minded Wen Ning had gained the favor of the King of War. With that token symbolizing the King of War status, Su Ning's position rose. They secretly felt a bit regretful about breaking up with Su Wan. The Su family had connected with the King of War, and no one dared to say a bad word about Su Wan. No one dared to call her a forsaken wife. Su Jingmian invited Xingye to come in for tea, but he politely declined, saying, "No, I have urgent matters. I must take my leave." Xingye nodded at Su Mingyun, then lifted Su Ning onto his horse and left. These gifts were given by Xingye to thank Su Ning for saving his life. It was a good reason to visit the Su family. He really wanted to meet the old divine doctor Su Ning mentioned, but after thinking it over, he decided the time wasn't right. In the afternoon, the Duke of Zhengguo's residence sent an invitation to the birthday banquet of the eldest princess. They specifically invited the Su family, including Su Wan. The eldest princess was a sister to the current emperor. Xingye's mother had passed away early and was raised by the late empress, so the three of them had a good relationship. Inside, Su Jingmian looked worried and asked, "Mingyun, what does the King of War's move mean?" He was asking about how he treated Su Ning differently. Su Mingyun had secretly reached an agreement with Xingye. Xingye also said he would find a way to restore Su Mingyun's former position as General Dingyuan. After thinking for a moment, Su Mingyun replied, "Maybe he just likes Ninger for who she is." Then he looked at Su Ning with a gentle, loving gaze. Ninger is smart and quick to learn. Who wouldn't feel affection for her? Hearing this, Su Ning smiled at Su Mingyun and sweetly called, "Big Uncle." She loved hearing that and wished he would say more. Whether in her past life or this one, Wen Jingxing never fulfilled the responsibilities of a good father. He never asked about her various situations. Even when he knew Yu Qingsong had bad intentions, he still handed her over to that person. In his eyes, profit always comes first. Su Mingyun was released without any charges, and the marks on her body from the punishment were fake. People couldn't understand the reason behind the War King's apology. His heart is cold, and even if he had killed someone, he wouldn't apologize or bow. But this time, he personally sent her back to the mansion and apologized. His actions were truly surprising. Su Mingxian also said, "My elder brother is right. Dad, stop guessing blindly. Our sister's successful separation from her husband and bringing Ninger back was all thanks to the War King's help. For outsiders, the War King is ruthless, but to our Su family, he is a man of loyalty and kindness." Both Su Wan and Yun Jiao nodded in agreement. They didn't know that the secret letter behind the alliance was written by Su Ning, thinking it was secretly done by Xie Xingye. Su Jingmian sighed. It's a pity such a good person was betrayed. Everyone knew that Su Jingmian was referring to the queen who died from poisoning. Xie Xingye married twice. His first wife died during childbirth, and they couldn't save the child. His second wife was poisoned shortly after she joined the household and died after a long illness. After 2 wives, Xie Xingye was branded as a wife killer. No one dared to marry into the War King's family anymore. Even if he was handsome and noble, no one dared to marry his daughter into the family. Next, they stopped talking about Xie Xingye and started discussing the theft of the Wen family's treasury silver. Yesterday, Su Wan mentioned that the Wen family silver was stolen again, making everyone laugh uncontrollably. Yun Jiao said straightforwardly, "It must be that Wen Jingxing is so untrustworthy that even heaven can't stand him." Old Lady Wu also laughed. "The Wen family deserves it." The women cursed that there would be a third or even fourth theft. The men analyzed what conspiracy might be behind the theft. In the end, no one could figure it out. Even the Grand Master of the court, Morong Lin Yuan, couldn't find the reason, and they didn't know the cause either. Su Wan thought for a moment and said that Yu Er was shouting that there were ghosts in the house, and said some monsters swallowed all the silver. Upon hearing this, brothers Su Mingyun and Su Mingxian furrowed their brows. It seems there is only this one explanation that makes sense. But do ghosts and monsters really exist in this world? In the afternoon, inside Manhwa Pavilion, 3 children were reading aloud happily. Master Wenwen also saw how clever Su Ning was. Whatever he asked, Su Ning answered smoothly. Previously, only the Su family said she was skilled in archery and had medical talent, but no one tested her understanding of literature. Today, he realized there are truly talented and gifted people in the world. He also wondered how the Marquis Yongchang, who is so intelligent, could do such a terrible thing as abandoning his wife and daughter. Hearing the praise from the 3 teachers about Su Ning, the Su family members felt proud and honored. 2 days later, brothers Su Mingyun and Su Mingxian rode on tall horses, personally escorting Su Wan back to the Wen family to pick up her dowry. Blue Cat curled up at Su Ning's feet, chatting about funny things he overheard last night. Master, I found out that the old woman who asked Yu Er for money to raise her child lives in Wufu Alley. Her child is Yu Er's, but Yu Er's current child was bought from a farmer. To keep this secret, she spent 100 taels of gold to bribe Song Bai and even became his concubine. Your scoundrel father is so miserable, his wife betrayed him, and even his trusted aides turned against him. Hearing this, Su Ning smiled slightly. In this life, I will make him suffer even more than before. I want him to deeply feel the pain of inviting wolves into the house and raising tigers for trouble. He considers himself extraordinary, but in the end, he's just raising someone else's child. He will never find peace in his life. That's right. Life's most tragic thing is exactly that. Su Wan couldn't hear the conversation between the person and the cat, but seeing Su Ning's smiling face, she felt a warm feeling inside. Half an hour later, the carriage stopped at the gate of the Wen residence. The guard saw Su Wan returning and hurried inside to report. Madam is back. Madam is back. Inside, when Jingxing was talking with old lady Wen. After hearing the news, his face darkened. She's back, so what? Why are you shouting? Old lady Wen immediately sensed something was wrong after he finished speaking. Madam isn't at listening to Rain Pavilion. When did she leave? No, it's not Madam Yu, it's Madam Su. Hearing this, the mother and son's faces changed. Wen Jingxing suddenly remembered that 3 days ago, Su Wan said she would come back to take her dowry. After waiting for a while, no one from the Wen family came out to greet them. Su family's siblings walked into the residence on their own. They happened to meet Wen Jingxing coming out. Seeing Su Wan, Wen Jingxing's anger flared up. Su Wan, was that secret letter about forming alliances and scheming your plan? Did you do it? You guessed long ago that Su Mingyun would be released without guilt. To get the marriage papers quickly, you secretly wrote that letter, didn't you? Is that true or not? I don't know what you're talking about. Today, I am here to take my dowry. Please, Lord Wen, don't make things difficult for me, Su Wan said coldly, her eyes showing no mercy. Wen Jingxing felt a sharp pain in his heart. He didn't understand why Su Wan was so determined to leave him. Su Wan, once you leave this marquis, you will be a divorced woman. Do you think you can remarry? Even if you do, it will only be as a concubine. When Jingxing stopped talking nonsense. Hurry up and bring out the dowry. Su Mingyun stepped forward and said firmly to Wen Jingxing. Su Mingyun's face was very serious, and the guards nearby seemed ready to step forward. Su Mingyun didn't back down. He held his head high and stood there confidently. Su Mingxian, gentle and refined, was also not to be underestimated. Lord Wen, the marriage papers clearly state that once the wife is released, both parties are free to remarry. Are you regretting your decision? Wen Jingxing stubbornly replied, Nonsense. Wen Jingxing, have never regretted anything I've done. Bring the lady here. Butler Wen hurriedly went to invite Yu Er. The Wen family also received an invitation to the princess's birthday banquet. At this moment, Yu Er was instructing Spring Maid and the embroidery ladies from Yunxia workshop to cut clothes. Be careful. This is the princess's banquet. We can't treat it lightly. Whether it's the headwear or the clothes, they must be the best. We can't let anyone look down on our marquis's residence. Oh, and by the way, Spring Maid will go with the main lady to the event and have a good outfit made for her. Don't embarrass the main lady. Yu Er sipped her tea, with an arrogant look. "Thank you, madam," Spring Maid said gratefully. Butler Wen hurried over and reported, Madam, Sue has returned. Lord Wen asked you to prepare the dowry and send it over." Ear suddenly sat up straight.
What?
Sue Wan really came to take her dowry. Didn't the War King find evidence of the Sue family forming a secret alliance for personal gain? "Madam, Lord Ho is still waiting outside for a reply. Housekeeper Wen interrupted Ear's thoughts. Ear frowned and said, Tell him we have no such evidence." That day, didn't she know that the dowry and the treasury silver were stolen together? Housekeeper Wen hesitated for a moment and then left. Soon, the news reached Sue Wan's ears. Su Mingyan sneered, "I knew Lord Wen would play this trick. When I came, I already reported it to the authorities. I guess Lord Wen can't afford to be seen as dishonest." Su Mingxian also said, "The stolen items are from the Wen family's warehouse, unrelated to my family's dowry. Could it be that Lord Wen is too poor to return the stolen goods after the warehouse thefts? If so, we have no choice but to report it." The two brothers from the Su family were very firm in their attitude, making Wen Jingxing furious. He turned and kicked Housekeeper Wen, shouting, "Go call the madam here. Such ignorant people. Stealing even this little money is shameful for the Wen family." Wen Jingxing was angry and disliked the three siblings from the Su family, including Su Ning. "Wen Ning, come quickly to greet your father. How can you be so rude and disrespectful?" Su Ning bent down, picked up the blue cat, and ignored Wen Jingxing. Wen Jingxing's anger grew. He shouted, "Wen Ning, you've only been back for 3 days, and you've already lost all manners?" Su Ning tilted her head at Wen Jingxing and said unhappily, "That uncle is wrong. I am no longer surnamed Wen. I now go by Su. Since I changed my surname, I am no longer your daughter. Why should I greet you?" Wen Jingxing only knew that Wen Ning was simple-minded and average in talent, but he didn't realize she was also so uneducated. He angrily said, "It doesn't matter if your surname is Wen or Su. You carry Wen family blood. Go inside and pay respects to your grandmother." "No way. You're no different from that bad uncle," said Blue Cat. "Xiao Qing, go scratch his face. Meow." Blue Cat obediently responded and leapt out at the command. As Su Ning predicted, Wen Jingxing, furious, raised his hand to strike Blue Cat. Meow. Blue Cat let out a cry and suddenly twisted in midair. Wen Jingxing was stunned, staring in disbelief. What surprised Wen Jingxing even more was that Su Ning, a small girl, suddenly jumped into the air and carefully held the blue cat in her arms. She did not land on the ground but lightly stepped on the tree surface, stopping steadily on the treetop. She stood on one leg on the branch, with the other leg slightly bent. Her body was as light as a bird. Su Ning intentionally showed Wen Jingxing her martial skills. As expected, he looked both shocked and incredulous.
"You.
Aren't you just an ordinary talent?" Wen Jingxing said with difficulty. Su Ning had just demonstrated her light skills, which even he couldn't do. She landed lightly and ignored his words, turning to Su Wan and saying, "Mother, how much longer do we have to wait? This place smells bad, and Ning'o wants to go home." The three siblings from the Su family knew that Su Ning was very talented. They were not very surprised. However, after being stunned, Wen Jingxing stepped forward to question Su Wan. "Do you know that Ninger can practice martial arts?" Seeing Wen Jingxing's shocked expression, Su Wan smiled faintly and mocked. "I not only know that Ninger can practice martial arts, but I also know she has a talent for medicine. And now, even though she is only 5 years old, she can write a clear and neat article. Wen Jingxing, you have never cared about what Ninger has learned or done. You only see calculations and benefits." Wen Jingxing's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked incredulous. He suddenly remembered that Steward Wen had said that Ning was an ordinary talent. His mother had also mentioned many times that Ning followed her mother and was not very promising. But now, who can tell him that his daughter not only practices martial arts but also knows medicine and can write an article independently? "Su Wan, are you lying to me?" Wen Jingxing shouted angrily. Su Wan found this very funny. "Wen Jingxing, you don't care about your family, yet you blame others. Are you qualified to be a father?" Your current ugly face only makes me feel disgusted. While Ning'er was studying, you cared only about your son eating well and dressing warmly. When Ning'er cried looking for her father, you were teasing your other son. You have never fulfilled the responsibilities of a father. You only agreed to take Ning'er away to avoid trouble from the Su family and to make me agree to divorce you. In the end, you're just a selfish little man. Now, who is the angry person showing their temper? Suwon's words hit Wen Jingxing's sore spot, making him furious and blood boil. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. Yu Er was carrying Wen Rue. There was also housekeeper Wen. As soon as housekeeper Wen arrived, Wen Jingxing kicked him hard in the stomach. You, betraying this lord. Take him away and whip him to death. Housekeeper Wen was terrified, not knowing what mistake he had made to deserve betrayal. My lord, spare me. I don't know what I did wrong. If it weren't for your treachery, how could I have lost my daughter? Take him away. Wen Jingxing was furious and vented his anger on housekeeper Wen. The Su family members just watched coldly, ignoring Wen Jingxing's rage. The more Wen Jingxing was angry, the more he regretted. Suwon felt a sense of relief. After dealing with housekeeper Wen Jingxing turned his harsh gaze to Yu Er. She turned pale and quickly said, My lord, please don't be angry. I have sent Spring Maid to the Yu residence to check my sister's dowry. Yu Er, watch your words. I have already divorced from the Marquis and have nothing to do with the Wen family. Don't call me sister-in-law. Suwon's words made Wen Jingxing feel inexplicably annoyed, as if he had missed something. By noon, the Yu family finally finished counting the Su family's dowry. After the counting, Su Mingyun ordered people to load the dowry into carts. As they left Wen's residence, it rained heavily. Summer rain comes quickly and leaves just as fast. The friendship between the two families was like this summer rain. Once it stops, everything returns to the time when they didn't know each other. Wen Jingxing stood in the yard, letting the rain soak him. Yu Er stepped forward to advise him. My lord, you should go back. Be careful. Get lost. Stay away, Wen Jingxing snapped at Yu Er. It's all because of you that Suwon insisted on divorcing me. Yu Er looked shocked. My lord, you are blaming me for all this? Thinking about the upcoming succession struggle and needing Yu family support, she had taken Wen Rue back to the Yu family in anger. She wanted to use this to control Wen Jingxing. Sure enough, Wen Jingxing compromised. In the afternoon, he personally went to the Yu family, lowered his stance, and kindly persuaded them to take Yu Er back. Er, I was angry at the time. You should understand more, and not always go back to the Yu family, which makes it hard for me. Yu Er snuggled in Wen Jingxing's arms, softly saying, I understand. She lowered her head and didn't see the quick flash of anger in Wen Jingxing's eyes. Then Wen Jingxing talked about the Princess Chang's birthday banquet tomorrow. Princess Chang Xiejuhua is the emperor's sister and is highly respected by him. At the banquet, you must be careful and not make any mistakes. Her daughter, Chu Yaoji, is the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Jinghua. She is the young lady of the southern county and is not yet engaged at 18. I guess Princess Chang plans to choose a suitable match from the noble families tomorrow. I understand. I will pay attention to this and tell the Marquis. I will behave properly at the banquet and not let you down, Yu Er said confidently. Wen Jingxing nodded and then stood up to leave. He needed to see the third prince. Over at the Su family, they also thought that Princess Chang might use this chance to find a husband for Chu Yaoji. Chu Yaoji, as the county princess and friends with the fourth princess, was high up. No one knew which noble son might try to win her favor. Master, don't you remember from your past life? Do you know who Chu Yaoji married? Blue Cat asked curiously. Su Ning thought for a moment and said, I think she married the spoiled son of the Pingnan King's family. The Pingnan King was the only foreign prince in Beixia. 10 years ago, he led his army south to suppress a rebellion and earned this title. But I heard his son is quite reckless. Oh, he's a spoiled brat. Can the Princess Chang really like someone like that? Blue Cat asked, puzzled. Su Ning frowned and shook her head. I don't know the details. I only overheard from my mother. Maybe he used some improper methods. We'll find out tomorrow. Later, Blue Cat disappeared, probably going somewhere to eavesdrop on gossip again. Su Ning quickly entered her space and sat cross-legged to practice. On the Xianming continent, her spiritual root was too weak. No matter how she trained, her progress was slow. As Ziwu said, her talent was poor. She eventually gave up practicing because she couldn't improve. She wasn't interested in those cultivation books. Now that she could practice again, she decided to wait until she broke through to the second level of qi refining before understanding the techniques. She also wanted to test her own attributes. If her attributes are not suitable, she naturally rejects those cultivation methods. As for the cultivation books, she has found a few low-level ones from wandering cultivators. There are no powerful experts here, only ordinary warriors. Those with stronger internal energy can use it to walk on walls or fly. Those with less internal energy can only practice basic moves. Even if she only stays at the qi refining stage, she is still far above the people here. Of course, to protect her family, she will not slack off. Her goal is to become a strong person who can move mountains and rivers. Maybe she can even ascend to a higher realm someday. Early in the morning on the second day, Su-won got up early, woke up Su Ning, and after breakfast with the Su family, she went back to her room to dress up. Su-won wore a purple silk dress with a flowing cloud pattern, covered by a moon-white silk robe that looked noble but not too flashy. Su Ning wore a short, fitted lotus-colored outfit with a gold-threaded armor over it. She had a gemstone butterfly belt around her waist and soft deer-hide boots on her feet. Her hair was styled in 2 ponytails, looking lively and cute. After they finished grooming, the mother and daughter went to the gate of the residence. Soon after, the rest of the Su family also came out. Today was the birthday banquet for the princess. Everyone wore beautiful but modest dresses, showing their nobility without overshadowing the princess. Mother, second sister-in-law, Su-won greeted happily as they came out. Grandmother, second aunt, Su Ning also called sweetly. Ninger, they said. Little sister Ninger and big sister Ninger. The 2 children happily pulled Su Ning's arms from opposite sides. All are here. Let's go, said Su Jingnian, leading his 2 sons. Outside the residence, 3 men mounted their horses, leading a group of guards escorting 2 carriages. Inside the carriages sat the women of the Su family. The Duke of Zhengua's residence was near the East City Gate, and the Su family was at the West City Gate. The carriages would go out of the city through a forested road and a bamboo grove. To better protect the women, the 3 men chose to ride along on horseback. Big sister Ninger, Xiaoqing is easy to take care of. Whatever you feed it, it accepts happily. Su Shinian's cheerful voice came from inside the carriage. Su Bufan also occasionally fed dried meat to the blue cat. It's not picky. Su Ning lifted the curtain and looked outside. She saw another carriage following not far behind the group. That carriage looked very ordinary, with no guards, only a young man driving it. Su Ning was about to lower the curtain when he heard Su Mingxian say to Su Mingyun, "Big brother, the coachman behind seems to be Zimo, the prince's close attendant." Su Mingxian guessed that the person in the carriage was the returning prince, seeking medical help. Su Mingyan looked back and also guessed that the person in the carriage was the prince. Thinking that he had been weak and sick since birth, he felt worried for him. He whispered, "I wonder if the shaman doctor has a way to cure the prince's illness?" Su Mingxian worried, "Big brother, do you know how many eyes are watching the prince's position? Even if the shaman doctor has a cure, how can we send him into the palace? Otherwise, if he's not cured, he might die on the way. The former empress died from poisoning, which happened when she was pregnant with the crown prince, Xia Yanji. Everyone thought the prince would be stillborn, but the strong empress gave birth to him. Unfortunately, he was weak and often ill. Because of his poor health, he was also a bit introverted and strange. The emperor loved the former empress deeply, so even though Xia Yanji was weak and sickly, he was made the crown prince. This made many people unhappy. Many secretly wished for Xia Yanji to die early. But surprisingly, Xia Yanji lived peacefully to the age of 21. Of course, Xia Xingye's support was also important. Over the years, Xia Xingye secretly helped Xia Yanji find famous doctors. In the matter of the crown prince, A careless mistake could lead to disaster. Second brother, don't forget, we are on the side of King Zhan. Su Mingyun's words suddenly made Su Ning remember the day at the Su family gate when Xie Xingye hesitated but wanted to speak. Suddenly, Su Ning's ears twitched, sensing a strong killing aura approaching from afar. He hurriedly tightened the horse reins and said anxiously, "Father, second brother, protect the carriage. There's trouble." As soon as Su Mingyun finished speaking, an arrow shot across and hit a nearby tree with a loud thud. Then, many more arrows flew toward the side, mostly passing over the heads of the Su family members. Clearly, these arrows were aimed at the Crown Prince Xie Yanji behind them. If the Crown Prince were harmed in front of the Su family, the family would be responsible. Both morally and logically, they had to save him. Clang, clang, clang. As soon as Su Mingyun had the idea, he drew his sword to defend himself. Su Jingyan also joined the fight. Other guards, under Su Mingyun's command, drew their swords quickly. The Su brothers were different. One was a martial artist, the other a scholar. So, Su Mingxian couldn't help much in this situation. Second brother, hide inside the carriage. Su Mingxian turned off his horse and slipped into Su Ning's carriage. Brother, I'm scared. Su Xinian trembled as she tugged at Su Bofin's sleeve. Su Bofin affectionately pulled her into his arms. Don't be afraid. Brother will protect you. Ninger, don't be afraid either. With Bofin brother here, no bad guys will hurt you. Su Ning giggled. I'm not afraid. Bofin brother, didn't you forget? I also know martial arts. I can defend myself. Oh, right. We all have martial skills. Su Xinian suddenly remembered she was also skilled. But still, she was very scared. Outside, hurried footsteps sounded loudly. Soon, the clash of swords and knives sparked bright sparks. Those who interfere, die. The leader of the black-clad men, seeing Su Mingyun and Su Jingyan blocking them, said fiercely. 5 other black-clad men charged straight toward the Crown Prince's carriage. Although there was only one guard with the prince, he was very capable. He fought 5 and was not at a disadvantage. Xie Yanji sat calmly inside the carriage, looking very cold. But in just a moment, he suddenly coughed up blood. His expression also showed signs of illness. He knew this was because the medicine had worn off. After taking that medicine, he would seem to get better for several hours, but once the time passed, he would return to his weak, sickly state. His internal organs also ached faintly. He felt he couldn't hold on much longer. Blue Cat also heard the cough and asked, "Master, will the Crown Prince die?" "Only in half a year. Do you want to save him?" "Yes, but not right now. Some things are too risky and could bring disaster to the Su family. Everything needs a reason. For example, Xie Xingye." Lan Mao seemed to understand Su Ning's intention and said nothing further. The fight ended quickly. After Zimo killed 5 men in black, he flew over to help and defeated the remaining enemies. Finally, he cupped his fists and said, "I am Zimo." "Thank you, Magistrate Su and General Su. Is the person on the carriage the Crown Prince?" Su Mingyun asked. "Yes, but we shouldn't stay here long. We should leave quickly." After speaking, Zimo turned and left. "Let's go. It's getting late." Su Mingyun ordered everyone to continue their journey. Soon, they entered the city. The Crown Prince's carriage entered the city gates and soon separated from the Su family's carriage. Not long after, the Su family's carriage stopped in front of the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. At the same time, when Jingxing helped Yu Ear down from her sedan. Today, Yu Ear's outfit was more dazzling than at the Double Happiness banquet. She wore a golden phoenix hairpin, 3 strands of jade bracelets on her wrist, shining with jewelry, but also looking a bit gaudy. Seeing Su-won get off the carriage, Yu Ear smiled widely. She deliberately wanted to embarrass Su-won, so she approached her openly and greeted her. "Big sister Su is also here." After saying that, she covered her mouth and giggled, then added, "Today is the Princess Chang's birthday banquet. Since you are now divorced, attending this banquet might. I was personally invited by the Princess Chang." "Are you questioning her invitation, Lady Yu?" Su-won interrupted. Yu Ear's expression stiffened. She didn't expect the Princess Chang to invite Su-won. She quickly laughed and said, I see. I was being rude. More ladies arrived nearby. When they saw Yu, they looked at her with disdain. Some even whispered, is that the woman Wen Hauer is so eager to marry, even if it means losing his reputation? She's just SOSO. She has no airs of a noble lady. Dressed in pearls and jade, her steps clink like the sound of beads being played. She looks like a shopkeeper trying to attract customers, full of a cheap, showy air, with no noble grace at all. The woman's loud voice annoyed Yu. She turned her face away and happened to see the coral beads on her wrist. Yu smiled coldly and said, if I am not mistaken, the lady's bracelet is made of coral beads. She did not buy it from the Yu family shop but received it as a gift at the double happiness banquet that day. As soon as she spoke, the lady's expression fell, and she looked embarrassed. Under Wen Jingxing's cold gaze, she bowed politely to Yu. A small official of the fourth rank dared to make a fuss in front of him. Yu was not the highest rank, but she was still the main wife of the Yongchong Marquis estate. Those ladies who wanted to speak up for Su-won looked uncomfortable and dared not say more. Su-won was not affected by this. Now she had separated from Wen Jingxing, and their families had no more ties. She would not feel jealous just because Wen Jingxing protected Yu. Wen Jingxing, however, did not notice Su-won's indifference. Instead, he protected Yu more closely, as if trying to provoke Su-won and see if she would regret her actions. But he was disappointed. Seeing Su-won's calm face, Wen Jingxing looked unhappy. Yu's purpose was to scare those gossiping ladies, so Wen Jingxing showed his displeasure, feeling a bit proud. She swayed her waist and linked her arm with Wen Jingxing's, heading toward the estate. The Su family members did not rush inside but waited at the door. Soon the Yun family arrived. Mother, Yun Jiao hurried forward to greet the Yun family. Mrs. Shen, the Minister of Rights, patted her hand and then greeted Wu. The men exchanged greetings as well. Yunjia, the eldest son of the Yun family, looked at Su Mingyun and saw that his legs and movements were normal. He smiled and said, General Su has finally found happiness. I believe he will soon make great achievements and restore his former glory. Thanks for your good words, young Master Yun. Everyone talked as they walked inside. The men and women sat separately. Soon after entering the estate, they parted ways. Watching the lively scene inside, Su Shinian felt very happy. Wow, Sister Ning, there are flower boats on the lake. I want to go play too. Following Su Shinian's finger, Su Ning saw 3 decorated boats for sightseeing, with musicians, singers, and dancers on board. The Duke of Zhengguo's residence is surprisingly grand. It is said that just building this artificial lake cost several 100,000 taels of silver. Every stone laid at the bottom of the lake was carefully polished by craftsmen to prevent algae from growing in the water. Around the lake, there are curved bridges, each decorated with carved flowers on the railings. Many willow trees are planted along the shore. The scenery is very beautiful. It shows that the princess is someone who knows how to enjoy life. 2 of the 3 decorated boats are already crowded with scholars and elegant guests. The 3rd boat is also filling up. Su Shinian really wants to go, and Yun Jiao says, let's go. It's still early before the meal starts. We can take a walk and enjoy the beautiful view of the Lanbo Pond. When they get on the boat, they see Yu is also there. Many people are surrounding her, complimenting her and talking about the new shoe brocade from Yun Duanfang. Yu proudly gives Su-won a challenging look, but Su-won doesn't show any reaction. To Yu, Su-won seems to be pretending to be strong. At this moment, a maid carrying tea walks past Yu. The boat suddenly rocks for some unknown reason. The tea in the maid's hand spills all over Yu's dark blue embroidered feather dress. How dare you, you servant girl, to stain my lady's clothes, she says, considering herself a noble lady of a marquis, a top-tier rank, far above the other ladies present. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, the maid apologizes. Yu doesn't know which household she belongs to. She only knows her expensive dress, worth over 1,000 taels, is now dirty. In her anger, she kicks the kneeling maid into the lake. The maid, not good at swimming, flails in the water. Xiang'er, hurry, save her, the Marquis's wife exclaims. She was greeting the visiting censor when she saw her maid being kicked into the water by Yu Er. With everyone's help, the maid is pulled back onto the boat. The Marquis's wife glares at Yu Er. The lady of Yongchang Marquis is really something. Beating a dog, you still look to the owner. Now you're directly bullying my family. Yu Er shakes the water off her clothes and says confidently, "It's your own neglect in managing your servants that caused her to offend me." There's nothing wrong with me teaching her a lesson. The Prime Minister's wife was very angry. What a lesson! My maid has never learned to swim, and you kicked her into the lake. If I hadn't saved her in time, someone could have been killed. She turned to look at the noble ladies around her and said, "Everyone, pay attention. This is how the new wife of the Yongchang Marquis's estate behaves. She dares to attack someone in public and shows no regard for human life. Such arrogance and rudeness." No wonder the kind lady from the Su family was forced to leave her husband. The crowd started talking among themselves. Some ladies, who looked down on Yu Er because of her servant girl status, began defending Su Wan. Yes, the Su lady is kind-hearted, knows her place, and follows the rules. She serves her mother-in-law well and manages the Wen family's business carefully. She's a smart and beautiful woman. She must have used unfair means to attract the Yongchang Marquis and rise to power. Women like her, who have no morals or sense of shame, are not fit to be the head wife of a Marquis's estate. It's embarrassing for us. I also heard that after she entered the estate, the Wen family's silver was stolen twice. I think she was stealing herself, a real thief. The ladies spoke one after another, all looking down on Yu Er. Yu Er was so angry she turned red in the face. She suspected Su Wan was spreading these rumors on purpose. She shouted at her, "Su Wan, what a kind-hearted person you pretend to be. If you were truly kind, why would you spread these stories? Why would you deliberately make yourself look good by putting others down?" In response, Su Wan remained calm and said, "Yu Er, those matters were reported to the authorities. I didn't spread them myself. But you," Su Wan continued, "you are spoiled and arrogant, thinking you're the lady of the estate. You don't care about people's lives. If you can kick someone into the lake, you think it's nothing. Do you know that in the capital, personal maids are highly valued? When you kicked her, you didn't just hurt a maid. You damaged the reputation of the entire estate." Su Wan's words shocked Yu Er like a thunderbolt. But she believed that as the true wife of the Yongchang Marquis's estate, even if she killed a maid, no one could do anything to her. She held her head high and said, "It was her fault first. I was just punishing her." The Prime Minister's wife saw how unreasonable Yu Er was and kept this incident in her heart with resentment. "All right, Lady Ho of Yongchang, is it? I remember you. You better pray you don't offend me." Fearful, Su Ning tugged at Su Wan's sleeve, but inside, she was very happy. It turned out that Yu Er had already offended the wife of the Chancellor here. "Master, just now when the boat shook, was that you causing trouble?" "I wish I could say yes, but I haven't done anything yet. It's as if heaven is helping us," Su Ning said honestly, but Blue Cat didn't believe her. It seemed like Su Ning was deliberately making Yu Er anger everyone, making her the target of blame. Su Wan turned her head and saw Su Ning trying hard to learn, gently pinched her earlobe, and said, "Ninger should know that true nobility doesn't come from putting others down. It comes from being good oneself." Su Ning lifted her head and grinned at Su Wan. "Mother, I understand. Don't worry. I've grown up and know what to do and what not to do." Hearing this, Su Wan felt very pleased. "Yes, I believe in you." Su Xinian was jumping and playing happily on the boat. "Ninger, there are koi fish in the lake. Of course, you can feed them. Here, I just happened to pick up some fish food earlier." Su Ning handed the fish food she had grabbed to Su Xinian. Not long after, trouble arose again with Yu Er. It turned out her maid's dress had clashed with the wife of the steward. The steward's wife insisted that Yu Er deliberately used her maid to humiliate her. Yu Er, relying on her status as the lady of the Marquis, looked down on the steward's wife and directly ordered her maid to slap the steward's wife's maid. The two women started fighting on the boat. Yu Er's arrogant attitude became even more obvious, and everyone could see it clearly. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Something's wrong. The Countess of Nan'an is in trouble." the boat docked. As soon as they stepped ashore, Su Mingxian hurried over anxiously. "Mother, big brother is missing." Hearing this, everyone in the Su family felt a jolt in their hearts. Su Ning became even more worried. Just now, when they boarded the boat, she saw Su Mingyan talking to the eldest son of the Yun family, who also nodded and smiled at her. In her memory, Su Mingyun was very confident and smart, unlikely to cause trouble easily. Now, with the Countess of Nanan and him both in trouble at the same time, she was worried that something was wrong. Before the Su family could figure out what was happening, soldiers and officials brought Su Mingyun over. An informed person spoke angrily about the crimes committed by Su Mingyun. Su Mingyun is so bold. He actually drugged the county lord of Nanan, trying to her. If it hadn't been discovered in time, he would have succeeded.
What?
He dared to drug the county lord of Nanan? Oh my, his courage is too much. He looks so refined and polite, but he's actually a scoundrel. Maybe he found out that today the princess wants to choose a husband among the young men, and he's trying to take advantage of the situation to get ahead. I think his leg has been injured for 6 years, and his mind might already be twisted. Now that his leg is better, he probably wants to climb the social ladder by relying on powerful connections. Poor county lord of Nanan, born into wealth and nobility, yet she's caught in such a dirty scheme. This matter must not be taken lightly. Such a person should be skinned alive and displayed on the city gate. For a moment, the guests loudly cursed Su Mingyun for being reckless and worse than a beast. Hearing these comments, the Su family members turned pale. Madame Wu, the wife of the censor, hurriedly defended. "Impossible. My son would never do such a thing." "Humph. What's impossible?" "Everyone is saying it, and they've already caught him," Yu Er said gleefully. "Su Wan, just wait. You'll see your brother go to jail again." "Yu Er, shut up. My brother always acts honestly." "He's not the kind of person you're describing." Su Wan glared at Yu Er angrily. Yu Er sneered. "Everyone's watching. Just because you say it's not true doesn't mean it isn't." At that moment, a servant shouted, "The princess is here. The Duke of Zhen is here." Everyone hurriedly bowed as the two approached quickly. The leading figure, Princess Xie, immediately glared at Madame Wu. "Madame Wu, you've done well, raising such a son." Madame Wu quickly knelt before the princess and her companion, and the Su family members also knelt, pleading for Su Mingyun. "Please, princess, reopen the investigation. My son would never do such a thing. There must be some misunderstanding. My older brother always acts honestly. I beg the princess to investigate again." Su Wan also pleaded. Su Wan and Yun Jiao were both terrified, not understanding the full situation, but they firmly believed Su Mingyun would never commit such an act. The princess was so angry she couldn't speak. The Duke of Zhen scolded Su Jingyan angrily, saying, "Su Imperial Censor, you truly know how to teach your children. With such skills, how can you be worthy of the position of Imperial Censor?" Finally, he looked at Su Mingyun and said, "You, tell the truth about what happened. If you lie, I will not spare anyone in the Su family." Su Mingyun stood straight and calmly replied, "Your Grace, everything I said before is true. I sensed someone was harming the lady of Nanan County, so I went to rescue her. I did not do anything inappropriate to her." "It's not what you think." "So, you saved Nanan County lady," the Princess Dowager sneered. "You saved her, but you came out of her room, and her clothes were disheveled." "How do you explain that?" Su Ning finally understood. Someone had attacked the lady of Nanan County. Her big uncle noticed something was wrong, followed her, and went to rescue her. As for being caught in time, there's only one explanation. The person secretly causing trouble noticed him and tricked him when he wasn't paying attention. At that moment, Su Ning thought of the spoiled son of the king of Pingnan. Meanwhile, the queen of Pingnan held a white cat, pretending to watch the scene. When her gaze fell on Su Mingyun, a sharp look flashed in her eyes. Su Ning saw this and guessed that this matter was definitely related to her, but she had no proof. She wanted to know where the lady of Nanan County was, hoping to start from her. Just as she had this thought, she heard the blue cat's voice say, "Master, Master, I know. I know." It was the Pingnan queen who ordered her maid to poison the lady of Nannan County. Your big uncle saw it too, but was tricked by the queen. Su Ning was shocked. How do you know? Thinking of her past life, where the lady of Nannan County married the son of the king of Pingnan, it all made sense. But the blue cat had been with her all along, so how could it know? The blue cat chuckled and said, "It's that white cat itself that told me. I am a medicinal beast, and since I am a beast, I can understand its language." It also said that the evidence of the sedative powder was hidden in the soil by that maid. It also cursed humans as fools, saying they are played around by its owner. "Master, let me down. I'll go catch her and find out where she hid the evidence. Don't worry." The blue cat, after landing, scratched the ground twice with its paw, then let out a loud toward the white cat, and quickly darted away like an arrow. Meow. The white cat, seeming to be startled, let out a cry, broke free from the princess of Pingnan and ran off. Fearing it would run away, the princess of Pingnan ordered the fierce maid behind her to follow. Meanwhile, before Su Mingyun could explain further, the eldest princess asked again, "If what you say is true, and someone is harming her, why didn't you call for help? Why didn't you catch that person?" Su Mingyun stood straight and respectful, replying calmly, "The situation was urgent, and there was no time to call for help. Also, the county princess of Nannan was poisoned, and that person escaped. I only saw the hem of her dress." At that moment, the Nannan county princess looked confused and kept grabbing him, calling his name. Su Mingyun's heart trembled. He didn't understand why the Nannan county princess kept calling his name and asking him to save her. "Please save me. I think I've taken some kind of love potion." At that moment, Su Mingyun was stunned in place. When he regained his senses, he found himself being dragged into a room by the incessantly talking Nannan County princess. Before long, someone burst into the room. They caught him right away. At that time, his mind was still echoing her words. "Brother Mingyun, I've known you for 6 years. 6 years ago, the Nannan County princess was only 12, right? How did she come to know him?" Today, if he had noticed something unusual, what would have happened to the Nannan County princess? So many doubts tangled in his mind, and without answers, Su Mingyun felt uneasy. The Duke of Zhen was furious and tried to kick Su Mingyun, but the eldest princess grabbed his leg. She gritted her teeth and said, "So, you took advantage of her vulnerability, is that it? Su Mingyun, do you know there are many ways to recognize and meet Nannan, but you? Eldest princess, be careful with your words. I was only trying to help the Nannan County princess. I had no other intentions, and I certainly didn't take advantage of her." At that moment, he was stunned by her words and didn't react immediately. The eldest princess took a deep breath and said, "Su Mingyun, do you know about an battle king and crown prince have arrived?" A servant shouted from outside. Soon after, Xie Xingye and one of the Xie brothers entered the flower courtyard one after the other. Seeing Su Mingyun being held and kneeling on the ground, their pupils shrank at the same time. "Elder sister, what happened?" Xie Xingye asked. The princess dowager looked very distressed and said, "Anur has been poisoned, and she is receiving treatment." At that time, only Su Mingyun was present. "We suspect he is responsible." Her words were very subtle, and the scene was even harder to describe than that. Xie Xingye's first thought was that there was more to this case. The county princess of Nannan was already past the age for marriage, but she had not yet been engaged. Some people wanted to use this to gain favor with the Marquis of Zhenghua, but it was impossible for this person to be Su Mingyun. "I believe there is more to this matter. Send someone to control the scene. Until we find out the truth, no one is allowed to leave." The princess dowager also wanted to believe Su Mingyun, but he didn't catch the real culprit, and his strange appearance in Nannan's room was suspicious. Her daughter's reputation was ruined. At this moment, the county princess of Nannan was unconscious. How could they catch the culprit quickly? Xie Xingye captured the maidservants of Nannan and questioned them one by one. The princess dowager scolded, "You are all close maids of the county princess. When she had an accident, where were you?" 3 maids knelt down trembling. 2 of them said, "At that time, the county princess wanted to drink chilled plum juice, so she asked us to get it from the kitchen." After we returned, she had an accident. Another said the county princess was chasing a white cat. It ran too fast and I couldn't catch it. The princess dowager's gaze fell on Princess Pingnan. She remembered that Princess Pingnan was holding a white cat. Princess Pingnan nervously twisted her handkerchief, her eyes slightly red. She stepped forward and said, "If the county princess was really harmed because she was chasing my white cat, I am willing to spend all my family's wealth to pray for her. But this cat is usually very gentle." Suddenly, she covered her mouth in shock and exclaimed, "Could someone have deliberately used the cat to lure the county princess to a remote place? Poor little Bai, she is so gentle, yet she was used by wicked people." After speaking, she cast a pointed look at Su Mingyun. This whole speech implied that Su Mingyun deliberately used the white cat to lure the county princess. Even if they investigated, the cat was not his, and he could easily deny any connection. Oh my, Su Mingyun truly is a clever strategist coming straight from the battlefield, Yu Ear exclaimed. Then many others echoed her words. She also shot a challenging look at Su Wan. Wen Jingxing remained silent at this moment, pretending to be mute. Princess Pingnan was pitifully crying over her beloved cat. "May I ask, Princess Pingnan, where is your usually gentle cat?" Xie Xingye did not believe Su Mingyun would do such a thing. Instead of stopping Yu Ear's words, he chose to find out the truth.
Han somme onkle, Ninger Knos.
"Ninger will take you there." Su Ning quickly raised her hand to signal. Xie Xingye had already seen Su Ning. He came with the crown prince today specifically to ask her for help from her famous Dr. Master. In front of many people, Xie Xingye gently picked up Su Ning. This scene hurt Wen Jingxing and Yu Ear to see. They simply couldn't understand how the clumsy and shy Su Ning managed to win Xie Xingye's affection. On the way to find the cat, Xie Xingye whispered in Su Ning's ear, "I want to meet Ninger's famous Dr. Master." "May I?" Su Ning guessed this would be the case. She smiled and nodded. Of course, seeing Su Ning's innocent and pure eyes, this battle king, used to schemes and fights, felt a soft, strange warmth in his heart. He smiled slightly. "Thank you, Ninger. No need to thank me." The little girl smiled happily, as if Su Mingyun's matter had nothing to do with her. He didn't believe she was unaffected by this unless. Soon, guided by Su Ning, Xie Xingye successfully found the white cat being pressed down and rubbed by the blue cat on the ground. She rolled her eyes and said to Xie Xingye, "Handsome uncle, that little blue cat is mine. It's very powerful. It helped hold down the white cat. But why is the white cat staying here? Could there be a secret?" After speaking, Su Ning deliberately called out to a nearby maid, hinting, "Hey, maid, what are you doing here?" Hearing Su Ning's words, the maid trembled, pretending to be calm as she bowed. "I am a maid beside Princess Pingnan, waiting here to catch the white cat." At this moment, Su Ning whispered to the blue cat, "Make that white cat become aggressive." The next moment, the white cat indeed became fierce. Su Ning let out a cry, hugging Xie Xingye's neck, acting scared.
Ah!
Princess Pingnan said her white cat is usually gentle, but it looks so fierce now. Could she be lying? "Handsome uncle, what do you think?" Su Ning looked at him with clear, clever eyes. Xingye Xie chuckled softly, realizing he had guessed correctly. The little girl seemed to have known all along that her older uncle was innocent. That was why she remained so calm. Su Ning's words made the maid's face turn pale with fear. But then she remembered that the evidence was hidden in the dirt, out of anyone's reach, which made her feel a bit more at ease. However, Su Ning didn't let her go. "Pretty uncle, since someone deliberately drugged the county princess, we need to see the proof. I believe my big uncle is innocent. Once the county princess wakes up, it will be clear. But that bad person definitely can't let her escape," Su Ning said angrily, clenching her small fists. The maid sneered inwardly, thinking, besides causing that effect, the drug also temporarily causes amnesia. It's impossible for the county princess to wake up and confirm Su Mingyun's story. But just as her thoughts reached this point, Su Ning's voice rang out again. "Right now, the princess consort of Pingnan is lying without reason, which is very suspicious. And her maid being here makes it even more suspicious. Ninger is right. Come, Check if there's anything suspicious around the county princess's room, Xie Xingye ordered, glancing at the maid standing motionless under the tree. Meanwhile, the white cat was jumping around wildly. Soon, it leapt to the maid's feet, claws uncontrollably scratching the ground. Startled, the maid hurriedly bent down to hold the white cat. But the cat, now uncontrollable, scratched the maid fiercely. Little white, what's wrong with you?" The maid, even injured, refused to leave her position. This made Xie Xingye suspicious. Su Ning suddenly spoke up. "Oh, that white cat is so scary." But the maid was scratched. Why didn't she leave? Why is she just standing there? Could there be a secret under her feet? Her seemingly innocent guess further confirmed Xie Xingye's suspicion. He signaled to his men behind him. They forcibly pushed the maid aside. "No, there's nothing underneath," the maid stammered, her face full of fear. Her words betrayed her, like a guilty person caught. Soon, two of his men dug out a handkerchief embroidered with lotus flowers from the dirt, stained with some white powder. "Explain this," Xie Xingye demanded firmly. The maid looked terrified. She knelt down with a thud and hurriedly defended herself. I don't know. The princess consort of Pingnan said she was innocent first, and you had evidence afterward. Do you think I would believe you?" Xie Xingye's methods were known to the maidservants. Now, she had no way to escape. She collapsed to the ground in fear, as if she had lost all strength. Two of his subordinates dragged her away like a dead dog, taking the evidence to the front yard. On the way back, Xie Xingye praised Su Ning, saying, "Ninger, your imagination is very rich." "Hee, thank you, uncle. If I told you I could understand what those two cats are saying, would you believe me?" Hearing this, Xie Xingye was momentarily stunned. Without thinking, he replied, "Yes." This explanation made sense, as it explained how she could see through the maid's secret and stay calm in difficult situations. Xie Xingye suddenly smiled, thinking of something. He said, "I have a case that has been unsolved for 5 days. If Ninger is willing to help, I would be very grateful." Su Ning raised an eyebrow. He truly believed she could understand animal speech. "All right, I'll give it a try." "Good. Tomorrow, I will come to your house to find you," he said, also bringing the crown prince along. To Xie Xingye, the ability to understand animal language was the biggest secret Su Ning carried. Wen Jingxing thought it was foolish to ignore such a talented person. The blue cat didn't let the white cat go. It chuckled mischievously. "Hee, now no one's around. You can't escape, little white." The sneering laugh was very lewd. Su Ning shivered. "What's wrong?" "Cold." "No, it's too hot," Su Ning said with a nervous laugh. They quickly arrived at the front yard. When the princess consort of Pingnan saw her maidservant being dragged over, she was terrified beyond words. Her face turned pale with fear. "Older sister, this case has been solved. It was this maidservant who used a handkerchief stained with Hahuan powder to scheme against Nanan," Xie Xingye explained. As soon as he finished, someone exclaimed, "Isn't she the princess consort of Pingnan's personal maid?" Now everything was clear. This matter had nothing to do with Su Mingyun. It was the princess consort of Pingnan who lied. She secretly ordered her maid to attack the Lady of Nanan. Her true purpose. At this moment, someone else shouted in surprise, "Why hasn't the Pingnan heir been seen? Oh my, could it be that the princess consort of Pingnan is doing all this for her son?" If young Master Su had not discovered this in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. No, it wasn't me. It was this maid who acted on her own initiative." The princess of Pingnan was very frightened and couldn't understand how such a detailed plan could be broken so quickly. "Tell me, what exactly did you do?" The princess of Pingnan tried to shift all the blame onto the maid. After shouting, she stepped forward and harshly slapped the maid's face. She then glared at her with a very threatening look. She thought that by doing this, the maid would be scared and admit her mistake. But unexpectedly, the maid spoke out directly and surprisingly. It was the princess of Pingnan who ordered the maid to do this, aiming to create an opportunity for the heir and the county princess. Because of this, the county princess had to marry the heir. When these words were spoken, Xie Xingye's heart trembled slightly. On the way here, Su Ningwei was afraid the maid wouldn't tell the truth, so she said she would give her a truth-telling pill. At that time, he thought such a thing didn't exist in the world. Now, he was deeply impressed. He became even more curious about the divine doctor and more hopeful about the prince's illness. An apparently unsolvable scheme was easily uncovered by a 5-year-old girl, which was truly astonishing. To protect the little girl, he naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal this matter. He thought that even if he told others, no one would believe him. The Princess Chong stood unsteadily for a moment, then her anger flared. You beast, you beast. Princess of Pingnan, you are so bold and daring to plot against me. I will not let you go. Come, take her to the palace. I want to report to the emperor. At this moment, the Princess of Nannan, who had just woken up, hurriedly ran out from the inner courtyard, looking at Su Mingyun with a face full of despair. The doctor said she had taken the Huliang powder and combined with the suspicious red marks on her body. She is already. Now, she no longer deserves him. 6 years ago, she accidentally met Su Mingyun. At that time, he was being attacked by a group of men in black. Calm and composed, he swiftly killed one of them with a single strike. The handsome general left a deep impression on her. Seeing him unable to fight back, she asked her brother-in-law, the War King, to help. But it was too late. 2 men in black quickly and silently broke his leg. Knowing that he would sit in a wheelchair in the future, she didn't mind. She had already decided that after she came of age, she would marry him. However, her mother disagreed, saying he had a leg problem that might ruin her life. But she didn't care. She firmly believed his leg would get better. She waited patiently until she became a young lady. Recently, she learned that his leg was healthy, and she cried with happiness. She begged her mother to agree to the marriage proposal today. But who told her that she had been secretly harmed and lost her innocence? The lady of Nan County cried, tears falling like pear blossoms. She was unwilling and very upset. She hadn't even told him that she had been waiting for him all along. She didn't care that he had a leg problem, nor that he was 11 years older than her. What she cared about was that brave general in fine clothes and armor. Seeing the young girl crying, Su Mingyun felt a sudden pain in his heart. No matter what, he had indeed touched her skin. So, Su Mingyun knelt and stepped forward, bowing to the Duke of Zhen and the Princess Dowager. The lady of Nan County was frightened. I have an unavoidable responsibility. If the Duke and the Princess Dowager do not mind, I will ask my parents for permission and choose a good day to propose marriage. His words caused a stir among everyone. Although the lady of Nan County was saved, Su Mingyun had already tarnished her reputation when he left her chamber. It seemed this was the best ending. Now, it depends on whether the Princess Dowager agrees. In this way, Su Mingyun appeared to be a responsible person. Su Jingmian and Wu Shi exchanged glances and also stepped forward, kneeling before the Princess Dowager. Our son made a mistake. It was because of our poor guidance. But our son only did this to save the lady of Nan County. This matter is our son's fault. If the lady of Nan County agrees to this marriage, we, the Su family, will treat her as our own daughter. We will protect her with our lives and never let her suffer any injustice. Although it was a marriage of convenience, Su Mingyun was talented and brave in battle, so it didn't seem to shame the lady of Nan County. If his leg hadn't healed before, the Su family wouldn't dare say such words. But now, things are different. The Princess Dowager also knew that her daughter had been waiting for Su Mingyun all along. If it weren't for his leg problem, she wouldn't have remained unmarried at 18. Today was also a day to choose a husband, so she specially invited the Su family. Now, by a twist of fate, everything has come together. Looking at Su Mingyun, he seemed to be a responsible man. However, the Princess Long did not want Su Mingyun to marry her daughter so easily. She snorted coldly and ordered someone to take the Princess of Pingnan and her maid into the palace. The lady of Nannan thought she had lost her innocence, but after her maid explained, she realized that Su Mingyun had appeared just in time to save her. She turned her sadness into strength and stepped forward, blushing in front of everyone as she helped Su Mingyun to his feet. Young Master Su, seeing her tearful eyes, Su Mingyun was moved. He bowed to her. "Lady of Nanan, please. Men and women are different." To avoid embarrassing her, Su Mingyun subtly let go of her hand. Nanan didn't mind. She had waited 6 years for him, and her feelings for him had long been deep. She was happy beyond words. "Young Master Su, thank you for saving me just now." I wonder if I said anything at that moment," she asked, looking excited and nervous. "No, you didn't," Su Mingyun replied. He remembered how she had clung to him in the room, begging him to save her, and his face turned red. Watching their interaction, Su Ning covered her mouth to hide her smile. "Princess Nanan is so beautiful." "Hee, look, even my uncle is blushing," Xie Xingye said happily as he followed the princess and the Duke of Zhen's family into the palace to report. The guests continued to enjoy themselves, waiting for news. They discussed Xie Xingye's skills in solving cases. In their opinion, the case was solved so quickly because of Xie Xingye's talent. The family of King Pingnan was going to have a tough time now that Xie Xingye was involved. Everyone knew that the son of King Pingnan was a lazy, irresponsible. If the Lady of Nanan fell into his hands, her life would be over. Compared to the son of King Pingnan, Su Mingyun was much better. Although Su Mingyun was a bit older, as the saying goes, a good husband loves his wife dearly. The Lady of Nanan immediately liked Su Ning and hugged her, saying she would go get some delicious food for her. Su Mingyun watched Nanan walk away, lost in thought. "Big brother, you really scared me just now. Why didn't you tell me when something happened?" Su Mingxian stepped forward, slightly reproachful. "At first, I didn't know that the hurried maid was targeting the Lady of Nanan. When I followed her, I saw her running into the backyard with her skirt raised," he explained. At that moment, there was no one around. Afraid of being seen, he used light skills to jump onto the roof. When he caught up with the Lady of Nanan, she was already unsteady and leaning against a tree, gasping for breath. Realizing she might be in danger, he didn't hesitate and went down immediately. Later, Nanan's poison took effect, and she clung to him tightly. Nearby, Yu Er was almost gnashing her teeth, thinking that Su Mingyun would face trouble because of this, but soon she saw the situation turn around and become safe again. "Be more careful," when Jingxing scolded Yu Er sharply, then left. Not long after, he encountered a secret guard of the third prince, and they quickly exchanged information. He learned that this matter had nothing to do with the third prince, which eased his worries. He guessed that the third princess's actions were meant to attract the Chu family's support, but unexpectedly, Su Mingyun interfered. As for who the third princess was loyal to, that was obvious. This move was very risky. The third princess was also foolish. Did she not know that Xie Xingye would be present today? And Xie Xingye has always had a good relationship with the princess. He couldn't just ignore this. At noon, the Princess of Nanan ordered a feast. Everyone ate happily, chatting and enjoying the food. Halfway through, the princess and others returned with a royal decree. It was an edict to marry the Princess of Nanan to Su Mingyun. Both Su Mingyun and the princess received the decree personally, and both blushed. At the banquet, guests congratulated them warmly. When they arrived, many guessed that another purpose of today was to choose a husband for the Princess of Nanan, but no one knew who it would be. They guessed many people, but none guessed it was Su Mingyun, because he was 11 years older than the princess. But now, they look like a good match, talented man and beautiful woman. Wen Jingxing drank one strong wine after another, feeling more regretful. The power of the Su family was growing stronger each day. How could he not regret? The Marquis of Pingnan was stripped of his title, his family confiscated, and he was demoted to commoner. From then on, there was no more Pingnan Marquis' residence in the imperial city. Of course, this alone wasn't enough to bring him down. Fortunately, Xie Xingye had previously discovered that the Marquis of Pingnan was embezzling military funds. Later, the Princess of Chong was so angry she secretly ordered someone to kill the Marquis of Pingnan's wife. After everyone finished their meal, it was time to leave. The The Su family was left behind alone. The Duke of Xinhua humbly apologized to Su Mingyun. Nephew, I apologize for earlier. I didn't know. Please understand, and I hope you and everyone else will forgive us. The eldest princess, being a princess herself, would not lower her status to apologize. She simply said quietly, "Go back and choose an auspicious day. In the future, the two families should stay in touch." With her words, the tense atmosphere instantly eased. Yes, I will ask someone to pick a good date. We must not forget the proper procedures and formalities. Both Su Wan and Yun Jiao felt happy for Su Mingyun. In the past, when this matter was mentioned, he would not even show his face and would directly refuse. This time, he asked for it himself, so he must be pleased. Yun Jiao held two children, one on each side, preventing them from running around. Meanwhile, Su Ning sat on Xie Xingye's lap. It showed how much this fierce and clever king of war liked Su Ning. In the main hall, after discussing Su Mingyun and the Princess of Nan'an, Xie Xingye introduced Su Ning to the crown prince. Yanji, this is the Miss Su I mentioned earlier, Su Ning. Xie Yanji looked very pale. As soon as he opened his mouth, he started coughing uncontrollably. Cough, cough, cough. After he stopped coughing, his face was even paler. Uncle Ninth, I was attacked on the way here. Su family saved me, so I was able to escape. This implied that they had seen each other before, and that Su family had helped save his life. That's good. I won't say much more. Tomorrow, you disguise yourself, and go out of the palace with me to visit Su family. You can meet Ning Heir's healer master. How about that? When Xie Xingye said this, the Su family members secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They had been thinking about how to ask the divine doctor to treat the crown prince, but it was inconvenient to speak openly. Now, without needing to say more, Su Ning had already taken care of it. It was likely that Xie Xingye learned about this from Su Ning when they were not around. This matter must be kept absolutely secret. Do not cause trouble for Su family or the divine doctor, he warned everyone. As members of the crown prince's faction, they probably wouldn't be foolish enough to leak information. Seeing that the crown prince was not very interested, Su Mingyun added, "Your Highness, rest assured. The divine doctor will treat my leg, and I believe your illness will also have hope." Xie Yanji nodded at Su Mingyun, showing a rare friendly smile. He didn't sit long before, feeling exhausted, he was helped by servants to rest. The Su family also stood up to take their leave, bidding farewell to the eldest princess and others. The Princess of Nan'an personally saw the Su family to the gate of their residence. That reckless girl, if it weren't for the timely appearance of the eldest son of the Su family today, you would be crying. After everyone left, the princess angrily poked the main lady of Nan'an County on the forehead. "Ji, do you really not remember what just happened?" the Duke of Xinhua asked her seriously. The lady of Nan'an County was named Chu Yaoji, with the nickname Ji. She lowered her head and thought for a long time before finally remembering. She exclaimed, "I remember now. I clearly called Brother Mingyun and begged him to help me, but he said I said nothing." The princess and the Duke of Xinhua both looked upset. "He was just giving you face. Think about it. An unmarried girl pulling a man outside to get close to him. What kind of behavior is that?" Chu Yaoji also realized this and blushed. Mother was just scolding Brother Mingyun earlier for taking advantage of the situation. Look at him, so gentlemanly. He remains calm and composed. How many can do that? I don't care. I've decided he's the one for me, she said, then released the princess's arm and shyly ran away. The princess could only sigh. Girls grow up and leave. The Duke of Zhanghua smiled slightly. Ji finally married the person she loves. We should be happy for her. Yes, just spoil her, the princess said with a playful glare. In her heart, she was also happy for her daughter. Her daughter's loyalty over the years had been clear to her. Now that Su Mingyun's legs were fully healed, she wouldn't stop him. In the Su family's carriage, Wu asked Su Ning, "Ninger, did you tell King Zhan about the witch doctor?" Su Ning nodded. That day at the double happiness banquet, the handsome uncle asked me about my uncle's leg injury. I thought I shouldn't lie to the king, so I told him, "Mother, Ninger told the truth. It's a good thing. The secret about the witch doctor will come out sooner or later. When Jingxing will suspect it eventually. We can't hide it forever. Yun Jiao analyzed nearby. Wu nodded. I don't blame Ninger. Actually, telling the truth might make King Zhan believe we are more sincere. I just worry that the witch doctor can't cure the prince's illness. It's a shame if King Zhan and the prince are disappointed. After all, the prince's illness has been with him since birth. Some people knew it was poisoning, but the poison had been corroding the prince's internal organs for over 20 years. It was very hard to cure. The prince was worried about his health, but also secretly investigating who poisoned him all those years ago. So far, there were no clues. Perhaps he already has a suspect in mind, but lacks solid proof. After the queen's death, the biggest beneficiary was Consort Zhou, the current empress. She was very close to the former queen, and they were very good friends. The crown prince was also raised by her. Consort Zhou had a daughter and a son, the eldest princess and the second prince. Thinking of this, Wu's face showed more worry. In her view, the emperor, the war prince, the eldest princess, and the crown prince's maternal family, the Su family as well as the Su family, seemed to be the only ones who wanted the crown prince to live. Halfway through their carriage ride, they met the Wen family's carriage parked by the roadside. Inside the carriage, two people seemed to be arguing. When they saw the Su family's carriage approaching, the quarrel stopped. Yu Er lifted the curtain and saw Su Ning's mischievous smile, which made her very angry. Since Su Wan left the Wen family, Wen Jingxing's attitude toward her had changed a lot. To her, Wen Jingxing still had feelings for Su Wan. Just now, after the banquet, Wen Jingxing took Su Ning aside and told her to return to the Wen family. Su Ning almost laughed out loud. Earlier, because she was worried that the Su family might cause trouble for the Wen family, and because she was seen as useless, she wished she could be far away. Now, seeing that she was favored by the war prince and the princess of Nan'an, she eagerly came to persuade her to return. What kind of good fortune is this? Mother, come look. Such a big, ugly monster. Haha. Su Shinian also lifted the curtain to look, just in time to see Yu Er's fierce face, and she cried loudly. Wah, so ugly it scared me to tears. Su Ning laughed and made a funny face at Yu Er. Enraged, Yu Er cursed loudly. Little brats, let's see what happens next. Su Wan didn't show up. Yun Jiao smiled and lifted the curtain to reply, the wife of the Yongchang Marquis estate. Is that all the patience you have? Quarreling with two children is truly rude. Shinian mother, you should say less. People lacking manners tend to act on impulse. Wu's voice sounded inside the carriage. Yes, mother. The daughter-in-law will be more careful. Yun Jiao smiled and lowered the curtain. Su Wan wasn't good at arguing, but she also understood that her mother was implying that she lacked manners and was rude. Yu Er still wanted to curse, but Wen Jingxing scolded her. Enough. Do you still want to make more trouble? But Lord Marquis, the Su family is just riding on the reputation of the Yongchang Marquis estate. As a noble lord, aren't you afraid of him? Yu Er simply couldn't understand why Wen Jing allowed the Su family to humiliate him. Wen Jingxing felt very troubled. When he agreed to let Yu Er join the household, it was mainly because she gave birth to a successor for the Wen family and also because he wanted the financial support of the Su family. Now, he deeply regretted his decision. This woman had no manners at all. She relied on her status as the Marquis's wife and looked down on other officials' families. She even offended the Prime Minister's wife. Before Wen Jingxing could say anything, Su Jingnian's voice came over. Let's go. Don't get too close to ungrateful people. As the saying goes, you become like those you associate with. Hee, you become like those you associate with. Got it, got it, Su Ning cheerfully said from inside the carriage. Su Bufan and Su Shinian also kept repeating the phrase. You become like those you associate with. Woo-woo, what does it mean to become like those you associate with? Grandfather, can you tell Nian Nian? Su Shinian poked out her little head, eager to learn. Su Jingnian brushed his short black beard and said seriously, it means if you stay close to red cinnabar, you'll turn red. If you stay close to ink, you'll turn black. People are easily influenced by their surroundings. Working with excellent people makes you better. Staying with fools makes you dull and clumsy, like them. Marquis, he called you a fool. Can you still tolerate that? Su Jingnian's voice grew farther away, and Yu Er was furious. Wen Jingxing's hand muscles twitched with anger. He finally suppressed his rage and shouted at the coachman, "Let's go." In the past, with Su Wan around, she managed the Marquis's estate thoroughly and got along well with the women of the household. She even helped Wen family build connections with powerful forces. The more he thought about it, the more he regretted letting Su Wan leave. If it hadn't been for that secret letter influencing his decision, he wouldn't have let Su Wan leave so quickly. Su Ning paid no attention to Yu Er's words and secretly discussed future plans with Blue Cat. I think the scoundrel father already knows Yu Er isn't a good wife. But to use the Su family's wealth, he'll endure it. Once everything is exposed, he'll reveal her affair with Songbai. In the end, he'll find out he's been raising someone else's son. That will make him so angry, he might even blood. Whenever the Blue Cat thinks about the scene where when Jingxing gets so angry he spits blood, it makes him laugh. He raises his paw at Su Ning and says, "Master, you're really harsh. He's your nominal father. In the past life, because of this so-called father and Yu Er, my mother and I were pushed into despair. In this life, I will let him taste the bitter fruit." Su Ning's expression is somewhat cold. It's not surprising she is ruthless, when Jingxing deserves it. In this life, she plans to live a wonderful life with her mother. Back at the house, Jiuhua takes the 3 children out to play, while the others gather in the hall to discuss important matters. Regarding the prince's illness, Su Ning wants to warn Dr. Wu in advance, so she leaves on an excuse. She only returns at dinner time. After dinner, Su Wan comes as usual to sing a lullaby and help her sleep. But this time, before she finishes singing, Su Ning falls asleep on her own. Su Wan chuckles softly and whispers, "Sleepyhead," then gets up and leaves. When she no longer hears footsteps, Su Ning sits up quickly and slips into the space like a flash of lightning. The Blue Cat, seeing her come in, lazily stretches its 4 paws. "You're really early tonight. I can't wait to understand the cultivation technique. I need to start practicing early," Su Ning says, then sits cross-legged on a mat and begins to cultivate. The spiritual energy around her gathers quickly toward her dantian, but she doesn't absorb much. Because she just broke through to the first level of qi refining, she doesn't need much energy. Training is boring whether on the Xianming continent or in Beixia. Once Su Ning enters meditation, she seems to fall asleep. Until the next day, her mental energy remains strong. She can train and sleep at the same time. At breakfast, everyone eats seriously, without saying a word. After finishing, Wu Shi speaks up, "Let the butler go prepare quickly. King Zhan and the prince will arrive soon." "Yes, mother." Yun Jiao goes to prepare. She mostly handles the house's affairs, but the central authority still lies with Wu Shi. While they eat their breakfast in the hall, soon, Butler Su rushes in to report, "Old madam, King Zhan has arrived." Hearing this, everyone stands up to greet him. In a luxurious carriage, Xie Xingye lifts the curtain and steps down. Behind him follows a young man dressed as a servant, who is actually the disguised crown prince Xie Yanji. He bows his head and follows behind Xie Xingye. Su Jingnian bowed to Xie Xingye and said, "Your servant greets you, Grand Historian. There's no need for such formality." "I came today to see Ninger," Xie Xingye said, catching the person before Su Jingnian could bow. Xie Xingye's expression was as cold and firm as ever, giving off a strong, intimidating presence that made others feel cautious. Without trying to show off, he seemed like a wild wolf in the mountains, dangerous and untamed. Xie Xingye was led into the Su family residence, but he saw Ninger, along with Su Bufan and Su Xinian, sitting under a tree, playing with ants. Brother Bufan, I will win this time," Ninger said happily. The 3 little heads were close together, looking adorable and funny. "Ninger, stop playing. The Battle King has arrived," Su Wan said, a little embarrassed, reminding Ninger. The little girl was getting braver and was not afraid of Xie Xingye at all. When Ninger saw the visitor, she quickly hid her hands behind her back and stood obediently. She ran into Xie Xingye's arms and said, "Handsome uncle, You're here. Didn't you say you would take me out to play? Ninger called it playing instead of solving a case. Xie Xingye understood. Some things she didn't want her family to know. Yes, we'll go play. But first, I need your divine Dr. Master to check the Crown Prince's pulse. The phrase, Crown Prince, made the Su family members panic. Your Highness, you must not do this, Su Jingnian said nervously. What right did their family have to be close to the Crown Prince? Su Mingyun also hurriedly said, Yes, Your Highness, this must not happen. Ninger is still young. If others hear about this, who knows how they might treat her? Please think carefully. Hearing such a title frightened everyone in the Su family. Xie Xingye thought for a moment and realized it was a bit too much to ask. He just wanted to get closer to Ninger. Xie Xingye affectionately rubbed Ninger's head and softly said, Since you call me uncle, calling the Crown Prince brother isn't too much. But for your safety, how about we keep it private and call him brother? Ninger suddenly felt the relationship was getting complicated. Chu Yaoji and the Crown Prince called Xie Xingye King Uncle, and she called Su Mingyun Big Uncle. When they get married in the future, she would have to call Chu Yaoji Big Aunt. Big Aunt's husband, the King Uncle, would be her grandfather. Ninger pouted and agreed. All right. Does the Crown Prince mind? She tilted her head to look at Xie Yanji. Xie Yanji's face always showed a sickly pallor, but even so, it couldn't hide his noble and elegant demeanor. Cough, cough, I don't mind. I also like Ninger, the little guy said with a sly look in his eyes. He was very curious about what was inside her small head. When they arrived, Uncle kept praising her intelligence. As for what made her smart, he hadn't seen that yet. Besides that, the little girl was truly well-behaved. Such a clever, obedient, and smart young girl. How could Wen Jingxing bear to part with her? It was the first time he heard of someone divorcing their wife and not wanting their children. Isn't that openly abandoning wife and daughter? He dared to do this only because he relied on the power of the noble consort and the third prince. After a brief chat, everyone went into the main hall to have tea. Su Ning hurried to invite Dr. Wu to come and examine the patient. On the way, she reminded him, Master, please don't be shy. As a divine doctor, you should have a mysterious aura and your own style. Dr. Wu wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked uncertainly, Has your divine doctor master really seen the Crown Prince's condition? Yes, I'm telling the truth. The divine doctor said the Crown Prince was poisoned, and the poison was transmitted through the mother. It's quite tricky. He hasn't taken action yet because he hasn't made an antidote. The Crown Prince has been seeking famous doctors all these years. My master also met him then, but at that time my master couldn't make an antidote, so he didn't give him any certainty. Yesterday, I received a letter from my master saying he had found the last needed ingredient. You just need to delay with the qi and blood pill, and he will send the medicine. Dr. Wu didn't know how that elusive divine doctor was sending messages to Su Ning, but he assumed they had their own way of communicating. Now, his job was to delay the delivery of the medicine. This was easy to do. He had heard about the Crown Prince's illness. Longer illnesses are harder to cure. Waiting a little longer wouldn't matter. All right, Master, I understand. Seeing that he believed her words completely, Su Ning felt relieved. Soon, she led Dr. Wu to the main hall. Xie Xingye quickly stood up to greet him. Young Prince Xie Xingye greets the divine Dr. Senior. Xie Xingye lowered his posture as much as possible, which frightened Dr. Wu. Prince, please rise quickly. You're overdoing it, old man. Su Ning gently tugged at Dr. Wu's sleeve to remind him to be careful with his words and actions. As the person who saved Xie Xingye's life, what's wrong with him paying a visit? However, Xie Xingye insisted on giving a formal bow. Dr. Wu saw he couldn't stop him, so he gave up and nervously approached the weak and exhausted Crown Prince. Let me check the Crown Prince's pulse first, said Dr. Wu, his expression becoming serious as he focused on what he was good at. Everyone in the room held their breath, afraid to make a sound and disturb his examination. But Su Jingnian and his sons were very worried inside. Seeing Xie Xingye's attitude earlier, it was clear he believed Dr. Wu could cure the illness. They placed all their hope on Dr. Wu. But what if he couldn't cure it? From the Crown Prince's indifferent expression, it seemed there was little hope. In his view, If Dr. Wu was truly a miraculous doctor who could bring the dead back to life, why hadn't he heard of his name all these years? Dr. Wu's fingers moved carefully between the acupuncture points, sometimes frowning, sometimes nodding, making the Su family feel anxious and uneasy. Meanwhile, Xia Xingye remained confident, looking more sure than Dr. Wu himself that he could cure the illness. The crown prince's face was pale and his expression dull. It seemed he had already accepted that no one in the world could cure his disease. After a long examination, Dr. Wu withdrew his hand and said seriously, "It's caused by poisoning." He glanced at the reactions of the people in the hall. Everyone looked calm and natural, as if this was expected. Then he added, "I have seen this poison once before. Over the years, I have studied antidotes." Without paying attention to everyone's shocked expressions, he signaled Su Ning to take out the blood and energy pills from the medicine box. "Master, here." Su Ning had already placed the pills in the box earlier. Xia Yanzi had been poisoned for over 20 years. His internal energy was severely depleted. If he didn't take the blood and energy pills to restore his health and only took the antidote, he would die faster. That's why she asked Dr. Wu to delay. Dr. Wu took the medicine and said to Xia Yanji, "This medicine isn't the antidote, but it can slow down the spread of the poison and reduce your coughing. Take 1 pill each day for 7 days. I need to go back to the mountain. The antidote recipe is there. I will go and get it when I return." Xia Yanji stared blankly at the red porcelain bottle in Dr. Wu's hand, his voice trembling with emotion. "You say, have you ever seen this kind of poison before?" "Yes, Your Highness. I won't hide it from you. 10 years ago, I saw it once in Yangzhou. At that time, the person died because they couldn't find an antidote. Over the years, I have felt guilty and have been researching its antidote. Recently, I finally succeeded." Dr. Wu spoke convincingly, leaving no room for doubt. Everyone in the room believed him, their expressions full of excitement. Su Mingyun said excitedly, "So, the prince's illness can be cured?" "Yes, uncle. You must trust the divine doctor. Your leg was healed by him." "My divine doctor is really amazing." Su Ning praised Dr. Wu, making him a little shy. It took a long time for Xia Yanji to regain his senses. His face showed excitement, but it was sharply contrasted with his earlier indifference. "Can this disease really be cured? Am I dreaming?" His voice trembled even more now. It had been too long, so long that he no longer wanted to hold on. Just as he was about to give up, someone told him that his illness could be cured. For him, this was like a rebirth. "Uncle Ninth," a man looked at Xia Xingye with tears in his eyes. His trembling voice softened Xia Xingye's usually cold heart. At this moment, Xia Yanji looked like a child. Xia Xingye stepped forward and patted his back gently, comforting him. "I told you. The divine doctor will find a way. Now you should believe it." He rarely showed a smile on his face. He knew that these years had been very hard for Xia Yanji. In public, he had to carry his serious illness while searching for famous doctors everywhere. In secret, he had to watch out for those who wanted to harm him. These years had been extremely difficult. He had felt like he was living through. Only he and he alone knew that every midnight, his body would be racked with pain from the poison. He had thought about giving up his life countless times. Gradually, he became quiet and withdrawn. The Su family members were all moved to tears. Su Ning was also lost in thought. If she hadn't intervened, Xia Yanji would have died on a snowy day 6 months later. It was said that when he was found, his body was covered with thick snow. For a prince, there was no worse fate, only the worst. Xia Yanji's hands trembled as he poured some water and swallowed a pill. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but after a short while, he felt much better. The tightness in his chest eased, and the pale color on his face faded a little. "Your Highness, I've prepared a guest room for you. Please go and rest for a while," Su Jingyan said. Xia Yanji nodded and followed him. Xia Xingye had promised to take Su Ning out to play, and the Su family trusted him, so they didn't ask much. When Su Ning wanted to take the blue cat with her, Su Wan hesitated but said nothing. Su Xinian wanted to play with the cat too, but since Xia Xingye was there, She didn't dare to ask. She could only watch as Su Ning carried the cat away. Soon, the carriage left the city. It's a bit far. If you get sleepy, Ninga, you can take a nap, Xia Xingye said softly. His voice was gentle and pleasant. Su Ning had woken up early, so she really did feel a little sleepy. The inside of the carriage was even more luxurious than the outside, with soft blankets, tea, and snacks. It was spacious and elegant. Just as Su Ning was about to lie down and rest, the blue cat in her arms suddenly cried out, "Danger." Su Ning also sensed it. Her expression changed, and she said unhappily, "Looks like I can't sleep now." Xia Xingye was about to ask why, when his face suddenly darkened. The next moment, he leaned forward and shielded Su Ning in his arms. "Don't be afraid. I won't let anything happen to you." Many people in black appeared, all highly skilled, using moves similar to those from the attack that night. Seeing that the coachman outside couldn't hold them off alone, Xia Xingye told Su Ning to stay hidden in the carriage while he went out to fight. Xia Xingye's martial arts were stronger than theirs, but he was outnumbered. Before long, he began to tire. "Master, Xia Xingye can't hold on much longer. When will you act?" The blue cat's voice sounded in Su Ning's mind. Just then, the coachman who had been fighting suddenly turned his sword toward the carriage and it inside. The blade pierced through the carriage wall. With a sharp sound, Xia Xingye's face changed instantly.
Ning.
The coachman's sudden betrayal caught him off guard. The men in black took advantage of his distraction and attacked even faster, aiming for his vital points. The three men in black all used their special moves, while Xia Xingye was busy saving the people in the car. If nothing unexpected happened, Xia Xingye would surely die today. At this moment, they all showed smiles of victory. But in the next second, the sword in their hands suddenly broke into two. The three men were all surprised. Seizing the moment, Xia Xingye swung his sword back, cutting off their necks. Blood immediately gushed out. When he rushed over, the driver was already stabbed in the stomach with his own sword. The sword handle had broken at some point, and the tip was stuck in the carriage, while the handle was embedded in the driver's stomach. Xia Xingye was shocked. He suddenly remembered that night it was Su Ning who saved him. So even at a young age, Su Ning knew martial arts. Thinking of this, Xia Xingye was even more surprised. The little girl was only 5 years old. People who didn't know might think she was an adult who hadn't grown up. "Uncle." Su Ning jumped down from the carriage, holding a sleepy blue cat in her arms. "Ning, are you okay?" Xia Xingye quickly stepped forward and picked her up. He didn't expect the driver to be an undercover agent planted by another government. Su Ning shook her head.
"I'm fine."
The little girl was quite extraordinary. When she saw the gruesome dead body on the ground, her face turned pale, but she wasn't overly scared. Her bravery impressed him. "Did you kill the driver? Is it because you know martial arts?" He guessed, but hearing her say it herself was different. Master Tu said that Ninger's internal strength is good and that she has a talent for martial arts, so he taught her, Su Ning said innocently. "Just now, I felt that Uncle was in danger, so I acted." "Uncle, you won't blame me, right?" Xia Xingye suddenly understood. Then he chuckled. "Of course, I won't blame you. I should be thanking you." It turned out that Su Ning not only knew martial arts, but also had such strong internal strength that she could break the swords in their hands from a distance. The little girl was much smarter than most people thought. She was a rare talent in martial arts. In the future, don't show your strength in front of others, understand? Su Ning nodded as if she understood, but wasn't quite sure. Xia Xingye suddenly remembered that Lao Lu's internal strength was also very deep, but unfortunately, he was in the cold palace. He wondered who was stronger between the two little ones. Earlier, he noticed that Su Ning was different from others. Yesterday, he learned she could speak beast language, and today, he found out she had very strong inner strength, which made him respect her even more. After Su Ning saved him again, Xia Xingye felt that their connection was quite deep. Maybe in their past lives, they were father and daughter. Xia Xingye carried Su Ning into a carriage, while he sat in front as the driver. Remember, everything about you must be kept secret from outsiders to avoid danger. Got it. I believe Uncle will also keep Ning'er secret. Suning showed her talents in front of Xiexingye partly to make things easier and partly to team up with him. The court was full of complicated power struggles. Without a strong backing, the Su family could hardly survive. Xiexingye thought all of Suning's talents were natural and never considered she might be someone who was reborn. Foolish Ning'er, I like you so much that I will naturally help keep your secret, Xiexingye said with a genuine smile. After about half an hour, the carriage stopped in front of a big house in the West City. Xiexingye got out, turned around and hugged Su Ning, reminding her about the case he was about to investigate. The owner of this house is surnamed Song. He's a new member of the noble class in the Imperial City. However, 6 days ago, the entire Song family was wiped out. Strangely, none of their money or valuables were taken. At first, we thought it was a revenge killing, but after investigation, we found that the Song family was very friendly and had no enemies. He thought it was easier to tell Suning the details so she could help with the investigation. Xiexingye carried Suning inside and saw officials busy working inside. The most handsome Grand Court Minister, Murong Linyuan, was also there. Prince, Murong Linyuan stepped forward and bowed to Xiexingye. Seeing no one else behind him, he looked a bit surprised. Prince, you said today you'd bring a very powerful helper. Where is the helper? He asked, ignoring Su Ning. Uncle, look, Su Ning cheerfully greeted Murong Linyuan. Murong Linyuan was still waiting for Xiexingye to answer. When he heard Su Ning greet him, he smiled and replied, "Hello, little girl."
Who are you?
Murong Linyuan was a bit slow to react. Usually, Xiexingye didn't like to get involved in others' affairs, but now he had picked up a little girl. Yes, his first thought was that Xiexingye had found a little girl along the way, and she looked quite adorable. However, at the next moment, upon hearing Xiexingye's words, he looked surprised. Su Ning, the daughter of the Su family. Su Ning?
Wen Ning?
Is she Wen Jingxing's daughter? Uncle, your memory isn't good. I am now called Su Ning, and I am no longer Wen Jingxing's daughter. Murong Linyuan didn't want to talk much with the little kid. He just wanted to know why Xiexingye brought her here. He wasn't worried about scaring her. Prince, what are you bringing her here for? This is a serious place. A little kid shouldn't be involved. Xiexingye clearly didn't want to say more and asked him, "Is there any progress?" Murong Linyuan pouted. "No progress at all. We checked the water too, no poison." So, that person acted when the Song family members were awake and unguarded. I suspect it was someone they knew. Next door to the Song family lives an old man with poor hearing. He can't ask anything. After speaking, Murong Linyuan looked at Su Ning with curiosity, having an unrealistic idea in mind. But he quickly dismissed it. The little girl looked only about 5 years old. How could she be the helper Xiexingye invited? Just as Murong Linyuan's thoughts reached this point, he heard Xiexingye say to Su Ning, "Ning'er, please." This made Murong Linyuan's previously relaxed heart tighten instantly. He looked at the two in shock, scanning them. Could this little girl really be the helper he was invited? Prince, is she the helper you mentioned? Murong Linyuan thought Xiexingye was foolish. Such a big event, and he brought a little kid to help? Isn't that just adding trouble? The little girl looked harmless, with no aggression at all. She was chubby and babyish. Could she take care of herself? Don't worry, handsome uncle. I will catch the culprit, the little girl said, waving her chubby little fist. Murong Linyuan thought she was joking. He pulled Xiexingye aside and asked seriously, "Is she really your helper?" "Does she look like one?" Xiexingye asked him seriously. Murong Linyuan looked strange. "Prince, do you think she does?" "Yes, she does. Very much, Murong Linyuan." The little girl hugged a small pet cat, looking left, right, front, and back. It really seems to be the case. This made Murong Linyuan laugh angrily. "Hey, little kid, do you know how to investigate a case?" While Xiexingye wasn't paying attention, Murong Linyuan pinched Su Ning to the side, like squeezing a little chick. He was holding her like a treasure, even though her father, Wen Jingxing, didn't want her. He also gave her a token that could summon the Black Armor Guard. This was almost a joke. Su Ning waved her harmless little fists at Murong Linyuan and said fiercely, "Put me down, or I'll hit you." Murong Linyuan was amused by her fierce look. "Are you still drinking milk? You're so young to be investigating a murder. Do your uncles know?" Just then, Su Ning was about to let her blue cat when she saw Xie Xingye walking over. She tilted her head and loudly complained in front of Murong Linyuan, "Handsome uncle, he's bullying me." Feeling a coldness behind him, Murong Linyuan stiffened and slowly put Su Ning down. At that moment, Xie Xingye slapped his head. He was knocked to the ground by Xie Xingye. Xie Xingye slowly said, "Not doing proper work." Murong Linyuan was scared. He was afraid of Xie Xingye, even though they were friends. "I am not neglecting my work. I haven't slept these days because of this case," he said with a look of grievance. Su Ning held her stomach and laughed loudly. "I told you not to bully me, little brat." Still laughing? Soon, Murong Linyuan was attracted by Su Ning calling him handsome uncle. He got up from the ground and, like performing a magic trick, took out 2 candies from his pocket, teasing Su Ning. "Little kid, you also call me handsome uncle. These candies are yours. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? I'm 5 years old. 5-year-olds don't eat candies. Little green, let's go to the back courtyard and see if there are any clues," Su Ning said, carrying her blue cat and walking away without paying him any attention. Murong Linyuan. She really thinks she's a detective now. "Little kid, stop right there. Don't ruin the crime scene in the back courtyard," Murong Linyuan called after Su Ning. She ran even faster on her short legs. They disappeared after turning several corners. Murong Linyuan searched for a long time before finally finding her near the dog cage in the backyard. The dog was kept in a cage, looking very fierce. The little girl was not afraid at all. She stood beside the cage, pointing at the dog inside, even questioning it as if it were a witness. "Hey, dog, did you see who did this?" Murong Linyuan almost burst out laughing. He thought the little girl was clever, but he was actually just amused by how silly she was. "Little girl, are you stupid? It's a dog. How can it talk? And it definitely doesn't know the truth." Murong Linyuan stood next to the cage, laughing loudly at Su Ning. Su Ning ignored him and asked seriously, tell me, if I take you in, feed you well, and give you a good life, will you tell me?" Ha ha ha. Murong Linyuan almost couldn't stop laughing. Then, somehow, the dog said something, and Su Ning looked very surprised. "Oh, I see. Just wait, I'll take you home soon." Su Ning turned to leave to find Xie Xingye. Seeing her go, Murong Linyuan also followed, mocking her as he walked. "Little girl, you're acting pretty well. Now tell me, what did it say?" "What do you know?" He was sure Su Ning was just talking to herself, playing pretend. Suddenly, Su Ning stopped and turned back, smiling at him. "If I say I know who the real culprit is, do you believe me?" Ha ha ha. Murong Linyuan burst out laughing again. "I believe it? I believe in ghosts." Ha ha ha. Just as he finished speaking, he heard Xie Xingye's voice coming from around the corner. "I believe, Murong Linyuan. Handsome uncle, I know who the culprit is." Su Ning rushed towards Xie Xingye. Xie Xingye picked her up and asked, "Who is the culprit?" "It's Song Yanzhou, the second son of the Song family." As soon as Su Ning spoke, Murong Linyuan missed his step and almost fell down the stairs. He said helplessly, "Your Highness, do you really believe her? You should know that Song Yanzhou is also dead, right? From his wound and the place where he died, it's clear he died before old Master Song. It's impossible for him to be the murderer." Xie Xingye didn't know the answer to these questions. He looked at the confident Su Ning and asked, "What do you think, Ninger?" Su Ning smiled softly, gently stroking the blue cat's fur repeatedly, and said, "What if I told you that the person called Song Yanzhou is not dead?" Upon hearing this, Murong Linyuan immediately retorted, "Impossible. I personally carried his body. It was a fatal. Little kid, if you don't know, don't talk nonsense, okay? You're just wasting time." Xie Xingye thought for a moment and said, "Song Yanzhou's body was buried with the Song family, and he died from a throat cut. To verify if that person is really Song Yanzhou, we need to open the coffin and examine the body." Su Ning tilted her head and said confidently, "No need for such trouble, uncle. That person didn't die. He's right next door." Her tone was very sure, and this time Morong Linyuan responded even faster. Next door lives an old man who has lost his hearing. You wouldn't mean to say he's Song Yenjo, would you? Exactly, he's Song Yenjo. Morong Linyuan almost laughed out loud at Su Ning's words. Little kid, can you tell a lie properly? That old man is in his 60s or 70s. How could he be Song Yenjo? Su Ning immediately replied. Instead of arguing here, why don't we go take a look? As Su Ning finished speaking, Xie Xingye stood up and headed out. Morong Linyuan followed from behind. Boss, do you really believe that old man is Song Yenjo? Xie Xingye didn't answer him. According to Su Ning, going to see for ourselves would make it clear. This case had been ongoing for 5 or 6 days with no progress. Instead of continuing to investigate without evidence, it was better to trust Su Ning. After all, she could communicate with animals. The dog in the backyard was the Song family's guard dog. It should have seen the culprit. Morong Linyuan felt helpless about Xie Xingye's unconditional trust in a little girl. To make Xie Xingye give up this idea, he also followed along. Little kid, let's see how you handle this later, Morong Linyuan said angrily. Soon, the three arrived at the neighboring house. There, the old man was hunched over, carrying a bundle of firewood into his house. When he heard footsteps behind him, he turned his head to look. His cloudy eyes flickered slightly when he saw Xie Xingye. Official, why are you coming to my humble home again? The old man's voice was hoarse. After speaking, he turned and continued into the inner room. Whether from nervousness or something else, he accidentally slipped and fell to the ground. Morong Linyuan was afraid he might fall and hurt himself, so he quickly went to catch him. Be careful, sir, he said gently. The old man held Morong Linyuan's wrist, using his strength to slowly stand up. At that moment, Morong Linyuan suddenly froze. Because the old man's grip was steady and strong, not like that of an elderly person. Could it be a mistake? Feeling Morong Linyuan's suspicion, the old man quickly released his hand and said politely, Thank you, sir. Let's talk inside, he added. Stop pretending. You are Song Yenjo, Xie Xingye said calmly, not stepping forward but watching the old man closely. His eyes were sharp, as if trying to see through him. The old man remained calm, pretending not to hear, and turned to go inside with some firewood. When he came out again, he carried 2 small stools and walked very slowly. Sir, please sit. Morong Linyuan couldn't figure out the key point, but as he watched the old man carefully, he suddenly made a move toward him. Ow! The old man was knocked over by Morong Linyuan's surprise attack. He had no chance to defend himself. Morong Linyuan felt a bit embarrassed and shook his head at Xie Xingye. The earlier test was enough to show that he was just an elderly man with limited mobility and hearing. Sorry, sir, he said sincerely. Su Ning thought Morong Linyuan was quite clumsy. Xie Xingye's test had already made the old man suspicious. If he attacked again, he would surely react. So Su Ning had to speak up and reveal the truth. When we came in earlier, he was facing away from us. If he had poor hearing, how could he hear our footsteps and turn around? So he is Song Yenjo. He has an incredible disguise skill. Not only can he transform into an old man, but he can also look like a woman without anyone noticing. Upon hearing this, the man pretending to be the old man, Song Yenjo, could no longer keep his composure. He suddenly slapped Morong Linyuan and then fled. Morong Linyuan was shocked but quickly chased after him. Stop! You little rascal, you tricked me badly. Soon, Morong Linyuan caught Song Yenjo. His martial arts were no match for Morong Linyuan, so catching him was only a matter of time. Morong Linyuan, who had brought the person back, completely changed his attitude towards Su Ning. Hee little kid, oh no, little detective, you're quite clever. Tell me, how did you find out? At this moment, he was completely convinced. Guess for yourself, Su Ning deliberately teased him, not saying more. Xie Xingye looked at Su Ning with a very gentle expression, but when he turned to Morong Linyuan, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Bring him back for proper questioning. Morong Linyuan looked unconvinced. He hadn't yet gotten the answer, and they let him go. Wasn't that just making him stay awake all night? Little kid, why not come with me? I have lots of tasty candies, Muron Linyuan coaxed gently. No. Too much candy will give you cavities, Su Ning coldly refused, making a funny face at him. Muron Linyuan, eager to know the reason, felt both annoyed and amused. If he had known the little one was so capable, he wouldn't have doubted her earlier. But after this, he realized that the little kid was truly a detective. A detective like a master of solving cases. Next time he faced a tough case, he would definitely ask her for help. To avoid encountering killers again, Xie Xingye chose a different route. By the time they returned to the Su family, it was already late afternoon. He quietly sent Su Ning back and then went to pick up the crown prince. Before leaving, the crown prince repeatedly thanked Dr. Wu. After resting for a few hours, he felt much better. His previous cough had eased considerably. He carefully placed the red porcelain bottle into his arms. With red eyes, he bid farewell to Dr. Wu and the Su family. He regarded Dr. Wu as a second parent and the Su family as his lifesavers. Uncle Ninth Prince, my life was saved by Dr. Wu, and also by you, he said. Xie Xingye kept silent, not replying. Over the years, he had worried a lot about him, even prepared to replace him if necessary. Now that his illness could be cured, he felt he had fulfilled a long-held wish. Muron Linyuan questioned Song Yanzhou overnight and learned that he had used disguise magic to kill a night watchman and take his place. That old man was also killed by him, disguised as the steward of the Song residence using illusion magic. As for his motive, it was because his father had always looked down on him and suppressed him in various ways, preventing him from standing tall in the Song family. This plan had been in progress for 5 years, and he had been learning disguise magic for the same amount of time. He, like Muron Linyuan, couldn't understand why Su Ning revealed his disguise so easily. For 5 years, he had been proud of his ability to change his appearance and had never failed before. After 5 days of solving a strange case, Su Ning uncovered it immediately, making Muron Linyuan feel like he was dreaming. He had planned to boast about it to his followers, but then received a warning from Xie Xingye and decided to hold back his words. Su Ning forgot to bring the dog when he left. But on the second day, he learned that Xie Xingye had sent the dog over early in the morning. Su Ning was very happy, saying, "The handsome uncle is so thoughtful." With the dog, Su Xinian lost interest in the blue cat and no longer liked it. The blue cat didn't mind and said, "It's okay. I have Little White." That little white cat had become a stray that depended on the blue cat for food, often wandering in the backyard of the Su residence. The blue cat was quite a troublemaker. It only paid attention when it needed something. When Su Ning thought of it, she would bring some food for her. If she forgot, she let the cat go hungry. Big troublemaker, Su Ning scolded her. The blue cat chuckled and said it was just their nature. Su Ning then asked Qiuhua to bring the little white cat inside and made a nest for it. After all, the little white cat had helped out. Everyone in the Su family knew Su Ning liked to keep small animals, so they let her do as she pleased. After breakfast, Dr. Wu came to say goodbye. He said he needed to go home to get the prescription, which wasn't far, and the round trip by carriage would take about 7 days. Su Mingyun was worried he might have an accident on the way, so he insisted on going with him. He was mainly afraid that when Jingxing might suddenly remember Dr. Wu and send someone to attack him. "No need, young master. The journey isn't far and it should be safe," Dr. Wu said. He wasn't really going back, he was just planning to hide for a few days. Su Ning also wanted to persuade him, but before she could speak, an old servant's sharp voice rang out. "Imperial decree has arrived." The Su family members looked at each other nervously and hurried out to receive the decree. "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live forever!" Old Master Gao held up a bright yellow imperial decree and announced solemnly, "By the emperor's command, I have heard that bandits in Weishan are causing trouble, disturbing the people and disrupting order, which is a serious problem. Su Mingyun, the eldest son of the Su family, is brave and wise, good at planning and fighting. I hereby appoint him as General Dingyuan to lead 3,000 troops to Weishan to suppress the bandits." So decreed. After finishing, Old Master Gao smiled and bowed to Su Mingyun, saying warmly, Congratulations, young Master Su, on returning to your official position. Congratulations. Thank you, old Master Gao. Su Mingyun stepped forward to receive the imperial decree and then invited Gao Gonggong inside for tea. Gao Gonggong, holding an important position, dared not stay long and took his leave. Su Jingmian personally saw him to the gate and presented a generous gift in thanks. No one noticed the flash of sharpness in his eyes when he turned around. The Su family discussed all day, but couldn't decide who should act as the matchmaker to visit the Marquis of Zhengua's residence for the marriage proposal and matchmaking. Now, Su Mingyun was eager to leave, so this matter had to be delayed. Dr. Wu left quietly while the Su family busied themselves with preparations for Su Mingyun's departure. The next day, Wen Jingxing remembered the old man who taught Wen Ning medical skills. It was said he came from the Su family. Maybe Su Mingyun's leg was healed by this doctor. Following his principle of better to kill wrongly than to let go, Wen Jingxing sent Song Bai to assassinate him. Song Bai, go yourself. This is very important. If that doctor is truly a great healer, he might save the crown prince. Keep an eye on him personally. If necessary, eliminate him directly. Just as Song Bai was about to leave with a bow, Wen Jingxing suddenly called him back. Wait, I've thought about it. We shouldn't handle this ourselves. Tell the fifth prince about it. Su Mingyun spent a day preparing documents and another day counting 3,000 elite soldiers. On the third day afternoon, he set out with the 3,000 soldiers. Xu Yaoji learned the news early and pushed through the crowd, wearing a veil to see him off. The young general in armor from years ago was no longer the naive boy he once was. Su Mingyun sat on a black warhorse, the golden-laid breastplate reflecting the midday sun, shining with a cold edge. He seemed to sense something, turning his head to look at the crowd. Through the surging mass of people, he immediately spotted the girl in plain white clothes. Even with her veil, he recognized her at once. His jaw tightened slightly, trembling, and his lips moved slightly. He wanted to say something but only mouthed two words. Xu Yaoji understood and felt a sudden ache in her nose. She quickly asked her maid, Xiao Lu, dressed as a man, to send her a protective charm she had obtained. Go quickly, or it will be too late, Xu Yaoji urged Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu didn't delay and hurriedly pushed through the crowd with the charm. Finally, the talisman was successfully delivered into Su Mingyun's hands. Su Mingyun tightly clenched it in her palm. She nodded slightly to her, then mounted her horse and left. The imperial decree was issued in a hurry, and he left just as quickly. He thought that Xu Yaoji probably wouldn't blame him.
Sniff.
What is going on with Emperor Uncle? Before the date was set, he already sent someone away. There are so many suitable candidates in the court. Why did he have to send Brother Mingyun? Little Lu comforted her, saying, Don't be sad, County Princess. Maybe this is a chance for young Master Su to make a contribution. He has been in a wheelchair for 6 years and really needs this opportunity to return to his official position. Xu Yaoji agreed that little Lu had a point, but she was still afraid something might go wrong. She had been waiting for him for 6 years. Go back now. I need to read scriptures every day and pray for Brother Mingyun's safe return. Just thinking about being able to do something for him made her very happy. In the bright moonlit chamber of the Su residence, the sound of reading books filled the air again. The 3 children held their books and read aloud, nodding their heads. Blue Cat, who was out gathering news, slipped into the room quietly while the teacher wasn't paying attention and curled up in Su Ning's arms. Master, your scoundrel father is really a bad seed. He guessed that Wu Dafu healed your uncle's leg, and because he's afraid Wu Dafu might treat the crown prince, he secretly passed the message to the 5th prince, planning to use him to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and the 5th prince's people really tracked down Wu Dafu's hideout, planning to assassinate him tonight at midnight. That's easy to handle. We can wait and watch, and prepare a little surprise for that scoundrel father. Blue Cat's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Why didn't I notice before that my master has such a clever mind? You're silly. In the face of strength, even the smartest brain isn't enough. Without cultivation, I have no way to use my abilities. That's true. Blue Cat chuckled, then said, Ziwu is also quite clever, but he's also lacking strength. You and he are just unfortunate. He didn't dare finish the sentence, afraid it would bring back sad memories for Su Ning. After studying, the three siblings still had to learn martial arts, light skills, horseback riding, and archery from Master Tu. The days were busy but fulfilling. That evening, Su Ning learned that Xie Xingye secretly sent 5 black armor guards to protect Su Mingyun. This reassured the Su family quite a bit. Everyone knew that the task of suppressing the bandits was arranged by Xie Xingye, which made it natural for Su Mingyun to be reinstated to his official position. After dinner, Su Wan usually lulled Su Ning to sleep before going to rest herself. About an hour later, Su Ning secretly climbed out of the window, holding the blue cat, and used her spiritual power to fly through the air. Soon, she arrived at Qinglu Alley, where Dr. Wu was staying. At this moment, there was still half an hour before midnight. The doctor was already asleep inside. To avoid revealing her location if a fight broke out later, Su Ning asked the blue cat to go ahead and make the doctor faint. 1 person and 1 cat hid inside, waiting for the assassin to arrive. To Su Ning's surprise, the assassin sent by the 5th prince had arrived early. Is this the place? Yes, this is it. The 2nd prince ordered to catch alive. Hearing this, Su Ning was shocked. She asked the blue cat in her mind, Are you sure you didn't hear wrong? Did my father really sell the message to the 5th prince? Yes, it's the 5th prince. But now, it seems the 2nd prince also knows about it. Why the 2nd prince wanted to catch someone alive was unknown. As her thoughts raced, Su Ning came up with a good idea. Let them fight each other first. I'll make my move later. Come on, let's change clothes and go. Su Ning smiled slyly, holding the blue cat, and slipped into her space. Outside, the 2nd prince's people poked a hole in the window and inserted a long bamboo tube. They blew into it, releasing a cloud of confusing smoke. After waiting a moment, they decided it was enough. 3 of them stayed to watch, while 2 went inside to tie up the person. Just then, the people sent by the 5th prince arrived. There were 5 men in black. When they saw the 3 at the door and the 5 inside, they knew something was wrong.
Who are you?
The 3 exchanged glances and shouted, We are here to take your lives. A fight broke out between 3 and 5. Don't interfere with us. Go inside and kill that person, one of the black-clad men ordered. As soon as he spoke, a black-clad man carried Dr. Wu out, with another behind him protecting him. Don't let them take him away.
Attack.
No matter life or death. The people on the 5th prince's side came prepared to kill. Anyone blocking the way had to die. The fight was clearly uneven, with 4 against 5. Reluctantly, the black-clad man carrying Dr. Wu had to put him down and come help. The battle became very fierce. They fought from inside the house to outside, and then onto the roof. After both sides lost 1 subordinate each, Su Ning thought it was enough and appeared riding 2 magic weapons. Su Ning changed into a long robe she once wore on the mystic bright continent, wearing a fox mask on her face. She also carried 2 long magic weapons. She disguised herself as an adult. As soon as she appeared, she delivered a very sharp palm strike. Suddenly, a loud boom sounded, and the 8 fighters engaged in battle were all knocked back by her spiritual energy-infused palm. She then pretended to be distressed and said, Haha, Lord Wen really predicted everything. The 2nd prince also sent people to attack. You probably don't know, but Lord Wen deliberately set a trap. The people of the 5th prince's camp looked alarmed. Oh no, we've fallen into Lord Wen Jingxing's trap. The people of the 2nd prince also realized they had been tricked. Otherwise, how could they easily find the location of this divine doctor? Since Su Mingyun's leg injury healed, Xie Xingye had been frequently visiting the Su family. They guessed that the Su family had an incredible healer. Today, they finally found some clues and wanted to investigate. But it turned out to be a trap set by Lord Wen Jingxing. After thinking for a moment, both sides exchanged glances and, with great coordination, attacked Su Ning at the same time. Su Ning sneered coldly. Haha, you think you can kill me, the lady? Dream on. She swiftly dodged the sharp claws of the 8 fighters. She flew into the air, looking down at them from above. Before they could react, she waved her hand, knocking them all back again, this time with much greater force. The 8 fighters were sent flying and crashed into fake rocks. 6 of them spat blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up. The remaining 2, seeing the situation was dire, turned and fled in different directions. Su Ning's lips curled slightly, showing no intention of chasing. Faced with the struggling 6 on the ground, Su Ning summoned her transformed medicinal beast form, a blue cat. Under their terrified gazes, she took their lives. They would never understand how there could be a winged cat in this world. 2 people who were deliberately let go by Su Ning crawled back to their home to report. Something's wrong. The master is in danger. We've been tricked. We fell into Lord Wenjingxing's trap. He deliberately gave us false information, and then fed it to the second prince. When we arrived, his people were already waiting there. Xiao Wu and the others are all dead. The 5th prince, Xie Xianlin, suddenly stood up from his chair with a fierce expression and said, "You say it was deliberately leaked by Wenjingxing?" "Yes, it was Wenjingxing. He intentionally ambushed us. He set a trap to frame us. The 5th prince and the others can't die in vain. We must avenge them." Xie Xianlin was so angry that he grabbed the inkstone from the desk and smashed it onto the ground. His face was full of hostility as he ordered, "Go, gather the men. Sneak into Wen's house tonight and give him a harsh lesson. Master, that person's inner strength is very strong. With just a wave of his hand, he can knock us over. We need more people." Seeing Xie Xianlin nod, the man immediately went to arrange it. In the residence of the second prince, Xie Chenzhou, the surviving man in black was reporting, "Second prince, we can't just let this go. Zhao Gao and the others have risked their lives with us for many years. They shouldn't have died in vain. We must avenge them. When Jingxing is bold enough to scheme against you. If we let this happen, it will only encourage his arrogance. According to my opinion, we should immediately gather the men and sneak into the Wen family at night to catch him off guard." Xie Chenzhou thought for a moment and finally nodded. "Go ahead. Keep this matter secret, since when Jingxing set the trap first, he wouldn't dare to make it public." So, both sides gathered dozens of men in black and sneaked into Wen's house at night. Just as Wu Daifu was about to leave, he encountered both groups of men rushing toward Wen's house like ghosts. Blue Cat's small eyes lit up. "Master, there's a good show. Let's go see it too." "All right, let's go." The 2 black-clad men recognized each other's identities, nodded in agreement, and rushed toward Wen's house. Meanwhile, Wen Jingxing was at listening to Rain Pavilion, enjoying a romantic moment with Yu Er. As their passion deepened, Wen Jingxing kept calling her, which made Yu Er very angry. She opened her eyes and suddenly pushed Wen Jingxing away. "Wen Jingxing, look clearly, I am Yu Er." Wen Jingxing was about to speak when he suddenly heard hurried, chaotic footsteps outside. Next, the tightly shut door was forcefully kicked open, debris flying everywhere. Several black figures rushed into the room. "Ah!" Yu Er screamed in fear. Wen Jingxing was quicker and pulled the blanket over himself to hide. Wen Jingxing had no choice but to pull his outer robe over himself, but the attackers didn't give him a chance. They raised their swords and attacked him directly. "Who are you?" he asked, only met with intense murderous intent. Wen Jingxing was skilled in martial arts, and he tried to defend himself while putting on his robe. However, there were too many attackers, and their swords formed a dense, deadly storm. He was injured from front to back. "Hurry, protect the Lord!" Songbai realized the danger and turned to call for help. For a moment, several groups fought fiercely. Besides the listening rain courtyard, Old Lady Wen was also attacked by men in black. Overcome with panic, she fell to the ground and hit her forehead, opening a long cut. Everyone knew that killing Wen Jingxing would cause big trouble, so they just wanted to give him a harsh lesson. After stabbing Wen Jingxing 3 times, they disappeared like ghosts. In the fight, all the guards except Songbai and Wen Jingxing lost their lives. "Something's wrong. Lord, Old Lady Wen is in trouble," a maid hurriedly reported. Wen Jingxing sat in a pool of blood, looking stunned. Yu Er was stabbed in the abdomen and now lay bleeding, fighting for her life. If Wen Jingxing hadn't quickly pulled her aside to block the attack, she might have been killed. The black-clad attackers came fast and left just as quickly, leaving no time to respond. In a side room, Xiao Rui was awakened by the chaos and cried loudly. High above, Su Ning watched everything unfold from the sky, riding on a blue cat, with a happy expression as he flew back to the Su family. Too bad Wen Jingxing didn't die, the blue cat said. If he had died, things would be even more complicated. He's a nobleman. Su Ning had guessed this earlier. Neither the second nor the fifth prince wanted to cause trouble during this critical time. By the next morning, Wen Jingxing took leave from court, claiming old lady Wen was seriously ill. The concubine Xian sent someone to visit and learned that Wen Jingxing was badly injured, and old lady Wen was unconscious. There were too many killers, and Wen Jingxing didn't know who had ordered the attack. Could it be the Su family? Someone guessed. Wen Jingxing shook his head, unsure. He had barely survived and still felt scared. 3 days later, the Su family finally chose a matchmaker, Jiang Lixi, the wife of the prime minister. Wu Shi brought a grand gift to Zhang's house, and upon hearing this, the prime minister's wife happily agreed. This is a good thing. Madame Yu Shi respects me, and I see it as my blessing. I will take responsibility for this matter. Madame Yu Shi, go back and prepare the wedding gifts, marriage documents, and tokens. Just let me know when you're ready, then I will leave this matter to the lady of the house. As the daughter of the princess and a noble lady, even if she is just a matchmaker, her status cannot be low. The two talked happily. Mrs. Wu smiled as she left the prime minister's residence. In the following days, the Su family was very busy. The wedding was decided, but there was still much to prepare. They had to prepare the 3 letters and 6 ceremonies. The 3 letters are the engagement letter, gift letter, and welcome letter. The 6 ceremonies are betrothal, asking for the name, presenting the bride price, sending the wedding invitation, choosing a date, and the wedding itself. Even the gift letter needs to be very detailed. It doesn't have to be luxurious, but it must not be embarrassing. Every day, the Su family was filled with laughter and the sound of children reading. That evening was the 6th day of the deadline set by Dr. Wu and the crown prince. Suddenly, Xie Xingye appeared at the Su house dressed in black. Hearing the noise, Su Jingnian and Su Mingxian hurried to the front hall. Prince, is there an urgent matter? The crown prince is critically ill. Please call Ninger. I want her to come and treat him. What? Ninger just started learning medicine and she might not be able to. It doesn't matter. I have my own judgment. Xie Xingye interrupted. Unable to refuse, Su Jingnian went personally to the Lanhua pavilion to call someone. Soon, Su Wan carried the sleepy-eyed Su Ning over. She had already heard that the crown prince was critically ill, but Dr. Wu hadn't returned yet, so calling her daughter was useless. Your Highness, my daughter. She was still learning medicine and didn't have the ability to save lives. Xie Xingye raised his hand to stop Su Wan and said to Su Ning, Ninger, the crown prince is critically ill. Your master is not here, and I have no other choice. After speaking, he took Su Ning from Su Wan and was about to leave. It was an urgent matter, and he couldn't care about anything else. Su Ning was already awake, but didn't want her family to notice she wasn't sleeping, so she kept rubbing her eyes to hide it. When she heard Xie Xingye say this, she quickly said, I need to bring my medicine bag. Xie Xingye listened and used light skills to quickly take Su Ning to Lanhua Pavilion. Clearly, the situation was very serious. Su Jingnian looked serious. Over the past 2 days at court, I noticed the crown prince's health was improving, but suddenly he became critically ill again. Why is that? Next to him, Su Mingxian thought for a moment and said, maybe he was poisoned again. Someone couldn't hold back anymore. The women couldn't help much and could only wait anxiously. Su Wan was worried and kept turning around. Ninger is still learning medicine. She can't detoxify him. What if she makes things worse? This was also what the others in the Su family were worried about. In total, Su Ning had been studying with a shaman doctor for less than a month. Even with extraordinary talent, it was impossible to detoxify him so quickly. If she couldn't remove the poison and the crown prince suffered because of it, no matter how many heads the Su family had, it wouldn't be enough to cut. The Su family members were very anxious about this. Meanwhile, Su Ning grabbed her medicine bag and was carried by Xie Xingye heading toward the Eastern Palace. The crown prince has been taking the medicine your master gave him these days, and he's shown clear improvement. But tonight, he suddenly vomited blood and collapsed. I suspect he was poisoned again. I don't trust others around him, so I came to find you, Xie Xingye explained in a trembling voice. The crown prince had fallen and couldn't get up. The first person he thought of was Su Ning. She was so special that she probably had a way to save the crown prince. Xie Xingye's choked voice made Su Ning curious. Why was he so determined to save the crown prince? In his past life, he had died early in the back alley of the Su family. What was he thinking then? Regret, unwillingness, or remorse? He knew that the crown prince also died shortly after him, tragically in the Eastern Palace. After flying about 2 kilometers, Xie Xingye, who had sustained internal injuries and was running out of strength, was supported by his secret guard. Without saying much, the guard took over his task, carried Su Ning, and flew onto the roof. They headed quickly toward the Eastern Palace. The secret guard didn't understand why Xie Xingye wanted to send a young girl to save the crown prince, but doubts aside, as a subordinate, he had to obey. After exchanging 4 groups of secret guards along the way, Su Ning finally entered the Eastern Palace under the guidance of the guard Kong Qi. The palace was very quiet now. Besides the secret guards, all unrelated servants had been sent away early by Xie Xingye. Kong Qi carried Su Ning into the room where the crown prince was. As soon as she entered, Su Ning smelled the fragrance of the flower of rebirth. This fragrant scent is harmless to most people, but for those who have been cursed with a bad fate, it can be deadly. Clearly, the prince has been poisoned with the curse from the southern border. Su Ning quickly ran forward, took down the small pouch hanging by the bed, and turned to Kong Qi. Keep it away. This pouch is poisonous. Kong Qi, like the other secret guards, didn't understand why their master wanted a young girl to treat the prince. While thinking, the little girl pushed a pouch into his hand. He asked suspiciously, "Poisoned?" This was given by the prince's fiancée. The prince's fiancée is the granddaughter of the grand tutor, and she is his study partner and childhood friend. In the whole world, she is the one who least wants the prince to die. He had the chance to meet her once. She is a kind and well-educated young girl. Someone so devoted to the prince wouldn't give him a poisonous pouch, right? The key is, the day after receiving the pouch, the prince's brother secretly had a doctor check it. No poison was found. When Su Ning said it was poisonous, Kong Qi didn't believe her. "Miss Su, the prince's brother already checked this pouch and found no poison." Maybe it was a mistake. Su Ning was still very young and had just started learning medicine, so Kong Qi's doubt was understandable. Su Ning didn't argue. She said, "Just take it out first. When the prince's brother arrives, I will explain everything to him." Her mature tone surprised Kong Qi, although she was only 5 years old. Her words sounded like those of an adult. Kong Qi didn't believe Su Ning, but since the prince's brother trusted her, he didn't refuse. He took the pouch and handed it over to the prince's close aide, ZMO. When he came back, he saw Su Ning feeding a small black pill into the prince's mouth. He was shocked and tried to stop her, but it was too late. He frowned and asked, "Miss Su, do you know why His Highness is spitting blood?" He had already made a conclusion without checking his pulse. "Of course I know. He was poisoned again," Su Ning said confidently. "公鸡舍不到辅导代理." But in such a short time, how can you be sure what poison it is? And, do you have the antidote ready? "Miss Su, I don't doubt your medical skills, but I just don't want any accidents." Su Ning tilted her head and looked at him. "Is it possible that my pill can cure all poisons?" Kong Qi was stunned. If it really could cure all poisons, then it made sense. As for whether it will work, it depends on the prince's reaction. Currently, the divine doctor is not here, so he can only trust the apprentice of the divine doctor. Remaining time, Kong Qi anxiously waits, while Su Ning appears sleepy and doesn't seem to care much about the matter. Chi doesn't believe in Su Ning's medical skills. He's just a young boy who has studied for less than a month. Even if he is very talented, he couldn't have learned all the skills of a divine doctor. What confuses him more is the prince's actions. When the prince first got sick, he didn't look for the imperial doctor, but instead brought a 5-year-old boy. This little boy doesn't seem like someone who knows medicine at all. I'm hungry. Su Ning sits at the table, swinging his short legs. Chi also sits at the table. Hearing this, he gets up and goes out to get food himself. Since he can't trust the people from the Eastern Palace, he is to go himself. Soon, he brings back a cucumber. It's too late for cooked food, and my subordinates don't know how to cook. Let's see if we can. Before he finishes, Su Ning snatches the cucumber and starts eating it. The little boy is very carefree, which surprises Chi. Their short time together makes him think the little boy is harmless and easy to get along with. After about half an incense stick of time, the unconscious prince suddenly opens his eyes. Your Highness? Your Highness is awake, Chi exclaims happily. However, Su Ning looks very natural about it. Chi feels excited inside. That medicine really can cure all poisons. The little boy didn't lie to him. Su Ning steps forward, smiling as he speaks to the awakened Xia Yanji. I'm glad the prince is awake. I told you that medicine could cure all poisons, didn't I? Your men didn't believe it. That was the medicine left by the master before he left. Maybe he already foresaw this day. After saying this, Chi suddenly understands. No wonder the little boy didn't check the pulse, but just fed medicine into the prince's mouth. It turns out he already had a pill that could cure all poisons. It's okay if the little boy isn't skilled in medicine. Having a very powerful divine doctor as his master is enough. That divine doctor not only has excellent medical skills but also predicts things accurately and left a pill that can cure all poisons in advance. No wonder he didn't trust her before. He just thought a 5-year-old boy couldn't be smart enough to learn the skills of a divine doctor in just a month. It turns out she was right. She only relied on the detox pill left by the divine doctor, which made her so confident. There was no need to hide the medicine that could cure all poisons. It caused him quite a scare. Thank you, Sister Nian, Xia Yanji said weakly after waking up. Even raising his hand to hold Su Ning's small hand was difficult. Su Ning suddenly remembered that Xia Yanji's mother had died early, raised by Queen Zhou. Similarly, Xia Xingye's mother also died early, raised by the former empress. In a way, they shared a common pain. Perhaps Xia Xingye saw this and felt extra sympathy for Xia Yanji. About half an hour later, Xia Xingye hurried into the room. Seeing Xia Yanji awake, he let out a quiet sigh of relief and said that Su Ning must have a way to save him. Xia Xingye asked Chi and Zmo to stay outside the prince's room to watch over him while he took Su Ning out through the back door of the Eastern Palace onto a plain carriage. Since the departure was sudden, the Su family must have been worried. On the carriage, Xia Xingye seemed to have 1,000 words he wanted to say, but didn't know how to start, so he remained silent. Su Ning broke the silence first. Handsome uncle, the sachet hanging by the prince's bed is fine for ordinary people, but for someone who has been cursed with a rebellious fate, it is deadly. Su Ning believed that Xia Xingye understood her meaning. Seeing Xia Xingye's face suddenly change color, Su Ning knew he was suspicious. The childhood friendship and the life-saving favor were insignificant compared to absolute interests. Moreover, the prince was a dying man. Compared to a bright future, the life of a dying person was more important. This was clear to see. Of course, if the other person was someone loyal and caring, that would be different. Right and wrong could be easily distinguished. At this moment, Xia Xingye also had the same feeling as Chi. Though the little girl was only 5, her words sometimes sounded like those of a small adult. Perhaps intelligent people are naturally different. The carriage swayed gently, and by the time they reached the Su residence, Su Ning was already asleep. Xia Xingye carefully carried her inside. Inside, everyone was anxiously waiting. When they saw her, they hurried to greet her. How is the prince, your highness? Has he turned the danger into safety? Thank you, magistrate, for your concern. He's fine now. It's late, so let's take Su Ning to rest. I will leave first. Magistrate, please stay. Safe travels, Your Highness. Su Jingnian wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. I am very happy and sigh happily. Great, great. Ninger's talent for medicine seems to be better than we imagined. Who says it's not? Yun Jiao also smiles. It was a false alarm, and everyone happily returned to their own courtyards. The next morning, Suwon thought the children were tired last night, so she didn't call Suning. Suning was also happy to relax, so she closed her eyes and continued sleeping. She slept until the sun was high in the sky. When she woke up, she learned that something big had happened in the palace. Fifth Prince Xie Xianlin was imprisoned in the Zhongren mansion because he harmed his brothers and sisters. His mother, Consort Wan, was also implicated and sent to the cold palace. To protect herself, the future crown princess Zhao Anren betrayed the fifth prince. She claimed he forced her to give poison to the crown prince. The Grand Tutor's family might avoid death, but they couldn't escape punishment. Xie Xingye accused them of dereliction of duty, and they were eventually stripped of their family and demoted. As the crown prince's teacher, he didn't try to save him but instead joined other princes in plotting his death. His heart is truly unforgivable. Zhao Anren knelt every day on the steps of the East Palace to repent, but the crown prince never came out to see her. Their childhood friendship was just a story. She and the fifth prince probably never expected that, in a situation where the crown prince was doomed, they would somehow turn the tables and win. Hey, Sister Ning, what are you doing? Are you distracted? Su Xinian called out to Su Ning several times, but she didn't respond. Finally, she reached out and pushed her, waking Su Ning from her daydreams. What's the matter, Xinian? Look at the flowers I picked. Are they pretty? Su Xinian proudly showed her a small red flower she had picked. To make sure Su Ning saw clearly, she even held the flower close to her face. I see. Put it lower. You almost poked my nose, Su Ning said helplessly. Hee, I'm just worried you can't see, Su Xinian smiled sweetly. I'm not blind. How could I not see? But your eyes kept darting around just now, like you're blind, Su Xinian teased. Kuning. Su Xinian held a cloth doll in one hand and pulled Su Ning toward the garden. Come on, I'll show you where I pick flowers. There are lots more there. Su Ning was forced to follow her. Soon, they arrived at the place she mentioned. Su Ning and Su Xinian, they are a patch of wildflowers growing in the garden. It's not very special, but to Su Xinian, it feels very rare. She insists on pulling Su Ning to pick flowers with her. Hurry up, Sister Ning, let's pick some. Later, we'll put them in a bowl filled with water and splash them around. It will look very pretty. Su Ning imagines the scene and thinks it would be quite nice. Let's pick flowers of different colors. When we splash them, it will be even more beautiful. Hee, I think so too, Su Xinian laughs happily, showing her teeth. These days are the rest days for the teachers, so they also get to relax. The two sisters played happily all morning. In the afternoon, Dr. Wu returned. The news quickly reached Wen Jingxing. He thought that the fifth prince's people could have killed Dr. Wu, but he didn't expect him to come back alive. He guessed that the dark-clad people who sneaked into the Wen residence that night were sent by the fifth prince. Since they failed to kill Dr. Wu, they took out their anger on him. But how did they know that the message was from him? The fifth prince's own actions angered the Holy Face and was imprisoned in the clan office, which was also a form of revenge. Xie Xingye appeared at the Su family's house in time, openly asking Dr. Wu to go to the Eastern Palace to treat the crown prince. This incident alarmed many people who were secretly watching. Xie Xingye stayed at the Eastern Palace, watching Xie Yanji take the medicine. There are 6 small pills in total. Take 2 each day for 3 days and you'll recover. Hearing Xie Xingye, Xie Yanji didn't speak, but his slightly red eyes betrayed his inner feelings. The Su family has done us a great favor, especially Su Ning. Yanji, don't be like Wen Jingxing, who is ungrateful. Yanji understands, uncle. Xie Yanji choked with emotion. The person he feels most guilty about is Xie Xingye. On the surface, people think he was raised by Queen Zhou, but in fact, Xie Xingye raised him. He often scolded him like a little adult, telling him that as a prince, he shouldn't be reckless like other children. and he shouldn't slack off just because he was weak. Maybe someday, he would meet a divine doctor who could cure his illness. First, he needed a healthy body to talk about revenge. Whenever he thought of this, he would tell himself to stay alive, to live well, and not to let down his good intentions. Please rest first. Don't be soft-hearted about Zhao Anren, and the matter of the fifth prince is not so simple. When the empress was poisoned that year, Consort One was not in the palace. How did the fifth prince know about the rebellious curse in the crown prince? Xie Xingye left, and he never expected Zhao Anren to hang herself at Yihong courtyard the next day. Some say she was punished for her actions. The crown prince ordered her to be sold to Yihong courtyard. Zhao Anren, unable to bear the shame, took her own life. Due to some secret manipulations, rumors spread among the people that the crown prince was ruthless and narrow-minded. The crown prince was busy recovering from illness and did not respond to these rumors. After taking detox pills for 3 days, the poison in his body gradually cleared. Besides being weak and pale, he was almost normal. Using this, Xie Xingye publicly claimed that Dr. Wu had not cured his illness, only found medicine to suppress the poison. Many people secretly watching felt relieved when they heard this. They thought, after all, the crown prince's illness was inherited from birth and not easy to cure. When Jingxing also breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that Dr. Wu might have cured the crown prince completely. In the end, he was just a fame seeker. Mother, I feel uneasy. Is Big Brother almost in Huzhou? In the pavilion, Su Wan was massaging Mrs. Wu's shoulders, worried. Su Mingyun had been gone for nearly half a month. According to the schedule, he should arrive at Weishan in Huzhou in the next couple of days. Strangely, over the past 2 days, everyone in the Su family seemed restless. Half a month without news, I feel uneasy, Mrs. Wu said, holding her teacup but not drinking. She was very worried about Su Mingyun. What they didn't know was that Chu Yaoji was rushing in a carriage toward the War Prince's mansion. But when she arrived, she was told he was in the palace. Chu Yaoji's face turned red with anxiety. What should I do, Xiao Lu? Uncle isn't at the mansion. Xiao Lu comforted her. Don't worry, Mississippi. It's just a dream. Dreams aren't real. Maybe Su Dagua is already on his way back to the city. No, Xiao Lu. I really dreamed that Brother Shiyun was covered in blood, asking me for help. He was ambushed and captured by those terrible bandits. I must go to Uncle and ask him to rescue him. No, we can't wait any longer. We must go back and ask Father to go to the palace and report. Chu Yaoji was very worried about Su Mingyun. She turned and got into a carriage. Xiao Lu quickly followed her. On the way, she kept advising, Miss, you only had a dream, but you want the old master to go to the palace to see the emperor. That might anger the emperor, and it could also cause trouble for the old master. Miss, listen to my advice. It was just a dream. It's not real. Yaoji cried anxiously. No, it's not just a dream. It feels so real, like it really happened. If I don't go to save him, I will lose him. But young Master Su is very skilled in martial arts, and he has 3,000 soldiers with him. How could he not handle a few bandits? I don't know. I only know that Brother Mingyun needs me. Chu Yaoji hurried back to her home. She rushed into the study, but didn't see the Duke of Zhenghua. Instead, she learned from her mother that the King of War and officials above the 4th rank would accompany the emperor to the summer resort for a vacation. Already so early? Last year, wasn't it supposed to be in early July? Why is it 10 days earlier this year? Silly girl, are you so surprised to go out and play? Hurry up and get ready. We're going too, the Princess Dowager said with a smile. Chu Yaoji's face turned pale. But mother, I don't want to go. I want to go save Brother Mingyun. The Princess Dowager was stunned. What did you say? You want to go save Su Mingyun? He's fighting bandits in Huzhou. Why do you want to join the fun? Mother, I dreamed last night that Brother Mingyun was hurt. I want Uncle to lead soldiers to rescue him. Chu Yaoji pleaded, tugging at her mother's arm. The Princess Dowager's face suddenly turned cold. Nonsense. Just because of a dream, you want her uncle to lead soldiers to rescue him? Do you think this is a game? Mother, Brother Mingyan might really be in danger. What should we do if something happens to him? Seeing her daughter's tearful eyes, the Princess Dowager finally softened her heart. Ji, Su Mingyan has martial skills, and your uncle the King of War has secretly sent the Black Armor Guard to protect him. Nothing will happen. It was just a dream, not real. Not only the Princess Dowager didn't believe her, but also the King of War and the Duke of Jinghua, who returned from the palace, didn't believe Chu Yaoji's dream. She was very anxious. That night, she secretly packed her bag and ran away from home, heading to Huzhou. By the next noon, the Su family had already received the news. Thinking about the recent restless days, Su Wan nervously asked, "Mother, is it possible that eldest brother really got into trouble?" When she said this, everyone in the Su family became worried. Su Mingxian suggested, "Father, should Uncle Tu take some people to a mountain to check the situation?" Uncle Tu, whose real name is Tu Mo, had fought on the battlefield with Su Jingnian in his youth. After a moment of thought, Su Jingnian nodded and asked the butler to invite Tu Mo. 3 young children also came along. When they heard the news, Su Ning wanted to go too. "Grandpa, Ninga wants to go too." "Ninger, don't cause trouble," Su Wan said seriously, pulling Su Ning aside. Su Ning gave Tu Mo a meaningful look, and he understood. He then spoke to Su Jingnian. "Sir, Miss is very smart and skilled with archery, riding, and light skills. I think if she goes, she might be able to help." "No, she's too young. She doesn't understand how dangerous the world is. Even if her archery and riding skills are good, she can't do much," Su Jingnian firmly disagreed. Everyone in the house also disagreed with Su Ning going. Just then, Dr. Wu hurried over carrying a large medicine box. "Young Master Su has an accident. I also want to help. These medicines are prepared by me. If anyone gets hurt, they might come in handy, since I can't ride a horse and walk slowly, and since Ninger is good at riding and archery, let her go in my place," he said. The 2 masters seemed very confident that little Ninger could handle this task, which surprised everyone in the Su family. Mrs. Wu asked doubtfully, "But Ninger is only 5 years old." Everyone knew about Ninger's talent, but she was only 5, with a simple mind. How could she understand the dangers of the world? Ninger realized that even if she said she was capable, the Su family wouldn't allow her. Her age was the biggest obstacle. At this moment, Xie Xingye arrived quickly, leading Kong Chao in disguise and Zimo. She brightened up immediately. "Handsome uncle," Xie Xingye rushed into the house and said anxiously, "Censor, this is urgent. I need to borrow Ninger for a few days. Please." Then he picked up Su Ning and headed outside. He thought that since Ninger could talk to animals, she might be able to find Chu Yaoji's whereabouts faster. As long as they find her, everything will be fine. He planned to send others to Huzhou to investigate the truth. The Su family members chased outside the house and saw Xie Xingye mount his horse and ride away quickly. Su Jingnian quickly said to Tu Mo, "Hurry up and follow us." "Deputy Tu, I entrust Ninger's safety to you." "Don't worry, sir," Tu Mo replied with a small bow. He took the medicine box from Dr. Wu and hurriedly left. With the War King here, there shouldn't be much problem. Su Mingxian comforted his worried family. Everyone in the Su family thought Xie Xingye would go with them, but they didn't know that after leaving the city 2 kilometers away, Xie Xingye handed Ning over to Kong Qi. "Ninger, I have an important task. I can't go with you. Kong Qi and Zimo will protect you as you find the county lord." Su Ning understood that Xie Xingye still didn't believe Chu Yaoji's so-called dream. He just wanted her to help find the person. But she faintly felt that Su Mingyan might really be in trouble. Without Xie Xingye, it was easier for her to act. So she agreed happily. "Yes, I will find Sister County Lord." Kong Qi and Zimo couldn't understand why they had to bring a little kid to find Chu Yaoji. But it was Xie Xingye's order, and they had to obey. The Crown Prince had sworn to do whatever it took to keep Su Ning safe. They thought the little one would only cause trouble. In terms of strength, she couldn't keep up. They ran for a while, then had to stop to let her rest. This slowed down their progress a lot. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to carry Su Ning and rush forward. Watching the 2 horses run away, Xie Xingye looked more serious than ever. He faintly felt that this summer retreat was somewhat deliberate. He hoped it wasn't what he thought. Prince Yu. Tumo's horse passed by Xiexingye. Seeing he didn't move forward, he was quite surprised. Hurry up and follow. We've already gone far, Xiexingye said calmly. Tumo's heart sank. He quickly tightened his grip on the horse and galloped on. Kangqi was worried that running too fast might make Su Ning uncomfortable, so after 3 kilometers, he slowed down. Why did you slow down? Su Ning asked, puzzled. Kangqi carefully protected Su Ning, afraid she might fall. He honestly said, I'm worried you can't handle the bumps. Su Ning smiled. It's okay. I have good stamina. I practice riding every day at the martial arts field. A few bumps are nothing. Despite her young age, Su Ning spoke clearly and logically, which surprised the two. But she was only 5 years old. Zimo glanced at Su Ning and said directly, I want to know why you are going. Asking a 5-year-old child this was quite difficult, but besides her, who else could they ask? Xiexingye didn't tell them the reason, and the crown prince remained silent, only instructing them to protect her with their lives. This made both of them very curious. Su Ning bit her finger and pretended to be harmless. Maybe it's because my light skills are good? Or perhaps because my archery is decent? Or maybe because my medical skills are excellent? They had never seen or heard of these skills before, but to them, her claims of being good were just childish games. You're saying your light skills are good? Why not show us a flying trick? Kangqi joked. Sure, Su Ning replied with a clever smile, signaling Kangqi to loosen his grip. Kangqi was worried she might fall and hurt herself, so he let go, but didn't step back. Instead, he stood on either side, ready to catch her at any moment. The next moment, Su Ning spread her wings like a giant bird and easily stood on the horse's head, smiling happily. I'm flying now. Uncle, come chase me. As soon as she finished speaking, she shot out like an arrow, disappearing in the blink of an eye and appearing dozens of meters away. Both of them were stunned and speechless. Oh my God, is this what she called good light skills? This was incredible. She disappeared. Hurry, chase her, Kangqi exclaimed in shock and galloped after her. Meanwhile, Su Ning took advantage of this moment to act alone. She used her spiritual power to fly away. Since her cultivation was not very high, she couldn't fly far using her spiritual power. After shaking off the two behind her, she immediately summoned Qingyu Blue Cat. Quick, now's the time to shake them off. You must take me flying. The blue cat transformed into its medicinal beast form as soon as it appeared from the space, carrying Su Ning and rushing into the sky. Behind them, the two men ran desperately, but they couldn't even see a piece of Su Ning's clothing. Their instincts told them something serious was happening. This little girl is flying too fast. What should we do now? Zimo looked anxious. What else can we do? Chase her. Kangqi was also very worried. At first, they didn't believe that the little girl's light skills could be so strong. Now, they couldn't even see her shadow. If something happened to her, what would they do? If they had known her light skills were so impressive, they wouldn't have doubted her and would have let her show her abilities. Now, the little guy who doesn't even recognize the way is nowhere to be seen. Empty pool. She only knows how to fly, but not how to stop, right? Just as I was about to speak, I saw something flying toward me. I reached out and caught it. I looked closely and instinctively said, "You are too slow. I'll go ahead, ZMO." It's over. I've been ignored by a 5-year-old child. The blue feathered cat has been flying with Su Ning in the air until it is exhausted and stops in a purple bamboo forest. I can't go on. I'm hungry and out of strength. Its spiritual energy is low, and it's using up physical and mental energy. Even though it's not an ordinary beast, it can't handle it. All right, you go find food first. It left quickly without bringing any food. The food in the space has already been used up by the blue cat. After landing, the blue cat went off to find food on its own. Su Ning walked slowly forward, waiting for the blue cat to catch up. There's no village ahead and no shop behind. After about half an hour, the blue cat's voice suddenly reached Su Ning's mind. "Master, come quickly. Maybe the county lord of Nanan has been captured."
Huh?
Captured? Where are you? Su Ning asked with surprise and suspicion.
Keep going east.
Following the blue cat's guidance, Su Ning searched along the way and soon found it. At this moment, it was stepping on a howling wild dog with its big paw. She couldn't understand what the dog was saying, but it sounded very rude. This wild dog told me that a woman was just and taken into the village at the foot of the mountain. It guessed that the woman might be Chu Yaoji. Let's go see. The blue cat loosened its grip and grabbed Su Ning, flying down the mountain. The wild dog behind them let out a scream, "Ghost,"
and ran away.
After landing, the blue cat slipped into the space. Su Ning took small steps toward the village. Along the way, she saw many villagers finishing their work and carrying tools home. Hey, there's a strange little girl here. Is she lost? Su Ning smiled sweetly at the villager. Auntie, I'm here to find my eldest aunt. She was kidnapped and taken into your village. Just now, the two troublemakers from the Zhou family did carry a woman back, saying she was found on the mountain. Could she be her aunt? Thinking of the Zhou brothers, the villagers' faces changed, and they turned to leave. The woman called Auntie, with a pale face, told Su Ning, "Little girl, you'd better not go to find your aunt. You should go home quickly," Su Ning asked. "Auntie, can you tell me where that house is?" Seeing Su Ning's innocent and pure look, the village woman couldn't bear to lie to her, so she said, "It's not far ahead, but that family is very mean and bossy. Your aunt is in their hands, and it's over for her." Sigh. After speaking, the woman hurriedly left, as if afraid of being seen. At this moment, a disheveled woman ran toward them, stumbling along the way. Su Ning looked up and saw that the woman running toward her was not Chu Yaoji, but she recognized her. She was surprised and shouted, Miss Su, run quickly." Oh my, she actually met Miss Su from the Su family here. It was Xiao Lu, Chu Yaoji's maid. She ran over in a panic, grabbing Su Ning without hesitation and running away. She didn't know why Su Ning was here, but she knew she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Behind them, two strong men and a woman holding a stick chased after them. The woman shouted as she ran, "If you enter our Zhou family, you'll be one of us. You can't escape." Xiao Lu, already panicked, lost her composure and fell to the ground. She pushed Su Ning away and desperately shouted, "Miss Su, run quickly. Find the young lady. Don't worry about me." But Su Ning, in her despair, slowly stood up. Her expression was completely different from what a normal child should have. "If you recognize me, I have no reason to abandon you." Su Ning calmly finished her sentence, then stepped toward Xiao Lu, slowly helping her up. "Don't be afraid, I came to save you." Su Ning's fearless tone stunned Xiao Lu completely. When she finally reacted, she found herself being protected behind a small child. Su Ning boldly stepped forward, standing firm as if guarding a crucial point, unshakable. "Ha ha ha, what can a little kid do to me?" The leader, a tall, sharp-featured man, looked like a wild dog just stepped on by a blue cat. "Big brother, what are we waiting for? Catch this little kid too, and tomorrow take her to the town to sell to Granny." The second man from the Zhou family grinned mischievously. Old Mrs. Zhou's face was full of a sharp, mean smile. She said, "Hee hee, I found a big one and now there's a small one too. Truly, luck is on my Zhou family's side. Big brother, second brother, what are you waiting for? You two go catch the big one. I can handle the small one alone." These two were found by our Zhou family. "Even if the county magistrate comes, it won't help." Old Mrs. Zhou threw the stick in her hand aside and stepped forward, rubbing her fists eagerly. Little Lu still didn't believe Su Ning would save her. She quickly stepped forward and blocked Su Ning tightly, saying, "She is innocent. Please let her go. Miss Su, run quickly." Little Lu turned her head and urgently urged Su Ning. Su Ning, carrying two small, chubby hands, kicked the small stones on the ground lightly with her right foot. "What's her name?" she asked kindly. Little Lu forced a bitter smile. Even at this moment, she was still asking her name. "I'm Little Lu, the personal maid of the young lady. I was lucky to meet you at the banquet that day.
You should run now.
After you find the young lady, go to Huzhou to find Master Su." That's her wish. Little Lu choked with emotion. She would never see her devoted young lady again in this life. Wish! Su Ning suddenly realized something, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. If it's a wish, it will surely come true, Su Ning murmured. Little Lu didn't hear clearly what she said, only nervously protecting her in front. Two burly men walked over with sneers, reaching out their muddy hands toward Little Lu. Hee hee, little beauty, come back with us. As long as you become our wife properly, the two of us won't treat you badly. Both men looked truly ugly. When they smiled, they revealed large yellow teeth, making anyone who saw them feel nauseous.
Ugh.
Su Ning couldn't hold back and vomited. The two men immediately felt insulted. They viciously reached for Little Lu's hair. How dare you mock my brother? Just wait, I'll make you kneel and beg. Before they could finish, old Zhou, the eldest, knelt on the ground. Brother, what are you doing? Bang. Old Zhou, the second, also knelt down. Big brother, second brother, what are you doing? Old Mrs. Zhou hurried forward, trying to pull them up. But as soon as her hand touched their clothes, she also knelt down. The mother and her two children were all terrified, as if they had seen a ghost.
Huh? Begging for mercy.
Without my permission, how dare you beg? Before the mother and son could react, Su Ning raised her hand and beckoned. The discarded stick instantly flew into her hand. Everyone was stunned.
Bang! Bang!
Bang! The three sticks, infused with spiritual power, struck their heads hard. They were knocked dizzy and saw stars. Su Ning dropped the sticks and pulled Little Lu to run away. The three people remained kneeling, stunned. Little Lu looked back in confusion. Miss Su, why did they suddenly kneel? Stop looking and let's go. Little Lu was shocked and didn't understand why the three stopped moving after being hit. The strike didn't seem very strong. Could they have been scared silly? Thinking this, Little Lu, as if energized, picked up Su Ning and ran. What Little Lu didn't know was that not long after she ran away, the three of them bled from their 7 orifices and collapsed to the ground, dead. Little Lu was afraid the people from the Zhou family would chase her again. She hugged Su Ning and ran into the mountains without stopping. It's okay now, Little Lu. They won't chase us anymore. How does Miss Su know? No, we must keep running, or we might lose our lives. Running until she was breathless and exhausted, Little Lu finally collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. Weary and hungry, she sat under a tree to rest. Just as she was about to ask Su Ning why she appeared in the village by such coincidence, she tilted her head and fell asleep. Su Ning sighed. Sorry, if you're awake, it might be inconvenient for us to travel. While Little Lu was unaware, Su Ning used her spiritual power to seal her sleep acupoint. If the space could hold living creatures other than her and her contracted beast, she would have stuffed Little Lu into the space. Qing, come out quickly and carry her. We need to hurry, Su Ning said. The distance to Huzhou was too far. Every minute of delay increased the danger from her big uncle. As soon as Su Ning finished speaking, the blue cat appeared from the space. It grabbed Little Lu and swung her onto its back. Su Ning leapt lightly and sat on the blue cat. Just after crossing a mountain, a county town came into view. Su Ning patted the blue cat's azure wings, signaling it to stop. Stop here. Let's restock some food. The blue cat nodded and swooped down. As Blue Cat was about to land in a quiet alley, sharp-eyed Su Ning saw a dirty woman at the town hall entrance being roughly pushed to the ground by 2 guards. They even spoke harsh words to her. Get lost, you worthless town lady. Who are you fooling? Exactly. The town lady is from a noble family. She can't be in this dirty state. Hurry up and leave, you beggar. Are you starving so much that you want to pretend to be the town lady and eat for free? No, I am really the town lady. My father is the Duke of the town, and my mother is the princess. I lost my token, and my maid was taken away. Please send someone to rescue us immediately. Chu Yaoji hurriedly got up and tried to go forward. But one of the guards kicked her away. Get out of here. Without proof of identity, you want to pretend to be the town lady? Are you tired of living? At this moment, Chu Yaoji deeply regretted sneaking away. She not only lost her belongings and carriage, but also caused her maid, Xiao Lu, to be captured by the village bullies. Now, She had no money and couldn't move anywhere. Chu Yaoji clenched her teeth tightly, not letting herself cry. She trembled and whispered, "There must be a way. There has to be a way. I should wait for my father to send someone to find me." She regretted not bringing her guards with her. She overestimated herself and underestimated the dangers of the world. "Brother Mingyun, I can't save you now," Chu Yaoji choked with tears. She dragged her heavy steps, walking slowly and hesitantly. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became. She had no strength left and just wanted to find a place to cry loudly. Why doesn't anyone believe in my dream? I really saw Brother Mingyun covered in blood. Even just going to see him would be fine. Why don't they believe me? In her mind, she believed that Mingyun was desperate and was trying to send her a dream to ask for help. Only she could save him. Tears streamed down Chu Yaoji's face as she weakly sat on the ground. "Town lady sister." A clear voice called out, "Town lady sister." Chu Yaoji thought she was hearing things. But the voice sounded just like Su Ning, the young lady from the Su family. She looked around in panic and saw a 5-year-old girl happily running toward her. "It's Su Ning. It's really Su Ning." Chu Yaoji's despair was instantly replaced by surprise. Chu Yaoji quickly ran over and excitedly hugged Su Ning as she approached. Su Ning didn't mind her dirt and said Uncle didn't come. He has an important task. However, Kong Chi and Uncle Zimo came, but unfortunately, I got separated from them. It truly seemed like fate was on her side. She met Chu Yaoji right away. Hearing Su Ning's words made Chu Yaoji's mood swing wildly. She was even more upset to learn she had been separated from Kong Chi and others. "We got separated. What should we do now?" "Don't worry. I have a token given by Uncle," Su Ning said, raising the token in his hand. Seeing the token, Chu Yaoji's eyes lit up. "Great. Now I have some status. The county magistrate can't chase me away anymore. Let's go find him and ask him to send someone to rescue my maid." Chu Yaoji looked very happy. She was about to take a step forward when Su Ning pulled her back. "Are we going to rescue Sister Xiao Lu?" Chu Yaoji was shocked. "You know Xiao Lu?" "Kuning notet." "Yes. On the way here, I happened to save her." "Come with me. I'll take you to see her." Chu Yaoji followed, looking surprised. She couldn't quite understand. Su Ning was only 5 years old, first got separated from Kong Chi, then just happened to save Xiao Lu. It all sounded so unbelievable. "Ninger, did I hear right? You got separated from Kong Chi and others, then just happened to save Xiao Lu? And you arrived safely in Huayan County?" The timing didn't seem to match either. At this moment, Chu Yaoji finally realized how a 5-year-old like Su Ning could arrive safely in Huayan County all alone. She had escaped death in a terrible situation, looking so exhausted, yet Su Ning, only 5, seemed completely fine. No, there must be something she didn't know. Su Ning led the way confidently, saying, "I have light skills. Most people can't catch me. Even if he had light skills, how good could they be?" She had also learned martial arts, but she was still so battered and worn out. Chu Yaoji looked suspicious as she followed Su Ning into an alley. She saw Xiao Lu leaning against the wall, looking dazed but happy and excited. "Xiao Lu, it's really you. Are you okay?" Chu Yaoji hurried over, holding up her skirt and rushing to hug Xiao Lu. She had risked her life to save her, distracting 2 bullies so she could escape. As Chu Yaoji gently shook her, Xiao Lu slowly woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw Chu Yaoji. The 2 of them burst into tears, crying happily. "Miss, I thought I would never see you again. I was so scared," the servant said, trembling. Don't be afraid. We're all safe and sound." "That's really wonderful," Chu Yaoji said, sniffling. Seeing Su Ning, Xiao Lu quickly said excitedly, "Miss, it was Miss Su who saved me. She just happened to be in the village." Chu Yaoji was even more confused when she heard this. A 5-year-old child, Su Ning, just happened to appear in the village, save Xiao Lu, and then meet her? Is all of this just a coincidence? Chu Yaoji couldn't understand, but she thought a 5-year-old probably couldn't explain it clearly. She decided that as long as everyone was safe, there was no need to ask about things that couldn't be answered. Xiao Lu, how did you faint? When did you come to the city? Xiao Lu was also confused. She remembered holding Su Ning and running into the mountains to escape. How did she end up in the city? Does Miss Su know how we got into the city? Xiao Lu asked Su Ning with a puzzled look. Yes, a kind uncle saved us, and then took us into the city in his carriage, Su Ning replied. Xiao Lu, you fainted at that time. Of course, you wouldn't know, Su Ning said, sometimes sounding innocent, sometimes clever, making the two think she was just talking nonsense. Children don't have bad intentions and wouldn't lie, but they might talk nonsense. Su Ning didn't worry about whether they believed her. Her childlike appearance was her best protection. Xiao Lu had no memory of this, and looked suspicious. Did we really meet a kind person? Su Ning nodded quickly. Yes, that kind uncle said you were too shocked and needed rest. Also, when he left, he gave me a bag of silver. Look, Su Ning said, lying without blinking. Seeing the silver, Chu Yaoji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She wondered why there were so many coincidences. It turned out they had been rescued by a kind uncle. Now that they had money, things would be easier. Let's go buy some clothes and then find the county official to help us prepare a carriage, she said happily, thinking everyone was safe. Despite all the dangers, they all met safely, which showed that heaven was helping them. But Xiao Lu still felt something was strange. She just couldn't figure out what was odd. Su Ning frowned slightly. If her older uncle really had an accident, by the time the carriage arrived, would he still be alive? The three of them, each with their own thoughts, headed toward the government office. The three of them changed into new clothes. Although not as fancy as before, the fabric was still not something ordinary people could afford. When they appeared again at the county office in clean clothes, the two guards didn't recognize Chu Yaoji at first. But as soon as she spoke, they identified her. I am the lady of the county lord's mansion in Zhenguagong's estate, here to see the county magistrate. Oh, you, the beggar girl, are back again. This time you brought two little beggars with you. What's this? Think changing your clothes will make us forget who you are? Get out of here, the guard on the left said arrogantly. Little Lu couldn't let her young lady suffer such humiliation. She immediately stepped forward to argue. Su Ning quickly pulled her back and showed the token given by Xie Xingye. This is the token of the King of War. When you see this token, it's like seeing the King of War himself. Kneel down quickly. Su Ning's fierce look didn't scare the guards. Instead, it made them laugh loudly. Ha ha ha, did you see that? She actually said this token belongs to the King of War. Huh, this is hilarious. The King of War is a very important person. He wouldn't come to a small place like Huayan County.
Exactly.
First pretending to be the lady of the county lord's mansion, now claiming to be the King of War. They're really bold. Do you think my brothers are easy to fool? After speaking, the two men drew their swords and, with fierce faces, shouted, Get out of here, or we'll beat you. You. Chu Yaoji was so angry she couldn't speak. She didn't expect that neither guard recognized Xie Xingye's token. They couldn't enter the county magistrate's office, so they had to wait for Kong Qi to arrive. Ninger, let's go first. We'll wait at the inn for Kong Qi and Zimo. We'll think of a plan then. There was no other choice but to be patient. Just as Su Ning was about to speak, Xiao Lu spoke first. Miss, it's not safe outside. Do you remember what happened last night at the inn? They almost fell into the trap set by the innkeeper. Su Ning was also worried about leaving the two alone, so she decided to send them into the county office to wait for Kong Qi and Zimo. That way she could act alone more easily. Just as Su Ning was about to go in directly, a young man, swinging a folding fan, approached them. What's going on? Two guards saw that their young master had returned and immediately bowed politely. Young master, these two beggars claimed to be from the county lady and the war prince's residence, trying to enter the yamen. We saw through their lies and were about to turn them away. Su Ning quickly responded, I have the token. We are not lying. He then held up the token for the man to see. The man, dressed as a scholar, looked refined. He had never seen a token from the war prince's residence, but he thought no one in this world would dare pretend to be from the war prince's house. This matter I believe it to be true. I do not believe it to be false. Since they are from the War Prince's residence, they should be treated with respect. The man closed his fan, looked at the guards' red faces, and commanded, "This is a big matter. You two should report to the county magistrate first. Why act on your own? Why are you just standing there? Quickly kneel and apologize." The two guards' faces turned even redder. The guard on the left hesitated and said, "Young master, who knows if this token is real or fake?" They wanted to argue, but after seeing the man's gaze, they reluctantly knelt and admitted their mistake. "Three of you, it is our fault for not recognizing the importance. We are truly sorry. Forget it.
Let's go inside first."
We have urgent matters." Chu Yaoji was eager to save Su Mingyun and did not want to delay any longer. She thought there would be time later to deal with these two troublemakers. The three were invited into the county magistrate's residence. After talking, they learned that the man's name was Su Qianyu, and he was the son of the county magistrate. Inside the main hall, Chu Yaoji clearly stated her identity. "I am Chu Yaoji, the eldest daughter of the Duke of the Peaceful State. I believe that young master Su has already learned that General Ding Yuan led 3,000 soldiers to Huzhou to fight bandits some days ago." Initially, Su Qianyu had some doubts, but after hearing this last part, he fully believed that Chu Yaoji was telling the truth. He immediately stood up, bowed solemnly to the three, and said, "Three of you, I am very sorry. There has been a misunderstanding. When my father returns, I will punish those two ungrateful servants." Fortunately, he believed it to be true. Otherwise, he might have offended a noble person. "I don't know what urgent matter the county lady has. If you need help, I am willing to assist," Chu Yaoji quickly said. "We need a carriage and some people to us to Huzhou." Su Qianyu thought for a moment and said, "A carriage is not difficult, but as for the guards, I worry they might not be able to protect the county lady well. We can hire bodyguards instead. Bodyguards with strong martial skills are better, especially since bandits are often a concern." While they were talking, footsteps sounded outside. Several people looked toward the door and saw a mother and daughter entering the main hall. You're back. Who are these three?" The visitor was Su Qianyu's mother, the county magistrate's wife, and also his sister, Su Qianhua. Su Qianyu stood up and introduced them. "Mother, these three came from the capital. This is the lady of Nanning County from the Duke of Zhengguo's estate." The mother and daughter looked surprised and quickly bowed to Chu Yaoji. "So, you're the lady of Nanning County. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive me. I have seen the county lady. Please rise." No need for formalities outside the house. Chu Yaoji felt anxious and somewhat distracted. Then, the county magistrate's wife warmly invited Chu Yaoji to stay longer. Chu Yaoji refused and said, "Please prepare a carriage and some people. We will leave tomorrow." Su Qianyu knew Chu Yaoji was in a hurry, so he went to prepare everything himself. Unaware of how anxious Su Ning was, Chu Yaoji secretly left the county magistrate's house that night, leaving a letter for her to meet at Kongqi and for Zimo to come pick her up. Oh no! Miss Su want to find that kind-hearted person to travel with. What should we do? The next morning, the servant and master finally saw the letter Su Ning left. Little Lu was very worried about Su Ning, as she had never seen the so-called kind-hearted person she mentioned. She wondered if this person was truly kind or had bad intentions. "Maybe she's just worried about her uncle," Chu Yaoji said, regretting telling Su Ning about that dream. Thinking of meeting Su Ning in the village, Xiao Lu looked puzzled. "Miss, do you think Su Ning seems like an adult who knows a lot? And how did she come alone to the village?" She always felt Su Ning was mysterious, as if she was hiding something. Despite her young age, Su Ning arrived here safely, which amazed them. Chu Yaoji shook her head and said, "I don't know about that. Right now, I am most worried about Su Ning's safety. If she was tricked, what should we do?" She needed to quickly ask Su Qianyu to prepare a carriage and some people to go after Su Ning. Meanwhile, Su Ning was riding the Blue Cat, traveling overnight. After 2 days of hurried travel, she finally reached Huzhou. After killing 2 mountain bandits blocking her way, she learned about the hideout of the Weishan bandits. Last night, she had already broken through to the second level of qi refining. She also tried to understand a basic wood-based cultivation technique. Surprisingly, she did not reject it. Within an hour, she mastered the first move of the technique, controlling plants. She guessed that she might have a wood spiritual root. If so, that would be great. A wood spiritual root is very useful. It can control plants to attack, help with healing, and also defend, hide, grow plants, and change the environment easily. This is her favorite among the 5 types of spiritual roots. She never expected her wish to come true. The shortcomings from her past life are now made up for in this one. She feels like she's gaining a lot. At this moment, Su Ning is above Weishan Mountain. Below her are many blue-tiled houses, which is the hideout of the mountain bandits. It's quite a large place. Bandits carrying big swords patrol one after another. In the center square of the hideout, there is a large cross-shaped device with a pile of dry wood underneath. It looks like they're preparing for a ritual tonight. At the foot of the mountain, Su Ning didn't see a single soldier or guard. She wondered where the 3,000 soldiers had gone. Master, let's go down quickly. I can't wait to take their treasure vault. These bandits are very wicked. They must have a lot of money. Just thinking about it makes her excited.
Not yet.
First, we need to sneak into the hideout and find where my uncle is being held. Su Ning suspected that the person tied to the cross might be her uncle. This matter, I'll handle it, Blue Cat said confidently. Okay, let's split up and act, they said, each rushing down separately. As night fell, Su Ning and Blue Cat moved very quickly to sneak into the hideout. After about half an hour, they met at a pile of rocks in the back mountain. To her surprise, they searched everywhere but couldn't find Su Mingyun. Blue Cat even asked the cats and dogs inside the hideout about Su Mingyun's whereabouts, but everyone said they didn't know. Although they didn't find Su Mingyun, Su Ning saw many children and women who had been kidnapped and brought up the mountain. At this moment, the square in the center was bustling with noise and excitement. Many bandits held torches and rushed toward the bonfire in the square, turning the night sky red. Su Ning sat on Blue Cat's back, looking down at a group of bandits jumping and dancing around the cross. They danced, sang, and drank strong wine, holding their own special ritual. In front of the cross on a platform, there was an old man dressed in a Taoist robe. He held a whisk and made strange, tricky movements. He chanted in a language that others couldn't understand. When he finished, 4 strong men carried a thin woman toward the cross. They tied her to it. Seeing the woman, Su Ning frowned tightly. He couldn't understand where Su Mingyun was. His task was to go to Huzhou to fight bandits, but these bandits didn't seem to be in trouble, and there were no soldiers around Weishan Mountain. If Su Mingyun wasn't at Weishan Mountain, then where was he? And what was that dream about Chu Yaoji? Master, the bandits on this hill are a bit bold. They are using a living person for a ritual. The Blue Cat thought the person being brought out would be Su Mingyun, but it was a woman, which surprised it a little. Su Ning didn't answer the Blue Cat. He kept his eyes fixed on the Taoist below. He had finished his dance and the woman was. But they didn't light the fire yet. The man in charge, their leader, ordered his men to bring out 5 boxes. The boxes were filled with gold and silver. Governor of the prefecture, these 5 boxes of silver are for you. Please accept them, the leader, dressed in black and very big, said with a flattering smile. Su Ning looked around for the governor of the prefecture, but saw the Taoist remove his hat, flick his whisk, and smile confidently. Ha, very good, very good. I shall accept this gracious gift. The Blue Cat was unhappy and said to Su Ning, no wonder the bandits on Weishan Mountain are never defeated. It turns out the governor of the prefecture is in cahoots with them, pretending to be a Taoist and fooling everyone. It's truly despicable. Su Ning still didn't reply. His eyes were so cold they seemed to drip water. Below, the governor of the prefecture took the silver, waved his hand, and said, the ritual is complete. Light the fire. The woman tied to the cross woke up suddenly and screamed, please let me go. Please let me go. Her words didn't evoke sympathy from others. The drunken men laughed even more recklessly. Haha, look at that miserable sound, so wonderful, like a little tune in the green pavilion, haha. Come on, let's have a good drink tonight, brother. As soon as the man finished speaking, he saw the sparks die out. To with it, I can't even handle this small thing. Let me do it, he said, kicking away his younger brother who was trying to light the fire. He took the torch himself and went to light the fire. But just as he brought the torch close to the woodpile, the torch suddenly burst into flames, and long tongues of fire shot straight at his face. Ah! The man screamed as he dropped the torch. His hair caught fire, and his clothes also caught fire. The younger brothers hurriedly tried to put out the flames. What's going on? Can't even light a fire properly. Step back, let me do it, said the vice leader, dressed in rough cloth, walking over to pick up the torch from the ground. A younger brother warned, Vice leader, the torch suddenly burst into flames. Be careful. Thanks for the reminder. Do I look like I don't know to be careful? The man glared fiercely at the warning brother and threw the torch away. In his mind, this was the safest way. Unexpectedly, the thrown torch bizarrely bounced back, and amid everyone's screams of fear, it shot straight at the vice leader's face. Ah! A scream rang out, and several younger brothers scrambled to put out the fire. After 2 failed attempts, many people felt that tonight's fire was cursed. They all gathered to see what was happening. That thing, isn't this cursed? Everyone step back, let me handle it, the big boss said angrily, stepping forward. He held a torch in each hand, aiming carefully, then threw both at the woodpile. The boss threw the torches from a distance, so even if they bounced back, they shouldn't hit him. But strangely, both torches bounced back along the same path they came from. They hit the boss hard. Even more surprisingly, when the torches touched him, they suddenly exploded into flames, and the fire was so fierce it completely engulfed him. Help! Countless people rushed forward to help, but no matter how they tried to beat out the flames, the fire remained fierce. In the end, the boss was burned alive. His screams echoed throughout the mountain village. In the quiet night, it was especially frightening. The smell of burnt flesh mixed with alcohol filled the air, making everyone feel chills. This strange scene scared everyone so much they all stepped back. Even the local official dressed as a Taoist priest was stunned and confused. Someone shouted in fear, "Tonight. This fire seems a bit strange. Could she be a monster?" Someone pointed at the woman on the stand, looking frightened. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became uneasy and moved away from the cross-shaped platform. The woman had tears in her eyes and looked confused. She was also frightened by the sudden situation. "Let the local official light the fire himself," someone shouted, causing the official to turn pale. He dropped his feathered duster on the ground. Having experienced 3 explosions of torches, he dared not step forward to light the fire. But the injured vice leader didn't let him go. He grabbed the official's arm and said harshly, "Sir, you chose this person, right? And you said she is a person born in an unlucky year, perfect for the sacrifice. Then please you, the official, should light the fire yourself," the vice leader said. As soon as he finished speaking, many people raised torches and surrounded the official, as if threatening to burn him alive if he refused. They seemed ready to burn him right there on the altar because of his mistake, which caused the leader's death in a mysterious way. They couldn't accept that. Such a situation had never happened before. Could it be that someone had tampered with things? Everyone looked fierce and angry, no longer friendly. The official was truly scared. He tremblingly took a new torch and walked toward the woodpile. "Light the fire," the vice leader glared at him fiercely. The official's forehead was covered in sweat. Finally, he took 3 steps and reached the woodpile. He bravely threw the torch into the wood. There was a loud boom, and the fire ignited. The official wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled, saying, Luckily, he was relieved that the torch he threw did not bounce back. But he was too happy too soon. The fire that had just started suddenly went out without warning. Everyone was confused when suddenly the torches in their hands burst into flames again. The official's throw seemed to trigger some mechanism, igniting all the torches in everyone's hands. Screams of terror echoed as the flames flared wildly. The fire on her body wouldn't go out, burning like a persistent parasite, clinging tightly to her skin. Seeing this, The local official took advantage of their distraction and quickly escaped. Put out the fire. Hurry, put out the fire.
Ah,
It's too late. It's too late. There's a ghost, a ghost. Ah, witch. That woman is a witch. Witch, please spare us. Please, great witch, spare us. The screams of terror kept ringing out. The younger brothers who weren't burned tried to find water to help extinguish the flames, but nothing worked. Those who were already burning desperately needed help and rushed toward them, causing more people to catch fire. Suddenly, the whole square was engulfed in flames and chaos. As the deputy leader fell, more people collapsed and died. Suning stayed behind with Blue Cat to clean up the mess. She then leapt down swiftly, heading toward the treasure vault in the village. While searching for Su Mingyan earlier, she had already learned the situation inside. Soon, she found the vault. Wow. The piles of silver bars and gold bricks were so bright, they almost blinded her. Su Ning eagerly gathered all the treasure into her space. Fortunately, her space was large enough to hold everything from the vault. Besides the treasures, the 5 boxes of silver bars on the square couldn't escape either. After collecting the treasures, she quickly ran to rescue the women and children trapped inside. I'm here to save you. Hurry, let's go, Su Ning said as she opened the door, and then ran off without giving them a chance to respond. Someone gasped. Did I see that right? The one saving us is a kid? Probably not. Maybe it's a little dwarf who hasn't grown up yet. Run. Something's happened outside. The women didn't think about their own safety. Each held 2 children and hurried down the mountain in panic. On the way, they encountered 2 or 3 fire creatures, causing them to scream in fear. Something terrible has happened. Hurry, run. They didn't hesitate and pulled their children along, running as fast as they could. The children, understanding this was their best chance to escape, also did their best to keep up. Soon, they disappeared without a trace. When Su Ning returned to the square, Blue Cat had already taken care of the remaining people. The entire mountain village was engulfed in flames. Where's that county official trying to run to? Someone asked. Don't worry, I told Little Flower to follow him, replied another. Little Flower is a tabby cat. Let's go. Let it burn. Go after that county official. She wasn't letting him go just because he was an imperial officer. Her real goal was to find out Su Mingyun's whereabouts. Just as Su Ning was about to store the 5 boxes of silver bars into her space, she caught sight of the woman on the cross. She approached the woman, who looked terrified and pale.
Did
you save me? The woman stammered. She was smart enough to realize Su Ning was the one who saved her. Su Ning snapped her fingers, condensing her energy into a blade, cutting the ropes that bound her, and freeing her. Earlier, she had used the night wind and spiritual power to make the torch explode.
Go now.
The woman was trembling all over. After being saved, she bowed 3 times to Su Ning. Thank you, fairy, for saving my life. She called her a fairy. Su Ning smiled slightly, feeling happy, and watched the woman hurriedly leave down the mountain. She then turned and headed toward the back mountain. The county official wanted to take advantage of the fire to loot, but he hadn't run far. Get lost. Who's that little wildcat? He was hiding in a small prison cave on the back mountain, waiting for the noise to die down before showing himself. The little wildcat he scolded was Little Flower, the blue cat. Little Flower turned around and saw the blue cat walking over with a starry gait, and her eyes sparkled. The blue cat arrogantly flicked her short hair with her paw. Master, look. She's already captivated by my handsome looks. It shows how handsome I am. Su Ning didn't bother with the proud blue cat. She jumped down from the cave entrance and immediately faced the sneaking county official, Qin Xiui. Little kid, why are you here? Qin Xiui was first surprised, then looked displeased. Su Ning tilted her head and grinned mischievously. I should be asking you that. Why aren't you coming down the mountain to escape? Why are you hiding here? Humph, little brat, you're not worthy to know. Hurry up and get lost. Qin Xiui finished speaking but then realized, if he let Su Ning leave, his whereabouts would be exposed. Come here. I have something good for you, Qin Xiui said with a mischievous smile. Su Ning didn't move forward. Instead, she slowly raised her hand, under Qin Xiui's puzzled gaze. "What are you doing?" Su Ning smiled. "Of course I want to try out my new method." A vine about the size of an adult finger, like a lively green snake, was controlled by Su Ning and moving toward Qin Xiui to bind him. As it got closer, Qin Xiui saw the moving vine, and his eyes widened in shock. "What is that? A snake? Oh no, it's a snake. Get away, get away. Who are you, little ghost?" Frightened, Qin Xiui crawled out of the cave and tried to run away. Su Ning ignored his shouting. With quick finger movements, the green vine sped up. In an instant, it wrapped around Qin Xiui's ankle, causing him to fall to the ground.
What?
What is this strange thing? Qin Xiui finally saw clearly that it wasn't a snake, but a thorny vine. He was shocked to see the vine seem to have a mind of its own, climbing up his leg to try to wrap around his entire body.
He shouted, "No, no.
"Let me go! Let me go!" He struggled hard, but the more he fought, the deeper the thorns pierced. Eventually, he dared not move and let the vine entangle him completely. Soon, blood seeped from his skin where the thorns had pricked him. Any movement caused him intense pain and cold sweat.
Who are you?
"Why are you grabbing me?" Qin Xiui hated Su Ning with gritted teeth, but he couldn't do anything. Su Ning clapped her hands and sighed. "This wooden spirit root is really good. Unfortunately, she could only control this kind of vine for now." Then she stood in front of Qin Xiui, pretending to be serious, and asked, "Tell me where General Dingyuan is." "General Dingyuan? What General Dingyuan?" "I don't know anything about him." Qin Xiui didn't know who Su Ning was, but he would never reveal this secret. "Don't know? I don't have much patience for riddles. You better tell me everything you know, or you'll end up in a bad way." Hearing her words, Qin Xiui's heart trembled. He was scared but couldn't say anything. As Su Ning's 5 fingers slowly closed, the vine wrapped around Qin Xiui tightened a bit. He suddenly realized that the person who had such power was definitely not an ordinary person. Maybe that strange fire earlier was something she created.
You.
Qin Xiui stared at Su Ning in terror, unable to say anything for a long time. "Speak or stay silent." Qin Xiui looked at Su Ning with a wicked smile, feeling both horror and anger. This child was not really human. Her eyes were full of excitement, like she was hunting prey. A nearly cruel smile played on her lips. "I'll tell you everything.
Just don't kill me," he begged.
In Huzhou City, General Su Mingyun and 3,000 soldiers were stationed there. "Please, let me go. I've told you everything I know." But Su Ning was not satisfied with his answer and asked again, why didn't he come to Weishan to fight the bandits? It was General Lin. He said the time wasn't right, so they stayed in Huzhou City to rest. "That's all. I only know this much. I don't know anything else. Please let me go." Qin Xiui was trembling with pain and fear. Su Ning slowly crouched down, gently touching the blood beads on the vine. When his finger brushed past, the vine seemed to come alive, and its thorns sank deeper into his skin. As Qin Xiui screamed in pain, Su Ning finally raised his eyes slowly. His eyelashes flickered in the moonlight, casting tiny shadows, but his tone was light and casual, like he was chatting. "Your Excellency, you secretly helped these ruthless bandits and gained many benefits, didn't you? Tell me, what should happen to someone like you, a wolf who treats life as nothing and has blood on her hands? I think you should go to the 18th level of..." "No, wait. Someone like you, who helps mountain bandits kidnap women and children, doesn't deserve just 18 levels. Xiao Ting, eat him." The night wind carried the mountain firelight, casting a bloody glow on Su Ning's face, making it look terrifying. She was just a young girl, but her words sounded like they came from. Transforming into a medicinal beast, Qing Yulan Cat appeared behind Su Ning, coming against the firelight. Qin Xiui's eyes widened in fear.
"Ah!
Monster! Monster! You're a monster! Save me! Save me!" Ignoring the sharp thorns piercing into his bones, Qin Xiui wriggled on the ground, trying to escape. But the medicinal beast didn't let him go. It opened its bloody mouth and bit his neck. As Qin Xiui lost his breath, it snorted coldly. "I wouldn't even bother eating you. You're disgusting." Before leaving, Su Ning used her spiritual power to carefully isolate the surrounding plants, trees, and the mountain village to prevent the fire from spreading. After doing this, she felt her cultivation improve a bit. She sensed a possible breakthrough to the 3rd level, but she was also very tired. She and her cat didn't linger and flew directly toward Huzhou City, 30 kilometers away. At dawn, they arrived just as the city gates opened. The common people queued up to enter the city in an orderly way. Su Ning took a short rest and then followed a middle-aged couple selling vegetables into the city. The guards at the gate thought she was the child of the couple and didn't ask much, not even checking her identification, and let her in. The line was a bit long, which took some time. Once inside, she coincidentally met a patrol of cavalry. She overheard the 2 leading soldiers talking. "Hey, TZ, General Ding Yuan has been in the city for a while now. Why doesn't he lead his troops to go up the mountain and fight the bandits?" "Yeah, I think he spends all his time eating and drinking at Qin's house. He doesn't seem to care about fighting the bandits. He's just a drunkard. Does someone like him deserve to be General Ding Yuan?"
Sure.
"Be quiet. Don't let his men hear you. General Lin is ruthless. Anyone talking behind his back might get whipped or even have their hands cut off. Did you see what happened to Asan yesterday?" Whenever General Lin was mentioned, their faces changed, and they dared not speak further. Su Ning thought that the problem might be related to General Lin. She didn't believe her uncle was just a drunkard who only ate and drank. She needed to find her uncle first. "Qin, go to Qin's house and find out the truth. I'll wait for you at the ULI Inn across the street." "Yes, master." The blue cat, now in its normal form, leapt from Su Ning's arms and disappeared around the corner. Su Ning headed toward the ULI Inn, planning to gather useful information there. At the inn entrance, a servant and a guest saw Su Ning alone and approached her with a smile. The man leading them, with a red tongue licking his lips, had a clearly malicious smile on his face. Thinking of the children kidnapped on Weishan Mountain, Su Ning's eyes flashed with a strange light. She smiled sweetly, showing a charming smile. "I am a person who came alone, and I have no money. Big brother, can you treat me to something delicious? Of course, their signature dishes are very good. Consider it a kind act," he said, folding his fan and stepping inside first. The servant behind him signaled to Su Ning with his eyes to follow. "Please," he said with a nearly triumphant smile that was hard to hide. Su Ning pretended not to understand and walked inside. She sat across from the man. As soon as she sat down, someone familiar came over to greet her. "Isn't this the second son of the Qin family? Are you interested in having a drink?" "Go away. I don't have time today," she replied. The man looked at Su Ning and understood. "All right, see you next time," he said, giving her a pitying look before leaving. When entering the city, Su Ning heard that the local official's family name was Qin. The man in front of her also had the last name Qin, so they might be related. Su Ning sat quietly, waiting for the food. While waiting, young Master Qin subtly asked about her background. "Little girl, looking at your clothes, you don't seem to come from a poor family. Do you live in the west part of the city?" "No, I live in a village. After my father died, my mother started doing embroidery work for others to support me," Su Ning said innocently. Anyone seeing her wouldn't guess that she alone had defeated an entire band of mountain bandits. Hearing that her father was gone, Qin Shiliang's eyes lit up. He pretended to be sad. "I'm sorry to hear that. Your father is no longer with you. Your mother must have worked very hard to raise you. How about this? Later you can take me to see your mother. I am a well-known kind person in Huzhou City. I can send some silver to your mother," Qin Shiliang suggested kindly. His eyes looked at Su Ning greedily, as if he was seeing gold and silver. "Really? Are you truly going to send silver to my mother?" Su Ning looked very happy. "Of course, I am serious," he said. Just then, the food was served. Qin Shiliang pushed the dishes toward Su Ning. "Eat quickly. After you're done, we'll go to your home." "Okay." Su Ning eagerly started eating. She hadn't eaten good meat for 2 days and was very hungry. Seeing her eat so eagerly, Qin Shiliang's face was full of smiles. He didn't doubt her words at all. Children from poor families like her had never tasted such good food before. Regarding the good fabric on him, I think it was made from stolen cloth that her mother helped wealthy families sew. After thinking it through, he no longer doubted the truth of Su Ning's words. Qin Shiliang didn't pick up his chopsticks and just watched Su Ning eat. Halfway through, a man swinging a folding fan suddenly sat down heavily beside Su Ning. Su Ning looked surprised. The man was handsome, dressed in a flashy red outfit. It's unclear how much he loved red, as even his fan had a red background. Qin Shiliang probably knew this man and said bluntly, "Gu Qinghe, I don't have time to talk to you today. You'd better stay away from me." Gu Qinghe smiled and replied, "I know you're too busy to talk to me because you're busy tricking poor little ones." Then, Gu Qinghe looked at Su Ning and grinned mischievously. "Little one, do you know that the person in front of you is a big troublemaker, a big bad wolf who eats people?" Qin Shiliang wanted to scold Gu Qinghe, but Su Ning spoke first. "Big brother, you're wrong. He's a very kind big brother. He not only bought me delicious food but also said he would send silver to my mother. He's a really good person." Hearing this, Qin Shiliang was happy and said proudly, "Did you hear that, Gu Qinghe? I am a good person." Gu Qinghe chuckled, amused by Su Ning's innocence. He could understand. He was only 5 years old. How could he understand the tricks of the world? Gu Qinghe lazily propped his head with his left hand, smiling playfully. "Since you're going to send silver to your mother, why not include me? I happen to have nothing to do." Qin Shiliang frowned and said unhappily, "Go find your little red girl. Don't delay my important work." "Oh? You, a lazy person, also have important work? Then I must see for myself." Gu Qinghe winked at Su Ning, looking like a cunning fox. Beneath his seemingly relaxed appearance, there seemed to be a sharp sword hidden. Qin Shiliang was annoyed by Gu Qinghe's antics and slammed his hand heavily on the table. "Are you trying to ignore your sick mother? Gu Qinghe, you meddle too much, and it's not good for you." Gu Qinghe kept his carefree expression and grinned. "Are you threatening me? Or are you afraid I'll tell General Ding Yuan about what you've done?" Hearing the name General Ding Yuan, Qin Shiliang suddenly chuckled. "Go ahead, go now. If that spoiled general believes you, I won't be surnamed Qin. Then what do you believe in? Surnamed Dog? Call me Dog Shiliang, haha." Gu Qinghe looked very annoying and provocative. Qin Shiliang was angry and annoyed. "Gu, don't think that because you're related to my uncle's family I won't dare to kill you. If some things get out, you're not the only one who will lose your life." His words were full of threats. Gu Qinghe's face darkened, and he stopped acting so carefree. The two of them spoke as if no one was around, saying things they thought she couldn't understand. Right now, Su Ning was sure that the man with the surname Qin was probably a relative of the late governor. Both of them seemed to have seen General Ding Yuan before. Su Ning couldn't understand why her eldest uncle had become such a spoiled general. Was he doing it on purpose, or was he forced? After dinner, Qin Shiliang wanted to take Su Ning away, but Gu Qinghe kept following behind. This situation wasn't good for Su Ning's plans. She said unhappily, "Big brother, do you also want to go deliver silver to my mother?" "Yes, don't you want us to?" "Yes, I don't want it." "You're just a big bad guy." Qin Shiliang immediately replied, "Did you hear that? You're the bad one. Hurry up and go. Don't delay me taking her back." Suddenly, Qin Shiliang moved close to Gu Qinghe and threatened, "If you meddle again, I will make sure your mother dies without a proper burial." Gu Qinghe didn't reply. He just watched Qin Shiliang take Su Ning out of the city from afar. Outside the city, Su Ning pointed in a random direction. "Keep walking straight ahead." At this moment, Qin Shiliang and his follower didn't suspect anything. After walking for about an incense stick's time, his follower became suspicious. "Young master, this road seems to lead to the Heartless Cliff." Qin Shiliang was stunned. His first thought was that Su Ning had taken the wrong path. "Little girl, do you really remember the way home?" Su Ning tilted her head and thought for a moment. "I remember. It's this way, but young master, not far ahead is really Heartless Cliff." I think she remembered the wrong way. Maybe we shouldn't take her mother and just send her there directly. Qin Shiliang thought for a moment, then saw no one around, and nodded in agreement. "All right, you go knock her out and carry her back to Itsue Tower." Remember, say she is from a wealthy family and ask for 20 taels. Yes, young master. The attendant looked at Su Ning, rubbing his fists eagerly. Hee hee, little girl, it's okay if you don't remember the way. Come back with us first. At this point, the two no longer pretended to be good people. Their true nature was revealed. Su Ning was frightened and backed away nervously. What are you trying to do? You're the bad ones, right? Ha, you silly girl. You only realize now? It's too late. Gu Qinghe wanted to save you, but you drove him away, so it's not our fault. Don't come any closer. Please don't come. I'm very powerful, Su Ning said, spreading her arms and making a fighting stance. She looked very funny. The attendant didn't believe her at all, and instead laughed more wildly. Little girl, if you're so powerful, wouldn't I be invincible in the world? Small arms and legs. Can you run faster than me? After speaking, he reached out his big hand to grab Su Ning, smiling confidently. But unexpectedly, he missed. Su Ning stopped pretending. Like a giant bird spreading its wings, she suddenly soared into the air. She grinned slyly. Have you too heard? Hunters often appear like prey. She raised her hand slightly, and in the shock of the two, she popped a pill into her mouth, then activated the surrounding vines to spread toward them. With a flick of her fingertips, the vines on the ground seemed to come alive like giant snakes, wildly writhing toward her. The vines rubbed against the ground, making a rustling sound that made the two's scalps tingle and their hair stand on end. What is that? What exactly is that? Qin Shiliang was so frightened he fell to the ground, pressing his back against the raised dirt. Hearing these terrifying noises, he was deeply scared. He looked at the figure of the child hanging in the air and felt she looked just like a monster. Stay and cover me. Qin Shiliang was scared and dared not look at Su Ning again. He said this and turned to run, stumbling and crawling in a very awkward way. But he hadn't gone more than a yard when he saw a tiny vine twist like a snake, quickly wrapping around his ankle. The vine dragged him backward, pulling him towards Su Ning's feet. Su Ning looked down at him coldly. Her expression was calm and indifferent, a strange contrast to her previously innocent appearance. She asked, Tell me, is General Ding Yuan at the Qin residence? Who? Who exactly are you? Qin Shiliang was so scared he broke out in cold sweat and lost control of his bladder. The servant beside him was already tangled in vines, struggling to breathe and close to passing out. Qin Shiliang trembled all over, like a leaf in the wind. Yes, he's at the Qin residence, Qin Shiliang stammered, terrified. He thought if he didn't answer now, he would be the next to die. Are the 3,000 soldiers also there? Su Ning asked again. Yes, they are. But they all followed General Lin. Su Ning frowned, growing more curious about General Lin. Take me there, I beg you. Before she could finish the word die, Su Ning's face darkened. In an instant, her figure disappeared. She reappeared behind Gu Qinghe. Gu Qinghe stiffened, and his face suddenly turned pale. He slowly looked back and saw a fierce, young face, completely different from a child's expression. Haha, little girl. What a coincidence. We meet again. Gu Qinghe forced himself to stay calm, laughing nervously, his hands and feet unsure of where to go. Su Ning ignored him. With a slight movement of her finger, a vine covered in green leaves shot toward Gu Qinghe, quickly wrapping around him and dragging him forward. Her cultivation was too low. She soon felt exhausted. She flipped her hand and took out a pill from her space, swallowing it. Gu Qinghe didn't resist but kept talking, babbling. Just so you know, little girl, I won't tell anyone. Actually, I am a good person. I came to save you. Since you're helping me, could you please, be a bit more generous? I really didn't see anything truly. Hey, there's a stone ahead. Can't you turn a corner? Oh no, I hit something. My precious parts are in danger. Fine, how about this? You kill those two and I'll take you to see General Ding Yuan. Su Ning thought Gu Qinghe's idea was pretty good. At least, he had a little more conscience than Qin Shiliang. Qin Shiliang refused and quickly got up, begging Su Ning for mercy.
Fairy.
Young fairy, as long as you let me go, I would even be willing to kill General Ding Yuan for you. Kill General Ding Yuan?
He really said that.
Su Ning smiled slightly. That General Dingyuan is my real uncle. Are you saying you want to kill him? Qin Shiliang. Gu Qinghe. Gu Qinghe suddenly felt his chance to survive had come. Well, if you kill him, I'll take you to see General Dingyuan. I'll tell you everything I know. Not only that, I'll keep your secret. I'm a person who keeps my word. Okay, but you have to eat this. Su Ning took out a white pill. It was a contract pill, similar to an obedience pill. After taking it, one would only obey Su Ning. Compared to an obedience pill, the contract pill had its own consciousness and actions. Also, if betrayed, the person would die instantly. This was her proud creation. Gu Qinghe understood quickly and ate the contract pill without hesitation. Qin Shiliang was terrified and shouted, "Poison! Poison! Gu Qinghe, you fool, we all know her secret. She won't let us go. We have to fight for our lives. Gu Qinghe, you have martial skills, so you should go first."
You.
He couldn't finish because Su Ning increased her grip, her eyes unblinking, holding the two tightly until they suffocated. Then she used vines to drag their bodies to the edge of Heartless Cliff. "Big brother, let's go," Su Ning said with an innocent smile, reaching out to the pale-faced Gu Qinghe. Gu Qinghe swallowed hard, forcing himself to suppress his rising fear. "Let's go," he said, his voice dry and rough like old bark. What he saw today was too terrifying. He didn't understand how the little girl could control vines to kill. He only felt she was too unreal. Is she a human or a ghost? Gu Qinghe was so scared that he trembled as he held Su Ning's hand. He had already taken the pill but felt no discomfort. This made him breathe a little easier. Summoning his courage, he asked Su Ning, "Did you already know that Qin Shiliang had bad intentions? Is your purpose for coming to Huzhou to find General Dingyuan? Is he really your uncle?" The little boy didn't speak much. Whatever he was asked, he only answered with yes. As they hurried into the city, Su Ning spoke up first. "Use me, but don't kill me." Her young face was full of innocent childishness. But her words shocked everyone like a thunderclap, sending a chill to the bones. No one could tell that such a small person could kill two people with a wave of her hand. Suddenly, he had a strong feeling that her arrival would stir up trouble in the peaceful-looking Huzhou, turning it into a place of chaos. Thinking of something, Gu Qinghe suddenly looked very excited. He said, "In the past 6 months, women and children have gone missing in Huzhou many times. I suspect it's related to the bandits on Weishan Mountain. But for some reason, General Dingyuan has not gone up the mountain to fight the bandits and save those women and children. He wanted Su Ning to help solve this problem. I need to see my uncle to know more about this. Before that, I am just a child you found by chance, understand? And you can call me Ning or soon." Gu Qinghe took Su Ning to the gate of the prefect's office. The guards saw him coming and didn't say much, so they let the two in. On the way, Gu Qinghe told Su Ning that his aunt's husband was Mr. Qin, the prefect. The man who just died, Qin Shiliang, was the son of Mr. Qin's brother. Mr. Qin had been out on an official matter these past few days and was not in the office. He didn't know that his uncle, Mr. Qin, had already been killed by Su Ning. There were many soldiers patrolling the city, and Gu Qinghe whispered to Su Ning, "Before General Dingyuan arrives, there are no soldiers patrolling here. These people are arranged by General Lin. They say it's for General Dingyuan's safety." Gu Qinghe led Su Ning past a curved gate and down a long corridor, heading toward the courtyard where General Dingyuan was. Along the way, Su Ning didn't see the blue cat and didn't know where the little creature had gone. Just as Gu Qinghe was about to step into the courtyard, someone arrived. "Who's there?" "It's General Lin." Gu Qinghe quickly pulled Su Ning back. General Lin, with 2 followers, strode over confidently. Lin Gang was dressed in black armor, with 2 men in dark armor behind him. Lin Gang stood about 2 meters away from the 2 people. He did not know Su Ning, so he focused his gaze on Gu Qinghe. "Young Master Gu, what brings you here?" Gu Qinghe forced a relaxed smile and cupped his fists. "I just came out of Itsue Tower. I heard that a new troupe of young performers was performing tonight, so I came to invite General Dingyuan to have a few drinks later." Lin Gang knew that Gu Qinghe was a spoiled young master who mostly stayed at Itsue Tower, enjoying drinks and company. "I see. Go ahead. Lin Gang said eagerly, hoping Gu Qinghe would tarnish General Ding Yuan's reputation. After taking a few steps, Lin Gang suddenly turned back and called out to Gu Qinghe. Wait a moment. Gu Qinghe stiffened. He thought Lin Gang recognized Su Ning, and his expression became tense. He kept glancing at Su Ning, but when he saw her calm and composed, he relaxed. This little one was impressive, more than just a child. It seemed Lin Gang was no match for her. In an instant, Gu Qinghe turned around slowly, bowed politely, and said humbly, Does General Lin have any instructions? Lin Gang's gaze fell on Su Ning, and he said displeasedly, You invite General Ding Yuan for drinks and bring along a little kid? Why? It's like this. The child was wandering at the city gate earlier. I thought she was well-behaved, so I brought her along, Gu Qinghe said with a knowing look at Lin Gang. Lin Gang chuckled. Good. Young Master Gu is learning. A child can be taught. He mistakenly thought Gu Qinghe was colluding with Qin Shiliang. Everyone was doing their own thing, not interfering with each other. Qin Jizhou held a handle over him, so he wasn't worried about this being leaked. Gu Qinghe secretly relaxed and continued walking with Su Ning. Soon they knocked on a door. Come in. A voice from inside responded quickly. That single word made Su Ning alert. She recognized that it was not her uncle's voice. The door opened from inside. The first thing she saw was a man lying sideways on a soft bed, half-dressed, and a woman opening the door, also half-dressed. Servant girl, retire, the woman said, seeing that they had something to discuss, and she left. The man on the bed looked to be about 20, roughly the same age as Su Mingyun. They looked quite similar, but he was not her. The man slowly opened his eyes and looked at Gu Qinghe and Su Ning. His tone was indifferent. Is there something? He only glanced at Su Ning before turning his gaze to Gu Qinghe. This surprised Gu Qinghe very much. Could there really be an uncle who doesn't recognize his own niece? Clearly, this person has a problem. Gu Qinghe explained his purpose, and the man on the soft couch looked very interested. Really? Then let's go. Just call me tonight. After agreeing, the man impatiently dismissed the two of them. It wasn't until they left Qin's residence that Su Ning quietly said, He's not my uncle. Gu Qinghe guessed this too. He picked up the person and whispered nervously, so that's why General Ding Yuan hasn't come up the mountain to fight the bandits. It turns out he's been replaced. Where is the real General Ding Yuan? What should we do next? Of course, we need to find someone first. Don't let him notice us. Tonight we go to Itsue Tower, Su Ning said. I understand, Gu Qinghe said excitedly after hearing Su Ning's plan. He thought that with the young girl's skills, it would be easy to deal with the fake general or even General Lin. That way, he could rest assured. But why did General Lin do this? Could he be secretly working with the bandits on Weishan Mountain? Master, that General Ding Yuan is a fake. I'm looking for your uncle. He can't come back for now. Su Ning received a message from Blue Cat as soon as they entered Gu's house. Got it, Su Ning replied while following Gu Qinghe to the Gu residence. On the way, Gu Qinghe told her that his father had died of illness, and now only he and his sick mother depended on each other. His aunt, seeing how pitiful he was, allowed him to bring his mother to Huzhou City for treatment. His aunt was Qin Daren's 13th concubine. Because she was beautiful, she was very favored. Even without children, she was still loved dearly. That's why Qin Shiliang dared not harm Gu Qinghe. Gu Qinghe took Su Ning to meet his mother. Before they entered the room, Su Ning smelled a strong medicinal scent. The medicine was good, but it was not suitable for her mother's condition. Your mother has a persistent cough. Hearing this, Gu Qinghe suddenly looked at Su Ning in surprise. Can you treat illnesses? I know a little, Su Ning said calmly. Gu Qinghe was a bit excited and suddenly remembered what Qin Shiliang had said about the fairy. Could she be the little fairy described in the story? Or maybe a forest spirit? Gu Qinghe thought the latter was more likely, especially since she could easily control those green vines. The story also said that forest spirits could live for 1,000 years. The young girl in front of him looked only about 5 years old, but for spirits, she was at least 50. If she really was a spirit, it wouldn't be strange for her to have some magical skills. What are you thinking about? I told you to feed this pill to your mother, Su Ning said, noticing Gu Qinghe was lost in thought and not hearing him. He kicked him gently. His mother was probably suffering from a cough, but the medicine used was for lung problems. That's why she had been coughing for a long time. Gu Qinghe held the pill, stunned in place. He thought, this must be a magical medicine. As long as she takes it, his mother's condition will improve.
Why?
Do you doubt me? Su Ning asked when he saw him not moving. No, I will go right now. Mother, the medicine is here, the medicine is here, Gu Qinghe said excitedly as he pushed open the door. As soon as he entered, he saw his mother fainted on the ground. Mother. Gu Qinghe hurried forward to check on her. He saw her lips were very pale, and her heartbeat was almost undetectable. In a panic, he knelt before Su Ning. Please, fairy, save my mother. Save her. I'm not a fairy. Su Ning stepped forward, felt her pulse, and sensed a faint breath. He quickly urged her to drink the medicine. Gu Qinghe no longer hesitated and, following his instructions, fed the medicine into her mouth. Su Ning then used her spiritual power to gently push her chest. Put her on the bed. She'll be fine once she wakes up. Gu Qinghe, full of hope and doubt, carefully carried his mother to the bed and stayed close by her side. About half an hour later, she truly woke up, her eyes clearer than before. Qinghe, her voice was stronger than before. Mother. Gu Qinghe was overjoyed. At that moment, he firmly believed Su Ning was a fairy with magical powers, just unwilling to admit it.
Fairy.
Ninger, Senior Ninger. Gu Qinghe wanted to share this good news and thank her sincerely, but she was nowhere to be seen. Thinking about meeting a fairy and curing his mother's illness, he felt so excited he couldn't find the words. At dusk, Su Ning returned, looking very embarrassed. Gu Qinghe thought she was out looking for someone but had no clues. Don't be discouraged. We will find them. General Lin seems very suspicious, but he wouldn't dare to kill a court official openly, Gu Qinghe guessed. Su Ning said nothing. If they couldn't find the person tonight, she would kill the man with the surname Lin. No matter who is behind him, she would eliminate him. Soon, Itsue Tower opened its doors. After settling his mother, Gu Qinghe and Su Ning followed the plan. Itsue Tower is the biggest entertainment place in Huzhou City. Many high officials and wealthy people gather there. Gu Qinghe was also a regular guest. Young Master Gu is here. Oh, and General Ding Yuan. Come upstairs quickly, the madam greeted with a smile. General Su, please. Gu Qinghe nodded politely and invited Su Mingyun inside. Two sharp-eyed women, dressed poorly, immediately stepped forward waving their handkerchiefs. Oh, it's General Gu. Long time no see. General Ding Yuan, please come inside. The two women each took Gu Qinghe and General Ding Yuan's arms and led them upstairs. Gu Qinghe was generous, starting with 30 taels of silver. The two beautiful women happily led them into Xiaohong's room. Xiaohong wasn't very beautiful, but she played the lute well and was favored by Gu Qinghe. What they didn't know was that Gu Qinghe only listened to music. After they sat down, Xiaohong began playing and the madam, twisting her waist, led 4 shy young girls over. At the same time, people brought drinks and snacks. Choose freely, these 4 are new recruits, the madam said with a big smile. She had heard they liked this kind of entertainment, so she paid attention to them. Leave them all here. You can go now. Su Mingyun waved his hand. All right, enjoy yourselves, gentlemen. The madam politely left and closed the door. The 4 young girls shrank back in fear. Seeing their frightened faces, Gu Qinghe didn't call anyone over but personally poured wine for Su Mingyun. But just as he lifted the wine pot, Su Mingyun stopped him. Young Master Gu, there's no need to do it yourself. We have maids here. You all just stand there. What are you doing? Come and pour the wine. Su Mingyun smiled with ill intent. One of the frightened women in yellow, upon learning that the person present was General Ding Yuan, responsible for suppressing bandits, bravely knelt down with a thud. She begged, General, please save us. We were forcibly taken to Wei Mountain stronghold. There are many sisters and children waiting for rescue. Hearing this, Su Mingyun looked displeased, but the woman in yellow did not notice. She trembled as she continued, "Please save those poor children. Many women have been sacrificed by Lord Qin." When she mentioned Lord Qin, Gu Qinghe's expression suddenly changed. "What did you say?" "Lord Qin." Gu Qinghe suddenly remembered. In the past, whenever he reported Qin Shiliang to Qin Xiui, he always looked impatient.
So, he was involved too.
At that time, he thought he was just annoyed by the bandits at Wei Mountain Stronghold. Turns out it was for this reason. As Gu Qinghe was shocked, Su Mingyun ignored him and showed no concern for the woman's plea. The woman in yellow knelt there for a long time, with no one telling her to get up. As time passed, a sense of despair grew in her heart. The other 3 women nearby were too scared to move or step forward to face the situation with her. Xiaohong's music continued, but it had lost its previous charm. Hearing the woman's words, she probably empathized, and her playing trembled. Suddenly, Su Mingyun snapped, smashing the cup in his hand onto the woman's foot. He said angrily, "Young Master Gu, is this what you call a young performer? Such unruliness is really disappointing." Hearing this, the woman's despair reached its peak. Seeing Su Mingyun so impatient, Gu Qinghe grew anxious. He had been trying to delay, but why hadn't Ning appeared yet? Wasn't she hiding on the roof? Now was the best time to come down and rescue him. "Young Master Gu, what do you think should be done?" Su Mingyun asked, passing the question to Gu Qinghe. His gaze subtly flicked toward Xiaohong, who was playing the instrument. It seemed he didn't want to come up with a good plan and was ready to target Xiaohong. Before Gu Qinghe could speak, Su Mingyun snorted coldly and said, "Young Master Gu, since you invited this general to dinner, but made me very unhappy, how do you think we should fix this?" Gu Qinghe couldn't hold back anymore and wanted to fight the fake general, but he remembered Su Ning's plan. He had to endure. Come, let's eat first. These people really lack manners. Why not let Madame Wu take them away to teach them manners, then bring them back? The night is long, but not as long as this moment. Right, General Su. Gu Qinghe smiled with flattery. Su Mingyun raised an eyebrow and agreed to Gu Qinghe's suggestion. Later, Gu Qinghe left and returned with a very obedient old madam. "Sorry, these ladies just arrived and haven't learned the rules yet. General Su, please wait a moment. I will have my servant take them away to teach them manners." No, please, General Dingyuan, save us." The old madam's people tried to drag the women away, and the woman in yellow struggled fiercely. Gu Qinghe raised his hand to stop the old madam. "Hey, I say, since General Su is interested in these 4, you can teach them manners. But if they get hurt, how will General Su enjoy himself?" Understood. The old madam's servant nodded. Under the threat of the old madam's fierce gaze, the 4 women were dragged away. To buy time, Gu Qinghe kept pouring wine into General Su Mingyun. He himself drank until he was tipsy. What he didn't know was that Su Ning had already left the roof. Just as the 4 women were brought in, Lan Mao's excited voice suddenly reached Su Ning's ears. Master, I found your uncle's whereabouts. Good, I'll come now," Su Ning said without hesitation, disappearing from the roof. She didn't expect that her uncle was being held in a water prison at Qin's estate. When she arrived, Lan Mao had already used its lightning chain to defeat the guards. Seeing her uncle beaten badly and locked in the water prison, Su Ning was furious. "Even if the King of Heaven himself is behind that General Lin, I won't let him go." At that moment, as she stepped into the water prison, a foul smell mixed with a fishy stench hit her face. Su Ning endured her stomach discomfort and rescued her unconscious uncle from the water. The first thing she did was feed him a pill. His many wounds were shocking to see, and Su Ning couldn't help but shed tears. "Big uncle, hold on. Ninger is here. Ninger has come to save you," her voice trembling with tears. Before leaving, Su Ning gave him many life-saving pills. She really didn't know what had happened after they left. Could even the black armor guards not save him? Where had those pills gone? Many questions needed answers, and Su Ning felt very upset. Su Mingyun's injuries were very serious, and after being soaked in dirty water for days, he was close to death. "Little Green, carry him." We can't stay here long. Seeing her master so sad, Blue Cat felt heartbroken. Master, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I didn't find him quickly enough. Su Ning choked with emotion. It's not your fault. You've done very well. She thought that with the protection of the black armor guards and her life-saving pills, her uncle would safely complete the bandit elimination mission. But she didn't expect that the mission itself was a trap. The bandit elimination was ordered by the sacred decree, but was there someone behind it? Su Ning told Blue Cat to carry Su Mingyun and flew back to Gu's residence. Is Qinghe back? Gu's mother came out with a lantern when she heard the noise. With a flick of her finger, Su Ning struck her mother's sleep acupoint with a silver-white spiritual force. She stepped forward and caught her falling body, then caught the oil lamp that was dropping. After arranging her mother properly, she went to wake the two maids who cared for her. She told them to fetch water and bathe Su Mingyun. After finishing everything, she told Blue Cat to stay and quickly rushed back to Itsue Tower. To prevent the two maids from reporting to someone, Su Ning forced them to take the contract pills. By the time Su Ning arrived, Gu Qinghe was already fighting with Su Mingyun in the room. The noise was so loud that the soldiers outside, holding red-tasseled spears, rushed in. Seeing this, Su Ning flew onto the roof, condensed her spiritual energy into blades, and in an instant, several silver blades rained down, accurately killing the soldiers. There's an assassin. Quickly, go and inform General Lin. Someone shouted in alarm, some fled, and others went to get reinforcements. Worried she might run out of energy in the fight, Su Ning took a strength-enhancing pill early. Seeing Su Ning break through the window, Gu Qinghe almost cried. Senior Ninger, you're finally here. I was about to give up. Su Ning then realized that Gu Qinghe was injured. To protect the four women and Little Red, he endured 2 cuts from Su Mingyun. As Su Ning moved his wrist, the hanging pearl curtains like a lively snake wrapped around Su Mingyun. Suddenly, they tied him up tightly. Su Mingyun looked at the young girl who appeared suddenly with shock. You are... Su Ning interrupted him. What am I? I am Su Ning, the niece of General Dingyuan. And you, as General Dingyuan, don't even recognize your own niece. Tell me, can you still keep pretending you are Su Mingyun's niece? Su Mingyun was stunned. He was shocked by Su Ning's identity, by her strange martial arts, and by her impressive skills at such a young age. She didn't look like a normal child at all. You're not human, you're a demon. Lin Gang heard that Su Mingyun was in trouble and quickly arrived with people surrounding the Itsue building completely. Su Mingyun heard the noise and laughed loudly. You can't escape. General Lin won't let you go. Killing me is useless because General Lin will find another Dingyuan.
Ha ha. Su Mingyun, Lao get Weely.
Then Su Ning said, You're so naive. You call me a demon, but do you think an ordinary person can do anything to me? Su Ning's expression was cold and serious, not like a child's. Su Mingyun was terrified beyond words. You really? Are you a demon? To make him believe she was a demon, Su Ning slowly raised her hand. As she did, Su Mingyun felt as if a terrible hand was choking his throat. The pearl curtains wrapped around him tightened more and more. His face turned pale, with less air coming in and more air going out. He fainted from suffocation. But in the end, Su Ning did not kill him. Senior Ninger, why didn't you kill him? Gu Qinghe asked. Before he finished, Lin Gang and his men rushed in. Lin Gang hadn't yet seen what was inside when a powerful internal force knocked him flying. The force was so strong that he was thrown all the way to the main hall on the first floor. Such strong inner strength. Lin Gang was deeply shocked. As soon as he stood up, he spat out a large mouthful of blood with a loud, wow. 2 of his more seriously injured subordinates had already died on the spot. Who is this expert meddling in our affairs? General Lin, something's wrong. General Dingyuan is missing. A young soldier ran upstairs to check, but the room was already empty. The mess everywhere told everyone that the person who kidnapped General Dingyuan was incredibly skilled in martial arts. Is Gu Qinghe here? Lin Gang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked angrily. He's also gone. Lin Gang's heart sank. His instincts told him something big was about to happen. Send people to search everywhere in Huzhou City. We must find him. Yes, his subordinates dispersed to look for him. Thinking about Qin Xiui, who hadn't returned from going out, Lin Gang felt a bad premonition. Meanwhile, Su Ning returned to the Gu residence with Gu Qinghe and Su Mingyun. Gu Qinghe finally learned that Su Ning had found the real General Ding Yuan. That's great. I wondered why you didn't come for a while. Turns out you went to rescue General Ding Yuan. Senior Ning, you're amazing. Su Ning, expressionless, told him, knowing how powerful I am, you're the first person. Do you understand the consequences now? She wasn't planning to kill the man surnamed Lin just then. She wanted her uncle to handle him. Killing someone is easy, but the conspiracy behind it would sink without a trace. Gu Qinghe's face stiffened. Then he pledged loyalty to Su Ning. Gu Qinghe, swear before the heavens. If I dare to say a word, I will be struck by 5 thunderbolts. As soon as he finished speaking, a silver-white glow flickered in his forehead, sealing the contract and oath. This was the result of taking the contract pill. He also felt it was incredibly magical. He reached up and touched his forehead, which felt nothing, then chuckled. Hee, Senior Ning. Does this mean I will be your person from now on? I know you're already 50 years old. In our terms, this is called rejuvenation. He called her senior so smoothly it was impressive. 2 maids timidly stepped forward, kneeling before Gu Qinghe and complaining. Young master, this young lady forced us to take a poison. We won't survive. Wow. The 2 of them cried so sadly. Su Ning. Gu Qinghe looked embarrassed and said, well, I also can't help because I ate it too. The 2 maids heard this and cried even harder. Meow. Being chosen as a master servant is such good luck. Just enjoy it quietly. Clearly, the 3 of them didn't understand what the blue cat was saying. The appearance of the blue cat made Gu Qinghe look surprised. Where did this little cat come from? So cute. Meow. The blue cat pawed Gu Qinghe's face. You little brat, I'll turn back into my original form to scare you. Then you'll see if you still think I'm cute. In the end, under Su Ning's threatening gaze, the blue cat obediently stayed as a small kitten. Su Ning handed a bottle of medicine for injuries to Gu Qinghe, then went into Su Mingyun's room. She stayed close by his side. Besides the whip wounds on his body, he was also poisoned. His legs had steel nails hammered into the bones. Su Ning couldn't imagine how painful that must have been. The dirty water was seeping into his wounds, corroding his internal organs. If she had arrived a moment later, he might have died. That General Lin never intended for Su Mingyun to return alive to the imperial city. He dared to kill officials from the court, which shows the powerful forces behind him. Master, are you okay? The blue cat walked over to her feet, rubbing its head against her calves to comfort her. Su Ning held it in her arms, pressing her cheek against its head, choking up as she said, Thank you. If it weren't for you, my uncle might have been in danger. Ha, I am your contract beast. I would never let you get into trouble or be sad. The blue cat's soft, cute voice melted Su Ning's heart. But you can only heal his internal injuries. If his surface wounds heal, it might make him suspicious. Su Ning reached out and tapped its nose. Do you think I don't know that? I'm smart. She also knew that General Lin was about to surround Gu's residence with people. And her uncle should be waking up soon. Just before dawn, Su Ning sent a burst of spiritual energy into Su Mingyun's forehead. Before long, he slowly woke up. Ninger, Su Mingyun's first look was at Su Ning's worried eyes. He thought he was still in the water prison, and seeing Su Ning made him feel dazed. Was I dreaming? How could I see Ninger in my dream? Su Mingyun muttered weakly. Could Ninger be in trouble? What should I do? I can't even take care of myself now. How can I rush back to save her? Su Mingyun looked very sad, full of a quiet, lifeless feeling. His eyes were filled with despair and emptiness. Big uncle, you're not dreaming. Big uncle, it's me. I'm Ninger. Ninger's eyes turned red as she collapsed into Su Mingyun's arms. Feeling the real touch in his arms, Su Mingyun finally realized it was real, not a dream. Ninger, how did you come here? Did you save me? That would be so dangerous. Su Mingyun was surprised and raised his hand. unable to put it down for a long time. Big uncle, it's the county lord's sister. She had a dream that you were in danger and wanted uncle to come save you, but uncle didn't believe her because he had important duties. So, she secretly left the house. Our grandparents and mother also worried about you and sent Master Tu to come. I got separated from them on the way, but I met a kind person. He took me to Huzhou, and it was he who found you and saved you. A kind person. Su Mingyan looked shocked, then hurriedly asked, "Are you saying that the county lord dreamed I was in trouble, and that's why you all came?" "Yes, uncle. The county lord insisted on coming to Huzhou to find you. She said you were covered in blood, that you were ambushed by mountain bandits and kidnapped. Don't worry, uncle. The county lord and uncle's men are together, so it's safe. And I also met a kind person. Everything is fine. But you're hurt." Ninger is worried. As she spoke, tears fell from Ninger's eyes uncontrollably. Su Mingyun was lost in thought, staring blankly at the ceiling. Finally, he started to cry. She what, uncle? What do you want to say? Nothing. He thought about that day when Chu Yaoji held him. How could he make the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Zhanguo's house end up like this? Just then, Gu Qinghe hurried over, speaking anxiously. "Ninger. Miss Ninger, something has happened. Lin Gang, that scoundrel, has surrounded the entire Gu house with his men." Ninger guessed right. Lin Gang couldn't find Gu Qinghe's whereabouts, so she suspected that the fake general's disappearance was related to Gu Qinghe. Soon, he brought people to surround the Gu residence. Gu Qinghe saw that Su Mingyun on the bed had woken up. He quickly stepped forward and said, "General Ding Yuan, you are finally awake. Who are you?" Su Mingyun did not recognize Gu Qinghe. Su Ning said, "Big uncle, he is the kind person who saved me. His name is Gu Qinghe and he also saved you. So he is my lifesaver. Thank you, young Master Gu, for saving me." As he spoke, Su Mingyun forced himself to sit up, despite his injuries. During his movement, he realized that his injuries were not as painful as he had expected. Seeing the medicine pack next to Su Ning, he understood that Su Ning had saved him. My Ninger, even at such a young age, has already learned quite a bit about medicine. If others knew, many would envy her. Big uncle, all these medicines were prepared by my master. What about the medicines I gave you before? They're lost, all gone. The 5 black armor guards died to protect me, he said angrily, recalling what had happened earlier. It was Lin Gang. He arranged for people to deliberately lure me into Weishan and ambush us halfway. My brothers who came with me all died. He is one of the third prince's men. The third prince's people had already suspected that Xie Xingye wanted to use the bandit suppression as an excuse to restore his official position. This was why they planned everything in secret. Among the 3,000 elite soldiers he brought, 2,000 were also loyal to the third prince. Su Ning frowned hard. She wondered, are the third prince's people really so powerful? Have they managed to plant their men inside the camp? Was this a deliberate approval by someone, or was it his own decision? At this moment, Lin Gang's angry shout reached everyone's ears. Gu Qinghe, you kidnapped General Ding Yuan. You deserve to die. Hand him over quickly. Lin Gang was afraid of the mysterious expert who was unfathomable, so he dared not rush into the house. Let's go. I need to go out and expose his plot. Su Mingyan knew that after Lin Gang captured him, someone would pretend to be him. He wanted that person to deliberately ruin his reputation and eventually kill him, making it all seem justified. The third prince was targeting the entire Su family. Ninger, did you bring the token the War King gave you? This was the key to turning the situation around. Su Ning quickly took out the token. Yes, I brought it, uncle. Good. Let's go. Be careful, uncle. Su Ning and Gu Qinghe carefully helped Su Mingyan out the door. As soon as they arrived at the courtyard, they saw Yin Zhuang tied to the ground. This was the person who had impersonated him. Su Mingyun, you're still alive. Yin Zhuang's pupils shrank suddenly when he saw Su Mingyun. Su Mingyun glared at him angrily, with a fierce look like a knife, as if he wanted to cut Yin Zhuang into pieces. Yin Zhuang, as a general, colluding with bandits, sheltering Qin Xiui to cause chaos among the people. You deserve to die. Ha ha ha. In Zhuang suddenly laughed loudly. Su Mingyun, do you really think that just the three of you can fight against the 3,000 elite soldiers in General Lin's hands? In Zhuang's gaze shifted to Su Ning beside him. He shrank back slightly, but quickly calmed down. Humph, you little brat, thinking a few tricks can scare me. The situation in Huzhou is very complicated. General Lin won't let you leave Huzhou alive. Gu Qinghe also just learned that Qin Xiui secretly colluded with bandits, his face turning pale with anger. You collude with bandits, kidnapping women and children, burning and looting, doing all kinds of evil. You will be punished by heaven sooner or later. Ha ha ha, Gu Qinghe, who told you that we secretly colluded with bandits? The real bandit collaborators are your uncle, and our goal is only to deal with Su Mingyun. Su Mingyun already knew their true purpose, and didn't want to say more. Please, young Master Gu, take this person away. I will expose his plot in front of everyone. Yes, Gu Qinghe was very excited. He had lived a mediocre life, and today he finally had a chance to do something big. Even if he died, he thought it was worth it. Gu Qinghe dragged the constantly insulting Yin Zhuang and followed Su Mingyun outside. On the way, he met his mother. Qinghe, what happened? Why is it so noisy outside? Mother, you should go back and rest. With General Su here, nothing will happen. He wanted to say that Senior Ning was here, and only those troublemakers who harmed the people would be in danger. His mother looked worried but couldn't do anything. To avoid causing trouble, she had to go back to her room and hide. She also called away 2 maids. Soon, they arrived at the door. The heavy door was broken into wood chips at some point. Looking around, the place was filled with soldiers. When they saw 2 generals from Dingyuan, everyone was confused. They looked at each other in silence. The leader, Lin Gang, widened his eyes. Su Mingyun, he said in shock. You're back alive. He is fake, he is fake. The person tied on the ground is the real General Dingyuan. Quickly, kill him. Seeing the 2 generals Dingyuan, Lin Gang panicked. He hadn't received any news that Su Mingyun was rescued, and he had already issued a death order last night. He thought Su Mingyun was definitely dead, but suddenly he appeared alive in front of him. What exactly happened last night in the water prison? Lin Gang automatically ignored Su Ning. In his view, the person who rescued Su Mingyun was the skilled martial artist from last night. At this moment, that person had not shown himself and was hiding somewhere. Lin Gang felt a little scared. In his panic, he pushed his deputy forward and said, You, go kill the fake one and rescue the real General Dingyuan. I will definitely reward you greatly. The deputy, also wary of the hidden martial artist, dared not rush forward. He trembled and said, General, let's all go together. With so many of us, we can surely kill him, Su Mingyun coldly shouted. Lin Gang, how long are you going to pretend? I am the true General Dingyuan, and he, Yin Zhuang, is an imposter. After speaking, Su Mingyun reached out and tore off Yin Zhuang's mask, revealing Yin Zhuang's face full of scars. The unaware soldiers looked at each other, confused about what was happening. Lin Gang gave up pretending and laughed wildly. Haha, Su Mingyun, do you think all this still matters? Most of the people here are on my side. With just a few of you, you can escape. The heavens and the Emperor won't know how you die. After you die, I will honestly report your achievements to the Emperor. When he gets angry, he will confiscate the Su family and execute everyone, and I, Lin Gang, will lead the soldiers to wipe out the mountain bandits of Weishan and capture Qin Xiui. All the credit will be mine alone. You want to climb up by connecting with the War King and the Duke of Zhen, but that's just wishful thinking. The King of Pingnan is my mentor. Because of you, Su Mingyun, the family was destroyed and officials dismissed. You, the main culprit, deserve. What are you waiting for? Everyone, attack now. If Su Mingyun doesn't die today, we all will be finished, Lin Gang roared, trying to boost the soldiers' morale. Some of the soldiers exchanged glances and slowly moved forward, holding red flags. Meow. The fight begins, I like it. Blue Cat let out a loud meow, its long blue tail standing tall, walking proudly and confidently. Proud and confident Blue Cat. It was eager to fight, wanting to defeat its opponent completely. It hadn't had a big fight in a long time. At this moment, Su Mingyun raised the War King Order high and said in a deep voice, "The War King Order is here." Seeing this order is like seeing the person. Are you really going to help the villains do wrong?